Rebirth returns. This narrative unfolds within a parallel world known as Blue Star, encompassing its geopolitical landscape, population dynamics, cultural nuances, and historical evolution, all of which bear no relation to our own reality. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. In dormitory room 404 of Magic City University, an anguished roar echoed. Lin Ziluo abruptly sat up in bed, his face pale and drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a harrowing nightmare. What is happening? Wasn't I dead? Still shaken, Lin Ziluo covered his face with trembling hands, rubbing it in an attempt to awaken from this bewildering state. But is this truly my hand and face? Sensing the smoothness of his palm against his skin, he gazed at his hand. Before him lay a fair and unblemished palm, starkly contrasting with the coarse, calloused hands he had known. What on earth is going on? Lin Ziluo surveyed his surroundings. Is this the dormitory from my university days? A decade-old memory stirred by the familiarity of this environment. Long-buried recollections began to surface in Lin Ziluo's mind. Indeed, this is my university dormitory. I still retain some memory of this arrangement, he exclaimed with excitement before hastily leaping from the bed. Without pausing to put on his shoes, he rushed into the restroom. Gazing into the mirror at the handsome visage reflected back at him, Lin Ziluo stood frozen in disbelief. This face, once marred by unsightly scars, now appeared pristine and unblemished. 10 years. The scars that had disfigured his face for the past decade had rendered him reluctant to gaze into a mirror. He returned to his dormitory, retrieving his mobile phone to check the calendar. 连新历478年5月23日. Time, location, appearance, including the state of his own physical condition. I have been reborn. I have reincarnated on the very day when the apocalyptic game descended. Lin Ziluo finally comprehended the unfolding events before him. Those two, who had always maintained a neutral stance, invited me as a warrior to celebrate my ascension. While we were deliberating, Yao Jinghan led a horde of zombie kings into our midst. Together with the two traitorous warriors, they conspired to end my life. This zombie king must have forged some agreement with the Li family. More importantly, how could there be a fully locked legendary barrier? Lin Ziluo sat in contemplation, reminiscing about the events of his previous life. Yao Jinghan. The mere mention of her name ignited an overwhelming hatred within Lin Ziluo, his fists clenched tightly. This was the girlfriend with whom he had shared his bed. This was the girlfriend revered as the campus belle of Magic City University. Truly repugnant. Prior to the apocalypse, she had approached him under the instructions of the young master of the Li family, employing various insidious tactics to undermine him, seeking to obliterate his life and spirit. When the end times arrived and they crossed paths once more, she, alongside the young master of the Li family, seized the opportunity to conspire against him. Fortunately, Lin Ziluo was resilient though disfigured. He survived. Even so, Yao Jinghan persisted in her pursuit of him. Under the aegis of the Li family, relentless pursuit and oppression were inflicted upon Lin Ziluo, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. How could one solitary individual contend against the Li family, one of the three prominent clans of the Dragon Nation? It is essential to recognize that this is the Dragon Nation of Blue Star. Although the entire nation is governed by a centralized authority, the influence wielded by the three great families is not to be underestimated. To put it plainly, they are akin to the legendary local emperors. Each of these families possesses an astonishing depth of resources, employing arcane techniques capable of brainwashing individuals to cultivate a legion of utterly loyal warriors, as well as methods to enhance physical capabilities. These esoteric practices have further inflated the power of the three families in the wake of the apocalypse. Fortunately, during the initial stages, the Li family did not regard Lin Ziluo as a significant threat, allowing him the opportunity to grow stronger amidst his struggles. Nevertheless, even after Lin Ziluo painstakingly ascended to level 90 and became the 10th war god of the Dragon Nation, he had yet to exact his revenge on Yao Jinghan. Instead, he was slain by her, accompanied by a zombie emperor and two other war gods, utilizing a legendary artifact. For a decade, Lin Ziluo harbored an all-consuming hatred for Yao Jinghan, consumed by the desire to end her life at every moment. Were it not for the Li family's continuous protection, to kill. Lin Ziluo's hands trembled with excitement. I have been reborn. The apocalypse has yet to descend. Yao Jinghan still appears to be my girlfriend. I could very well resolve this matter ahead of time. Wait, let me first check the time. Lin Ziluo swiftly calmed himself. This is a habit one must cultivate in the apocalypse. Only in a state of utmost tranquility can one think more clearly. He once again retrieved his worn-out mobile phone. The time now is 5:24 p.m. The phone displayed a message from Yao Jinghan. The password is Yao Jinghan's birthday. How could Lin Ziluo, who harbors a deep-seated grudge against Yao Jinghan, possibly forget this number? Upon unlocking his phone, Lin Ziluo read the contents of the message. Ziluo, I need to go out to tutor some children at 6 o'clock this evening. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to celebrate your birthday with you today. Merely examining the message, one might perceive her as a self-reliant young woman. The only question arises as to why she would choose to tutor others on her boyfriend's birthday. Only Lin Ziluo understands that this is not merely tutoring children. It is a rendezvous for clandestine lessons with the young master of the Li family. The young master of the Li family, full name Li Haobo. Even until his death in his previous life, Lin Ziluo never grasped the specific reasons behind his animosity towards Li Haobo. He only gleaned a fragment of information, seemingly linked to the grievances left behind by his long-deceased father. Li Haobo, perched high above, harbored a profound enmity towards Lin Ziluo, perpetually toying with him as a cat would with a mouse. Yao Jinghan, under Li Haobo's directive, pretended to be with Lin Ziluo while secretly engaging in various forms of sabotage, pranks, and insults behind his back. As for how Lin Ziluo retained such vivid memories of these events, for it was at 7 o'clock this evening, when he was alone in the dormitory celebrating his birthday, that Li Haobo shared the video of Yao Jinghan tutoring him, along with the expense report and her heartfelt birthday greeting video, with Lin Ziluo. Coincidentally, it was also the moment when the doomsday game commenced. Overwhelmed by this devastating blow, Lin Ziluo lamentably missed the optimal period for his development, falling behind others. Now, in his rebirth, Lin Ziluo was resolute in ensuring that history would not repeat itself. He grasped his phone and sent a message to Yao Jinghan. Jinghan, it's all right. Since you have plans tonight, let's meet first at the abandoned warehouse behind the playground. After sending the message, Lin Ziluo began rummaging through his belongings. Finally, relying on a vague recollection, he discovered a sharp dagger beneath the bed of one of his roommates. No need to inquire as to why it was there. Surely, anyone who has attended university knows that a boys' dormitory is not devoid of such items. Otherwise, it would hardly be deemed a boys' dormitory. Lin Ziluo concealed the dagger within his clothing and then picked up his phone. Yao Jinghan had already replied. All right, but why meet there? I must leave before 6 o'clock, so hurry up. Yao Jinghan, for I intend to take your life. Lin Ziluo refrained from sending this thought, deleting it instead, and rephrased his response. Because I wish to give you a surprise. Seeing the notification that his message had been sent, Lin Ziluo slipped his phone into his pocket and shouldered a backpack filled with clothes. He then opened the dormitory door and stepped outside. In the corridor of the male dormitory, a considerable number of individuals had gathered, some boasting, others indulging in cigarettes. There were also discussions underway regarding the reason behind the crimson sky. Lin Ziluo's previously indifferent demeanor transformed into one of warmth the moment he stepped out. Not a soul could discern that he was on the verge of committing murder. Ahead, a boy stood with his phone still playing the voice of an expert. The recent global phenomenon of the sky turning red is an onsen Favethasandier's natural occurrence. Please remain calm and simply enjoy the view. Lin Ziluo cast a glance at the blood-red sky. Only he understood that this heralded the impending arrival of the doomsday game. The people before him remained blissfully unconcerned. When the clock strikes 7 and the doomsday game commences, those who transform into zombies or are bitten by them will find that survival is uncertain. Lin Ziluo descended the stairs, mentally rehearsing the events about to unfold. He realized he had crossed the playground and arrived at the entrance of an abandoned warehouse. This forsaken warehouse saw virtually no visitors until nightfall. Lin Ziluo cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching before stepping inside. Upon entering the warehouse, he immediately spotted Yao Jinghan seated in a chair. How foolish I was! Lin Ziluo couldn't help but curse himself. In the throes of love, he had been utterly oblivious to the luxurious brands and designer items adorning Yao Jinghan. Such items are seldom attainable without a six-figure sum. How could an ordinary family like that of Yao Jinghan afford them? Yao Jinghan also noticed Lin Ziluo entering. She remained seated, not rising from her chair. With evident impatience, she remarked, "Why did it take you so long to arrive? If you have any surprises, do share. I'm waiting to get back to my studies." This book falls under the genre of game invasion of reality, primarily focusing on game data flow. Readers unfamiliar with this theme may wish to conduct their own research. The protagonist embodies a decisive and unabashedly self-interested disposition. The narrative is characterized by a semi-invincible style and is designed to be exhilarating. There are no female leads, superfluous elements, or delays. Before delving into the text, readers are encouraged to review the pertinent information. If this information aligns with your preferences, feel free to proceed. Should it not be to your liking, you are welcome to depart early. Do not squander your time. All sensitive individuals are advised to refrain from engaging with this book, as its content may prove unsettling to you. Yao Jinghan met a tragic end. Lin Ziluo remained silent as he approached the woman he had harbored resentment against for a decade. Yao Jinghan furrowed her brow more tightly, inquiring, "What do you mean by not speaking? If you remain silent, I shall take my leave." With that, she rose from her seat. At that moment, Lin Ziluo stood directly before her. Swiftly, he extended a hand and seized Yao Jinghan. She could hardly fathom that the once obedient Lin Ziluo would resort to such actions. Desperately, she struggled, yet her efforts were in vain. Lin Ziluo's strength far surpassed that of the pampered Yao Jinghan. On March 16th, 478, at the ultramodern hotel in the Magic City, an expenditure of 53,239 yuan was recorded. Lin Ziluo's voice resonated deeply, yet Yao Jinghan seemed oblivious to the significance of his words. All she could see was a gleaming dagger. On March 29th, 478, at the Kaidi Hotel in the Magic City, a charge of 109,984 yuan was noted. Lin Ziluo continued to speak to himself. Finally, comprehension dawned on Yao Jinghan. This was indeed the record of her rendezvous with Li Haobo. She yearned to explain, to plead for mercy, but she was afforded no opportunity. On April 13th, 478, at Confusion Bar, an expense of 409,999 yuan was logged. Despair filled Yao Jinghan's eyes. On April 25th, 478, at the ultramodern hotel in the Magic City, a cost of 84,320 yuan was incurred. On April 29th, 478, Lin Ziluo recounted these words, already engraved in his memory. He forcefully pushed her onto the chair. At that moment, Yao Jinghan's eyes were filled with despair, regret, confusion, and malice. Lin Ziluo bent down and picked up the phone that Yao Jinghan had dropped. He then unlocked the device using her fingerprint, successfully gaining access. The screen displayed a chat window. "Yao, hee, I can't wait to see you. Li, did you tell Lin Ziluo? If you don't, it won't be fun. Yao, I told him. He really thinks I'm going to tutor someone. Li, what about the birthday gift you were supposed to prepare for him? Yao, don't worry. It's ready. And don't forget the handbag I have my eye on." The chat ended here, leading to a video. Recognizing the familiar clip, Lin Ziluo gently tapped it open and turned the screen towards Yao Jinghan. In the video, Yao Jinghan stood before the camera and spoke. "Lin Ziluo, happy birthday. You should really think about it. As the belle of Magic City University, how could I possibly be interested in you, an orphan with nothing but your face? If it weren't for the insistence of the young master of the Li family, I wouldn't even bother to glance your way. But I must thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have caught the attention of young Master Li, gaining so much in return." Just this brief segment of the video left Yao Jinghan slumped on the chair, wide-eyed in disbelief. She could not comprehend how her recorded words from just a few moments ago were being recited verbatim. Ha! Lin Ziluo broke into laughter. The head rolled to the ground. Lin Ziluo sat down, finally achieving my goal. 10 years. A full decade. This decade has been arduous, yet it is still insufficient. I still need to deal with Li Haobo, who is hiding in the manor, and the Li family in the capital. At that moment, a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in Lin Ziluo's ear. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reincarnated 10 years ago, activating the apocalyptic game Golden Finger system." Lin Ziluo took out his phone. The time displayed was 6 o'clock. How could this be possible? The apocalyptic game should commence at 7 o'clock. Transforming the world into a survival game. The entire world would become data-driven. and only then would the system come into existence. Moreover, this golden finger. How have I never heard of it before? Ding. The apocalyptic game golden finger system can decipher the data within the apocalyptic game, providing the host with an enhanced gaming experience. The system has recognized its master. Please proceed to draw the first super golden finger. Lin Ziluo swiftly began to analyze what he had just heard. Rebirth? Is this the system I acquired upon my reincarnation? However, how can this system be described as so formidable? It can even decipher the data of the apocalyptic game. Although Lin Ziluo was skeptical, he tentatively spoke. Draw the first super golden finger. Ding. The first super golden finger is being drawn. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the super golden finger. Absolute drop rate. Ding. Absolute drop rate. Increases the drop rate of all items from zombies slain during gameplay from 1 to 100. Chapter 3. The Apocalypse Game's golden finger system. To be candid, at the outset, Lin Ziluo was not inclined to believe it. However, the offerings were simply too generous. It is a well-known fact that the Apocalypse game is notoriously challenging. The difficulty lies in the abysmally low drop rate for items, equipment, resources, and skill books from slain zombies, which collectively amounts to a mere 1. This is not a mere conjecture by Lin Ziluo, but rather a conclusion drawn by numerous researchers through extensive data testing in the aftermath of the apocalypse. With a 1 drop rate, the likelihood of receiving essential survival supplies such as food and water is exceedingly high. Merely contemplating this reality sends shivers down one's spine. Those with particularly unfortunate luck suffer even more dire consequences, if not for the myriad of dungeon teleportation arrays available in every city, which allow players to engage in various instances to acquire gear, resources, and gold. Very few would manage to survive. However, the current golden finger system has informed Lin Ziluo that the 1 drop rate has been transformed into a full 100. This implies that with every zombie slain, an item is guaranteed to drop. Lin Ziluo could scarcely fathom such a scenario. Are you certain this golden finger will function? He inquired tentatively. Ding. The absolute drop rate has been activated. Please rest assured, host. A golden panel materialized before Lin Ziluo. Apocalypse Game Golden Finger System. Name. Lin Ziluo. Current level. Level 0, every 10 levels. 1 golden finger attribute can be activated. Super golden finger. 1. Absolute drop rate. Increases the drop rate of all zombies slain by the player during the game from 1 to 100. Golden finger mission. None. Ordinary golden finger. None. Ding. The host's level aligns with that in the game. For every 10 levels ascended, one may draw a super golden finger. Completing tasks assigned by the golden finger system will yield rewards such as ordinary golden fingers, equipment, and items. Surprise, an overwhelming surprise. Lin Ziluo, who had been seated on the ground, rose to his feet. He had never anticipated that he would acquire such an extraordinary external aid. Simultaneously, a thought emerged, toppling the Li family. Initially, Lin Ziluo had intended to retreat after avenging himself against Li Haobo, adopting a solitary existence to quietly grow stronger before gradually encroaching upon the Li family. The decades spent eluding pursuers had instilled in him a profound understanding that becoming powerful was of utmost importance. As for the Li family, which had long sheltered Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan, a colossal entity boasting a vast populace and the eventual establishment of Li City, the challenge of annihilating them was evident. Yet, the advent of the Golden Finger system ignited a flicker of hope within Lin Ziluo. The Li family? We shall see. The exhilaration of having avenged his deep-seated grievances intensified with the acquisition of the Golden Finger system. He lifted Yao Jinghan's severed head from the ground and dragged the headless, pitifully mutilated corpse slumped in the chair. He unceremoniously discarded both wretched remains into a large trash bin nestled in a corner of the warehouse, along with his blood-stained garments. Afterwards, he retrieved a clean outfit from his backpack and donned it. Less than an hour remained before the advent of the apocalyptic game. He still needed to prepare a few things. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Lin Ziluo strolled out of the warehouse with an air of nonchalance. Who could have imagined that the campus bell of Magic City University was in a state of dismemberment, abandoned in this forsaken warehouse? The playground was bustling with a crowd, drawn by the extraordinary sight of the sky bathed in a crimson hue. This surreal spectacle evoked a sense of romance among young couples who embraced beneath the blood-red sky, exchanging tender whispers. Carrying a small backpack, Lin Ziluo made his way to a nearby convenience store next to the playground. Auntie, "I would like 3 bottles of water and 5 loaves of bread," he requested. After handing over the money to the storekeeper, he stuffed his purchases into his backpack. Although supplies could be harvested from fallen zombies, and his current 100 drop rate left no room for concern, he opted to procure these items as a precautionary measure, questioning the reliability of this so-called golden finger system. What if nothing was dropped? However, the priority now was to contemplate how to initiate his journey flawlessly. After securing his supplies, Lin Ziluo made his way out of the university. It is well known that a university becomes a perilous place once the apocalypse descends, given its dense population of young individuals. Their robust physical condition poses a significant threat to others once they become zombies. In this apocalyptic game, levels are not paramount. Rather, individual fundamental attributes hold the key. A specially trained soldier, even at level 0, could easily contend with ordinary players at levels 5 or 6. Upon exiting the school, Lin Ziluo arrived at a quaint and secluded little inn located 2 streets away. As he briskly entered, he noticed the proprietor lounging in a chair. "I would like to rent a room by the hour," Lin Ziluo said, tapping on the bar to garner the owner's attention. "A single room for 1 hour is 40. The owner, without rising, leisurely replied. "I understand, and please summon room 3 for me," Lin Ziluo responded. Sliding over the last 300 yuan he possessed, the proprietor, who had been reclining in a rocking chair, straightened up and scrutinized him. "Ah, I haven't seen you before. But 300 is acceptable. You may keep the room fee. Head up yourself. Room 3 will be with you shortly." With that, the owner tossed him the key to room 209. Lin Ziluo accepted the key without uttering a word and ascended the stairs. "Coming to indulge in such pleasures, and still so haughty?" the owner murmured as he watched Lin Ziluo ascend. Indeed, this little and primarily catered to the more risky side of business. You may wonder how Lin Ziluo was aware of this. Ahem, do not misconstrue. He had visited this place after the apocalypse. The purpose of Lin Ziluo's visit was straightforward, to achieve a certain accomplishment. According to his recollections, the technician in room 3 eventually evolved into a formidable early-game boss in this region. He was also the first boss Lin Ziluo had slain. Given that this was a boss, it was certain that following the onset of the apocalypse, it would have transformed into a zombie rather than merely being infected. Lin Ziluo sought a relatively unpopulated area to swiftly complete the task of defeating a zombie. Undoubtedly, the technician in room 3 was his prime candidate. He stepped into room 209. The space was cramped, and the odor was unpleasant. The only advantage was the presence of a shower. After all, cough, you know. Lin Ziluo proceeded directly to the bathroom and turned on the shower. After refreshing himself, Lin Ziluo emerged from the bathroom, revitalized. He dressed completely and glanced at his phone, which read 6:55. Only 5 minutes remained until the onset of the apocalyptic game. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Hello. The technician you summoned is here. Come in. The door is unlocked," Lin Ziluo responded. The door swung open, revealing a woman clad in revealing attire, heavily made up, with black stockings adorning her legs, and a cigarette perched between her lips. Upon catching sight of Lin Ziluo, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Well, I didn't expect to find a handsome fellow here. Not bad at all." However, noticing Lin Ziluo lounging on the bed, fully dressed, her brow furrowed with impatience. "What is the matter with you? Can't you even take off your clothes? Hurry up, I have another client waiting." Chapter 4. The arrival of the apocalypse game. "There's no need to undress. Just come over," Lin Ziluo replied coolly, still reclining on the bed. "Oh, planning something new? Are we? You young folks are quite something. Well, considering you're not bad looking, I suppose I can indulge you a bit." With that, the woman stepped forward in her high heels and plopped down on the bed. "So, how do you want to play?" She extinguished her cigarette and began to remove her clothing. "No need for that. Just take a shower and leave right after," Lin Ziluo said. Lin Ziluo had just summoned the woman, merely wishing to observe whether she would transform into a zombie. As anticipated, upon her approach, he detected a peculiar odor. Although faint, it was a scent only emanating from the undead. With the onset of the game drawing ever closer, signs would begin to manifest on those soon to be fortunate enough to be selected as zombies. It was perplexing, not entirely comprehensible. However, as you stated, once I finish my shower, I shall take my leave, and the payment shall not be refunded. The woman spat dismissively, then proceeded to undress without a hint of modesty. Striding unabashedly into the bathroom in her nakedness, Lin Ziluo retrieved his phone to check the time. It was already 6:59. Rising from the bed, He extracted the sharp dagger he had meticulously cleaned from his backpack. Concealing the dagger, he approached the bathroom door. The woman, facing away from the entrance while bathing, heard the noise and called out without turning her head. "I knew you would resort to such tricks. If you're going to play, do it quickly. I'm getting tired of standing here." Ding, the alarm he had set for 7 o'clock rang out. Suddenly, the woman froze in place, her skin visibly paling to a grisly gray. At that very moment when the alarm sounded, Lin Ziluo thrust the dagger forward. The woman's scream, transformed into that of a zombie, had barely begun when the dagger pierced her neck. A dark omen of death loomed above her head. Lin Ziluo exhaled in relief. And soon after, a blue notification panel appeared, albeit belatedly. "Welcome to the Apocalypse game. Once initiated, this game will evolve autonomously, leaving no room for interference. The brutal end of days has arrived. A staggering 80 of the unfortunate populace has transformed into zombies, while the remaining 20 fortunate souls are invited to relish the exhilarating journey ahead. Above all, survival is paramount, for once death claims you, there are no second chances. In this world, the undead possess keen auditory senses but are somewhat visually impaired, only capable of detecting moving objects. To enhance your gaming experience, we present a few essential rules. 1. Slaying zombies or other infected creatures will elevate your level and grant you new attribute points, with your gaming experience closely tied to your level. 2. Defeating zombies or other infected creatures carries a small chance of yielding equipment, items, or supplies. Fortune plays a significant role in this endeavor. 3. Items within the game are categorized by levels, from the lowest to the highest: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legendary, and mythical. As for the higher tiers, let us not dwell on what remains out of reach, for various hidden opportunities have been scattered across the globe. Please search meticulously and with great care. 5. All modern weaponry, including firearms, ammunition, and nuclear devices, will lose their offensive capabilities. Do not attempt to confront the undead with these tools, nor with any form of transportation. At this stage, all human communication devices will be rendered inoperative due to interference. However, you may keep your phone to peruse novels or indulge in single-player games. The zombies will evolve over time, so it is imperative to keep pace with their advancements. Only injuries from zombie scratches or bites will lead to transformation into a zombie, and there is no need to worry about the infectious nature of zombie blood. Additionally, the arrival of nightfall will enhance the fundamental attributes of zombies or zombified animals, so remember to take shelter. There are numerous tips to consider, but let us wait until you have navigated through the initial 7-day protection period for novices. Heed my advice. The zombies are currently quite feeble, so eliminate as many as you can. Do not blame me later for failing to warn you. Please bear in mind that the Apocalypse game is rife with uncertainties and possibilities. Lastly, I wish you a delightful gaming experience. The text on the panel concluded here. Lin Ziluo glanced briefly and noticed that this announcement was no different from the previous one, so he chose to close the page. A new panel emerged. Greetings. Player Lin Ziluo, welcome to the Apocalypse game. Would you like to set a game name? Yes, the game name will be set as Yaji. Yaji, one of the 9 sons of the dragon in ancient Chinese mythology, is known for its bloodlust and combat prowess, capable of subduing all evil. However, Lin Ziluo chose the name Yaji primarily for the sake of vengeance. As the saying goes, one must repay the kindness of a meal, and the grievances of Yaji must be avenged. Li Haobua, the Li family, and those who aided the Li family in pursuing me, are you prepared to face my retribution? Detected that the player nickname is unique and can be used. Player Lin Ziluo has successfully changed the nickname to character creation completed. Attribute panel loaded. Lin Ziluo unfolded his attribute panel. Player, no title yet. Level, 1 experience, 0-1 reputation, 0 gold, 0 storage space, 0. 1 cubic meters basic attributes. Strength, 11. Normal adult male is 10. Influences physical power and attack strength, spirit, 15. Normal adult male is 10. Influences skill power, cooldowns, and frequency. Constitution, 10. Normal adult male is 10. Influences vitality and defense, agility, 13. Normal adult male is 10. Influences reflexes and speed. Friendly reminder. All basic attributes are merely numerical values and will change with battle or player status, talent, omni-mastery, and epic talent. You possess knowledge of numerous combat techniques and can adeptly utilize various fundamental abilities. Skills, none equipment, none quests, none goodness. This panel is vastly superior to my previous self. The enhancements in spirit and agility must be attributed to the heightened reflexes brought about by my rebirth. This epic talent is likely a manifestation of the diverse skills I acquired during the decade of the apocalypse. Of course, Lin Ziluo has gained far more than just this. The moment I vanquished a zombie at the onset of the apocalypse was merely the prelude to my forthcoming grand harvest. Chapter 5. The First Blood. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations to player Yazi for leveling up to level 2, receiving 1 free attribute point. Congratulations to player Yazi for becoming the first person in the apocalyptic game to kill a zombie, earning the unique global achievement, First Blood. A global announcement will soon commence. Lin Ziluo clenched his fist. He had succeeded. He had rightfully claimed this achievement. While the attributes of the achievement may not hold great significance, the global announcement was undoubtedly the lifelong aspiration of every player. The rewards for receiving a global announcement were nothing short of overwhelming. In his previous life, even after attaining the status of a war god, he had never once received a global announcement reward. The difficulty of such an accomplishment is evident. Yet now, in the very first second of the apocalypse, he had already secured the global announcement reward. Suddenly, a grand and resonant voice echoed. This voice carried a sense of majesty and vastness as if it emanated from the heavens, yet it was also strikingly clear, as if whispered directly into one's ear. Regardless of whether one was evading the newly transformed zombies or still analyzing the suddenly appeared announcement panel, any player who remained conscious in this world could hear these words. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yazi for becoming the first person to kill a zombie in the apocalyptic game. You have bravely taken the first step, earning the unique global achievement, First Blood, along with substantial rewards. May other players take heed. In that moment, the world erupted in astonishment. Whether they had embraced the apocalyptic game or regarded it as a mere prank, everyone was captivated. Through this announcement, everyone firmly remembers the player known as Yaji. Is it possible that, without having encountered any zombies myself, someone has already vanquished one? Remarked a man still perusing the notice. Damn it. I couldn't care less about who slayed the zombie. Could someone please rid me of this hideous creature pursuing me? I'm on the brink of demise, lamented another man. Chased by a relentless zombie. Huh, zombies. What on earth are those? Is someone outside broadcasting noise to disturb the peace? Exclaimed a boy, deeply engrossed in his game. As he set down his console in frustration, he flung open the door, intending to discover the culprit behind the prank, only to be met with a zombie that suddenly lunged at him, biting off half his face. How intriguing. Someone actually reacted even faster than I did. Mused a man who set down his baseball bat, observing a zombie before him with its skull crushed. Boo-hoo. This player Yaji is truly remarkable. I wish he could come and protect me, whimsically declared an ordinary girl hiding in her modest 50-square-meter abode. Woof woof woof. A little dog barked. Why are you intruding? Meanwhile, at that very moment, the renowned Yaji was delightfully claiming his rewards. Congratulations, player, on receiving the global announcement for First Blood. Congratulations, player, on receiving this reward. 1,000 prestige points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and an increase in storage space by 1 cubic meter. Fantastic. With these rewards, one finds oneself significantly ahead of others, perhaps by an immeasurable factor. Reputation serves numerous purposes. Certain equipment and items can only be utilized upon reaching a specific threshold of reputation. Additionally, some exclusive shops offer discounts or complimentary gifts based on one's reputation when purchasing goods. As for gold, hidden shops scattered throughout the city allow for the acquisition of various items, including tools, equipment, and resource cards. Notably, resource cards serve as the primary means for players to procure sustenance and ensure their survival, effectively acting as a safety net for those less fortunate, who may find themselves bereft of items even after vanquishing zombies. The 3 points of free attributes require little elaboration. Before reaching level 10, each advancement grants merely a single point of free attributes, resulting in a significant lead equivalent to 3 levels right from the starting line. Furthermore, the expanded storage capacity translates to a tenfold increase for Lin Ziluo. This storage system is designed to exclude living beings, permitting only one's own possessions. Determining ownership of items is entirely contingent upon the game's system. For instance, if an adversary strikes at you with a knife and you manage to seize the blade, it cannot be stored in your inventory. Conversely, if an opponent shoots an arrow at you and you catch it, that arrow can indeed be stored. In summary, The scenarios one may encounter are rather intricate, necessitating an impartial and equitable game system for resolution. After claiming his rewards, Lin Ziluo felt a profound sense of satisfaction and proceeded to examine his newly earned achievement, First Blood. First Blood, the exclusive title, can only be obtained by the first individual to slay a zombie in the apocalyptic game. Attributes: 1 to all attributes. The damage inflicted by the first attack each day, after midnight, is enhanced by 100. Lin Ziluo, who had initially held little hope for the title's attributes, suddenly felt a surge of delight. This attribute is not insignificant. Acquiring an additional 4 points is quite advantageous. Furthermore, the 100 damage increase for the first attack each day, if utilized wisely, could yield remarkable results. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo equipped the title. In that instant, a warm current coursed through his body, and he could distinctly sense a slight enhancement in his physical prowess. It seemed unnecessary for him to change titles for the foreseeable future. Titles can only be worn one at a time, and switching them incurs a 1-hour cooldown, which is rather cumbersome. However, this measure prevents the incessant swapping of titles with outrageous attributes. Lin Ziluo stretched lazily, and upon gazing at the fallen zombie amidst the pool of blood, he noticed a necklace glowing with a green light on the ground. Could it be a drop piece of equipment? It suddenly dawned on Lin Ziluo that he had previously acquired the Golden Finger, absolute drop rate. After all, he had just been reveling in the joy of his newfound rewards. Is it truly a 100 drop rate? And has he already obtained a piece of bronze tier equipment on the first try? Ding. Please make reasonable use of the Golden Finger system and do not forget its existence. Apologies, Lin Ziluo replied, then bent down to pick up the necklace. After simply wiping away the bloodstains, he began to examine the necklace's attributes. Meditation Necklace, bronze tier equipment. Equipped with the Meditation Necklace, Lin Ziluo experienced a boost in mental fortitude, with a 10 increase in mental recovery speed. The attributes were rather ordinary, as it was merely a bronze-level piece of equipment. However, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. One cannot dismiss the benefits of something acquired for free. Lin Ziluo adorned his neck with the Meditation Necklace. Successfully equipped the Meditation Necklace. A friendly reminder: only one piece of jewelry of the same type can be activated simultaneously. No need for further explanation. Rings, necklaces, bracelets. It is truly a pity that the 3 pieces of jewelry he possessed in his previous life were all epic-grade treasures. Nevertheless, there remains a chance to reclaim them. After all, the journey to obtain them was one Lin Ziluo had personally experienced. Chapter 6. Open the Door. Purging the scum. At present, Lin Ziluo possessed 4 free attribute points, yet he refrained from hastily allocating them. He lacked the time to contemplate his future path. Numerous terrifying hidden classes from his previous life had yet to be inherited by anyone, allowing him the opportunity to embark on a new profession. Moreover, Lin Ziluo's current attributes were undoubtedly sufficient. Basic attributes: strength, 12 mental, 17 constitution, 11 agility, 14 in comparison to an ordinary individual. These attributes were significantly enhanced. However, he understood the necessity of not wasting time at this juncture. He must first clear the surrounding zombies. In the darkness of night, the basic attributes of zombies would increase by at least 50. The nighttime setting of this apocalyptic game spans from 8 p.m. to 6 o'clock a.m. the following day. This meant that soon, night would fall. He had to return to his safe location before 8 o'clock. This illustrates the treacherous nature of the apocalyptic game. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the zombies received a formidable enhancement. Consequently, they did not manifest until 7 o'clock. A mere hour was hardly sufficient for anyone to prepare. Thus, on the first night of this apocalyptic game, many players met their demise. Lin Ziluo emerged from his room, armed only with a dagger. Until he acquired a proper weapon, he was left with this unadorned dagger, devoid of any attributes, often referred to as a blank weapon. Upon stepping into the narrow corridor of the inn, which could accommodate no more than 2 individuals walking side by side, he found himself on a floor with 10 rooms. Lin Ziluo opted to confront the occupant of room 210 first. His footsteps creaked upon the aged floorboards, the sound echoing ominously. Before he even reached the threshold of room 210, his approach had already attracted the attention of whatever lurked within. The soundproofing was dreadfully inadequate. Suddenly, a growl emanated from room 210, followed by a rapid, disjointed shuffling that drew nearer to the door. Choosing to strike preemptively, Lin Ziluo swung his dagger at the door lock. The rusted mechanism was merely ornamental, easily compromised by the blade. With a swift motion, he flung the door open, revealing a zombie clad in a white tank top. The creature's skin was darkened, its physique muscular, suggesting it had once engaged in laborious tasks. Lin Ziluo quickly assessed the zombie's attributes. Ordinary zombie, level 1 basic attributes, strength, 12 mental, 5 constitution, 13 agility, 9, fortunately. Although its attributes were 2 or 3 points higher than those of a typical zombie, Lin Ziluo felt confident in his ability to handle the encounter with ease. He elegantly arced the dagger, initiating an assault against the zombie. The creature's pale, ashen eyes flickered, and it swung its elongated claws towards Lin Ziluo's face. Observing the lethal talons approaching, he adeptly bent down, evading the grasp. Then, he plunged into the embrace of the zombie, the distinct stench of decay assailing his senses. Undeterred, Lin Ziluo thrust the dagger sharply into the zombie's throat. Perhaps it failed to strike a vital spot, for the zombie opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Lin Ziluo with deadly intent. Unfazed, he twisted the dagger in his grip, a dark demise manifesting above the zombie's head. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully vanquishing a zombie, earning 1 experience point and a coin. The system notification resonated in a timely manner. The zombie's lifeless body toppled backward, crashing onto the floor and stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Ziluo inhaled deeply. In the brief span of 2 breaths, he had dispatched a zombie of considerable attributes. Yet, a twinge of dissatisfaction lingered. His performance had faltered, preventing him from delivering a fatal blow on the first attempt. To ascend from level 2 to 3, he required 10 experience points, necessitating the elimination of 9 additional level 1 zombies. Kicking aside the fallen zombie, Lin Ziluo discovered a card that had dropped, which typically signified the presence of resources. As anticipated, Lin Ziluo picked up the card, which read, a medium-rare sirloin steak. This selection, sourced from premium imported beef, is accompanied by a specially crafted exclusive sauce, promising a delightful dining experience. The usage of the card is remarkably straightforward upon activation. It will manifest in your hands at the optimal temperature. Currently, this resource card holds significant value, but once the shop opens, it is expected to be priced around 100 gold coins, making it accessible to the general populace. Lin Ziluo tucked the card into his storage space, noting that mealtime had yet to arrive. Surveying room 210, Lin Ziluo was pleasantly surprised to discover a large fabric bag within. Inside were various repair tools, indicating that this particular zombie had once been a mechanic. Lin Ziluo stowed the tool bag into his storage space, taking hold of a hammer. The dagger was rather short, so this hammer would serve well for medium-range attacks. Satisfied, Lin Ziluo departed room 210. Room 210 marked the corridor's end, where a massive iron door completely sealed off the safety passage. Thus, Lin Ziluo proceeded toward the rooms ahead. Room 208 was vacant. Room 207 was also unoccupied. Lin Ziluo felt a pang of disappointment. Where were all the zombies? Finally, upon reaching the threshold of room 206, he heard the chilling growls of zombies. 2 of them in unison. Excellent. Action was imminent. Lin Ziluo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swung the hammer to shatter the door lock, then kicked the door open, shouting, "Open up! We're cracking down on the filth." It must be said that Lin Ziluo was inherently taciturn even before the apocalypse. Throughout the 10 years of his previous life during the cataclysm, he maintained a demeanor of cold indifference. However, in this life, following his confrontation with Yao Jinghan, his disposition gradually transformed into one of greater openness. This change may well be the result of prolonged suppression, leading to a rebound in his personality, a phenomenon not uncommon in those suffering from mental health disorders. It is frequently observed that a patient may oscillate from a state of deep depression to one of manic exuberance within mere days. Inside the room, 2 zombies appeared utterly bewildered. "I've become a zombie, and you still want to engage in illicit activities?" one might exclaim in disbelief. Indeed, the scene was quite risky, as both zombies were entirely unclothed. Upon opening the door, Lin Ziluo was momentarily taken aback to find 2 completely naked zombies before him. He quickly recalled that this was, after all, a hotel of a rather lascivious nature, which rendered the sight less surprising. The 2 zombies expressed their ire at Lin Ziluo's intrusion, with the male zombie charging directly at him. Casting a glance at the approaching creature, Lin Ziluo remarked, "Really, my friend, with something so diminutive? Are you sure you want to play? You must be at a disadvantage." The male zombie seemingly comprehended his words and let out a furious roar in response. Lin Ziluo had already assessed the attributes of this particular zombie, discovering it to be 2 points weaker than the previous maintenance worker zombie. No wonder it appeared as diminutive as an earthworm. With a swift motion, Lin Ziluo brought down his hammer upon the zombie's head, producing a resounding thud. The skull of the zombie shattered under the impact, causing its body to lose balance. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ziluo drew forth his dagger, plunging it into the creature's neck. Death? Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Chapter 7. Eye of Reconnaissance. After the male zombie collapsed, Lin Ziluo clearly observed a cerulean object appearing beneath it. It appeared to be a bronze-level artifact. He did not hasten to investigate, for a naked female zombie was charging towards him with alarming speed, her 2 already zombified gray rabbits flailing behind her. It was a hasty decision to select technician skill number 3. Although Lin Ziluo's attention was captivated, the speed of his dagger remained unimpeded. He accurately struck the female zombie at the neck. Generally, female zombies possess higher agility compared to their male counterparts, but their physical resilience is notably inferior. With a swift stroke, the ominous black words of death emerged. Subsequently, another cerulean artifact materialized beside the fallen female zombie. What a delightful stroke of fortune! How exhilarating! Lin Ziluo reflected on his past life, recalling that at the beginning of that journey, he had slain over 100 zombies, yet had only looted a half-filled bottle of mineral water. Now, observing that he had acquired 3 bronze-level items from 4 zombies, the disparity was absurd. 100% drop rate. How enticing. If given a choice, who wouldn't he want to be a lucky star? Lin Ziluo collected both small cylindrical objects from the ground, only to discover they were identical artifacts, and well-known acquaintances at that. The Eye of Investigation. A one-time use bronze-level item capable of detecting disturbances within a 10-meter radius. It alerts the user if anyone approaches. Functioning for a duration of 10 hours. This contraption was a treasure for Lin Ziluo in his previous life. Whenever he was relentlessly pursued by the Li family or Yao Jingan's henchmen, exhausted to the brink, he would always pull out a high-level Eye of Investigation. It was the only way he could sleep soundly. However, due to its remarkable efficacy, few were willing to part with it for sale. Thus, Lin Ziluo could only use it sparingly. Now, there was no need to covet it, for he had 2 in his possession, albeit both were merely of bronze quality. No. Tonight he must indulge himself and make use of one. Lin Ziluo resolutely thought to himself. Perhaps this is what they call the phenomenon of the wealthy engaging in retaliatory consumption. Thud, thud, thud. The staircase echoed with noise. Simultaneously, Lin Ziluo heard the sound of scolding. Who is it? Who is making such a racket upstairs? Damn it, if you're going to play, play properly. It turned out to be the innkeeper, awakened from his slumber by the commotion, rushing out. How ironic it was that he had slept so soundly, he missed the earlier global announcement. The panel that appeared before him was mistaken for a figment of his abrupt awakening, and he casually dismissed it. Lin Ziluo stepped out of room 206. Standing in the corridor, the innkeeper, newly arrived on the 2nd floor, immediately spotted Lin Ziluo. You little brat, making such a commotion without a dime to your name. Unless you kneel and call me grandpa today, you shan't leave. Indeed, given your fair and pristine appearance, it is reasonable to assume your mother possesses similar qualities. Perhaps if you were to summon her to work, I might consider sparing you. The innkeeper, known for his volatile temperament, seethed with frustration and charged toward Lin Ziluo. Intent on landing a punch upon his head, Lin Ziluo sighed, initially inclined to show mercy due to his good mood. After exhaling, he approached the innkeeper with a dagger in hand. As Lin Ziluo drew near, the innkeeper, who had just raised his arm in aggression, felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him. The mere presence of Lin Ziluo instilled a suffocating sensation within him, unbeknownst to the innkeeper. This was the aura of death, cultivated through the slaughter of tens of thousands. Typically, Lin Ziluo concealed this menace well, but once his murderous intent emerged, it became palpable. Desiring to retreat, the innkeeper found his legs trembling uncontrollably, rendering him immobile. He wished to plead for mercy, yet no sound escaped his lips. Lin Ziluo fixated on the innkeeper, closing the distance until he stood directly before him. With a swift strike, the innkeeper's head fell to the ground. Throughout the decade of the apocalypse, Lin Ziluo had never been a man of reason, and the wasteland was no place for rationality. The disregard for human life and the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent were trivial matters. Remember, in this desolate world, the true authority lies with the fist. How many lives had Lin Ziluo extinguished in his past? The count eluded him, but he was well aware that anyone who provoked him met their demise. After ascending to the status of a war god, he was absurdly heralded as the guardian deity of the Dragon Nation. How laughable. Lin Ziluo could scarcely muster the energy to glance at the lifeless body of the innkeeper sprawled on the ground. Had it not been for the inconvenience, he would have intended to transform this creature into a zombie before ending its existence. After all, there was a guaranteed drop of items. However, once a player was bitten by a zombie, it would take approximately an hour for them to fully succumb to the transformation. In that hour, Lin Ziluo could eliminate countless zombies. With that thought in mind, he knocked on the door of room 205. "Hello, I need to unclog the plumbing." Yet, there was no response. The same silence met him at rooms 204 and 203, leaving Lin Ziluo somewhat disheartened. Finally, upon knocking on the door of room 202, he was greeted by the growl of a zombie. At last, there was a zombie. Lin Ziluo felt a sense of reunion with an old friend. He kicked the door open and swiftly dispatched the zombie with a single stroke. The old friend zombie even graciously dropped a bottle of flying Maudai. "Excellent, my good brother. I have made a pact with you, my old friend." He gave a thumbs up to the fallen corpse of his companion. After sweeping through room 201 and finding it empty, Lin Ziluo stretched lazily. The entire second floor of the inn had been cleared, and he decided to spend the night here. As for the multitude of corpses and blood scattered about, he did not cast a glance. During his own escape, he had even sought out a pile of zombie bodies to use as a blanket, providing warmth and a means to evade pursuit. It was quite effective. Another significant reason Lin Ziluo chose to rest here was the cramped and unventilated space, which would effectively prevent zombies from launching an assault on him. In this narrow corridor, no matter how many zombies there were, they could only confront him one by one. Regrettably, there are too few zombies, and I have only acquired 4 experience points thus far. I still need 6 more points to level up, and the time has now reached 7:40. Time is of the essence. I must slay 6 zombies within the next 20 minutes to reach level 3. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo hurriedly dashed towards the lobby of the inn. The familiar bar counter greeted him. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo recalled that this inn had 3 technicians, which meant there should be 3 women. Having already dispatched 2, there should be 1 remaining. With this in mind, he tapped the bar counter with his hammer, attempting to create a commotion to attract the zombies. As anticipated, after a few strikes, he heard sounds emanating from behind the bar's curtain. Lin Ziluo stepped into the bar and pulled aside the curtain, yet he found no zombies. He held his breath, straining to discern the source of the noise. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon a wooden plank on the floor. Goodness, they are well hidden, concealed beneath the ground. Chapter 8. The exquisite Tang broadsword. Lin Ziluo lifted the wooden plank with one hand. A downward extending ladder appeared before him. He leaned down to peer into the dimly lit underground chamber, where 2 zombies were attempting to climb the ladder. However, the ladder was positioned at a rather steep angle, leaving the zombies with no chance of ascending. Lin Ziluo could not help but exclaim, "You truly excel at hiding." With that, he leaped down. The basement was not particularly deep, and as he descended, he carefully calculated his angle, just as the 2 zombies gaped with their mouths wide open, waiting for him to fall into their trap. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he struck the heads of 2 zombies, sending them crashing to the ground from the sheer force of the impact. Lin Ziluo expertly utilized the momentum gained from kicking the zombies to land gracefully. Subsequently, he drew his weapons with precision. The dagger in his right hand found its mark, plunging into the neck of the fallen zombie that was attempting to rise. The ominous word death materialized above the creature's head. Meanwhile, with his left hand, he wielded a hammer that forcefully brought down another zombie that had managed to struggle back to its feet. After extracting the dagger, he swiftly plunged it once more into the neck of the recently subdued zombie. However, he encountered considerable resistance during the insertion. Fortunately, Lin Ziluo possessed sufficient strength to pierce through the creature. With a gentle exhalation, he completed the fluid sequence of actions, dispatching 2 zombies and earning 2 experience points. As he withdrew the dagger from the zombie's neck, he realized that the initial difficulty in piercing was due to the blade having dulled significantly. It was no surprise, considering that this ordinary dagger had dispatched several zombies already, and its continued effectiveness was commendable. Thus, Lin Ziluo casually discarded the dagger, hoping for a more suitable weapon to emerge. He mused that even unarmed, one could engage in combat with zombies, albeit with greater difficulty. Upon turning over the bodies of the 2 zombies, a card and a blue longsword appeared before him. Incredible! Is my luck truly this fortuitous? Lin Ziluo exclaimed in astonishment. It seemed that whatever he desired was indeed coming to fruition. He first picked up the card and discovered it was labeled 2 fragrant steamed buns. As evening descended and he prepared to indulge in a sumptuous steak, he eagerly picked up the long knife. The Tang Hung Dao, a weapon of bronze caliber, is a standard military saber from the Tang dynasty of the Dragon Kingdom, measuring approximately 70 centimeters in length, renowned for its armor-piercing capabilities and durability. Its attributes include an increase in strength by 1, the ability to negate 10 of the enemy's defense, and a gradual restoration of blade damage after disengagement from combat. It was familiar to him, a distinctive weapon emblematic of his nation. Such weapons vary according to the unique characteristics of each country. For instance, the Dragon Kingdom boasts the Tang Dao, Mo Dao, and Guan Dao, while the neighboring island nation is known for its Tachi and Naginata. Ultimately, standard equipment can be acquired later in shops, rendering it less extraordinary. However, at this juncture, Lin Ziluo's acquisition of a bronze-level Tang Hung Dao, akin to the Tang Dao, significantly enhances his prowess. No longer constrained to wielding a diminutive dagger for close combat, he can now employ the Tang Dao for mid-range slashing, thereby expediting his efforts in dispatching zombies. Lin Ziluo first stowed the Tang Dao in his storage space before ascending the ladder. With 10 minutes remaining, he aimed to eliminate the final 4 zombies. The hotel had been thoroughly cleared of the undead under his meticulous efforts. Without hesitation, he opened the door to the establishment. This road was rather secluded, which explained the presence of such an establishment. Upon surveying the surroundings, Lin Ziluo noted 6 zombies ambling nearby, while a distant fork in the road revealed a congregation of approximately 7 or 8 more. He gently tapped his foot and then let out a whistle. Having dealt with zombies for a decade, he was well versed in their ways. He could freely control the volume of the sounds he produced, thereby attracting the zombies within his desired range. Indeed, at the perfect pitch of Lin Ziluo's whistle, 6 nearby zombies began to stagger towards him, while a further 7 or 8 in the distance remained utterly still. As he withdrew his Tang Dao from his storage space, he awaited their approach. The zombies drew closer, their senses piqued by the alluring scent of fresh prey, as they brandished their claws and quickened their pace. With the Tang Dao in hand, Lin Ziluo retreated a few steps, re-entering the inn. This was not an act of cowardice. Rather, the narrow entrance of the inn provided an ideal battleground for confronting the undead. Although Lin Ziluo felt confident in his ability to dispatch the 6 zombies, the possibility of one unexpectedly lunging at him from the side was too great a risk to ignore. His cautious nature dictated that he eliminate any chance of an unforeseen mishap. As anticipated, the cramped entrance impeded the zombies' advance. 2 of them attempted to enter simultaneously, each refusing to yield, resulting in their entrapment within the doorway. The zombies behind them found themselves unable to push through. Lin Ziluo sighed, realizing he had greatly overestimated the intelligence of the zombies on the first day of the apocalypse. During that initial day, he had secluded himself in his dormitory, consumed by despair, never having encountered the zombies of that time. By the following day, many of those zombies had already leveled up to stage 2, their foolishness diminished. Lin Ziluo gazed at the 2 zombies ensnared in the doorframe. Taking the initiative, he empathetically resolved their difficulties. A flash of the blade sliced through the air, and the heads of 2 zombies fell simultaneously. Lin Ziluo retracted his Tang Dao, astonished to find that not a single drop of blood stained the blade, nor was there a hint of a nick. Indeed, the quality of this sword was undoubtedly exceptional. Lin Ziluo praised its craftsmanship, noting that even identical weapons could exhibit variations in quality. Without a doubt, his Tang Dao belonged to the finest category. A good sword deserves a masterful technique. Lin Ziluo prepared to demonstrate one of the many sword techniques he had learned in his previous life. He kicked over the 2 headless corpses lodged in the doorframe, clearing the way for the approaching zombies. However, 2 more zombies hastily rushed in, becoming ensnared in the doorway as well. "You 4 must be a family," Lin Ziluo remarked, exasperated. Nonetheless, he honestly dispatched the 2 zombies with a single stroke, severing their heads, which rolled neatly into the room. To his astonishment, 4 perfectly aligned heads now lay at his feet. Congratulations, player Yazi has successfully slain a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations. Player has leveled up to level 3, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi requires 30 experience points for the next level up. Success in leveling up, Lin Ziluo declared, as he kicked aside the 2 corpses blocking the entrance. He was nearly moved to tears upon witnessing a zombie that seemed to possess a modicum of intelligence, finally arriving to challenge him. In a gesture of respect towards an adversary of considerable intellect, he executed a graceful arc with the Tang Dao in his hand. Subsequently, the blade struck the zombie's arm with precision. Following the trajectory of the arm, he lifted the blade upward, allowing its edge to glide across the zombie's chin, cleaving its face in two from bottom to top. Chapter 9. A great treasure emerges, death. Despite Lin Ziluo's ample respect for his opponent, his swordsmanship still resulted in the immediate demise of the undead creature. The zombie's body toppled backward, and Lin Ziluo witnessed a book materializing from the fallen corpse, landing on the ground. This is a skill book. Lin Ziluo could not help but steal another glance. How could something so precious exist? Suddenly, the still falling zombie appeared to be forcefully propelled from behind. Its body hurtled towards him in an instant. Lin Ziluo swiftly diverted his gaze from the skill book on the ground and, with remarkable reflexes, pressed himself against the wall. The zombie's body crashed down with a thunderous thud in the very spot where he had just stood. Roar! The last of the 6 zombies entered the fray. Lin Ziluo's expression grew grave. It was already 8 o'clock. The strength of the zombies would peak within a minute. He had to dispatch this creature within that time frame. Lin Ziluo understood this fully, for he had already discerned the attributes of this particular zombie. Level 1 zombie, basic attributes, strength, 15, intelligence, 10, constitution, 16, agility, 15. Enhanced by the night, this zombie's attributes had surpassed those of Lin Ziluo. As time progresses, its attributes will undoubtedly increase. Lin Ziluo harbored no fear whatsoever. As previously mentioned, attributes merely serve as a reference value. In circumstances where the attribute disparity is minimal, factors such as personal condition, mastery of abilities, and even luck become the ultimate determinants of the battle's outcome. Without further hesitation, Lin Ziluo brandished his Tang knife and charged toward the approaching zombie. The once grayish-white eyes of the undead gradually transformed into a blood-red hue, its expression growing increasingly grotesque. The blade shimmered as it cleaved through the air, striking the zombie's neck. However, due to the significantly enhanced physical attributes of this particular creature, the blow did not deliver a fatal strike. Infuriated by the attack, the zombie became even more frenzied, its claws lunging toward Lin Ziluo. Resolutely, he relinquished his grip on the Tang knife lodged in the zombie's neck and retreated a few paces. Subsequently, he retrieved a hammer from his storage space and hurled it directly at the oncoming zombie. In the confined corridor, the zombie was unable to maneuver effectively, left helplessly watching as the hammer collided with its face. The impact was devastating. The zombie's nose, eyes, and mouth were all crushed inward, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Lin Ziluo seized this opportune moment, swiftly stepping forward to catch the hammer that slipped from the zombie's face while simultaneously yanking the Tang knife from its grip. Blood erupted from the zombie's shoulder as it sustained grave injuries to both its face and shoulder. Yet, this relentless creature continued its frenzied assault on Lin Ziluo. With the Tang knife firmly in hand, he remained remarkably composed, observing the oncoming zombie with unwavering focus. In a singular, breathtaking stroke, he prepared to deliver his decisive blow. With a deft angle and the speed of the wind, Lin Ziluo summoned all his strength to slice through the neck of the zombie. The blade struck, and with it, death ensued. Lin Ziluo turned aside, quietly observing the headless corpse rush past him, ultimately staggering a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Thus, 6 zombies fell before Lin Ziluo's hand. He exhaled, rubbing his sore arms. The attributes of that last zombie had reached their zenith. Lin Ziluo had engaged in a direct confrontation with a zombie boasting nearly 20 points in strength, emerging unscathed, a testament to his absolute mastery over his force application. However, this was not the time for contemplation. It was past 8 o'clock, and the attributes of the outside zombies had increased by at least 50. The commotion from his recent battle with the final zombie had been considerable. If he did not act swiftly, he risked attracting other zombies. Thus, Lin Ziluo dragged the lifeless bodies towards the entrance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6 corpses were stacked together, perfectly blocking the entire hotel entrance. Only then did Lin Ziluo breathe a sigh of relief. The light above the hotel bar cast a dim glow. He had no desire to inspect the treasures he had just acquired in this place. Casually, he kicked aside the 6 severed zombie heads left on the ground, picking up the 6 items before ascending to the second floor. The floor creaked underfoot as Lin Ziluo maneuvered around the corpse of the hotel owner sprawled in the corridor. He placed his eye of reconnaissance on the ground, and a green barrier, visible only to him, gradually expanded, ultimately enveloping a 10-meter radius around him. Such extravagance! Lin Ziluo sighed. Now, he could truly set his mind at ease. The moment any entity, be it human or zombie, approached, the barrier of his reconnaissance eye would swiftly turn crimson, alerting Lin Ziluo even in the depths of slumber. He stepped into room 203. During his previous scavenging, he had discovered this room to be the cleanest, with the finest amenities. It must be the VIP suite of this establishment. Thus, he resolved to spend the night here. He placed his acquired belongings upon the table and ventured into the bathroom, intending to indulge in a refreshing bath. What is this? It is the ritual of cleansing and preparing before unveiling treasures. In his past life, the luckless Lin Ziluo had indeed managed to unearth remarkable items through this very routine. With a joyful spirit, he completed his bath and donned the last clean outfit from his backpack. Eagerly, he took a seat at the table. Setting aside the skill book, Lin Ziluo began to examine the other 5 items. The first card read, Peking duck, sliced. Excellent, another dish for dinner. The second card, 1L Farmer's 3-fist mineral water. Good, now he had something to drink. The third and fourth. Good heavens, 2 reconnaissance eyes. Lin Ziluo found himself questioning his own luck. How could such valuable items appear so readily? Never mind, it was of little consequence. Fortune was in his favor, and one could never have too many good things. The fifth item was a ring emitting a verdant glow, which he recalled was dropped by the last zombie he defeated. Ring of Nightfall, a piece of bronze-level equipment. The Nightfall is the finest color for camouflage. Attributes, Agility 1. When donned after dusk, it reduces one's presence by 30. This is truly a remarkable item. Lin Ziluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It would greatly assist him in his endeavors later that night. Without hesitation, he adorned his hand with the Ring of Nightfall. What followed was the grand finale. Emperor of Heaven, God, Tathagata Buddha, Almighty Allah, may you all bless me. Grant me a usable and exceptional skill. Lin Ziluo rambled on in a chaotic manner. Chapter 10, Hidden Class Skill Book. An invaluable skill book. If one were to inquire about Lin Ziluo's perspective on the drop rate of skill books, it would be minuscule, so negligible it is almost incalculable. The reason for such a low drop rate is deeply rooted in the rules concerning skills within the apocalyptic game. Firstly, there is no upper limit to the skills one can possess. At first glance, this appears to be a bug-like setting. However, upon comprehending the drop rate of skill books, one realizes that this premise holds little significance. The drop rate is exceedingly low, even if one manages to acquire a skill book. It may not necessarily align with one's needs. This terrifying scarcity dictates that even with no limit on the skills one can possess, acquiring new skills remains a formidable challenge. Throughout the entirety of the apocalyptic game, opportunities to obtain random skills for one's class arise only 3 times between levels 10 and 80, with each instance yielding 1 to 2 skills. Thus, those with poor luck are confined to a mere 3 skills. Beyond skill books, no other methods exist to acquire skills. In Lin Ziluo's recollection, it was not until the later stages of the game, when most players had reached levels 60 or 70, that they still possessed only the skills inherent to their respective classes. Such a situation was indeed dismal and pitiable. In stark contrast, the individual known as the skill god boasted the highest number of skills in the world, an astonishing 25. Lin Ziluo considered himself fortunate, having previously acquired 10 skills. He had already surpassed 99 of the player base. Thus, it was easy to comprehend the immense value of the skill book before him. Lin Ziluo rubbed his hands together in anticipation and then opened the ancient tome. Spiral Slash, a warrior skill that allows the wielder to throw their weapon, inflicting 120 of their strength attribute as damage. The weapon will return to the wielder after either striking an enemy or reaching its maximum distance. The distance of the throw and the return are identical, and if the weapon strikes an enemy during its return, it will deal 80 of the strength attribute damage. Should it encounter an obstruction, it will be unable to return. How marvelous! Lin Ziluo couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement within. This warrior skill not only combined ranged and thrown attacks but also featured an automatic retrieval mechanism along with multiple damage instances. A skill possessing such myriad characteristics was undoubtedly a rare gem. However, it was apparent that the cooldown for such a skill would be lengthy, necessitating an increase in his mental acuity to shorten the cooldown period. What a tremendous windfall this was. System detects the skill Spiral Slash. Does player Yazzie wish to learn the Spiral Slash skill? Yes. Lin Ziluo exclaimed eagerly. Congratulations. Player Yazi has successfully learned Spiral Slash. Lin Ziluo felt a thrilling itch in his hands. However, the room proved to be somewhat cramped, leaving him unable to fully express himself. Thus, he had no choice but to suppress his thoughts and store the recently acquired treasures within his storage space. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his accomplishments for the day. His level had reached 3, and he had obtained 3 bronze-tier items: the meditation necklace, the nightfall ring, and the Tang horizontal blade. He had also mastered a powerful skill, Spiral Slash. Moreover, his storage space was brimming with various items. In the past, it would have taken him half a month to gather such a bounty. Of course, the most gratifying aspect was that the woman named Yu Jinghan was finally dead. With this thought, Lin Ziluo contentedly pulled out a resource card and activated it. He was rewarded with Peking duck, 2 fragrant steamed buns, a medium-rare sirloin steak, and a bottle of flying mitai. After an afternoon of combat, Lin Ziluo was ravenous. He wasted no time and began to indulge in the delectable spread before him. The Peking duck was accompanied by spring pancakes and sauce, while the sirloin steak was served with pasta and a fried egg. Lin Ziluo eagerly devoured each bite, reveling in the bliss of the moment. It was undeniable that the resource cards in this apocalyptic game, especially those containing prepared foods like Peking duck and steak, offered flavors and textures that rivaled those of a 5-star hotel chef. Yet, such delightful moments are fleeting. Before long, the sumptuous feast had been entirely consumed by Lin Ziluo. He patted his belly, feeling content, and discarded the plates and utensils. After tidying the table, he prepared to embark on a very important task: to plan his future. He pulled out a notebook and a pen he had stealthily acquired from downstairs and began to write fervently. The first task was to determine his career path. The apocalyptic game simplified the classification of player professions into 2 distinct categories: warrior and mage. It was that straightforward. Upon reaching level 10 and completing the requisite career quest, every player could choose to belong to one of these 2 professions. However, despite this classification, the ultimate decision regarding one's combat style and profession remained entirely in the player's hands. Should one opt for the warrior path, each level gained would result in a fixed increase of 1 point in strength and constitution, along with an additional 2 points to allocate freely. For instance, if one aspired to be a tank capable of absorbing damage, one would invest fully in constitution. Conversely, if the goal was to embrace the path of a brute warrior, one would concentrate entirely on strength. Should one choose to pursue the route of an assassin, agility could be prioritized. As for the archer, well, the crucial question remains: can you hit your target? It is important to note that selecting the warrior profession does not mean that one's mental and agility attributes will remain unchanged. Rather, the fluctuations will be minimal, yet overall, they will evolve with the enhancement of one's abilities. On the other hand, if one were to become a mage, each level gained would result in a fixed increase of 1 point in mental acuity and agility, accompanied by 2 additional points to distribute freely. Typically, mages allocate all their points to mental acuity. Naturally, if one desired to invest in constitution or strength to become a melee mage, well, that is indeed a bold choice. It is evident how precious the 5 points of free attributes currently in Lin Ziluo's possession are. It is essential to recognize that allocating attribute points in advance will significantly enhance their effects upon successful job advancement. This realization compelled Lin Ziluo to exercise caution. The aforementioned merely represents a common career trajectory, with 99 of individuals destined to pursue these 2 paths. The remaining 1 will embark upon the elusive road of hidden professions. Upon reflection, the number of hidden careers is indeed substantial. However, the disparities among these hidden professions are also considerable. Lin Ziluo's planned direction is, of course, the pinnacle of hidden careers. He first inscribed the word phantom on his notebook, which represents his hidden profession from his previous life, earned through enduring scars that he could never rid himself of and countless brushes with death. The phantom is a legendary elite assassin profession, characterized by maximum agility and explosive single-target damage, which is the paramount reason Lin Ziluo evaded the Li family's pursuit for a decade. Even before undergoing a second job change, he would gain 2 points in agility and strength with each level and possess 3 points of free attributes, a stark contrast to ordinary professions. Lin Ziluo is well aware of the process and means to acquire the phantom profession. For him, it is undoubtedly the easiest hidden career to obtain. After pondering, he wrote down the names of other prestigious hidden professions: Holy Paladin, Necromancer, Azura, Titan, Life Reaper. One by one, These invaluable hidden careers were meticulously recorded in his notebook, as he possessed a considerable understanding of the acquisition process for each. Those possessing such professions are destined to become the future deities of war and magic in the latter stages of the apocalypse. To stabilize the populace and demonstrate the strength of their factions, leaders will have their own champions, warriors or sorcerers, narrate their experiences and achievements. These accounts are then disseminated as promotional pamphlets, to be revered and emulated by the people. Lin Ziluo, however, had yet to undergo such an experience, having only just ascended to the rank of a war deity before meeting his demise. After contemplating for a while, he ultimately resolved to shift his vocation to that of an illusionist. The rationale behind this choice was simply that the process of acquiring this profession was the one he was most familiar with, thus maximizing his chances of success. As for other professions, who could say if those war deities and sorcerers embellished or omitted details in their narratives? It is known that each hidden profession's quest is fraught with peril. Even a slight oversight could lead to one's downfall. Given Lin Ziluo's cautious nature, it was wiser for him to select the vocation he excelled in and understood best. With this thought, he hesitated no longer and promptly allocated his free attribute points, 3 to strength and 2 to agility. His foundational attributes now stood at strength, 16, spirit, 17, constitution, 11, agility, 17. A warm surge coursed through him, enhancing his power considerably. With his career path determined, he had little else to attend to. Lin Ziluo began to diligently record his thoughts on paper. Now, let me ponder, where did I encounter the Holy Paladin? Regarding that diamond tier item, it is located in. Moreover, I must not forget this crucial detail. This object proves to be exceptionally useful. Alas, I should have noted it down sooner. Now, the exact location of that sword eludes my memory. As the saying goes, a bad pen is better than a good memory. Lin Ziluo's pen flowed across the page with fervor, flipping through the notebook page after page. He diligently recorded all pertinent information regarding significant items and equipment from his previous life. The night gradually deepened, and the clock struck midnight. Lin Ziluo set down his pen. Exhaling softly, he had inscribed everything he could recall into this notebook. As for the remaining details, he would see if he could recollect them later. He placed the notebook back into his storage space, stood up, turned off the light, and, without changing his clothes, collapsed onto the bed. Sleeping in clothes, one of the essentials for surviving the apocalypse. Soon, he drifted into slumber, experiencing the most restful sleep he had enjoyed in a decade. Outside, the watchful eyes of sentinels provided protection. He felt liberated from the oppressive presence of Yao Jinghan, free from the relentless pursuers, devoid of his once-taut nerves, and free from the uncertainties of the future. Damn it! Damn it! Where has that wretched woman gone? In the midst of an opulent living room, a man was furiously bellowing. He seized a nearby vase and hurled it at a bodyguard clad in a suit, standing behind him. Beside him, a silver-haired butler spoke. "Young master, please keep your voice down." A loud sound could very well attract the zombies lurking outside the estate. The man recalled the previous onslaught that had befallen the manor, where countless servants and bodyguards had succumbed to the zombie transformation. What was once a grand estate with nearly 4,000 inhabitants now precariously housed just over 400. This thought forced him to restrain his tongue. Calm? How can I remain calm? I painstakingly orchestrated such a splendid narrative, only to have it shattered by that wretched Yao Jinghan. Why didn't she show up this afternoon? Why did she ignore my messages? Her negligence left me unprepared, unable to send timely material to that useless Lin Ziluo. If Lin Ziluo had received that message, the despair on his face would have been utterly delightful, he mused, his excitement palpable. Just imagine if he were to die of anger. It would be as if I sent him directly to meet his loathsome father. Yet, it was precisely because of that vile woman and this damned apocalyptic game that I failed to communicate in time. Damn it! Damn it! They all deserve to perish, he exclaimed, his voice escalating with fervor. The silver-haired butler interjected, "Young master, please lower your voice. Our bodyguards have already suffered significant casualties. If more zombies breach our defenses, your life may not be spared." With that, the butler sighed inwardly, regretting the master's father's misguided decision to raise the young master in such a manner. Although a family can only have one capable heir to prevent fratricide, this must be predicated on the family's substantial dominion. In this apocalyptic scenario, the young master's temperament could lead to significant misfortune. Perhaps it is due to his reverence for the silver-haired steward, or perhaps a mere instinct for self-preservation. Li Haobo resolutely sealed his lips once more. However, This silence was short-lived, as he soon found himself seated on the sofa, muttering to himself. It is a pity that Lin Ziluo, that good-for-nothing, cannot witness my revelry with that wretched Yu Jinghan. Otherwise, how could I exact my vengeance upon him? Damn it. The more I ponder, the more enraged I become. Li Haobo spat disdainfully onto the ground and hastened towards the silver-haired steward, his teeth clenched in frustration. Xiaobo, I do not care. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Did my father not mention days ago that the Hunter's mercenary group would come looking for me? They should have arrived in Magic City by now. Let them seek out those two individuals. I must find Yao Jinghan. I want her alive or dead. And that worthless Lin Ziluo. I will ensure his mental collapse. Understood. The Hunter's mercenary group has been trained since childhood to be loyal to the young master. They will undoubtedly fulfill all of his desires. The silver-haired steward nodded. Ha 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 ha. The mere thought of such a scenario thrilled Li Haobo to no end. Chapter 12. Equipment Enhancement Scroll. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations to player Yazi for leveling up to level 4, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi requires 40 experience points to reach the next level. A dagger, shimmering with an azure light, twirled gracefully through the air, advancing forward. Unbeknownst to the imminent danger, a zombie continued its relentless charge towards a nearby living human. The blade sliced through the air, and the zombie's gaping maw rolled onto the ground. Simultaneously, a gleaming azure item erupted from its corpse. This, however, was of little consequence. The noteworthy aspect was that the spinning dagger, upon reaching a predetermined distance, executed an improbable spiral turn, reversing its course towards Lin Ziluo. Another zombie, lunging toward Lin Ziluo, could not have anticipated the lethal counterattack. The returning dagger effortlessly severed its neck from behind. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Observing the death that erupted from the zombie's head, Lin Ziluo caught the tang knife with satisfaction. The spinning slash technique proved to be exceedingly effective, he mused. The sole lament was that his mental fortitude remained insufficient, resulting in a rather prolonged cooldown for the spinning strike. It was now 12:30 p.m. Lin Ziluo had risen at 6 in the morning and exited the inn by 6:30. Thus, he had been traversing the wilderness for 6 hours. Although he had chosen secluded paths where zombies were exceedingly rare, the rewards had been remarkably gratifying. The demise of nearly 30 zombies enabled Lin Ziluo to successfully ascend to level 4. Moreover, with a 100% drop rate, he acquired close to 30 items. Today, Lin Ziluo did not possess the same fortune as the previous night. A significant portion of these items consisted of resources, a pristine men's shirt, a serving of Kung Pao chicken over rice, a meticulously precise watch. In any case, Lin Ziluo hastily stored them in his inventory. Well aware that he had gathered enough supplies to last 3 days, he adorned his wrist with the watch, recognizing the importance of time management in a post-apocalyptic game. Using his second-hand phone to check the time was far too cumbersome, not to mention that, after some time, the city's power grid would inevitably collapse due to lack of maintenance, rendering him unable to charge any devices. Among the other items, he also found a reconnaissance I&A concealment mask. Concealment mask, a bronze-level item that, when worn, can obscure one's nickname, level, and other fundamental information for 30 minutes, usable twice a day. To put it simply, it was an excellent mask, which Lin Ziluo promptly donned. He approached to collect the items dropped after defeating 2 zombies. A serving of shredded meat and ham-fried rice. He casually tucked the card into his inventory and examined the scroll glowing with a turquoise light. Equipment Enhancement Scroll, a bronze-level item capable of augmenting bronze-level equipment. The enhanced equipment will receive a boost in attributes. The first enhancement is guaranteed to succeed, while the success rate for subsequent enhancements decreases with rising levels. A smile spread across Lin Ziluo's face. At last, he had obtained something truly useful. Without hesitation, he firmly placed the Equipment Enhancement Scroll upon the Tang Dao. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to player Yazi for acquiring Tang Hung Dao 1. Tang Hung Dao 1, a bronze-grade weapon, a standard military saber from the Tang dynasty of the Dragon Kingdom. Approximately 70 centimeters in length, renowned for its armor-piercing and durability features. Following the enhancement, it has acquired even more formidable attributes. Attributes, Strength 2. Capable of penetrating 15 of the enemy's defense, and consecutive slashes will amplify its power by 10. After disengaging from combat, the blade can gradually restore its sharpness. The edge of the Tang Dao in Lin Ziluo's hand gleamed more sharply, reflecting a blinding light under the blazing sun. He also allocated the newly acquired attribute point from reaching level 4 to strength. By the second day of the apocalypse, Lin Ziluo's attributes had reached the level of a special forces soldier. Base attributes: Strength, 18, Spirit, 17, Constitution, 11, Agility, 17. Feeling the vigorous power surging within him, an untimely growl emerged from Lin Ziluo's stomach. It's about time. I should take a break and continue my efforts in the afternoon. If I reach level 5 today, I can directly challenge that tomorrow without the need to search for dungeons. He mused. Currently, Lin Ziluo's path led from the small into the Li family manor. Initially, he intended to seek out a dungeon teleportation array. After all, dungeons are the most pivotal means of acquiring experience, food, and equipment in the apocalyptic game. Zombies are limited in number, and there is only so much one can slay. Players merely need to locate the widely distributed dungeon teleportation arrays throughout the city to be transported to the waiting room of the dungeon, where they can select the dungeons they wish to participate in. Certainly, there exists a portion of unique, solitary copies. These solitary copies are akin to concealed duplicates, offering substantial rewards. However, Lin Ziluo now perceives that his strength is advancing rapidly and thus sees no need to squander time waiting any longer. After traversing for the better part of the morning, he has covered approximately 1/3 of the journey and has arrived at a secluded path. Aside from the 2 zombies Lin Ziluo recently dispatched, no living souls are in sight. Flanking the narrow roadway are low, modest dwellings. These paths have been meticulously chosen by Lin Ziluo, purposefully avoiding crowded areas. After all, on the second day of the apocalypse, very few dare to venture out alone to confront the undead. Selecting a random dwelling, Lin Ziluo deftly severed the lock with a single stroke of his blade and stepped inside. The interior was a chaotic mess, with various items strewn across the floor. It was evident that one member of the household had succumbed to zombification, prompting the others to flee in desperation. He remained vigilant, as the bloodstains on the ground and the peculiar scent wafting through the air indicated the presence of more zombies within the house. Brandishing his Tang Dao, Lin Ziluo navigated through the disordered living room and proceeded down the corridor leading to the bedroom. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the room to his right. 2 clawed hands burst through the wooden door, reaching out towards him. Alert and agile, Lin Ziluo, with an impressive agility score of 17, swiftly evaded the sharp talons. With a decisive swing of his Tang Dao, he severed the 2 claws. The zombie on the other side of the door began to frantically batter against the wooden barrier, which creaked ominously under the strain. Without any consideration for opening the door, Lin Zi pierced straight through the wooden barrier with a single thrust. The blade continued its trajectory, impaling the zombie lurking behind. Clearly, the chest was not a critical area for these creatures. As it continued its frenzied assault on the door, the severed forearms flailing wildly. With a swift kick, Lin Zi sent the already compromised door flying from its frame, crashing onto the bedroom floor. The zombie was pinned beneath the wreckage. Approaching with ease, Lin Zi decapitated the creature. All right, that's settled. He relaxed, returning to the living room. He plopped down at the dining table, retrieving a thick stack of cards. Alas, with such an abundance, deciding what to eat is a challenge, Lin Zi lamented. Such a statement would undoubtedly induce a 3-liter blood hemorrhage in those still struggling for survival outside. However, Lin Zi swiftly devised a solution, drawing cards. He randomly selected 4 cards and chose to activate them. Instantly, the dining table was laden with steaming, fragrant, and exquisite dishes. He picked up the shredded pork and sausage fried rice and began to devour it with gusto. Chapter 13. Death to those who oppose me. Satiated and refreshed, Lin Zi reclined on the sofa and powered on his second-hand mobile phone to peruse the pre-downloaded maps. Currently, I'm on Pingshan Road. Heading east this afternoon should get me to this location. I'm still a bit short on experience for level 5, but following this road and eliminating zombies should definitely suffice. After a brief respite, Lin Zi pocketed his phone and rose from the sofa. Humming an indiscernible tune, he strode towards the exit. Interestingly, as he approached the doorway, he abruptly halted, his melodious hum ceasing in an instant. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ziluo's keen auditory senses detected 3 distinct breaths outside the door, indicating the presence of 3 individuals lying in wait for him. Is he out yet? Ji Yao inquired anxiously. Not yet, but I distinctly heard footsteps just moments ago. Ji Kaiji, wielding a kitchen knife, felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Listen to me. You all must have caught the delightful aroma of the dishes earlier. That person undoubtedly possesses a card capable of conjuring delectable food. Gu Gaojia, clutching a fire axe, spoke with a grave expression. He had witnessed someone transforming ingredients into culinary delights the previous night. However, isn't it rather improper for us to resort to robbery? Ji Yao expressed her discomfort. What could possibly be improper? Once he emerges, we can strike him and coerce him into relinquishing his card. Gu Gaojia shot Ji Yao a glare. Indeed, sister. We are justified. He has damaged our door, thus we can claim he has trespassed. Ji Kaiji found Gu Gaojia's rationale compelling and sought to reassure Ji Yao. Recalling the tantalizing aroma she had just inhaled, Ji Yao instinctively touched her famished belly and nodded. There is no other choice. After all, he possesses food. It had been nearly a day since she last ate, as ever since the apocalypse began, her father had succumbed to becoming a zombie. In their panic, she and her brother had fled without taking anything. Attempts to procure food from others had proven futile, as everyone was acutely aware of the vital necessity of sustenance and offered no assistance. After much deliberation, the decision to seek sustenance was finally made. How could one return empty-handed? Ji Yao declared, "Let us take what we can from him. We shall seize it all." Gu Gaojia felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that the Ji siblings had succumbed to his persuasion. Once a first act is committed, a second will inevitably follow. At that moment, they would become the vanguard of his ambitions. I advise you not to show mercy. Strike at his legs first, and if he proves obstinate. Before he could finish his sentence, the window to his left shattered violently. A gleaming azure blade thrust through, slicing into the nape of Gu Gaojia's neck. Oblivious to the unfolding chaos, his head rolled away, blood gushing forth from the severed neck. The thick crimson spray splattered onto Ji Yao, who had been poised to echo Gu Gaojia's sentiments. Frozen in shock at the sudden brutality, she instinctively gasped, letting out a piercing scream. "We cannot allow you to attract the zombies. I was hoping to conserve some mental energy," Lin Ziluo remarked with resignation. He then extended his right hand through the broken window, channeling his mental energy to trigger a swirling strike. With a vigorous motion, the tang knife whirled through the air with a shrill whistle, slicing through the very connection between Ji Yao's upper and lower lips. From that moment on, they were irrevocably severed. Moreover, the blade continued its pursuit towards Ji Kaiji, who, upon hearing the shattering glass, had already fled in terror. Not even glancing back at his sister. Having run several meters away, he was about to turn back to ascertain the situation when, suddenly, a long blade cleaved into his left waist. Not only that, but the tang blade continued to spin, resembling a meat grinder, completely severing Ji Kaiji's entire waist. After accomplishing its grim task, the blade abruptly changed direction, hurtling back towards Lin Ziluo. Ji Kaiji's upper body continued to writhe on the ground, leaving a lengthy trail of crimson as blood oozed from his waist. Yet, after crawling a little over a meter, his head ultimately fell limply to the earth. The emergence of three lifeless forms signified the demise of the three ambushers lying in wait for Lin Ziluo. As he caught the tang blade, Lin Ziluo emerged from the kitchen. Upon hearing the sound of breathing moments earlier, he chose not to exit, but instead ventured into the kitchen on his left. The kitchen window was conveniently located to the left of the front door. Unbeknownst to Gu Gaojia and Ji Yao, who were hiding to the left of the door, their conversation had been overheard in its entirety by Lin Ziluo, including the threats uttered by Gu Gaojia. Having claimed 3 lives, Lin Ziluo maintained an upbeat demeanor. It was they who had sought him out. Their failed attempt at abduction had resulted in their own demise, which he deemed entirely justified. Lin Ziluo felt they ought to express gratitude towards him, for at least he had granted them an early death, sparing them from further tribulations in the apocalypse. Oh, yet another good deed accomplished. Perhaps the government should bestow upon me a good citizen award, Lin Ziluo mused with resignation. His journey continued unabated. The thought of personally confronting Li Haobo the night after tomorrow filled him with vigor. Li family, none of you shall escape, he vowed. In essence, Yao Jinghan merely serves as a puppet in the forefront. After all, as a woman devoid of any significant abilities, how could she possibly command the Li family? Thus, initially, Lin Ziluo's animosity was confined to a personal vendetta against Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan. However, after Lin Ziluo dispatched several of the Li family's henchmen they had sent, the conflict escalated into a broader enmity between Lin Ziluo and the Li family. To the Li family, Lin Ziluo became akin to a thorn in their side. Neglecting him would only tarnish their reputation and invite ridicule from the outside world. Consequently, the Li family no longer required the leadership of Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan. Every member of the family sought to eliminate the disgrace that Lin Ziluo represented. Yet, they underestimated Lin Ziluo, who, like a resilient cockroach, refused to be vanquished. Time and again, he rose from the brink of death, ultimately transforming into a war god. The presence of a war god harboring animosity towards the Li family was intolerable. The Li family incurred immense costs, enlisting 2 war gods and even greater resources to summon a zombie king. Ultimately, Yao Jinghan, accompanied by the zombie king, stormed into the negotiation venue. With 2 war gods and a zombie king, 3 individuals of equal standing surrounding him, Lin Ziluo faced overwhelming odds. They even deployed legendary-grade barrier artifacts, completely sealing off his escape routes, leaving Lin Ziluo with no chance to flee, culminating in his demise. However, fate granted Lin Ziluo another opportunity. Yao Jinghan, Li Haobo, the Li family, including those 2 war gods, and the zombie king, not to mention all those who supported the Li family in their relentless pursuit of me, my family, my team, and individuals along the way. Not a single one will escape. Regardless of intent, whether virtuous or villainous, all who have provoked me shall meet their demise. Chapter 14. A piece of raw meat kills the cyber princess husband. Come quickly and behold the spectacle of a superhuman. The woman exclaimed from the window. What superhuman? I am preoccupied with barricading the door to prevent the ingress of the undead, her husband replied, panting as he approached her side. Over there, she indicated, pointing towards the outside. Her husband followed her gaze and beheld a figure upon the road, a man adorned with a cerulean mask. A flash of steel preceded him, and a zombie advancing towards him was decapitated. 2 more corpses lay prone at the masked man's feet. Good heavens, a master, the woman's husband exclaimed, proceeding to attempt to discern the man's particulars. Basic information, alias, title, level. Curious, I am unable to ascertain his details. The husband remarked, perplexed. Regardless, we must beseech the superhuman for aid, the woman urged, her voice filled with excitement. Her husband promptly restrained her, stating calmly, do not entertain such notions. Shouting will reveal our location, attracting the undead and sealing our doom. Furthermore, this superhuman has concealed his information, indicating a desire to remain anonymous. Why would he willingly offer assistance? The woman, convinced by his reasoning, responded with admiration, husband, your sagacity is commendable. Nay, it is merely a simple deduction. He replied with modesty. Yet, astonishingly, such a simple truth eludes some. Hey, good brother, come to my rescue. A woman exclaimed from the window of the building across the street, calling out to Lin Ziluo. He picked up 3 cards from the ground, disregarding her call, and continued on his way. It was now nearly 5 in the afternoon. Due to the absence of secluded pathways in the vicinity, Lin Ziluo found himself on a bustling main street. Once on the street, he had to be cautious of prying eyes. After all, his gaming alias had gained widespread notoriety just the night before. Fortunately, the hidden mask he acquired proved quite effective. As he walked, he examined the items he had just picked up: dried mustard greens with pork, 666 cold medicine, and a tube of whitening toothpaste. Lin Ziluo tucked the 3 cards back into his storage space, preparing to move forward. The woman upstairs, noticing that Lin Ziluo had ignored her, felt a surge of frustration. Who was she? A veritable online princess. She had amassed over 30,000 followers, with a wealthy benefactor showering her with extravagant gifts daily. How could a masked man fail to even glance her way? Incensed by this thought, she seized a nearby flower pot and hurled it at him. Naturally, Lin Ziluo deftly avoided the pot with a few swift steps, his expression unchanged as he turned to face her. With a mask on, one's expressions are hardly discernible. The woman, realizing she had finally captured Lin Ziluo's attention, felt a rush of delight. She hastily opened her arms and cried out, I'm here, dear brother, please come out and rescue me. There are several zombies here, and I am terrified. If you save me, I will hold your hand. Lin Ziluo remained silent, retrieving a card from his storage space. A piece of raw meat, seemingly tainted, appeared in his hand. The moment the meat emerged, every zombie on the street simultaneously lifted their heads, their grayish eyes widening in unison. Raw meat soaked in zombie virus, in the aftermath of the apocalypse. This item has been affectionately dubbed the zombie-attracting artifact by players. Its allure to zombies extends an astonishing 100 meters. Once produced, zombies within that range will relentlessly pursue the direction of the meat. Indeed, the moment Lin Ziluo brandished the raw meat, it caught the gaze of numerous zombies. With a gentle toss, he sent the meat sailing through a window, landing precisely within the woman's home. Her brows furrowed immediately. I don't want food. I want you to take me to safety. Can't you understand human language? She pointed at Lin Ziluo, unleashing a torrent of curses. Completely oblivious to the zombies below that were beginning to make their way towards her location, Lin Ziluo paid her no mind. Seizing the opportunity as the zombies shifted their attention, he quickened his pace. It was ironic that, just as he was troubled by the overwhelming horde of approaching zombies, someone had opened a window to seek help. A good person will live a life of peace. The woman continued her tirade, her voice even overpowering the sound of her doorframe being battered. It wasn't until a resounding crash echoed that she finally turned to look. The door of the house had been violently breached by a horde of zombies, uprooting the frame along with it. A multitude of the undead surged inside, and a woman, paralyzed by fear, let out a series of piercing screams, her body trembling uncontrollably. A pool of yellow liquid streamed down her legs and pooled on the ground. Ultimately, she was so overwhelmed by terror that her legs gave way, and she collapsed into the very liquid she had released, creating ripples in the puddle. One could only wonder how her online admirer would react upon witnessing this disgraceful scene. The zombies, frantically waving their arms, rushed towards the fresh flesh. In a frenzied scuffle, two of them tore into the remains, ripping them apart. Each zombie, clutching a piece of the victim, ravenously stuffed it into their mouths. Meanwhile, those who failed to claim their share of the meat were not deterred. The tantalizing scent ignited their appetites, leading them to abandon their pursuit of human prey and instead turn their gnawing jaws towards the woman. A chilling scream erupted, echoing throughout the street, sending shivers down the spines of those who had taken refuge in their homes. Witnesses to the horrific scene vowed never to seek help from strangers again. This was a lesson in survival that Lin Ziluo had imparted to them. One must understand their own limitations. As the screams subsided, a skeletal figure appeared where the woman had once stood, its frame adorned with remnants of blood and flesh. The skull had been shattered, a casualty of the zombies' insatiable hunger for brain matter. Satisfied, the undead departed from the house, and Lin Ziluo left the street with ease. Indeed, this was the place. He glanced at his watch. It was now 6 o'clock in the evening, with 2 hours remaining until nightfall. He had arrived at the sports center of the Magic City, initially intending to return the following day. However, today's journey was unexpectedly smooth, arriving here over an hour ahead of schedule. Lin Ziluo had no intention of wasting time. Although the available time might not suffice, it was adequate for him to delve into his exploration for a while. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo checked his panel. Throughout the afternoon, he had yet to acquire any equipment. He suspected that the abundance of items on the first day was solely due to the heightened drop rate established for that initial day. As for the cards, he had amassed a considerable collection, nearly 30 cards during the course of the afternoon. He still held 2 cards of raw meat soaked in zombie virus in his possession. This predicament stemmed from the unfortunate reality of a guaranteed drop rate. The sheer volume of items produced rendered the valuable ones less remarkable. Chapter 15. 1 against 100. The Magic City Sports Arena could be regarded as one of the iconic landmarks of the city. Within the context of the apocalyptic game, it was established that special circumstances would arise at such notable structures. For instance, the existence of dungeons, hidden merchant robots, and wild treasure chests. According to Lin Ziluo's knowledge, within this Magic City Sports Arena, there lay a silver-grade wild treasure chest. The term wild treasure chest refers to those scattered throughout various locations, accessible to anyone. In contrast, the boss treasure chest necessitates the defeat of a boss for it to be obtained, while the latter boasts a higher intrinsic value compared to wild treasure chests. Acquiring one proves to be quite challenging. Nonetheless, even a silver treasure chest guarantees the emergence of a silver-grade piece of equipment or item, alongside several other assorted goods. Given Lin Ziluo's current situation, acquiring a piece of silver equipment would undoubtedly lead to a remarkable enhancement of his strength. With this thought in mind, he decided to seek an alternative entrance to the stadium. The main entrance was out of the question, as it was guarded by at least dozens of zombies. At that moment, the long-dormant Apocalypse game cheat system suddenly emitted a notification sound. Ding. Detected that the host is about to enter the Magic City Stadium. Ding. The environment of the Magic City Stadium meets the task requirements. Ding. The task 1 against 100 is hereby issued. 1 against 100. An exemplary host must now demonstrate their prowess. Please eliminate 100 zombies within the Magic City Stadium, with no level restrictions. Task requirements: 0-100. Task rewards: random selection of a common cheat item and 1 piece of bronze level equipment. Task duration: 24 hours. Ding. Does the host wish to accept the task? Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. 100 zombies. As the second afternoon of the Apocalypse game unfolded, most zombies had already reached level 2, showcasing a notable increase in strength compared to their first level. Moreover, the spacious environment of the stadium would amplify the risk, as any sudden movements could attract a horde of zombies. Lin Ziluo originally planned to avoid the heavily infested areas and leverage his stealth to open treasure chests. However, with this unexpected task, fortunately, the task duration was a full day, which provided ample time. However, to be on the safe side, Lin Ziluo inquired, "What are the penalties for refusing a task or failing to complete one?" "Rest assured, dear host," the system replied. "The existence of the Golden Finger system is to enhance your gaming experience and allow you to relish the journey. Therefore, there will be no penalties for declining a task or failing to complete one. Instead, you will receive a consolation gift of 100 gold coins." Lin Ziluo was utterly astonished. This truly was a remarkable enhancement to the gaming experience. Even declining a task would yield a consolation gift. With his knowledge of numerous locations that could trigger tasks, he realized that not only could he refuse tasks, but he could also effortlessly amass gold coins. With this in mind, Lin Ziluo decisively accepted the task. By completing it, he would be able to draw a regular golden finger and obtain a piece of bronze-level equipment. He had witnessed the formidable power of the Super Golden Finger, which could elevate a mere 1 drop rate to an astounding 100. Could it be that the regular Golden Finger would enable each zombie to drop 2 items instead of 1? Even in the event of failure, he would not incur a loss, as the goal was merely to unlock a silver treasure chest while earning an additional 100 gold coins. Task of 1 against 100 has been accepted. May you accomplish it splendidly, the system chimed. After accepting the task, Lin Ziluo did not rush into the gymnasium. Instead, he studied the internal structure map of the gym's entrance, formulating a strategy in his mind. Based on his recollection, the silver treasure chest should be located in the warehouse on the 3rd floor. However, time was far from sufficient today. He decided to first complete a portion of the zombie clearing task. Entering through the side door, Lin Ziluo ascended along the security passage on the 1st floor. By the time he reached the infirmary on the 2nd floor, it was nearly 8 o'clock, and night had descended. The infirmary was equipped with a bed, where he intended to spend the night before continuing his ascent the following day. He estimated he would reach the 3rd floor warehouse by midday, at which point he would unlock the treasure chest and nimbly leap down the exterior ledge to make his escape. After merely surveying the map once, Lin Ziluo meticulously planned all his routes and actions. Once his arrangements were complete, he was reluctant to squander any more time. The sharp tang knife materialized in his hand. He gently pried open the lock on the side door at the back of the gymnasium and pushed it ajar. To his astonishment, a bloodied zombie stood rigidly behind the door. Lin Ziluo, ready to assess the situation, was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence, a fortuitous encounter. What business did this zombie have lingering at the rear of the gymnasium? The two stared at each other, locked in a mutual gaze. As the zombie snapped its mouth open, preparing to emit a roar, Lin Ziluo decisively drew his blade. Before the creature could utter a sound, he thrust the tip of his tang knife into its gaping maw. The razor-sharp point pierced through the zombie's mouth and exited at the nape of its neck, silencing it before it could cry out. Next, Lin Ziluo retrieved the hammer he had not discarded earlier and struck the zombie squarely in the face. Blood splattered, rendering the creature utterly incapable of any further cries. Withdrawing his tang knife, he swiftly delivered a final blow, ensuring the demise of the zombie that had hidden behind the door. The specter of death loomed. With a sigh of relief, Lin Ziluo acknowledged the perilous situation he had narrowly escaped. Had he been discovered by that creature's roar, he would have been utterly unprepared, forced to retreat strategically. Nevertheless, the zombie proved to be a fortuitous find. He had utilized his tang knife to conduct a peculiar examination that would typically incur a fee at a hospital. Additionally, he had employed a small hammer for a facial restructuring, another service that would normally demand payment. A sense of delight washed over Lin Ziluo at the thought. The fallen zombie, unbeknownst to it, had perished while accruing an insurmountable debt. However, the lifeless corpse did yield a contribution, for beneath it lay an object radiating a cerulean glow. Lin Ziluo kicked aside the zombie's body and retrieved the item. Super Flash Bomb, a one-time use bronze-tier artifact capable of emitting a blinding white light, rendering those who behold it momentarily sightless. The duration of blindness is contingent upon the length of exposure to the light and the individual's sensitivity to it. Quite remarkable. This would serve as an invaluable tool for crowd control during the impending invasion of the Li Manor tomorrow night. Lin Ziluo was thoroughly pleased as he stowed the super flash bomb in his storage space. The back door of the gymnasium functioned as a modest storage area. To gain true entry, however, he would need to unlock the inner door of this repository. As Lin Ziluo searched the waist of the zombie, he indeed discovered a key. Chapter 16. A heavenly feat accomplished through a whirlwind slash. The third-floor storage, the second-floor office, and the badminton court. Lin Ziluo began rummaging through his belongings with the key in hand. It was an unexpected windfall. With this key, he could avoid the noisy endeavor of breaking down a door, thereby minimizing the risk of attracting more zombies. Upon reaching this realization, Lin Ziluo could not help but express gratitude towards the zombie. He had located the rear left door. He produced a key marked with the label of the rear left door. In the table tennis hall, a dozen zombies began to meander slowly. As night approached, the zombies grew increasingly active. A faint sound echoed. A wooden door creaked open. Lin Ziluo bent low, carefully entering the room. He slipped beneath the nearest table tennis table, utilizing the limited space to conceal his body. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ziluo counted the number of zombies. Upon reaching the end, he discovered there were a total of 17. This count struck a chord in Lin Ziluo's heart. These zombies, in terms of attributes, were quite similar to him. An ordinary person would expend all their strength to deal with just one. However, in his hands, 17 were not insurmountable. Furthermore, the main entrance of the table tennis hall was closed. As long as he kept the noise to a minimum, the zombies outside would likely remain unaware. Additionally, the height of the table tennis tables provided him with an advantageous position for mobility. Lin Ziluo glanced at his experience bar. He was merely 4 points shy of leveling up to 5. Each level 2 zombie granted 2 points of experience. He resolved to eliminate 2 of them first. After leveling up, he could employ evasive tactics against the remaining 15 zombies, a strategy that seemed entirely feasible. At that moment, he noticed one zombie ambling toward his direction. This one would do. Lin Ziluo swiftly deduced the zombie's trajectory and pace. He tensed his body, akin to a venomous serpent, quietly awaiting the arrival of the undead. The sound of footsteps drew nearer, and he held his breath. Upon observing the zombie's feet land precisely where he had meticulously calculated, Lin Ziluo decisively struck. He emerged from beneath the ping-pong table and, rising to his feet, wielded his Tang Dao with remarkable precision, slicing through the zombie's neck. Before the creature could respond, its head was severed, the ominous words Black Death seemingly floating above it. His movements were executed with such swiftness and fluidity that the other zombies remained oblivious to the demise of their companion. Lin Ziluo swiftly took refuge beneath another ping-pong table. The thud of the zombie's body and head hitting the ground drew the attention of the others. In an instant, all the zombies were activated. A cacophony of disordered footsteps, the sound of bodies colliding with the ping-pong tables, and the metallic clatter of the tables being knocked askew filled the air. Fortunately, the gymnasium had been constructed with anti-slip, sound-absorbing flooring, and the soundproofing of the various venues was sufficiently effective. Thus, the commotion did not attract the attention of the zombies outside the ping-pong hall. As Lin Ziluo lay beneath the table, he noticed 3 pairs of feet gathering near the corpse of the recently dispatched zombie. With determination, he swung his Tang Dao towards the ankles of the zombies. The sharp blade, combined with his strength, swiftly severed the 3 feet at the ankles. One zombie, now bereft of its lower limbs, lost its balance and toppled to the ground. Another zombie, having lost a leg, stumbled unsteadily and fell to the ground after taking a few steps on one leg. At that moment, Lin Ziluo's position was also revealed. He emerged from beneath the ping-pong table, disregarding the other zombies, and aimed for the uninjured zombie furthest to the right among the initial 3. This particular zombie, possessing a relatively robust physique, withstood a blow but did not succumb to death. Lin Ziluo chose not to linger on it. He first bent down to evade a zombie lunging from behind, then seized the limping zombie, using it as a projectile against the advancing horde. The impatient zombies were caught entirely off guard, colliding with the thrown figure. 3 or 4 zombies tumbled to the ground simultaneously. With a swift motion of his Tang knife, Lin Ziluo severed the head of the zombie that had lost a leg and was struggling to rise. Congratulations, player Yazi has successfully slain a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations, player has leveled up to level 5, earning 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi requires 100 experience points to reach the next level. Upon reaching level 5, the experience required for further advancements would significantly increase. Lin Ziluo calmly allocated the newly acquired attribute point to agility. With a leap, he ascended onto the ping-pong table. The entire horde of zombies in the hall surged toward Lin Ziluo's direction. The previously toppled zombies had already begun to rise, leaving only the limping figures still crawling. Standing atop the ping-pong table, Lin Ziluo enjoyed a broad field of vision. His mind raced as years of combat experience swiftly guided him to discern the most advantageous angle. With a flourish, Lin Ziluo unleashed a spinning slash, his tang blade transforming into a dazzling azure arc of light. The blade kissed the neck of one zombie, and with uncanny precision, Lin Ziluo predicted the trajectory of another, which unwittingly impaled itself upon the whirling edge. Two dark deaths marked their demise. The tang blade, reaching the zenith of its rotation, traced a flawless curve as it returned to its master. Lin Ziluo, anticipating its path with unerring accuracy, watched as it sliced through the nape of a zombie lunging towards him, extinguishing its existence. Effortlessly, Lin Ziluo caught the returning blade. This singular spinning slash had dispatched 3 zombies, a feat that transcended mere skill. It was the culmination of a decade spent battling the apocalypse, an ingrained combat instinct. It was the meticulous control of the blade's launch angle, the intimate knowledge of its trajectory, and the precise prediction of the zombie's advance, direction, and movements. Beneath his mask, Lin Ziluo's expression remained serene. To eliminate 5 zombies from a pack of 17 in a single minute was, to him, a trivial matter. Within the ping-pong arena, 12 fearless zombies continued their relentless charge, while one, bereft of its legs, stubbornly dragged itself toward him. As the nearest zombies threatened to seize his legs, Lin Ziluo propelled himself forward, his body low, and with a mighty leap, landed gracefully upon a nearby ping-pong table. 2 zombies, lunging towards Lin Ziluo's original position, missed their target and crashed heavily onto the solid surface of the table tennis table. They simultaneously emitted frustrated growls. Chapter 17, Sharp, Piercing, Strike. At this moment, there were no zombies near Lin Ziluo's vicinity by the table tennis table, granting him ample time to await their arrival. After a brief respite, the 2 swiftest zombies reached the front of the table. Lin Ziluo took the initiative, leveraging his advantageous height to deliver a powerful kick to the foremost zombie's face. The tremendous force sent the creature reeling backward, rolling completely over on the ground. The remaining zombie met a swift end as Lin Ziluo expertly severed its head. Suddenly, a series of knocks and impacts resonated from the opaque door of the table tennis hall. Damn, the zombie's growls had attracted the attention of others outside, Lin Ziluo lamented, though he quickly regained his composure. His plan was to eliminate these zombies and then strategically retreat. He had resolved that the now-closed door of the table tennis hall would hold for a while longer. Lin Ziluo leaped down from the table and swiftly approached the zombie he had just kicked over. Perhaps due to the overwhelming force, this particular zombie had yet to rise. With a determined swing of his blade, he ensured it would not get back up. At this moment, only 10 zombies remained capable of movement within the hall. With his current agility, Lin Ziluo was confident he could outmaneuver them and wear them down. Thus, he began to engage them in a game of hide-and-seek amidst the gaps between the table tennis tables. A horde of zombies surged forward, prompting Lin Ziluo to swiftly crouch and slip beneath a table. Emerging from the opposite side, he deftly struck one of the pursuing zombies with his blade. Surrounded by the undead, he leaped onto a ping-pong table and then onto another. With a fluidity reminiscent of a dance, he dispatched 5 zombies with remarkable efficiency. However, his stamina had dwindled significantly. To have engaged and vanquished over half of the 17 zombies in such a brief span of time was a feat that few would dare to believe. As he leaned against the edge of the table for a moment's respite, his eyes were drawn to a crimson vial at his feet. This was the prize dropped by the recently slain zombie. Lin Ziluo picked up the vial as if it were a treasured artifact, evading a lunging zombie with agile grace. He twisted off the cap and consumed the vibrant liquid within. The sweet elixir flowed through his mouth, its exquisite flavor prompting him to wish for another bottle. As the potion coursed through his body, Lin Ziluo felt a miraculous surge of newfound strength, his vitality restored significantly. Stamina Potion, a one-time bronze-level item that instantly replenishes 20 of stamina, while allowing for a recovery of 5 stamina every minute for 5 minutes. A cooldown of 30 minutes applies post-consumption. Indeed, what he had just ingested was the famed stamina potion known as the Little Red Vial. The sensation of renewed vigor was exhilarating. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply, then raised his Tang Dao and hurled it forward. The cooldown for his spinning strike had finally elapsed. Although this execution lacked the precision of his previous attempt, it still bore the mark of his formidable skill. However, with each venture out and return, he claimed yet another zombie life. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Ziluo lowered his head to search for the items dropped by the slain zombies. 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards, an inauspicious start. The 3 items he picked up were all resource cards. The remaining 3 zombies were now perilously close. After grasping the last item, which shimmered with a greenish hue, he decisively slipped beneath the ping-pong table. As he examined the object he had just retrieved, he discovered it to be a dusty yellow bracelet. This bracelet was adorned with intricate magical patterns, exuding an air of opulence. Spiked bracelet, a bronze tier equipment, imbued with magic. Attributes: 1 spirit. Attached skill, spike assault, capable of summoning a vertical array of spikes from the ground, delivering a powerful strike to a designated area. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. Goodness, a skill-attached piece of equipment. It seems fortune favors me. Such ornamental gear is significantly rarer than ordinary items like shoes, trousers, or garments. On the second day of the apocalypse, he had managed to gather a complete set of 3 ornamental items: a ring, a necklace, and a bracelet. Most importantly, it was a piece with an attached skill priceless. Lin Ziluo hurriedly donned the bracelet. This item could automatically adjust to the size of one's wrist, offering convenience and ease. Examining its attributes, Lin Ziluo spent considerable time with the bracelet. The ping-pong table he was sheltered under had become entirely encircled by zombies. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo remained calm. First severing a zombie's legs with his Tang Dao. Then, he skillfully slipped through the gap left by the fallen creature. 2 remaining zombies advanced towards Lin Ziluo. He curled his lip and swiftly dodged their attack with a bend of his body. Subsequently, he delivered 2 decisive strikes, eliminating the incapacitated zombie that lay on the ground, its legs severed. At that moment, the door of the ping-pong hall crashed open with a resounding thud, and a horde of zombies began to surge into the venue with wild abandon. Logically, this scenario would necessitate a strategic retreat for Lin Ziluo. However, he chose instead to charge headlong into the approaching tide of the undead. Thus, he found himself ensnared between 2 pursuing zombies behind him and an innumerable swarm advancing from the front. In the face of this perilous predicament, a faint smile graced his lips. He halted, standing his ground, quietly awaiting the encroachment of the zombies. They drew ever closer, close enough for him to detect their repugnant foul odor, close enough that nearly 10 zombies simultaneously brandished their sharp claws toward him. Now was the moment. A glimmer of determination flickered in Lin Ziluo's eyes. He forcefully propelled himself off the surface of a nearby ping-pong table, momentarily soaring into the air. With a graceful backflip, he landed behind the 2 zombies that had been pursuing him. In that instant, all the zombies aligned in a straight line before him. Skill, spike charge. A warm, earthy glow enveloped the bracelet on Lin Ziluo's wrist. Then, a shocking scene unfolded as the ground ahead began to tremble. Suddenly, a massive spike, formed of compacted earth, erupted from the ground, piercing through the foremost zombie with lethal precision. Death. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Is this the end? Not at all. The tremors of the ground persist, as if heralding a more formidable power. Chapter 18. The Onslaught of Kill Notifications. The emerging spikes from the earth did not deter the fearless zombies. They continued their relentless advance. Thus, a greater surprise awaited. Amidst the seismic vibrations, spikes erupted from the ground ahead. These colossal spikes pierced through the advancing zombies with unimaginable speed, impaling them from foot to head. Blood splattered, and chunks of flesh filled the air. As all the zombies had been lured into a straight line by Lin Ziluo, the timing and precision of the spike assault were entirely under his control. This resulted in a scenario where every zombie along the line was utterly doomed. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a level 3 zombie, earning 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. In an instant, over 20 notifications flooded the screen. Lin Ziluo's experience bar surged at a visibly rapid pace. Ahead, for items radiating a verdant glow had been dropped. Items with attached skills possess a particularly unique effect. The first use of the attached skill yields maximum power and efficacy. This is due to the fact that when the skill was first revealed, it was infused with energy by the system. After utilizing this skill once, the player's own mental strength is required for recharging. Only then does its power return to its normal level. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo never anticipated that the initial use of this ground spike assault would wield such immense force. The destructive capability of this skill is likely something only a level 20 mage could achieve. Regardless, he had undoubtedly reaped substantial rewards from this encounter. Seizing the opportunity while the spikes remained extended, Lin Ziluo disregarded the blood and remnants scattered on the ground and began to rummage through the debris. He hastily stuffed the Azure equipment and items into his storage space without pausing to examine them. He even ignored the cards on the ground, not out of arrogance, but because there were zombies rushing into the ping-pong hall behind him. The numerous ground spikes slowly retracted, while the zombies continued their relentless advance. Lin Ziluo collected every piece of Azure equipment and items visible to the naked eye. With urgency, he observed the approaching horde of zombies and decisively retreated towards the back door he had entered. He quickly reached the entrance and shut the door with a forceful slam. The relentless zombies did not relent, crashing against the back door with fervor. Under the assault of a dozen zombies, the door soon succumbed to the pressure and collapsed. The zombies surged forward through the fallen entrance. However, they were met with confusion, for the previously arrogant man, the one who had slain dozens of their companions, had mysteriously vanished. The zombies refused to give up. They lingered in place, attempting to uncover any trace of the elusive man. Yet, curiously, he had vanished entirely. After a prolonged search of 10 minutes, the zombies finally relented. Some retreated into the ping-pong hall, while others began to wander aimlessly. With a sigh of relief, Lin Ziluo finally relaxed. At that moment, he found himself on a small protruding platform above the rear entrance of the gymnasium, just spacious enough for him to stand sideways. Below him roamed a considerable number of zombies. Lin Ziluo did not hasten to descend. Instead, he began to examine the 5 bronze-level items he had recently acquired. 2 familiar items, the Eye of Reconnaissance. 2 identical short-range launchers. Short-range launcher, a one-time use bronze item capable of launching a single object, which can be loaded into the launcher to a designated location not exceeding a 30-meter radius. Splendid. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply. With this device, he could soon re-enter the gymnasium. This apparatus allowed for the manipulation of objects' trajectories, enabling him to place items in corners, provided he was well acquainted with the terrain. Lin Ziluo then retrieved the 5th item, a pair of azure glowing shoes, designed in an ancient style, adorned with intricate patterns resembling wings. Could this be another piece of equipment endowed with special abilities? He quickly scrutinized its attributes. Boots of Gale, a bronze-level equipment that summons the wind. Attributes: 1 to Constitution, 1 to Agility, and a reduction in footstep sound. Additional skill: Swift Movement. Increases movement speed by 20 for a duration of 10 seconds. Cooling time: 1 hour. Upon discovering that the Windrunner boots were indeed skill-enhancing equipment, Lin Ziluo was elated. However, after reviewing the skill details, his expression swiftly returned to serenity. The effects were rather mediocre. With a sense of honesty, Lin Ziluo removed his pair of athletic shoes and, balancing precariously like a golden rooster standing on one leg, finally donned the Azure Windrunner boots. After the system adjusted the size, they fit perfectly and comfortably. Lin Ziluo could distinctly feel his body becoming lighter. Once adorned with the boots, he glanced at his base attributes: Strength, 18 Spirit, 18 Constitution, 12 Agility. 18. Even an ordinary individual reaching level 10 would be unlikely to possess such attributes unless they had successfully changed classes. Yet, Lin Ziluo was certain he had already achieved that milestone. Setting a modest goal, he aimed for his post-class change attributes to be double those of an average individual of the same level. With this small ambition in mind, Lin Ziluo felt invigorated. He glanced down at the zombies still wandering below, retrieved the short-range launcher he had just acquired, and took out a card from his storage space. Raw meat soaked in zombie virus. This was the perfect combination. By utilizing the short-range launcher to propel the raw meat to a designated location, he could attract a multitude of zombies. In the ensuing chaos, he would seize the opportunity to infiltrate the gymnasium. With the plan meticulously crafted, Lin Ziluo began to skillfully operate the short-range launcher. Having meticulously calibrated the short-range emitter, he activated the card in his hand. Raw meat materialized in Lin Ziluo's grasp. immediately inciting a frenzy among the nearby zombies, who caught the scent of their most desired sustenance. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo loaded the raw meat into the short-range emitter and initiated the launch sequence. With a muffled thud, the meat was propelled forth, drifting through the air as if guided by an unseen hand. It arced gracefully, entering through the back door and continuing its trajectory into the ping-pong hall. Navigating a labyrinth of obstacles before settling in a corner, precisely 30 meters from the point of origin. During the meat's airborne journey, the surrounding zombies were completely enthralled. They leaped with unrestrained fervor beneath its path, consumed by ravenous desire, oblivious to the presence of their brethren. Chapter 19. Fortune favors the bold at that precise moment. Lin Ziluo found himself devoid of any surrounding zombies. Their attention was entirely diverted. Now is the opportune time, he mused, as he gracefully descended to the ground. The exceptional composition of the boots of swiftness minimized the sound of his landing to a mere whisper, imperceptible to the preoccupied zombies. Lin Ziluo advanced through the back entrance. Observing the dense throng of zombies vying for the raw meat in the designated corner, their guttural roars resonating through the air. This particular corner was diametrically opposed to the main entrance of the ping-pong hall. Lin Ziluo promptly activated the swiftness skill inherent in the boots of swiftness. Instantly, an extraordinary force coursed through his being, imparting a sensation of weightlessness. The 10 seconds of accelerated movement were invaluable. With purposeful strides, Lin Ziluo commenced a vigorous sprint. In a fleeting second, he breached the rear entrance, and within 2 seconds, he had penetrated the confines of the table tennis hall. A mere 5 seconds later, he emerged from the hall's portals. The spatial arrangement of the gymnasium's edifice was indelibly etched in Lin Ziluo's memory, facilitating a seamless and uninterrupted passage. Before the ravenous horde of the undead, engrossed in their frenzied acquisition of raw flesh, could even register his presence, Lin Ziluo had vanished without a trace. Presently, Lin Ziluo found himself at the gymnasium's fire escape. In a modern edifice replete with elevators and escalators for convenient vertical transit, the fire escape was, predictably, a locale seldom frequented. As anticipated, upon opening the door to the fire escape, he discovered an utter absence of the undead. He secured the door behind him and paused to catch his breath, the preceding burst of speed having exacted a toll on his stamina. Fortunately, his velocity had been sufficient to evade detection by any of the shambling corpses. Glancing at his timepiece, Lin Ziluo noted that the hour had advanced to 7 in the evening, with but a single hour remaining until the complete advent of nightfall. The attributes of the undead would undergo a substantial augmentation. Under such circumstances, the ease he currently enjoyed would be forfeit. Thus, it behooved him to expeditiously locate a sanctuary and await the dawn of the morrow before resuming his endeavors. As for the prospect of reposing within the fire escape itself, while it was presently devoid of the undead, the nocturnal surge in their activity rendered it susceptible to intrusion. After all, the doors to the fire escape were typically left ajar, yielding to the slightest pressure. Following a recuperative interval of nearly 20 minutes, ensuring that he possessed sufficient operational capacity, Lin Ziluo resumed his course. He slowed his pace and began ascending the stairs, effortlessly reaching the second floor. The staircase leading to the third floor was tantalizingly close. Yet Lin Ziluo chose not to ascend. The exit to the third floor of this safety passage was positioned at the far right, while the warehouse he intended to reach lay at the far left. To access the silver treasure chest, he would need to traverse the corridor from one end to the other, a task that was neither feasible in terms of time nor stamina. Therefore, Lin Ziluo decisively pushed open the door to the second floor's safety passage. The second floor was eerily silent, populated only by a handful of zombies. It seemed that the previous commotion had drawn a significant number of them to the first floor. These zombies were oblivious to Lin Ziluo's stealthy entrance through the safety passage. The layout of the second floor was quite straightforward, featuring larger venues such as badminton and basketball courts. Lin Ziluo had previously set his sights on the medical room on this floor. It was conveniently close to the safety passage, and the medical room contained a bed, ample space, and the potential for scavenging medical supplies. He cautiously made his way toward the medical room, clutching the key he had retrieved earlier. With so few zombies on the second floor, and Lin Ziluo possessing an intimate understanding of their field of vision, he moved with the swiftness of the windstorm boots, which effectively muffled his footsteps. Thus, one could observe an intriguing scene, a figure traversing the corridor, while the zombies remained utterly unaware of his presence. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Ziluo skillfully maneuvered within the blind spots of the zombie surveillance. Furthermore, he executed an even more audacious maneuver. He silently approached the back of a zombie, poised to strike at the precise moment the creature turned its head. With decisive swiftness, he wielded his Tang Dao, delivering a sudden, unannounced blow that severed the zombie's head from its body. In an instant, Lin Ziluo sheathed the Tang Dao into his storage space. Then, with remarkable reflexes, he extended his left hand to grasp the decapitated head as it began to plummet to the ground, while his right hand steadied the headless corpse that was about to topple. He gently laid both the head and the body down on the ground, all without a sound. The other zombies continued their aimless wandering, oblivious to the fact that one of their companions had collapsed lifelessly at their feet. Finally, Lin Ziluo bent down to retrieve the card dropped by the slain zombie, departing with a flourish. Raw flesh infected by the zombie virus. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. He had acquired yet another zombie trap. At this juncture, Lin Ziluo arrived at the entrance of the infirmary. The door was firmly shut. He approached and tugged at the doorknob, confirming it was securely locked. Although he had prepared a key in advance, it struck him as peculiar. The apocalypse had begun at 7 o'clock. Under normal circumstances, the infirmary should not have been locked at that hour, unless it had been secured after the onset of the apocalypse. Lin Ziluo quickly assessed the situation, furrowing his brow in hope that those inside would be compliant. With a click, the lock of the infirmary door disengaged. The interior was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. A faint smile crept across Lin Ziluo's lips as he stepped inside the infirmary, feigning ignorance of his surroundings. He then promptly locked the infirmary door. Lin Ziluo was met with complete darkness. When abruptly plunged into darkness, the eyes require a period of adjustment. At that moment, a small knife emerged from the gloom, accompanied by a deep, resonant voice. Who are you? And how did you obtain the key to the infirmary? Chapter 20. I am truly a good person. Lin Ziluo remained silent, as he detested being threatened with a knife. Consequently, he extended his right hand and seized the hand wielding the knife from the darkness. With a forceful twist, he rotated the hand a full 180 degrees. As the figure in the darkness, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, began to open his mouth to scream, Lin Ziluo swiftly retrieved a rag from his inventory and, with his left hand, stuffed it into the man's mouth. In that instant, the knife was about to fall to the ground. If the knife were to hit the ground, the distinct sound would undoubtedly alert the zombies outside the infirmary. Therefore, Lin Ziluo acted swiftly. He first tapped the blade of the knife with his foot, redirecting its vertical fall into a horizontal trajectory. Subsequently, he placed his right foot on the ground, precisely catching the knife as it moved horizontally. With the crisis averted, Lin Ziluo released the individual whose wrist he had broken. Then, with a lift of his right foot, he flicked the knife upwards and effortlessly caught it. Remember this, Lin Ziluo said calmly. Your vigilance is commendable, but you have provoked someone beyond your capabilities. The knife danced gracefully between his fingers, like a fluttering butterfly. Within the darkened infirmary, heavy breathing could be heard from several locations. Another individual, gagged with tattered rags, could only emit muffled howls. Lin Ziluo turned around and retrieved a modified piece of thick cloth from his storage space. This cloth was equipped with numerous suction cups, one of the practical doomsday gadgets that Lin Ziluo had crafted in his spare time. Lin Ziluo affixed the cloth to the door of the infirmary, completely obscuring the upper portion of the glass window. After surveying the surroundings to ensure no other areas would expose light, he commanded, "Lights on." Initially, there was no response. After a moment, a female voice cautioned, "Turning on the lights will attract zombies. Didn't you see that I've covered the door?" Lin Ziluo retorted, "Lights on." But the woman began to protest. Before she could continue, the lights were switched on, and Lin Ziluo took in the infirmary's interior. The woman who had voiced her concerns was seated on the floor, clad in a nurse's uniform. The person who had turned on the lights was a female doctor in a white coat. Lin Ziluo cast a pensive glance at her. Two men were seated on an examination bed. They appeared to be of honest character, their clothing bearing the word maintenance, identifying them as repairmen. The nurse and the two repairmen watched Lin Ziluo with fearful eyes, as his arrival had been marked by a terrifying display of dominance. Only the female doctor seemed to maintain her composure. "Oh right, I almost forgot," Lin Ziluo added, noting a young man writhing in pain on the floor, the same one who had attempted to threaten him with a dagger. The young man still held the tattered cloth in his mouth, casting a venomous glare at Lin Ziluo. This malevolent gaze resembled that of a viper. poised to strike whenever an opportunity arose. Accompanying this look was a hint of murderous intent, a sentiment that could not escape the keen perception of Lin Ziluo. He bent down, scrutinizing the young man on the ground. Over the decade of the apocalypse, he had encountered such eyes far too often. Even the most inconspicuous individuals could emerge to deliver a lethal blow at a pivotal moment. Lin Ziluo had witnessed countless individuals suffer fatal consequences due to their compassion and leniency. Why must you feign such arrogance? Allow me to impart this lesson. In the apocalypse, never cast a resentful glance at others, for Lin Ziluo raised the small knife in his hand and plunged it straight into the young man's neck. That would be fatal. The young man's body ceased to tremble, his pupils dilating in a haze. He could not have fathomed that after narrowly escaping the threat of zombies, he would meet his demise at the hands of Lin Ziluo. Yet, with the young man's death, another hidden dagger he had been concealing came into view before everyone. It turned out he had intended to ambush Lin Ziluo with that very blade. The entire infirmary seemed to freeze in time. None of the four could have anticipated that the man donning the green mask would be the one to slay the young man. The young nurse on the ground trembled in fear as she gazed at the lifeless body. Instinctively, she opened her mouth, about to scream. Lin Ziluo turned his gaze towards her, his eyes beneath the mask betraying no emotion. However, every single hair on the nurse's body stood on end in an instantaneous piloerection. This was the instinctive reaction of a human being confronted with something terrifying. The nurse understood that if she were to cry out, the masked man would immediately kill her. However, the overwhelming dread made it impossible for her to control herself. Therefore, the nurse tore off a piece of gauze and proactively stuffed it into her mouth to ensure that she would not make a sound. The two maintenance workers beside her were also trembling with fear, their honest faces covered in terror, but they similarly dared not cry out. Only the female doctor, who was still standing by the light switch, remained calmly in place, uttering not a word, although her eyes betrayed her horror. Lin Ziluo stood up, and the murderous aura that had permeated the entire infirmary instantly dissipated. Everyone shuddered in unison. They then realized that in those brief seconds, they had been frightened into a cold sweat. Please, do not misunderstand. I am a benevolent individual, Lin Ziluo said, spreading his hands to indicate his innocence. A benevolent individual? Everyone else present must be an unparalleled paragon of virtue. Then, they thought to themselves, as you all witnessed, he provoked me first, and I was compelled to retaliate. I am a very reasonable person. As long as everyone is amicable and mutually respectful, there will be no issues. Lin Ziluo stated innocently. The infirmary remained silent. No one believed Lin Ziluo's words. This was indeed rather awkward. Finally, the female doctor coughed, breaking the silence. Ahem, that person deserved what he got. We all saw it. The female doctor spoke with unwavering composure, while the others nodded in agreement. That's good, Lin Ziluo remarked. With that, he advanced a couple of steps, intending to find a place to rest. This movement startled the two maintenance workers seated on the examination bed, who immediately rose to their feet. The nurse, who was sitting on the floor, also retreated hastily. Disregarding their reactions, Lin Ziluo located a comfortable office chair and settled into it, closing his eyes to rest. The day had been spent in constant travel and combat, leaving him truly exhausted, including the evening's battle at the table tennis hall. Despite achieving the extraordinary feat of fighting 17 opponents single-handedly, he remained unsatisfied. Had he been in peak condition, he was certain he could have performed even better. Silence descended upon the medical room once more. With his eyes still closed, Lin Ziluo suddenly instructed, "Clean up the corpse and the blood." No one dared to disobey the leader's command. The female doctor and the nurse began attending to the bloodstains, while the two maintenance workers transported the body elsewhere, wrapping it in a sheet. Once they had completed their tasks, Lin Ziluo opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon the female doctor, examining her basic information. Chapter 21. Old Acquaintance, Basic Information. Nickname, Zhang Yesnao. Title, None Level. Level 0 indeed. He had recognized her face from somewhere, someone he had encountered later in the post-apocalyptic world. Zhang Yesnao, possessor of the hidden class, divine physician. Lin Ziluo's vivid recollection of her was largely due to her desire to treat the scars on her face. When she approached Zhang Yeshui with eager anticipation, she was callously informed that the scars, being linked to her soul, were beyond repair. However, in subsequent encounters, Lin Ziluo sought Zhang Yeshui's assistance after sustaining several severe injuries. Yet, it was only during the later stages of the apocalypse that she came to know Zhang Yeshui. At that time, everyone had endured the ravages of the apocalypse. Zhong Yeshua's appearance and demeanor were markedly different from what they are now, which is why Lin Ziluo could not immediately recognize her at first glance. Fate is indeed quite remarkable. On the very next day following the apocalypse, one could still encounter an acquaintance. However, Lin Ziluo harbored no particular thoughts about Zhong Yeshue. Even the hidden profession of divine doctor that Zhong Yeshue offered to Lin Ziluo held no allure for her. In Lin Ziluo's perspective, true power was essential for possessing any voice or influence. While being a divine doctor certainly commanded respect and was devoid of immediate peril, at its core, one remained merely a tool. Without strength, one could easily find themselves at the mercy of others. There was no comparison to the freedom of one's own phantom, which was far more exhilarating. As for the remaining 3 individuals, Lin Ziluo conducted a cursory examination. They were all exceedingly ordinary people, each at level 0, having never slain even a single zombie. Lin Ziluo glanced at her watch. It was already 8:30. Outside, the zombies had long since been empowered by the night, becoming exceedingly terrifying. The sounds of their heightened activity were audible within the infirmary. Thus, the much-anticipated feast segment was upon them. Lin Ziluo retrieved a thick stack of cards from her storage space, casually drawing 4 at random. A delightful array of dishes complemented by both wine and meat. Lin Ziluo approached an office desk and activated a card. In an instant, an exquisite feast appeared before him. The dishes were not only visually appealing, but also tantalizingly aromatic, evoking a sense of hunger. The 3 individuals huddled in the corner widened their eyes in astonishment. They had merely observed Lin Ziluo's movements, assuming he was engaged in some mundane task. Little did they expect that a few card manipulations would conjure an entire table of delectable cuisine. The aroma wafting from the dishes was utterly irresistible. The little nurse's stomach let out a conspicuous growl. But Lin Ziluo seemed oblivious as he removed his mask and began to indulge in a generous serving of Kung Pao chicken over rice. The nurse struggled to swallow, her gaze darting between Lin Ziluo and the enticing food. It was uncertain whether her longing was for Lin Ziluo's striking visage or the sumptuous meal. Meanwhile, the 2 maintenance workers fixated on the food, their audible gulps echoing even louder than the nurse's. Even the usually composed Zhong Yeshue could not resist the allure of such culinary delights. After all, it had been over 24 hours since the onset of the apocalyptic game the previous night. Although they had sustained themselves with glucose and similar supplies from the medical room, the sight of such scrumptious dishes was simply too much to withstand. Yet, none dared to make a move, not even to speak. For the gruesome image of Lin Ziluo dealing with that young man lingered in their minds. Who could predict if this formidable figure might turn his displeasure upon them? At last, after Lin Ziluo had consumed half of the dishes on the table with remarkable speed, Zhong Yeshue could no longer contain herself. She approached slowly and spoke in the gentlest tone she could muster, inquiring about the origin of the food and whether they might have the opportunity to partake in it. Lin Ziluo mused inwardly, the bait has been taken. Indeed, his intention in presenting the delectable dishes was to capture the attention of the 4 individuals. However, he maintained a facade of calm on his face. After savoring a sip of the nearby abalone soup, he finally lifted his gaze to Zhong Yeshue. Do you wish to indulge? Lin Ziluo inquired. Zhong Yeshue nodded affirmatively, and the 3 companions behind her mirrored her enthusiasm with eager nods. It's quite simple. Assist me with a task, Lin Ziluo stated coolly. Zhong Yeshue promptly asked, what is it that you require? Quite straightforward. Lin Ziluo replied as he retrieved 2 pieces of paper from his storage space. These documents list certain medicinal items I need. You and that young nurse shall procure them for me and package them accordingly. One of the papers detailed a collection of small objects that he required. You 4 will labor to create these items tonight. I shall depart at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I will reward you with food based on the quantity you produce before my departure, Lin Ziluo elucidated. This was, indeed, his true objective. He entrusted the medicinal procurement to 2 specialists, ensuring greater confidence in the outcome. The small objects, akin to the thick cloth Lin Ziluo had affixed to his door with suction cups, were all of significant utility for survival in the impending apocalypse. These items were also within Lin Ziluo's capabilities to create. Rather than squandering precious moments, Lin Ziluo could more profitably devote that time to dispatching a multitude of zombies. It would be more judicious to expend a modicum of sustenance to enlist the assistance of these individuals in fabrication. The 2 technicians, at this juncture, advanced to scrutinize the documents. What is your assessment? Are these items feasible to construct? Lin Ziluo inquired. Affirmative. Our toolkits are readily available, rendering the task quite straightforward. One of the technicians affirmed with a nod, gesturing towards a corner. Lin Ziluo's gaze followed, alighting upon the toolkits, and he nodded with satisfaction. Subsequently, he produced a collection of cards, which, upon activation, yielded materials such as an iron piece of peculiar configuration and a slender tinsel cord, among others. These he entrusted to the technicians for their endeavors. In that case, commence your labors forthwith, and if necessary, persevere through the night. I shall retire for the evening. But do remember to seek me out at the hour of 6 tomorrow for your sustenance. Having delegated his assignments, Lin Ziluo, with a feigned yawn, ambled into the infusion room. Chapter 22. The chasm between one feasting on 3 courses and 4 sharing a single dish. The infusion room was situated behind the medical ward, furnished with several cots for intravenous therapy. Lin Ziluo sought out a secluded infusion chamber and entered. After emplacing a scouting eye at the entrance to the cubicle, he reclined upon the cot with a sense of security. Lin Ziluo summoned his personal interface, perusing it meticulously. He noted that he was merely 20-odd experience points shy of ascending to level 6, a feat achievable with the dispatch of a dozen or so zombies on the morrow. Subsequently, he inventoried the contents of his storage space, ensuring no item was overlooked. Finally, he activated the interface of his golden finger system. Singularly dauntless, an exceptional host must demonstrate their prowess by dispatching 100 zombies of any level within the confines of the Shanghai Gymnasium. Objective: 45-100 recompense, acquisition of a randomly selected, commonplace golden finger ability, and a bronze-tier piece of equipment. Duration: 24 hours evidently. The mission necessitates the elimination of 55 more zombies. With 6 hours available tomorrow morning, there is ample opportunity to meet the quota. With this realization, Lin Ziluo closed his eyes and, fully equipped, drifted into slumber. At the stroke of 6, the preset alarm on his wristwatch sounded. Lin Ziluo promptly opened his eyes, shook his head, and achieved complete lucidity within a mere second. Alas, his vigilance has waned. Previously, it required less than a second. Lin Ziluo lamented. The reconnaissance eye on the floor remained functional. Lin Ziluo promptly exited the private room, discovering the infusion room to be entirely deserted. Evidently, the 4 hired hands were exceedingly conscientious. Lin Ziluo stepped out of the infusion room and, as anticipated, found the 2 repairmen and Zhong Yeshua still diligently crafting the items at hand. Only the petite nurse was slumbering against the wall, though the dark circles under her eyes attested to her tireless efforts throughout the night. Upon hearing Lin Ziluo's footsteps, the trio sluggishly raised their heads to acknowledge him. Excellent. A job well done. Lin Ziluo was genuinely astonished. These 2 repairmen possessed considerable skill. Some of the items they produced were virtually indistinguishable from his own paper descriptions. On the floor rested a crate containing the pharmaceuticals Lin Ziluo required. Lin Ziluo made a cursory assessment. With these props, coupled with the medicinal supplies and his own Tang Dao along with various odds and ends, his storage space was brimming. All right, that's enough. There's no need to continue, Lin Ziluo remarked. The 3 paused their efforts, and Lin Ziluo meticulously stored these items in his storage space. Then, under the eager gazes of his companions, he produced a card. Even in its dormant state, the mere sight of the card made the trio swallow in anticipation. Lin Ziluo, generous in spirit, contemplated briefly before revealing 4 cards. The sustenance provided by these resource cards far exceeded that of ordinary food. For those who did not require combat, 1 card was sufficient to sustain their activities for an entire day. Distributing 1 card to each, he deemed the arrangement fair and reasonable. Approaching them, Lin Ziluo handed over the cards, simultaneously rousing the slumbering nurse. The 2 maintenance workers expressed their gratitude earnestly, while Zhong Yeshua also chimed in with a thank you. No need for thanks. We each have our own needs. Lin Ziluo waved his hand dismissively. This exemplified the irrationality that came with possessing resources. For Lin Ziluo, 4 cards were merely the result of slaying 4 zombies. The organization of these medicinal supplies and the crafting of tools would demand no less than 16 hours of his time. With those 16 hours, he could have accomplished something far more worthwhile. Naturally, the 4 individuals would not come away empty-handed. For Lin Ziluo, acquiring 4 cards was as effortless as a flick of the wrist. However, for them, obtaining such rewards without vanquishing hundreds of zombies or participating in quests was no simple task. Esteemed one, how do we utilize this card? Zhong Yeshua suddenly inquired. Lin Ziluo, bemused yet amused, proceeded to explain the activation method to them. The apocalyptic game truly lacks even a novice tutorial. Lin Ziluo recalled that in his previous life, it took him several days just to learn how to open his storage space. Alone, he produced 3 cards and began to indulge in a delightful and sumptuous breakfast. After a brief discussion, Zhong Yeshue and her 3 companions took out 2 cards and also enjoyed the hard-earned meal. Tears of excitement nearly welled in their eyes as they savored food for the first time in nearly 3 days. Satiated, the 4 of them felt the need to catch up on sleep, while Lin Ziluo prepared to set off. He was, in a sense, granting Zhong Yeshue a favor. He informed them that they should be ready to leave promptly at noon, as he anticipated having cleared a significant number of zombies by then. However, he kept the reasoning to himself, leaving it entirely up to them whether to heed his advice or trust him. He switched off the lights in the infirmary and folded the thick cloth away. Peering through the glass above, he assessed the situation outside. The number of zombies had increased slightly since the previous night. Lin Ziluo counted the visible zombies. There were a dozen or so. Eliminating them seemed straightforward, but he had to ensure that the noise was kept to a minimum. Attracting the hundreds of zombies on the first floor would complicate matters significantly. After surveying the terrain, he noted that the hallway leading to the public restroom appeared quite suitable. The corridor stretched approximately 10 meters in length and about 2 meters in width. Standing in the center, Lin Ziluo realized he had a considerable opportunity to contain all of the zombies within that space. Most importantly, this eliminates the need for unnecessary movement, resulting in significantly more subtle actions. Once his plan was formulated, Lin Ziluo hesitated no longer. He gently opened the door to the infirmary and stepped outside. After closing the door behind him, he resumed his stealthy maneuvers. He bent his torso at an optimal angle to evade the line of sight of the towering zombies. Remarkably, this crouched position did not impede his pace or speed. He adeptly assessed the positioning of each zombie to identify the most advantageous routes, utilizing various obstacles to obscure the remaining zombies' fields of vision. Yet, Lin Ziluo was not easily satisfied. Following the same strategy as the previous night, he approached the nearest zombie and swiftly dispatched it with a single stroke. He then lowered the zombie's body gently to the ground, making not a sound. A fishing rod. He mused. It might not be entirely useless. The line attached to the rod could serve other purposes. Lin Ziluo stowed the card away and continued on his way. One cannot help but think that had anyone witnessed Lin Ziluo's fluid and seamless actions, they would undoubtedly regard him as a celestial being. He could assert, without exaggeration, that he is the undisputed world champion in stealth and assassination at this moment. After all, prior to his rebirth, he had contested with individuals hailed as the world's foremost assassins. Even then, amidst the trials of a post-apocalyptic existence, none had surpassed him, let alone now. Chapter 23, A Serendipitous Encounter in the Ladies' Room. A double blessing. Thus, having once again dispatched a zombie with ease, Lin Ziluo arrived at the passageway he had initially set his sights upon. However, he refrained from hasty action, cognizant that the corridor might not be the sole avenue for approaching zombies. The adjacent restrooms, designated for men and women, also presented potential havens for the undead. Engaging in combat under such circumstances, with the possibility of additional zombies emerging from within, would introduce a significant and unwelcome complication. Therefore, Lin Ziluo cautiously proceeded along the corridor, positioning himself near the wash basin adjacent to the restrooms. He initially paused to listen intently at the entrance of the men's restroom. Detecting a sluggish footfall within, Lin Ziluo, wielding his tang blade, entered the men's lavatory. As anticipated, he discovered a solitary zombie pacing aimlessly. Presumably, this particular zombie had undergone its transformation while in the midst of using the facilities, as evidenced by its trousers remaining disheveled around its knees. Upon noticing Lin Ziluo's entrance, the zombie exhibited immediate agitation, lunging towards him with outstretched limbs. However, in its haste, it neglected the encumbrance of its partially lowered trousers, resulting in a comical and abrupt faceplant onto the floor. Lin Ziluo was visibly exasperated by this turn of events, eschewing a conventional altercation. The zombie had instead opted for an ungainly maneuver. The resulting thud from its fall was considerable. Disregarding the zombie's futile attempts to regain its footing, Lin Ziluo peered cautiously into the corridor, relieved to find that the noise had not attracted further attention. Reassured, he swiftly dispatched the hapless zombie with a single stroke. After retrieving the card, Lin Ziluo meticulously examined the men's restroom. Apart from a severed arm lying on the floor and an eyeball submerged in the sink, no other items of interest were present. It was evident that the survival rate within the gymnasium was exceedingly low. However, it is understandable that most individuals who frequent the gym possess a commendable level of physical fitness. Once transformed into zombies, their attributes are significantly enhanced, posing an apocalyptic disaster for ordinary players. After inspecting the men's restroom, Lin Ziluo turned and entered the women's restroom. Upon entering, he quickly surveyed the space. The layout was quite similar to other women's restrooms he had visited post-apocalypse. Ahem, let there be no misunderstanding. The women's restrooms I have frequented were all after the cataclysm. After all, restrooms serve as excellent hiding spots. Lin Ziluo remained vigilant, meticulously checking each stall one by one. As he approached the penultimate stall, he discovered that the door was, surprisingly, locked. Upon pushing the door, two distinct growls emanated from within. Two growls, each with a different tone. Could it be? Lin Ziluo crouched down and, as expected, spotted 4 feet, 2 in the front and 2 in the back. The latter pair unmistakably belonged to a man. Good heavens. You two have truly outdone yourselves, like a cow opening the gate for a calf, remarkable indeed. Were these two engaging in a daring escapade in the women's restroom of the gym? When it comes to playfulness, city dwellers certainly know how to indulge. The two zombies, disturbed from their activity, began banging against the stall door. To mitigate the noise from their ruckus, Lin Ziluo decisively drew his Tang sword, severed the lock, and swung open the door. An astonishing sight unfolded before him. Two zombies, their skin tinged with gray, were tightly entwined in each other's embrace. Before her stood a female zombie, while behind her lurked a male counterpart. Were it not for their ashen, hollow eyes and bloodied mouths, Lin Ziluo might have perceived this scene as strikingly beautiful. Moreover, upon noticing Lin Ziluo, the two zombies simultaneously advanced. The female zombie stepped forward with her left leg, and the male zombie mirrored her action. Their movements were in perfect synchrony, as if they shared an unspoken connection, matching steps, direction, and gestures. Subsequently, both zombies lunged forward with their right claws, aiming for Lin Ziluo. With a swift motion, she retaliated with a blade, dispatching the ill-fated duo. Congratulations, player Yazzie has successfully slain a level 2 zombie, earning 4 experience points and 5 gold coins. The heads of the two zombies fell simultaneously, yet their bodies remained upright, balanced on 4 legs, standing steadfastly in place. Even in the absence of their heads, they remained joined at the torso. A sense of shock enveloped Lin Ziluo. She didn't bother to collect the bronze item that had dropped. Nor did she ponder why only a single notification had sounded, indicating the acquisition of an item. In a flurry, Lin Ziluo retrieved her battered second-hand camera and began snapping photographs of the headless corpses, capturing several close-ups. This spectacle was truly unparalleled. In a decade of apocalyptic survival, Lin Ziluo had never encountered such an eccentric pair of zombies. Yet, a sudden realization struck her. The city of demons, the stadium, the two zombies, the male zombie's height, the female stature. The resemblance to the infamous zombie couple was uncanny. This couple were formidable beings, second only to the Zombie King. And their bond was strikingly profound, showcasing an extraordinary level of synchronicity. Two zombies, when united, could contend with a war god or the king of the undead in a fierce battle. This couple of zombies was first discovered in the sports arena of the magical city. According to the records, their height matched precisely with the descriptions, leaving Lin Ziluo to conclude that they were indeed the fabled zombie couple. Who would have thought that in this life, their fate would be so tragic? Meeting their end merely 3 days into the apocalypse, Lin Ziluo snapped nearly 100 photographs, feeling immensely satisfied before finally stowing his phone away. He then bent down to retrieve a fallen item from the ground, a stone radiating a greenish glow. Fusion Stone, Bronze Level. A one-time use bronze level item capable of merging 2 identical bronze level pieces of equipment to forge a new creation, potentially elevating the equipment's rank to silver. Lin Ziluo was elated. This was a remarkable find. No wonder the two zombies dropped only one item, they had merged into one. He carefully placed the fusion stone into his storage space, realizing he had yet to gather 2 similar types of equipment. He could only hope to discover an impressive weapon soon and combine it with his Tang Dao. Lin Ziluo refrained from disturbing the 2 headless corpses, entwined and unyielding, and instead opened the door to the last stall in the women's restroom. Upon entering, he was rendered speechless. A cerulean treasure chest lay quietly beside the squat toilet. This chest was adorned with intricate, complex, and arcane patterns, and beneath it swirled a glowing emblem reminiscent of a hexagram. Astonishingly, Today was indeed his lucky day. He had stumbled upon a wild bronze treasure chest. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim. He then squatted down and placed his hand upon the treasure chest. Detected that player Yazi has discovered a bronze treasure chest. Reward. Reputation increased by 10 points. Does player Yazi wish to open the bronze treasure chest? Opening the bronze treasure chest requires 30 seconds. Chapter 24. The Fruit of Vitality. Opening a wild treasure chest requires a certain amount of time. During this period, the opener's hand must remain on the wild treasure chest. If the hand is removed, the countdown must restart. Therefore, it is essential to ensure that one is undisturbed while opening the chest. At present, Lin Ziluo was the sole occupant of the ladies' restroom, so he felt no concern and firmly placed his hand atop the chest to commence the opening. Player Yazi is currently opening the bronze treasure chest. Please be patient. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26. The 30 seconds swiftly elapsed. Lin Ziluo steadied his mind, eager to discover what treasures awaited him. Player Yazi has successfully opened the bronze treasure chest. While opening the bronze treasure chest, player Yazi received a boon from the chest, successfully expanding his storage space by 0.2 cubic meters. Upon opening the bronze treasure chest, player Yazi's experience was enhanced, gaining 10 experience points. After rummaging through the bronze treasure chest, player Yazi successfully retrieved 134 gold coins. The notification concludes here. Each time a treasure chest is opened, one can earn a small increment of storage space, some experience, and a random quantity of gold coins. What remained was the tangible reward. The bronze treasure chest slowly creaked open, revealing a greenish fruit resembling an apple, positioned at its center. Beyond this singular item, there was nothing else. However, Lin Ziluo felt no disappointment, for he had already recognized the fruit's significance. He fervently hoped that this fruit would bestow upon him either strength or agility. With a silent prayer, he resolutely reached out to grasp the fruit. Constitution Fruit, Bronze Level. A one-time use bronze level item, revered as the divine fruit. Attributes. Upon consumption, it permanently increases the Constitution attribute by 2. The Constitution Fruit, rather commendable. Although Constitution was not his primary preference, the prospect of a permanent increase of 2 points brought a smile to Lin Ziluo's face. Attribute fruits were indeed rare treasures, among the few items capable of providing a lasting enhancement. Moreover, for bronze-level attribute fruits, an increase of 2 points represented the pinnacle of potential. The minimum increase could even be non-existent, necessitating the consumption of 2 fruits to achieve any enhancement. Lin Ziluo rinsed the attribute fruit under the tap. In truth, washing was unnecessary, as the treasure chest's offerings were quite pristine. Nonetheless, given the origin of the fruit from the women's restroom, Lin Ziluo opted to cleanse it. He then took a hearty bite of the fruit. A sweet flavor instantly enveloped his palate, accompanied by a generous burst of juice. The treasures from the chest were undoubtedly of exceptional quality. In just 2 bites, Lin Ziluo had consumed half of the Constitution Fruit. Player Yazi has consumed the Constitution Fruit, and the Constitution attribute has permanently increased by 1 point. In fact, attribute fruits possess another application. If 2 individuals were to form a team, they would collectively obtain a fruit that could enhance their attributes by 2 points, which would naturally be divided equally, granting each an increase of 1 point. However, should the fruit only bestow a single point, one would regrettably have to consume the entire fruit without leaving a trace, for otherwise, that solitary point of enhancement would remain unattainable. Fortunately, the fruit lacked a pit. Otherwise, Lin Ziluo, showing no hesitation, took 2 bites and finished off the remaining fruit completely. Player Yazi has consumed the physique fruit. Physique attribute permanently increased by 1 point. Lin Ziluo summoned his attribute panel. Basic attributes: strength, 18, spirit, 18, physique, 14, agility, 18. Excellent. Now he found himself devoid of any shortcomings. Lin Ziluo glanced around the ladies' restroom. Isn't it peculiar? This modest ladies' restroom evoked an unexpectedly warm sense of familiarity. Lin Ziluo smirked. It was certainly not because he had acquired the fusion stone and opened a bronze treasure chest within this restroom. What lay ahead was an impending battle. He needed to maintain a low profile, for below and on this floor alone, there were over 100 zombies. If he were to create too much commotion, it would attract them. Lin Ziluo did not possess the arrogance to confront hundreds of zombies simultaneously. He splashed water on his face at the sink. He had already lingered too long in the restroom. He could not afford to delay any further. To save time, it was time to take the initiative. The freshly cleaned Tang Dao glimmered with a hint of cold light. Lin Ziluo stood at the entrance of the corridor, wielding the Tang Dao. He extracted a substantial, heavy carpet from the storage compartment and, upon activation, laid it upon the ground. Subsequently, he emitted a gentle whistle towards the direction of the hall. Instantly, the zombies within the hall turned their gaze towards him. However, this commotion failed to attract the undead lurking downstairs and within the annex. Lin Ziluo beckoned to the zombies and then retreated into the corridor. Upon sighting a living person, the zombies, unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away, surged towards the corridor. Just as the first zombie approached the entrance, a gleaming flash of a blade struck forth. The zombie's head tumbled to the ground. Yet the impact was muted due to the carpet's cushioning. Soon, the subsequent zombies rushed in as well. Lin Ziluo kicked aside the corpse of the previous zombie, clearing a space upon the carpet. He then delivered another swift strike to the approaching zombies, and yet another head rolled onto the carpet. Unbeknownst to him, the number of zombies in the second-floor hall diminished significantly, from a dozen to merely 7 or 8. Congratulations, player Yazai, for successfully slaying a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations, player has leveled up to level 6, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yazai requires 200 experience points for the next level up. Adding to strength, Lin Ziluo allocated his attribute points, raising his strength to 19. Chapter 25, Equipment for Various Body Parts, Lion's Bracers. Attributes successfully enhanced. With the remaining zombies dwindling to a pitiful few, there was no reason for hesitation. Lin Ziluo boldly emerged from the corridor and charged towards the last few zombies. The remaining zombies are all huddled together, denying him the opportunity to engage in solitary combat. Yet, what does it matter? Lin Ziluo boldly charged into the throng of zombies. His figure weaved through the mass with agility, and with each strike of his blade, he dispatched a zombie with unerring precision. After all, it was the 3rd day of the apocalypse. It was only by nightfall that a portion of the zombies would reach level 3. In contrast, Lin Ziluo had already attained level 6, a formidable double that of the zombies. Adorning him was a set of equipment that could be deemed extraordinarily luxurious for the early days of the apocalypse. His swordsmanship, positioning, and awareness were all the fruits of a decade of relentless training. To vanquish this horde of zombies with mere ease would be a disservice to Lin Ziluo's rebirth. His ethereal form danced among the zombies, each swing of his tang knife sending forth sprays of crimson. These creatures, which appeared terrifying to outsiders, were merely delightful bundles of experience in Lin Ziluo's eyes. As he executed the final swing of his tang knife, Lin Ziluo came to a halt. Within the corridor, the last standing zombie collapsed onto the bodies of its fallen companions, making little noise. Thus, all the zombies in the central hall of the 2nd floor succumbed to Lin Ziluo's blade. The front half of the corridor, including its entrance, was now choked with the corpses of the undead, leaving no room to maneuver. Lin Ziluo checked the 1 against hundreds quest and discovered that the number of zombies he had slain had reached 62. Only 38 remained, and with their demise, he would witness the true nature of an ordinary golden finger. Lin Ziluo sheathed his tang knife and began to scour the battlefield, rummaging beneath each zombie's lifeless form. In the end, he acquired 2 items radiating a luminous azure glow, while the remaining possessions consisted solely of resource-representing cards. One of the bronze-tier artifacts was a super flash bomb, of which Lin Ziluo already possessed one. Although it holds little utility against zombies, it proves exceptionally effective for human use, making it one of the items Lin Ziluo sought. The second item was a long-anticipated bronze-level piece of equipment. To elucidate the classification of equipment segments within the apocalyptic game, the headgear encompasses helmets or masks, with only one being effective at a time. The neck is adorned with jewelry. The upper body features armor and cloaks. The lower body is clad in trousers. The arms are equipped with bracers, gloves, bracelets, and rings, and the feet are shod in shoes. As for weapons and handheld armaments, a plethora of styles exists. Each equipment type allows for only a single effective instance, rendering it ineffective even if multiple items are donned simultaneously. Of course, there exist some unconventional pieces that do not occupy equipment slots, such as headscarves, glasses, and tattoos. However, these items are exceedingly rare, do not enhance attributes, and possess a myriad of peculiar abilities, thus are not categorized among standard equipment. On this occasion, Lin Ziluo obtained a bracer, entirely cloaked in black, adorned with a vividly lifelike lion emblem. Lion Bracer, a bronze-tier equipment, imbued with the power of the lion. It bears the effect of intimidation. Attributes: 1 strength, 1 constitution, with a 10 probability of inflicting a 1-second intimidation effect upon attack. Intimidation effect: diminished physical coordination. If engaged in skill casting, it will directly interrupt the skill. This equipment perfectly aligns with Lin Ziluo's aspirations. Not only does it enhance attributes, but it also possesses unique effects. The intimidation effect, which he had previously experienced, can disrupt an enemy's skills or combat rhythm at critical moments. Although the 10 chance is laden with uncertainty, once triggered, Lin Ziluo's prowess ensures that he can decisively eliminate his opponent within that fleeting second. With the addition of the lion's bracers, his strength attribute has successfully surged to 20 points. Feeling the surge of power within him, Lin Ziluo swiftly acclimated to his new attributes, thanks to his innate abilities. On the second floor of the gymnasium, there are various individual venues, such as badminton courts. Currently, the doors to these venues are all closed, each harboring a considerable number of zombies. Lin Ziluo has no intention of wasting time searching for the undead within. He strides through the hall and approaches the safe passage he had entered on the second floor last night. Gently opening the door to the safe passage, he peers inside, finding it devoid of any zombies. Stepping into the safe passage, he makes his way directly to the entrance of the 3rd floor. He does not rush to push open the door, but instead takes a moment to adjust his state, sipping a small mouthful of the freshly acquired bubble tea to quench his thirst. The overall layout of the 3rd floor is already vividly etched in Lin Ziluo's mind. He is acutely aware that a fierce battle awaits him. Unlike the 1st and 2nd floors, which are filled with sports venues, the 3rd floor houses the central office for sports projects in Magic City. Thus, upon entering, he encounters a long corridor flanked by various offices and conference rooms. Once the battle commenced, one must charge through the secure passageway of the corridor and reach the warehouse at its end without pause. There would be scarcely any opportunity to rest. Retreating was only possible back into the safety of the passage. However, such a move would inevitably draw the attention of the zombies on the 1st floor. At that moment, with hundreds of undead converging from below, Lin Ziluo would find himself in a perilous predicament. With this thought in mind, he drew his tang knife and pushed open the door to the 3rd floor passage. If warfare was imminent, then let it be a decisive clash. Chapter 26. The Grateful Cat of the Zombie. The door to the 3rd floor passage had, for the first time since the apocalypse began, been opened. This floor, long since transformed into a hellish domain, now unfolded before Lin Ziluo's eyes. As he swung the door open, an overwhelming stench of blood assailed his senses. The corridor was devoid of any living creature, including zombies. Countless corpses littered the passageway, some human, others undead. Their demise was particularly gruesome, with skulls smashed open as if they were ripe watermelons. A gruesome mixture of blood and brain matter pooled around, splattering the walls. Furthermore, as this was an office area, the entire floor was carpeted with thick, heavy rugs. Now, these once soft carpets were marred by dismembered limbs, severed arms, and various human remains. The walls of the corridor were nearly coated with congealed blood, revealing only a few sparse patches where the original white paint could be discerned. Amidst the scattered fragments of flesh, remnants of brain matter, teeth, and eyeballs could still be discerned. A mere glance at the hellish scene before him would cause even the faint-hearted to crumble and flee in terror. However, Lin Ziluo felt nothing. He had witnessed horrors 1,000 times more terrifying than this. Nonetheless, he heightened his vigilance. This was not as he had anticipated. Although he had gathered from prior intelligence that a silver treasure chest lay in wait, he remained unaware of the events that had transpired here. Ordinary zombies would not conjure such a terrifying sight. Typically, they would merely bite a human a couple of times, awaiting the transformation of their victim into one of their own. Only in moments of extreme frenzy would they resort to consuming humans, feasting on their brains. The gruesome dismemberment of both human and zombie corpses, coupled with a taste for brain matter, indicated 2 possibilities. The first was the emergence of a zombie boss, which would possess far greater strength than ordinary zombies of the same level. Moreover, these bosses are particularly inclined to view humans as sustenance. And even in the absence of humans, they might indulge in their own kind to satisfy their hunger. The second possibility involved the zombification of animals. The likelihood of animals becoming zombies is relatively low. Otherwise, humanity would have long been overrun by countless undead beasts. Generally, the more powerful the animal, the more susceptible it is to zombification. Weaker creatures, such as mosquitoes, flies, or caterpillars, would likely see one successful zombification among millions or even billions. The zombified animals exhibit a peculiar fondness for humanity, particularly relishing the consumption of human brains. However, they do not spare their fellow undead. With a wealth of experience, Lin Ziluo swiftly deduced the source of the hellish scene before him, the zombie cat. Through the claw marks on the wall, the wounds on the corpses, and the severed limbs, Lin Ziluo was able to ascertain that all these horrors were wrought by the zombie cat. It was the very creature he loathed the most. Taking a step forward, Lin Ziluo entered the safety corridor. The boots of the gale beneath him made contact with the carpet, which did not yield a soft sensation, but rather felt akin to treading through muck. The carpet had long been saturated with blood and remnants of flesh. Lin Ziluo did not rush ahead. The zombie cat possessed keen auditory and perceptual abilities, and it was certain to have sensed his presence. The question remained whether the zombie cat intended to ambush him or engage him directly in a brutal confrontation. To Lin Ziluo's anticipation, the apocalypse had only just begun, and the not-so-intelligent, yet exceedingly arrogant, zombie cat chose to confront him head-on. A piercing feline wail echoed through the air as a zombie cat, roughly the size of a cheetah, emerged from the warehouse at the end of the corridor. The creature had grown several times larger, a testament to its enhanced power. Although the outline of a cat was still discernible, its body had undergone significant alterations. The zombie cat's eyes glowed a sinister crimson, its feline gaze rendered even more unsettling beneath the blood-red hue. The originally fluffy paw of the cat revealed 3 glistening claws. Even a gentle stroke across the blanket would pierce through it, leaving scratches on the ground beneath. Lin Ziluo, with an impassive expression, proceeded to examine the attributes of the zombie cat. When inspecting the attributes of undead beings, should their level exceed his own by 5, only the name would be displayed, obscuring the specific details. Fortunately, the zombie cat's level did not surpass his by much, allowing Lin Ziluo to access its complete attributes. Claw zombie cat, bronze level boss, level 9 base attributes, strength 21 spirit, 10 constitution, 9 agility, 20 talent, claw. Upon inflicting damage to an enemy, the wound remains in a torn state, with healing speed reduced by 40 and bleeding rate increased by 40. Skill, Shadow Pounce, instantly enhances speed by 30, lunging at the enemy to deal 120 of strength attribute damage. During this time, the body enters a shadow state, reducing incoming damage by 50. Cat's Gaze, capable of drawing enemies into a terrifying illusion crafted by the cat's eye, inducing a state of fear that decreases all of the opponent's attributes by 20. The effects persist, continually impacting the enemy's combat state. Impressive. The prefix of a zombie animal signifies its status as a boss-level entity. Moreover, the claw talent is exceptionally formidable. The reduction in healing speed coupled with an increase in bleeding rate implies that any inflicted damage would render that area nearly impossible to heal during the current battle. Likewise, the zombie cat's level and attributes are remarkably powerful, surpassing Lin Ziluo in both strength and agility. The zombie creature truly embodies the essence of a boss template. Such a boss is inherently endowed with a high level. However, despite the elevated rank, attributes, and formidable abilities of this undead feline, Lin Ziluo remained unfazed throughout the encounter. He possessed an unwavering confidence in his capacity to vanquish the zombie cat. This confidence stemmed from a profound belief in his own combat prowess. Is there merely a slight disadvantage in attributes? Then let us employ overwhelming battle experience to obliterate you. Detected player Yazai has encountered the bronze-level boss claw zombie cat, triggering the mission to slay the zombie cat. The zombie cat's betrayal, mission description, a stray cat with a unique talent has long been a familiar presence on the 3rd floor of the gymnasium, where it was frequently visited by cat enthusiasts who brought delectable cat food. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, this cat, infected by the zombie virus, unleashed a wave of carnage. Its claws sliced through the very humans who had once aided it, leaving them to perish in agony. Mission requirements. Eliminate the zombie cat mission rewards. 100 reputation points, 200 gold coins, 100 experience points. And a bronze-level item mission time limit. 8 hours mission penalty, level reduction by 1. Permanent decrease of all attributes by 1. Abandoning the mission is equivalent to mission failure. Ding. The Golden Finger system has detected that the host has activated the mission the zombie cat's betrayal and is currently optimizing mission-related issues. Chapter 27. The insane zombie cat, the ungratefulness of the zombie cat. Task requirements. Eliminate the zombie cat task rewards. 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points. 1 bronze level item. Task rewards have been optimized. Task duration. 24 hours. Task time has been optimized. Task penalty. None. There will be no penalties for abandoning the task or failing the task. Ding. Task modification complete. Goodness. 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 Even in the face of an impending battle, Lin Ziluo could not help but glance at the task panel 2 or 3 times. Is this truly the apocalyptic game I am familiar with? Is this the same task system that has led me astray countless times? Before my rebirth, who was unaware that the tasks in apocalyptic games were notoriously treacherous. The difficulty of tasks was exceedingly high, penalties were severe, and refusing a task would invariably incur consequences. For ordinary individuals with a mere 1-drop rate, the task rewards, while appearing enticing at first glance, were hardly worth considering against the formidable opponent, a level 9 bronze boss. In the early days of the apocalypse, it was challenging to complete such a task without a team of dozens. Should one undertake the task, the rewards would be divided among the group, leaving little for each individual. Yet, this seemingly dreadful task, under the miraculous intervention of the system, had transformed into a bountiful opportunity devoid of any penalties. I accept the task, Lin Ziluo declared resolutely. He had already set his sights on the silver treasure chest, and now this newly emerged task was merely the icing on the cake. With no penalties involved, there was no loss in taking it on. The player, with a sharp gaze, successfully accepted the task of the zombie cat's grateful betrayal. Please complete the task within 24 hours, the apocalyptic game system stated coldly, oblivious to the fact that the original time frame of 8 hours had been extended to 24. The capabilities of the Golden Finger system are indeed formidable. Lin Ziluo swiftly redirected his attention to the zombie cat. Since its emergence, the creature had remained stationary, fixating its blood-red eyes on Lin Ziluo, occasionally revealing a hint of mockery. In its perception, Lin Ziluo was merely a plaything to alleviate its boredom. With a sense of disdain, the zombie cat extended a paw, licked it, and then plopped down, closing its eyes in a languid manner. Each of its actions was a provocation directed at Lin Ziluo. However, Lin Ziluo remained unfazed by such taunts. Upon entering a combat state, he maintained an absolute calmness. Emotions such as anger and fear would only expose vulnerabilities in his fighting prowess. Thus, he stood still, seemingly oblivious to the zombie cat, creating an eerie balance between the two. In a further display of audacity, he produced his second-hand mobile phone and began perusing a previously downloaded novel with keen interest. The zombie cat, with its eyes closed, listened intently to Lin Ziluo's movements. After a prolonged silence, it opened one eye to gaze at Lin Ziluo, only to find him engrossed in his phone, a smile gracing his lips. The zombie cat was enraged. Here I am, attempting to provoke you, and yet you sit there, contentedly playing with your phone? This is a blatant disregard for my presence. Rage surged within the heart of the zombie cat, oblivious to the fact that it was, in truth, its own desire to provoke Lin Ziluo that had led to this anger. It found itself ensnared in a tempest of fury. Rising to its feet, the zombie cat commenced a slow and stealthy advance towards Lin Ziluo, its movements silent as a whisper. With each step, the distance between them diminished, while Lin Ziluo remained engrossed in his phone, entirely unaware of the impending threat. Foolish human, the zombie cat scoffed internally. I can no longer indulge your ignorance. Losing interest in the games of old, it resolved to conclude matters swiftly. At that moment, the zombie cat was a mere 10 meters away from Lin Ziluo. Enraged, it activated its skill, Shadow Pounce. With a sudden burst of speed, the zombie cat leapt forward, its form blurring as it lunged towards Lin Ziluo. Closer, closer. The shadow of the zombie cat approached with alarming rapidity. Perish, human, it hissed, its claws poised to strike at Lin Ziluo's throat. Just then, Lin Ziluo, still fixated on his phone, made his move. In an instant, the device was replaced by a Tang Dao, and as the exchange occurred, he thrust it forward. Should the airborne zombie cat continue its trajectory, it would undoubtedly impale itself upon the blade's tip. A flicker of regret flashed in the zombie cat's eyes as it realized it had been outwitted by this cunning human. Yet, lamentation was not an option at this juncture. It was mere moments away from a deadly collision with the sharp edge. Displaying remarkable agility, the zombie cat swiftly adjusted its posture midair, redirecting its claws towards the Tang Dao's blade. He intended to use his claws to block the thrust of the Tang Dao. Lin Ziluo's reaction was equally impressive. It was as if he possessed the gift of foresight. As the zombie cat adjusted its stance, he deftly redirected the trajectory of his blade once again. This exemplified the art of reading movements coupled with anticipation. He had already foreseen the next maneuver of the zombie cat. In that fleeting moment, the zombie cat found itself bereft of any opportunity to reposition its body. Despite the flurry of reactions from both parties, the reality was that barely 2 seconds had elapsed. In the next heartbeat, the zombie cat collided with the Tang Dao. Accompanied by a pained howl, the zombie cat leaped back with remarkable speed, retreating to its original position prior to the assault. It glared at Lin Ziluo with a look of deep resentment. At that moment, blood was oozing profusely from its right forepaw. A closer inspection revealed that the 3 sharp claws that had once adorned its paw were now completely dulled. The claws represented the zombie cat's primary form of combat prowess. To its astonishment, in the very first exchange with Lin Ziluo, it had lost an entire set of claws from its right forepaw. The zombie cat glared at Lin Ziluo in fury. This was the first injury it had sustained since its transformation into a zombie, an affront that was utterly unforgivable. Lin Ziluo regarded it with a smile, casually gesturing toward the 3 fallen claws on the ground. His expression seemed to taunt. "Is this all you've got? You've lost your claws, come at me." The zombie cat could hardly tolerate such humiliation. It bared its teeth at Lin Ziluo and charged once more. Lin Ziluo shook his head. His seasoned gaze discerned that the zombie cat had completely lost its composure. Its forward charge was riddled with numerous vulnerabilities. With the Tang Dao poised before his chest, Lin Ziluo stood resolute, determined to impart a more painful lesson to the undead feline this time. Chapter 28. Do you dare to compare your killing intent with mine? The zombie cat charged once more, this time with a speed surpassing its previous attempts. Lin Ziluo's gaze was fixed intently on every movement of the creature, meticulously analyzing its actions. The zombie cat had grown shrewder, aware that its pounces could be effortlessly anticipated by Lin Ziluo. Thus, it opted for a direct close combat approach. As the cat's claws lunged towards him, Lin Ziluo swung the Tang Dao with precision. The sharp clash echoed as he successfully deflected the assault. The zombie cat struck again with another paw, yet Lin Ziluo deftly turned the blade to block once more. The cat unleashed its full power with each swipe, the swishing wind accompanying its strikes aimed at Lin Ziluo's vital points. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast, his feet firmly planted as he employed only the twists of his body and the blade in his hand to form an impenetrable barrier, thwarting all of the cat's attacks. Aside from a single hair being swept away by the gust of its claws, Lin Ziluo emerged unscathed. In stark contrast, the zombie cat was relentless in its onslaught. With a naturally frail constitution, it gradually succumbed to fatigue, its movements slowing. Additionally, the loss of claws on its right paw forced it to rely more heavily on its left for offense. The ceaseless collision between the cat's claws and the Tang Dao did inflict some damage upon the blade, creating several nicks. However, the wear on the zombie cat's claws was far more pronounced. Undeterred, the zombie cat continued to launch attacks against Lin Ziluo. Suddenly, it emitted a strange cry. A glimmer of violet light flickered in the depths of the blood-red eyes. This was the gaze of the feline. This ability could be wielded against anyone before it, even if that individual did not meet the eyes of the zombie cat. Lin Ziluo felt a sudden lethargy envelop his body, and his vision dimmed to a shade of gray. He had been ensnared in an illusion. In the boundless darkness, a grotesque and terrifying visage of a colossal cat materialized before Lin Ziluo. The monstrous feline face was adorned with bizarre patterns, from which blood, brain matter, and viscera flowed profusely from its enormous eyes. Simultaneously, the cat's visage drew closer, exerting an oppressive force upon Lin Ziluo. Is this all? Lin Ziluo regarded it with disdain. Suddenly, a surge of murderous intent erupted. An overwhelming aura of bloodlust burst forth from Lin Ziluo, saturating the entire void in a crimson hue. Countless souls emerged in a frenzied rush, filling the vast emptiness. They howled, screamed, and wept. Their grotesque visages were indelibly etched in memory. After 10 years of apocalyptic turmoil, having slaughtered 100,000 zombies in a mere zombie-tide instance, do you truly believe you can instill fear in me? You are not worthy. As Lin Ziluo's words echoed, the crimson miasma and the multitude of souls surged toward the cat's face. The terrifying visage that was meant to intimidate instead displayed a countenance of fear. Meow. The cat's face let out a piercing shriek and turned to flee. In an instant, The illusion shattered like a fragile bubble. Lin Ziluo regained his senses, while the zombie cat emitted a mournful cry, retreating several steps in distress. It gazed fearfully at Lin Ziluo, the terror of impending doom that had recently assailed it shattering its courage entirely. It could not fathom why this individual before it could emanate such a terrifying aura of death. Lin Ziluo's very existence had indelibly etched itself into its psyche, becoming its eternal nightmare. At that moment, it harbored but a singular thought: to flee. The zombie cat, grappling with the mental backlash from the shattering of its illusions, propelled itself forward with all four legs towards the distant end of the corridor. Yet, the backlash was too severe, rendering its movements awkward and uncoordinated. Lin Ziluo had patiently awaited this very moment. With a swift motion, he unleashed a spinning strike. The Tang Dao in his grasp was hurled forth. The blade, spinning with ferocious speed, pursued the zombie cat like a relentless meat grinder. The agile feline's ears caught the sound of the rushing wind behind it, and its eyes filled with despair. Why was it that it could so easily toy with humans and slaughter zombies at will, only to meet its demise here? The Tang Dao sliced through the air, severing the zombie cat's head, which was the size of a leopard's. As its body, now bereft of its head, propelled forward for several meters due to inertia, it finally collapsed. Blood splattered against the walls, staining the last remnants of white a deep crimson. Death. Lin Ziluo reached out to catch the returning Tang Dao. Congratulations to the player Yazi for successfully vanquishing the level 9 bronze boss, Claw the Zombie Cat, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazi for completing the quest Zombie Cat's Betrayal. Congratulations to player Yazi for receiving the quest rewards: 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a bronze level item. Congratulations to player Yazi for leveling up to level 7, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi requires an additional 400 experience points to reach the next level. Congratulations to player Yazi for becoming the first individual in the apocalyptic game to slay a bronze level boss, earning the unique global achievement, Bronze Grief. An announcement for the entire server is imminent. In an instant, the messages flooded the screen. While Lin Ziluo single-handedly defeated the bronze level boss, the rewards were astonishing. The abundant experience propelled Lin Ziluo to a new level, filling half the experience needed to progress from level 7 to level 8. Moreover, achieving the first kill of a bronze level boss granted an invaluable announcement to the entire server. At that moment, Lin Ziluo vividly witnessed the scene of the server-wide announcement. Through the glass of the adjacent office, he observed the once bright sky dimming at that very instant, not only in the City of Magic, but at that precise moment. The skies across every corner of Blue Star darkened. The sudden gloom captured the attention of players worldwide. Regardless of their location, activities, or identities, everyone heard that familiar voice. A resounding yet somber announcement reverberated across the globe for the second time. The world proclaimed, "Congratulations to the player Yazi for becoming the first individual to single-handedly vanquish a bronze-level boss in the Apocalypse game, astonishing the world with formidable prowess and earning the globally unique achievement, the Bronze Morning, along with an array of substantial rewards." Other players are encouraged to learn from this remarkable feat at this moment. The once dwindling vitality of Blue Star, diminished by the arrival of the Apocalypse, surged back to life. The name Yazi was once again on everyone's lips. Chapter 29. The Horn of the Zombie Cat Yazi. Once more, Yazi. Who is this individual? Why is he the focus of every world announcement? A man, concealed within his home, lamented. Goodness, I haven't even slain a single zombie yet, and Yazi has already defeated a boss solo. This is absurd. A young man in a mall warehouse echoed the sentiment. Who isn't? Damn it, we're all players, yet the disparity is staggering. A companion of the young man chimed in. Wow, brother Yazi is so handsome. When will he come riding on a rainbow to marry me, the princess? A common girl, huddled in her modest 50-square-meter abode, continued to harbor such fantasies. A mere attention seeker. I scoff at this announcement. A burly man spoke with a tone filled with bitterness. I cannot remain idle. If he can slay a boss alone, then I must strive to do the same. A young man grasped the kitchen knife, bravely stepping outside, only to be bitten on the face by a zombie lurking just beyond the door. A bronze-level boss? Curse it, how is this fellow so formidable? I have been tirelessly vanquishing zombies as well. I must seek out the bronze-tier boss. A man exclaimed, shattering the head of the zombie before him in a fit of rage. Such a name, steeped in the mythos of the Dragon Kingdom, must surely belong to one of our own. Should such a powerhouse choose to ally with us, our strength would be significantly augmented. In a certain manner, a prominent figure calmly analyzed the situation with his subordinates. Woof, 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 woof. The little dog barked once more. Hee, I'm still alive. Yazi. This name re-emerged in the public consciousness for the second time, each occurrence accompanied by profoundly shocking news. While the first instance of slaying a zombie might be dismissed as mere fortune, the first defeat of a bronze-tier boss served as a resounding slap to the faces of those who doubted him. At a time when 99.99 of the populace had yet to witness a bronze-tier boss, Yazi had the audacity to single-handedly slay one. What a staggering revelation. Alas, the commotion this time has been rather overwhelming. It seems I must take care to conceal my handsome visage in the future. On the third floor of the Magic City Sports Arena, Lin Ziluo touched his face and sighed helplessly. Afterward, he produced a card labeled, a chair. Upon activation, a chair materialized before him. Lin Ziluo plopped down onto it, inhaling deeply as he began to catch his breath. Throughout the entire battle with the zombie cat, he remained in a state of heightened mental tension. Each collision with the zombie cat, possessing greater strength, demanded Lin Ziluo to exert every ounce of his energy. Predicting the next move of the zombie cat consumed a significant amount of mental effort. With remarkable perseverance, Lin Ziluo withstood the immense physical strain of combat. Moreover, by the conclusion of the fight, he managed to avoid even a single touch from the zombie cat. This accomplishment can truly be regarded as a flawless solo defeat of a bronze-level boss. Congratulations to the player for achieving the global announcement of the Bronze Wall. Congratulations to the player for receiving the following rewards: 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage capacity. The global announcement rewards arrived belatedly. Lin Ziluo, unconcerned with rest, began to assess his gains. His reputation had surged to 2,000 points, indicating that his authority within the apocalyptic game had reached an exceptionally high level. Similarly, his gold coins had accumulated to an impressive total of 5,000, a sum that would require others to slay over 1,000 second-tier zombies to achieve. With the addition of 3 free attribute points, along with 1 point obtained from reaching level 7, Lin Ziluo allocated these to 2 points in strength and 2 points in agility. His attributes experienced a significant enhancement. The storage capacity also expanded to 2 for cubic meters, which is currently 24 times larger than that of others. Furthermore, he received a bronze-level item from the quest rewards and the achievement of the Bronze Wall. Bronze Wall, a unique title, awarded exclusively to the first individual to defeat a bronze-level boss in the apocalyptic game. Attribute: all attributes increased by 2 for bosses or ordinary entities below the bronze level. It can weaken the basic attributes by 5. This achievement is truly exquisite. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ziluo decided to replace First Blood with the Bronze Sorrow. Of course, the effects of this achievement would not take effect until an hour later. Lin Ziluo had more than just these 2 achievements. He also possessed accomplishments like Zombie Butcher for slaying 100 zombies. However, these achievements were commonly held by players, and their title attributes were not particularly remarkable, rendering them unworthy of his interest. After donning the Bronze Sorrow, his attributes received an enhancement. Basic attributes: Strength, 23, Spirit, 19, Constitution, 16, Agility, 21. With these attributes, even if the zombie cat were to resurrect, Lin Ziluo was confident that he could easily overpower it without any difficulty. One could only wonder how high his attributes would soar after his class change. After organizing his gains, he opted to claim the task reward: a bronze-level item, Stamina Potion, a one-time use bronze-level item that, when consumed, instantly restores 20 of stamina, and subsequently restores 5 of stamina every minute for a duration of 5 minutes, with a 30-minute cooldown after use. Ah, an old acquaintance. This is a lifesaver in critical moments. Lin Ziluo decisively stored it in his inventory. After resting for nearly half an hour on the chair, he finally regained his composure and walked towards the corpse of the zombie cat. If he had not misjudged earlier, it seemed that when the zombie cat perished, it had emitted a white object, a silver-grade item, or perhaps a special tool. Lin Ziluo felt a surge of excitement. As he approached, he confirmed it was indeed a silver-grade object. He bent down to pick it up. Horn of the zombie cat. Blowing the horn summons a claw zombie cat, which the player can command to fight for 30 minutes. Cooldown time for the horn, 48 hours. The zombie cat inherits 60 of the player's basic attributes. And all experience and gold gained from killing zombies belong to the player, though the zombie cat does not drop items upon defeat. Oh my, a summoning type item. Moreover, a growth type. Truly remarkable. Chapter 30, New Skills and Silver Grade Equipment. Horn of the Zombie Cat can summon a zombie cat that inherits Lin Ziluo's attributes. This is what is referred to as a growth-type summoning item. Many summoning items call forth entities with fixed attributes, which are often discarded as a player's strength increases. However, summoned entities that inherit attributes do not face such dismissal. As long as the owner's strength is not significantly lacking, it effectively provides a permanent ally. Furthermore, this summoned entity retains the original boss-level template, complete with its previous talents and skills. What a tremendous gain. This must be a reward for being the world's first player to defeat a boss. Lin Ziluo lifted the corpse of the zombie cat from the carpet. One could say that zombified animals are treasures in their entirety. Although the apocalyptic game does not allow for the gathering of resources from one's own body, as in traditional online games, the fur, meat, and claws of the zombie cat can indeed be fashioned into attribute-less garments, sustenance, or even weaponry. Lin Ziluo skillfully wielded his Tang Dao, deftly dismantling the zombie cat until it was rendered into a fragmented state. Satisfied, he collected the cat's hide, claws, and meat into the storage space, finally putting down the remains of the zombie cat with a sense of delight. However, the surprises were not yet over. The silver treasure chest within the warehouse awaited his attention. With such fortuitous luck today, he hoped for at least one piece of silver-grade equipment. With this thought, Lin Ziluo stepped into the warehouse, where the scene was even more chilling than outside. It seemed the zombie cat had claimed this place as its lair. Its den was constructed against the wall of the warehouse, fashioned from a pile of cotton fabric spread across the ground. Beside this nest was a designated area for storing its collection of treasures. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ziluo was taken aback to find hundreds of human eyeballs piled together like glass orbs. The taste of this zombie cat was indeed peculiar. Most individuals would feel unnerved under the gaze of so many eyes, but Lin Ziluo was undeterred. He even sifted through the pile with his Tang Dao, wary of any hidden treasures that the zombie cat might have stashed away. After all, not taking something would be quite a loss. Regrettably, he found that the zombie cat had exclusively dedicated its collection to the accumulation of eyeballs. Lin Ziluo continued to explore the warehouse and discovered an array of pristine sports equipment, much of which had been vandalized by the zombie cat. The individual even utilized a dumbbell as a makeshift cat toy. At last, deep within the recesses of the warehouse, Lin Ziluo beheld the silver treasure chest he had long yearned for. This silver chest was concealed in the furthest corner of the warehouse, intricately adorned with patterns far more elaborate and esoteric than those of the previous bronze chest. Below the chest, a luminous hexagram spun, emanating a silvery radiance. Lin Ziluo approached, crouched down, and placed his hand upon the silver chest. Detected that player Yazi has discovered the silver chest. Reward, 20 reputation points. Does player Yazi wish to open the silver chest? Opening the silver chest will require 60 seconds. Commence. Player Yazi is currently engaged in opening the silver chest. Please be patient. 60, 59, 58, 57. The passage of these 60 seconds proved to be quite arduous. Lin Ziluo resorted to his previously employed method of fervent prayers to various deities, hoping for favorable rewards from this treasure chest. After invoking every deity he could recall, the countdown to open the silver chest finally reached 0. Player Yazi has successfully opened the silver chest. Upon opening the silver chest, player Yazi received a boon from it, expanding his storage capacity by 0 for cubic meters. After opening the silver chest, player Yazi gained experience, acquiring 50 experience points. Player Yazi rummaged within the silver chest and successfully retrieved 360 gold coins. The silvery light dissipated. Lin Ziluo eagerly gazed into the depths of the silver treasure chest. Within, 2 items lay quietly arranged. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had indeed struck gold. One was a piece of silver-grade equipment, a relatively rare type of cloak. The other was a skill book, a companion he had used to dispatch numerous zombies with his spinning slash, an invaluable asset. My goodness, a silver chest yielding both silver equipment and a skill book. This was undoubtedly a magnificent windfall. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo picked up the skill book. Explosive Double Slash, a warrior class skill that enables the user to deliver 2 swift attacks in quick succession, each strike wielding 70 of their base strength. Should both strikes land on the same foe, an explosion ensues, dealing damage equal to 70 of the user's strength attribute. Remarkable. This was precisely the warrior skill he required. Moreover, the execution of such a skill was highly demanding. Most individuals would struggle to react swiftly enough. A rapid double strike could easily miss, thus failing to trigger the subsequent explosive effect. However, Lin Ziluo was confident that in his hands, these 2 consecutive strikes would assuredly find their mark. System detected the skill explosive double slash. Does player Yazi wish to learn the explosive double slash skill? Of course, why wouldn't I? Lin Ziluo replied. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully learning explosive double slash. Thus, a second skill appeared in Lin Ziluo's skill repertoire. The spinning slash served as an area damage skill, while the explosive double slash would effectively compensate for his current deficiency in single target damage output. After mentally reviewing the operation of the explosive dual strike, Lin Ziluo picked up the silver cloak. This cloak was entirely white, adorned with pure white feathers, and possessed a remarkably fine texture. The back of the cloak bore an intricate pattern resembling avian wings. White wing cloak, a silver-grade equipment crafted from various rare bird feathers, enhanced with a special incantation that allows for brief gliding. Attributes: Constitution 2, Agility 2. Accompanying skill: Brief Hover, enables a temporary hovering effect during jumps or descents. Skill cooldown: 20 minutes. This is indeed a silver cloak with an additional skill. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo donned the cloak. The 4 attribute points were instantly added to him, elevating his foundational stats: Strength, 23, Spirit, 19, Constitution, 18, Agility, 23. This was an extraordinary gain. After the battle with the zombie cat and reaping such rewards, Lin Ziluo felt a monumental shift in his strength. Originally, he intended to spend the day leveling up to level 7 and acquiring 2 pieces of bronze-grade equipment, after which he would seek trouble with Li Haobo in the evening. However, this goal now seemed rather modest. Perhaps it was time to set a new, loftier objective, to expel everyone from the Li Manor. Chapter 31. Slaughtering Zombies in the Pavilion. Creak. The door to the safety passage on the 3rd floor swung open as Lin Ziluo stepped inside. After opening the silver treasure chest, he also took down a bronze boss. Now, only one goal remains: to complete the task of facing 100 opponents issued by the cheat system. Lin Ziluo is not particularly optimistic about the bronze equipment as a reward. There is no other choice. His standards have risen, and he is not in want of resources. What truly intrigues him is the effect of the ordinary cheat. This sense of the unknown serves as his motivation. He refrains from heading to the 1st floor. It would be foolish. Although his strength has significantly increased, he is not naive. The 1st floor is currently swarming with hundreds of zombies. Venturing there would be akin to courting death. Conversely, the scattered venues on the 2nd floor present the most favorable option. He only needs to sweep through 2 of them to effortlessly complete the task. Just look at the progress he has made. Last night, defeating zombies in a ping-pong hall was a struggle. Now, facing 2 venues, he uses the term sweep with ease. Pushing open the door to the safety passage on the 2nd floor, Lin Ziluo returned once more. He stretched his legs and wiped his shoes, ensuring that all the meat residue and bloodstains were meticulously cleaned. Then, he made his way to the nearest badminton hall. The door to the badminton hall was not locked, merely ajar. This posed no challenge for Lin Ziluo. Selecting a bicycle lock from his cards, it appeared in his hand. Lin Ziluo opened the door to the badminton hall and cast a quick glance inside. Upon noticing that no zombies had detected his presence, he promptly secured the door. What is this called? This is what one might refer to as closing the door to beat the dog. The sound of Lin Ziluo locking the door attracted the attention of a zombie, which let out a roar. The surrounding zombies also turned their gaze toward Lin Ziluo. Then, they all charged towards him. Unperturbed, he replaced the key in his pocket before turning around. Subsequently, the sharp tang knife was raised. Previously, the knife had suffered numerous nicks from a prolonged confrontation with a zombie cat. Fortunately, the tang knife possessed a self-repairing attribute. Now, once in Lin Ziluo's hands, it had regained its former razor-sharp state. Inside the badminton court, around 20 zombies had gathered closely around Lin Ziluo. He did not choose to remain passive. This time, he opted for a proactive approach. The swift effect of the Windwalker boots was instantly activated. Lin Ziluo took long strides, sprinting forward. With an agility score of 23, combined with a 20 speed boost from the boots, he was far ahead of the zombies. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ziluo found himself before the foremost zombie. With a powerful push from his legs, he soared into the air. He then activated the brief, hovering ability of the white wing cloak, causing him to float gracefully, descending slowly like a glider. If Newton were to witness this, he might be compelled to rise from his grave, exclaiming, "This is the Dragon Kingdom. It is not my domain, but that of my brother, extraordinary." Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo, suspended in the air, was not idle. At that moment, he had reached the head of the first zombie and thrust the Tang knife straight down. The knife penetrated the zombie's crown, embedding itself a third of the way into the blade before Lin Ziluo withdrew it. Death. After the Tang knife was drawn, a stream of white brain matter gushed from the wound on the zombie's skull. Lin Ziluo stepped forcefully upon the creature's head, leveraging this momentum to propel himself into the air once more. He executed a spinning slash, calculating his movements with precision as he hurled the Tang knife into the fray. The blade spun rapidly, charged with an overwhelming force, diving towards the horde of zombies behind him. 1, 2, 3. As the knife soared past, it severed the heads of 3 zombies from their bodies, and on its return path, it claimed 2 more, with Lin Ziluo's enhanced power attribute amplifying the spinning strike. Its terrifying area of effect was finally revealed. He caught the Tang knife, landing gracefully on the ground. He had calculated that the brief period of suspension lasted approximately 10 seconds. Naturally, the actions and posture he adopted while airborne would also influence the floating effect. However, this mattered little. In Lin Ziluo's mind, he had already simulated countless applications of this skill. Once grounded, he truly embodied the sensation of a wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep. There was no need for evasion as he wielded the Tang knife, plunging it directly into the mass of zombies. 1 slash, 2 slashes. 2 more zombies fell lifelessly. Spotting a notably larger zombie before him, Lin Ziluo's eyes sparkled with determination. "You shall be my first victim of the explosive double strike." He infused his energy into the Tang knife, which shimmered with a cerulean glow along its razor-sharp edge. As the blue light enveloped the entire blade, Lin Ziluo unleashed the knife with astonishing speed, so swift that it became a blur to the naked eye. In an instant, the Tang knife reached the neck of the zombie. With the first strike, the blade embedded itself directly into the zombie's throat. The second strike swiftly retracted, and then, in a synchronized motion, it cleaved once more into the very wound it had just inflicted. The zombie's head fell to the ground with a thud. Yet, this was not the end. As both strikes had targeted the same undead foe, the explosive attribute of the dual slash was activated. A mark resembling a miniature Tang knife appeared at the base of the zombie's neck, shimmering twice before a resounding explosion erupted. The blast obliterated the area above the zombie's collarbone into countless fragments. Fortunately, Lin Ziluo had prepared in advance, using the Tang knife to deflect the flying bits of flesh. This was his first attempt at the explosive dual slash, and he was quite pleased with the results. It was noteworthy that this towering zombie possessed attributes at least 30 superior to those of its kind. Yet, under the onslaught of the explosive dual slash, it not only failed to retaliate, but also succumbed before even experiencing the full force of the explosion. Moreover, the speed at which the dual slash executed 2 strikes was equivalent to Lin Ziluo's normal single strike, showcasing the terrifying single-target damage potential of this technique. After testing the capabilities of his newly acquired equipment and skills, Lin Ziluo finally entered a serious state of focus. After all, when dealing with these zombies, there was no need to expend mental energy on skills. Lin Ziluo's figure darted through the horde of zombies, his blade rising and falling, each motion resulting in the decapitation of another undead. The sound of notifications for zombie kills echoed continuously as Lin Ziluo concentrated intently. He is becoming acquainted with the attributes of his body, gradually reclaiming the combat instincts from his previous life. Just as Lin Ziluo is still immersed in the exhilaration brought by the slaughter, he suddenly realizes that there are no more zombies before him. He turns around and sees the ground strewn with the corpses of the undead. Within the entire badminton hall, not a single living zombie remains. Chapter 32. The First Ordinary Golden Finger. Impressive. The door of the badminton hall swings open, and Lin Ziluo steps outside. Perhaps he has exhausted his luck for the day by acquiring too many good items earlier. Inside the badminton hall, most of the zombies that fell had dropped resource cards, and the only usable item obtained was a bottle of stamina potion. Lin Ziluo checks his kill count. It is still insufficient. He needs to eliminate a few more zombies to complete his task. Moreover, he is just over 100 points away from successfully leveling up to level 8. After taking a brief respite, Lin Ziluo proceeds toward the tennis hall across from the badminton hall. Upon pushing open the door to the tennis hall, he counts approximately 20 zombies within. This number is adequate. He locks the door of the tennis hall behind him and the zombies inside are about to meet their demise. Ding. The host has successfully killed 100 zombies in the Magic City Sports Center, completing the task 1 against 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the task reward, a random selection of an ordinary golden finger and a piece of bronze-level equipment. Ding. Would the host like to claim the task reward now? Wait a moment. Lin Ziluo interjects, as there are still 5 zombies remaining before him. First, let us deal with these zombies before proceeding any further. He harbored a certain anticipation regarding the possibility of acquiring some extraordinary abilities and equipment. Thus, he spared no effort in his assault. With a combination of the whirling slash and the explosive dual strike, he unleashed these 2 skills in succession, swiftly extinguishing the lives of the remaining 5 zombies. Utilizing skills drained a significant amount of mental energy. However, Lin Ziluo's mental attribute was inherently high. After executing each skill twice, he still had a considerable reserve of mental energy left. Once the zombies were dispatched, he did not immediately collect the items they had dropped. Instead, he accessed the golden finger system right at the original location. What shall I draw first? Lin Ziluo inquired. Beep. What reward does the host wish to draw first? I'll draw for equipment first. I want to acquire the gear before relying on luck for the golden finger, Lin Ziluo replied. This was a habit of his. He preferred to unveil the important and valuable items last. Others might not understand, but in his experience, this order typically yielded favorable results. Beep. Drawing for bronze-level equipment. Beep. Congratulations, player. You have obtained bronze-level equipment, Ring of Lifesteal. Ring of Lifesteal, a bronze-level item that siphons the vitality of enemies during combat. Attributes: 1 Strength, 1 Constitution. Ability: 5 of the damage inflicted on enemies is converted into vitality and transferred to oneself through the weapon. Initially, upon seeing the ring, Lin Ziluo felt a wave of disappointment. After all, one could only wear 1 ring at a time, and he already possessed the Nightfall ring. Therefore, he did not find himself in need of another ring-type equipment at the moment. Although the attributes of the Nightfall ring are not particularly impressive, it is utterly surprising that this blood-sucking ring possesses such rare qualities. The ability to absorb damage and convert it into one's own vitality is immensely valuable, a fact that was well recognized in Lin Ziluo's previous life. Many individuals who had reached the pinnacle of combat prowess, the God of War level, adorned themselves with golden-grade equipment that featured the capacity to siphon vitality. The allure was simply irresistible. Those formidable warriors, already endowed with great strength and potent skills, could effortlessly restore a significant amount of stamina during battle by unleashing a series of area of effect attacks upon hordes of zombies. This attribute proved to be exceptionally beneficial for sustaining prolonged combat. Therefore, Lin Ziluo did not hesitate. He promptly removed the Nightfall ring and donned the blood-sucking ring. While sacrificing a bit of mental attributes, the gain in strength and constitution was undeniably advantageous. At that moment, however, Lin Ziluo felt a twinge of concern. What if the luck he had spent on the lottery to obtain the blood-sucking ring ran dry, and the gold finger he drew turned out to be undesirable? Ding. Please rest assured, dear host, each ordinary gold finger possesses practical effects that can provide substantial assistance, came the reassuring voice. All right, I trust you. Please proceed with the extraction of the gold finger, Lin Ziluo responded. Ding. Extracting ordinary gold finger. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the ordinary gold finger. Automatic pickup LV1. Lin Ziluo's breath became suddenly heavy. Automatic pickup. Could it be that this automatic looting is as extraordinary as I imagined? He hurriedly examined the attributes of the automatic looting feature. Automatic looting LV1. Capable of collecting items dropped by zombies killed by the host, transferring them into the storage space within a radius of 0.5 meters. If the remaining capacity of the storage space is insufficient, further looting will not be possible. Goodness. Truly astonishing. Even Lin Ziluo, who had previously encountered modifications to drop rates and alterations to the apocalyptic games quests, found himself taken aback by the sheer brilliance of this ordinary system. The ability to automatically collect one's dropped items. What an incredible concept. There would be no need for him to expend energy cleaning up the battlefield, nor to guard against others pilfering his hard-earned spoils. Any items he generated would seamlessly enter his storage space. From this moment forth, he could indulge in battling zombies while enjoying a 100 drop rate, continuously amassing supplies. Truly, the system lived up to its name. Lin Ziluo had previously harbored concerns that with such a high drop rate, He should refrain from slaying zombies in the presence of others. After all, who wouldn't speculate upon witnessing the absurdity of a single zombie yielding an item? Now, however, he could finish off zombies, and the items would discreetly vanish into his storage space. Who could possibly observe that? The only lingering question for Lin Ziluo was the meaning of this LV1 designation. System, does this LV1 represent the level of an ordinary system? Lin Ziluo inquired. Ding. Indeed. LV1 signifies the level of the ordinary cheat code known as automatic pickup. The host can enhance this level by drawing opportunities for ordinary cheat codes, thereby potentially obtaining automatic pickup once more. What benefits arise from this level enhancement? Lin Ziluo inquired. Ding. An increase in the level of automatic pickup will expand its range and may even confer additional effects. It can extend the range of automatic pickup? How utterly absurd! Lin Ziluo exclaimed, feeling quite tempted. Are there any tasks available? Please provide me with a few more tasks. I wish to continue drawing. Lin Ziluo proposed. Ding. The tasks of the cheat code system will be triggered randomly based on the host's environment, state, and events. The host is advised to maintain a calm disposition, not to overly concern themselves, and to enjoy the apocalyptic game with ease. Very well, Lin Ziluo conceded, acknowledging the improbability of such matters. As for the ordinary cheat code he had drawn initially, he expressed great satisfaction. Simultaneously, he found himself increasingly eager to discover what effects other cheat codes might possess. Moreover, upon reaching level 10, he would have another opportunity to draw a super cheat code. The previous ability, with its absolutely astonishing drop rate, was already formidable. It was likely that he would obtain an even more extraordinary cheat code. With a new ability at his disposal, the urge to test it became irresistible. Lin Ziluo made his way toward the zombies he had just slain, for he had yet to collect the items they had dropped. Chapter 33. Who Killed Yao Jing'an? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a resource card, a packet of barbecue seasoning. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a resource card, a power bank with only 50 battery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a bronze level item, Eye of Reconnaissance. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a resource card, delicious crab yellow burger. As Lin Ziluo approached the corpse of the zombie, a multitude of notifications resonated in his ears, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He could hardly discern what he had actually obtained. While the automatic collection feature was indeed convenient, the cacophony of alerts was rather excessive, he lamented. Ding. Apologies, the system did not account for the host's feelings. We shall now optimize the automatic collection feature. Ding. The automatic collection has been refined. From now on, only the acquisition of equipment and items will be announced. Ding. Resource cards will be automatically categorized and stored within the host's storage space. That's quite considerate, Lin Ziluo remarked with surprise after hearing the updates. He examined his storage space and discovered that the resource cards had indeed been organized into neat stacks. The leftmost stack comprised food items, followed by water, tools, scrap materials, and more. The classification was meticulous and exceptionally thoughtful. Next time, Lin Ziluo would not need to sift through a thick pile of cards in search of items. The resources he had just collected included nothing remarkable aside from the Eye of Reconnaissance. Paying little heed to the details, Lin Ziluo exited the tennis hall. Glancing at the time, realizing it had already reached noon. Oh dear, I miscalculated. Originally, I intended to ascend to the third floor merely to open a silver chest. Unexpectedly, I encountered a zombie cat, which significantly delayed my progress. Now, with the time remaining, I cannot afford the luxury of a leisurely lunch. I must hasten towards the Lee family manor. This time, I need not disturb the hundreds of zombies on the first floor for. Lin Ziluo directly opened the window in the corridor and leaped outside. Logically, jumping from the second floor of the gymnasium is perilous, as the second level is constructed higher than typical floors, with a minimum height of several meters from the ground below. It is akin to plummeting from a considerable height. Even with my current physical attributes, such a feat is challenging, not to mention the cacophony upon landing that would attract numerous zombies. However, let us not forget Lin Ziluo's temporary suspension in midair. Outside the window, Lin Ziluo was plummeting swiftly towards the ground, his white-winged cloak billowing dramatically in the wind. Just as his handsome visage was about to meet the earth, he activated his momentary suspension. His rapidly descending body abruptly decelerated, executing a graceful 180-degree somersault before landing smoothly on his feet. Lin Ziluo donned his concealed mask once more. Although it did not activate the effect of obscuring his information, In this early stage of the apocalypse, when not everyone would scrutinize attributes, it serves as an excellent means to disguise his identity. Li family manor. In the opulent living room, Li Haobo reclined on a woman's lap, while another woman provided him with a full-body massage. Why haven't they returned yet? Are they merely consuming resources without any results? Have they only managed to locate two individuals after an entire morning? In one moment, Li Haobo was playfully bantering with a woman, and in the next, he struck her across the face, followed by a furious outburst. The silver-haired butler stepped forward and spoke. "Young master, the hunting mercenaries only set out from Magic City University at 7 this morning. The university is teeming with zombies, and the situation is quite complicated, making the search inherently challenging. Damn it, zombies again. I am utterly exasperated by these undead nuisances." Li Haobo fumed. "What kind of absurdity is this? I am the one who has slain the zombies, so why am I not gaining any experience?" He shouted indignantly at the sky. It turns out that upon hearing about the upgrade in the apocalyptic game that could enhance his attributes, Li Haobo was quite intrigued. His health was already somewhat compromised, and he thought that this method to boost his abilities would be quite beneficial. He instructed his subordinates to weaken the zombies, intending to collect the rewards himself. However, after dispatching 10 zombies, he only received a meager amount of experience. Not only did he fail to level up, but he nearly exacerbated his already frail condition. Unbeknownst to Li Haobo, this was a unique mechanism of the apocalyptic game, to prevent high-level players from aiding lower-level players in farming experience. The acquisition of experience entirely depends on one's contribution to the kill. Attempting to cheat or steal the kill rewards is exceedingly difficult. Just as Li Haobo was in a fit of rage, the grand entrance of the villa swung open. A man clad in a sleek black outfit entered, carrying a large black bag. The large bundle appeared quite heavy, and as one drew closer, a faint scent of blood could be detected. "Uncle Rome, you have returned. Were you able to locate that little wretch in the orphan?" Li Haobo inquired urgently of the man clad in black. "Young master, we found the woman, but the man is missing," the black-clad man replied, casually discarding the heavy bundle onto the ground. Upon hearing that Yao Jinghan had been found, Li Haobo's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, his expression soured upon learning that Lin Ziluo was still unaccounted for. "Where is she? Tell her to come here at once. How dare she hide away?" Li Haobo's tone turned grim. "Right here," the black-clad man indicated towards the bundle he had tossed aside. "Here?" Li Haobo echoed in confusion, unable to comprehend. "Based on the information you provided, we discovered a living roommate of hers in her dormitory. The roommate mentioned that the woman had said something about bad luck and intended to go to the abandoned warehouse behind the playground. Consequently, we scoured the entire warehouse and ultimately uncovered her corpse within a large barrel, along with a blood-stained men's garment," the black-clad man elucidated. Li Haobo remained silent. Stepping forward to pry open the bundle, a pungent stench of blood assaulted his senses. Within lay a body, tortured and disfigured, and the head of Yao Jinghan, bloodied and marked with a series of grotesque patterns, her eyes wide with terror. Unable to contain himself, Li Haobo retched violently, emptying the contents of his stomach onto the bundle. He had always prided himself on his prowess in inflicting torment. To him, murdering and torturing others were tasks he could accomplish with ease. However, faced with such a gruesome scene of torment, he could no longer contain himself. The nauseating yellow bile erupted directly onto Yao Jinghan's head, akin to a grotesque cleansing ritual. The two women behind Li Haobo were so horrified by the sight that they immediately fainted. The man in black spoke with an unsettling calmness. Judging by the woman's myriad wounds, the lacerations on her neck, and her shattered form, it was evident that she had endured excruciating torment prior to her demise. The locations of her injuries were concentrated in areas rich with pain receptors, including acupoints revered in Longwa culture. Even a professionally trained assassin would struggle to achieve such precision. With every incision, it seemed a uniquely devastating vibrational technique was employed, rendering the surrounding muscle tissue into a pulpy mass. This method of extreme torment surpassed even that of the world's foremost assassin, known as Death Spirit, with whom I had once collaborated. The unimaginable cruelty of the torture, the horrifying skill with the blade, and the profound hatred directed towards this woman were palpable. Thus, young master, do you know who was responsible for her death? Chapter 34, The God of Hunt. Who killed her? Li Haobo retorted. How could I possibly know who the killer is? He expressed his bewilderment. Young master, I have already investigated the deceased woman. She was quite ordinary, hailing from a very typical family. It is generally inconceivable to provoke someone of such formidable strength. The only unique aspect of this woman is her connection to the young master. Therefore, I suspect that her misfortune may indeed be related to you, the young master. The man in black calmly analyzed. Indeed, Yao Jinghan is merely an extraordinarily ordinary campus belle. Were it not for her association with that good-for-nothing, I would hardly regard her. Li Haobo echoed this sentiment with confusion. Could it be that good-for-nothing? Li Haobo's thoughts drifted to Lin Ziluo. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is merely an orphan without parents. How could he possibly possess the formidable power you speak of? Li Haobo quickly dismissed this absurd notion. Moreover, the grand surprise I have prepared for him has yet to be delivered. He cannot possibly be aware of Yao Jing'an's betrayal. Li Haobo once again rejected the idea. Young master, whom are you referring to? The man in black furrowed his brow and inquired. It is that Lin Ziluo, the one who narrowly escaped death, Li Haobo clarified. He is the son of Lin Jian? The man in black seemed to recall someone from his memory. Yes, precisely him. Li Haobo affirmed the man's words. Logically, it should not be him. He possesses no capabilities, and such a method of killing requires decades of arduous training and the experience of taking countless lives. The man in black shared this disbelief. However, it is also plausible that this young man, through some fortuitous circumstance, managed to enlist the aid of a particularly skilled individual. The man in black continued his analysis. No, young master, regardless of whose doing it may be, it seems unlikely that the motive is solely to eliminate Yao Jinghan. It is highly probable that the target may also be you. Confronted by such an elite assassin, I found myself leading a group of over 100 individuals. Yet it may not suffice. We require additional security personnel, suggested the man in black. What? Uncle Rong, you still lack sufficient strength? You are among the top 10 experts of the Dragon Kingdom, not to mention that you command a complete mercenary team. Li Haobo was taken aback, for it was only now that he began to comprehend the terrifying nature of their potential adversary. Young master, I have stated that what even the world's foremost assassin could not accomplish, this enemy has achieved. He is exceedingly formidable, the man in black asserted gravely. Very well. Then hasten to the rear mountains and procure more bodyguards for me. Even those who have not yet undergone final training will suffice. I refuse to perish. I absolutely cannot die. I will not die. Li Haobo exclaimed in a panic. Rest assured, young master. With me here, I shall protect you with my life. The man in black replied. From the moment of his birth, he had undergone countless indoctrinations. In their minds, they were prepared to sacrifice their lives for the Li family. Congratulations, player Yizai has successfully slain a level 3 zombie, earning 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations, player has leveled up to level 8, earning 1 attribute point. Lin Ziluo sheathed his Tang Dao. Before him lay 3 zombies, their heads recently severed. Phew, I have finally reached level 8. However, this progression has been swifter than I anticipated. I had expected to attain this level only on the 4th night after the onset of the Apocalypse game. Yet, this is beneficial. With my rapid ascension, I need not seek the entrance to dungeons to participate in quests. Lin Ziluo exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, he was hastening towards the Li family estate. Along the way, he managed to satisfy his hunger with a few bites of bread and pancakes for lunch, while the rest of the time was consumed by his relentless journey and scavenging for supplies. Due to the carefully chosen secluded route, he encountered very few zombies. Naturally, he did not let even the scanty number of zombies escape, as he was merely a few points of experience away from leveling up. Finally, as Lin Ziluo approached the base of the mountain where the Li family villa was located, he had slain enough zombies to reach level 8. Let's increase my strength, he resolved. At that point, his strength had risen to 24 points. After allocating his attributes, he lifted his gaze towards the imposing drum mountain ahead. It was hard to fathom that in this precious land of the Magic City, the Li family had managed to transform the entire drum mountain into a private estate solely for themselves. The entrance at the foot of the mountain had originally been designed with several checkpoints. However, with the onset of the apocalyptic game, these checkpoints had been abandoned. Moreover, following the discovery of Yao Jing'an's corpse, all of the Li family's security forces had been deployed outside the estate, resulting in heightened defenses. Lin Ziluo did not rush to ascend the mountain. A competent assassin must first familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment before formulating a plan. He circled the main road around Drum Mountain, observing for a while. From his observations, there appeared to be only one road leading directly to the estate. As for secret passages, after a thorough exploration, he discovered the exit of a hidden path nestled within a dense thicket. Lin Ziluo chose not to block the Li family's secret tunnel just yet. After all, how could one capture everything in one fell swoop without leaving a single loophole? This is one of the renowned strategies of the Dragon Kingdom. Surround the enemy and leave a gap. Only by granting these individuals a glimmer of hope, a sanctuary for their escape, will they refrain from desperate resistance and refrain from uniting their strength in defiance. Under relentless pursuit, Lin Ziluo could then consume them entirely. Nonetheless, the layout of the Li family estate indeed necessitated a revision of his plans. Initially, Lin Ziluo intended to divert the threat, utilizing raw meat infected with the zombie virus to attract a horde of zombies, thereby exhausting the Li family's security forces. However, within a kilometer radius, zombies were exceedingly scarce, having been thoroughly eradicated by the Li family's personnel. This rendered Lin Ziluo's scheme challenging to execute. Every situation has its merits and drawbacks. Although he could not divert the threat, this also precluded the interference of zombies during his nighttime operations. It was not that he could not contend with zombies empowered by the night. Rather, if his energy were consumed by eliminating zombies, how could he inflict suffering upon Li Haobo? In a secluded area of the forest bordering the Li family estate, near the summit, Lin Ziluo found an exceptionally concealed spot. He began to observe the security arrangements of the Li family through the telescope he had acquired. He noted that various access points to the estate were heavily guarded by numerous personnel, all exhibiting a heightened state of alert. It was evident that these individuals were seasoned warriors, possessing genuine skill and experience. The hunting mercenary corps. Lin Ziluo instantly recognized his old adversaries. During his previous escape, he had often been besieged by members of the hunting mercenary corps, as this group constituted Li Haobo's true elite. Each member had been indoctrinated and trained from childhood to be unwaveringly loyal and formidable. For Lin Ziluo, the faces, movements, expressions, tactics, and habits of these individuals are as clear as day. Such familiarity offers him an advantage. To outsiders, the defensive formation appears impenetrable, akin to a fortified bastion. Yet, Lin Ziluo discerns considerable vulnerabilities within it. However, he does not allow his knowledge of the adversary to inflate his ego. His cautious nature compels him to repeatedly observe the movements of the hunting mercenaries and the layout of their environment. At last, as dusk approaches at 6 in the evening, Lin Ziluo spots a very familiar figure emerging from the estate, commanding the mercenaries to alter their defensive strategy. This figure is Rongzhan, one of the 10 war gods of Long Country, the god of hunting. Before the apocalypse, he served as the leader of the hunting mercenary group, operating under the control of the Li family, and was renowned for his prowess in close combat and tactical command in pursuit of targets. After the onset of the apocalypse, following the mercenaries' failed attempts to capture Lin Ziluo, he took matters into his own hands, repeatedly cornering Lin Ziluo into dire situations. It would be fair to say he is one of Lin Ziluo's most formidable foes. Conversely, Lin Ziluo represents Rongzhan's greatest humiliation, for he is the sole individual in the world to have successfully escaped from Rongzhan, shattering the myth of his invincibility. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, animosity is palpable. Upon seeing Rongzhan, Lin Ziluo's gaze turned icy in an instant. Nevertheless, he promptly stowed away his binoculars and concealed himself once more in the shadows. As Rongzhan was elucidating the defensive positions to the members of the mercenary group, an acute sense of alertness washed over him. Goosebumps erupted across his skin, and the hair on his body stood on end in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he sensed the unmistakable aroma of death. Yet, this sensation dissipated entirely in less than a fraction of a second, leaving him to ponder whether it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Fortunately, his quick reflexes served him well. Lin Ziluo exhaled a sigh of relief. Being old adversaries, Lin Ziluo was acutely aware of Rongzhan's heightened sensitivity to threats and murderous intent. Thus, upon witnessing Rongzhan's reaction, Lin Ziluo decisively stowed away his binoculars and concealed all traces of his aura. However, he could not shake off the long-forgotten sensation of his blood boiling within him. The encounter with a formidable rival, the thrill of facing an equal, ignited a fervent desire within Lin Ziluo to showcase his utmost prowess. This confrontation would undoubtedly result in Rongzhan's demise. Moreover, with Rongzhan eliminated, Lin Ziluo would sever a crucial limb of the Li family. How could he allow such a splendid opportunity to slip through his fingers? With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo descended into silence, meticulously organizing the cards, supplies, and all resources he intended to employ. Clarity regarding his situation was essential to execute his strategy with precision. Once he had refined all his materials and plans to perfection, Lin Ziluo began to await the arrival of nightfall. Sufficient patience would enable him to strike at the most opportune moment. As time trickled by, the daylight gradually waned. The solemn security measures at the Li residence are in a constant state of flux. The midnight bell tolls, illuminating the estate with a brilliant glow. Brother Rong, may I retire for the night? It is already 12 o'clock, deep into the night, and with the zombies so active outside, who would dare come here to harm me? Li Haobo expressed with a hint of exasperation. Young master, prudence is advisable. My instincts suggest we are certainly being watched. Rongzhan replied, unfazed by Li Haobo's words. Years of combat experience have bestowed upon Rongzhan a formidable intuition for danger. Even in the absence of any apparent signs from Lin Ziluo, concern gnawed at him. I don't care. I'm utterly bored. Why must I stay up for a worthless coward who won to even show his face? Li Haobo retorted angrily. If you find it tedious, young master, you might seek some amusement. The silver-haired butler, standing behind Li Haobo, gently advised. Indeed, I shall seek some entertainment. Li Haobo exclaimed, enlightened by the suggestion. Although Rongzhan wished to interject, he hesitated upon glancing at the butler and ultimately refrained from speaking. By the way, Brother Rong, I heard you captured a zombie during the day. Is that true? Li Haobo pondered for a moment before inquiring directly. Indeed, young master. We captured a zombie with the intention of studying it, Rongzhan confirmed. There are plenty of zombies outside. Let me have some fun with this one, Li Haobo asserted. If the young master wishes to play, that is certainly feasible, but my primary concern is that the zombie may pose a threat to you. Rongzhan replied without outright refusal. In his eyes, utilizing zombies to pacify the young master was an excellent choice. Rest assured, this method will certainly not harm myself. Li Haobo chuckled heartily. Before long, a zombie, with its hands, feet, and mouth all restrained by metallic contraptions, was brought to the center of the hall. This zombie, with its muscular physique, clearly possessed remarkable physical attributes. It struggled desperately yet was utterly immobilized by the apparatus, only able to glare at those around it with its blood-red eyes. Bring over my large iron cage, Li Haobo exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing the zombie. Shortly thereafter, a massive iron cage, measuring 20 square meters, was pushed into the living room by a dozen bodyguards. Inside the cage were women of exceptional beauty, yet they appeared soulless, their expressions vacant and dazed. Heavy iron chains were fastened around their necks. During the movement of the cage, the women remained motionless, as though they had surrendered all hope of resistance. Li Haobo produced a bell and gently shook it a few times. Instantly, the women within the cage responded, rushing toward Li Haobo, only to be thwarted by the bars that confined them. This eerie tableau sent chills down one's spine, evoking a sense of dread. It was unfathomable to imagine the inhumane torment these women had endured to arrive at such a state. However, Li Haobo was far from satisfied. This is too dull. I've grown weary of these individuals after a few months of play. Had it not been for the impending apocalypse, I would have instructed my subordinates to venture into the remote villages and procure some fresh specimens, for it is only the untainted that provide a thrill in training. Li Haobo lamented, his expression one of petulance, akin to a child deprived of a cherished toy. Yet, in an instant, his demeanor transformed. His countenance shifted to one of exhilaration, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Nevertheless, it mattered little. These wretched creatures could still serve a final purpose. Rising to his feet, Li Haobo gesticulated animatedly. Quickly, cast the zombies in. Remove all the handcuffs and leg irons. I want to see. I want to witness the zombies devour a human. With each word, his excitement escalated, even prompting him to clap his hands. The onlookers, save for the silver-haired butler and members of Rongzhan's hunting team, displayed expressions of reluctance. To unleash a savage zombie upon this group of women was a deed devoid of even a modicum of compassion. Such an act could only be borne by the most callous of hearts. Chapter 36. A hellish scene yet. Rongzhan and the other members of the hunting mercenary group wore smiles. These individuals, having survived countless brushes with death, appeared to eagerly anticipate the event. Emerging from the ranks of the mercenaries was a diminutive figure, codenamed Skinny Monkey, renowned for his exceptional reconnaissance skills. Young master, allow me. This is my favorite task. He eagerly volunteered. The mercenaries of the hunting group erupted in hearty laughter. Li Haobo, as if finding a kindred spirit, quickly replied, You shall do it. With the command bestowed upon him, Skinny Monkey gleefully seized the keys from the grand table. He first unlatched the massive iron cage that imprisoned the women. Strangely, although the cage was now ajar, the women did not dare to flee. Subsequently, the gaunt figure, using a harness, led the zombie into the cage. The gaunt figure then unfastened the gag from the zombie's mouth. Instantly, the zombie gaped wide, eager to sink its teeth into the gaunt figure before it. However, the gaunt figure remained safely beyond reach, leaving the zombie with no chance to attack. Suddenly, one of the bodyguards behind Li Haobo could no longer bear the scene. He approached Li Haobo and knelt before him. "Young master, this is too cruel. Please, spare them," he implored, bowing his head 3 times in reverence. He could not endure the anticipated brutality. Memories of his mother's words about the virtue of kindness flooded his mind. Li Haobo, still in high spirits, suddenly darkened in countenance. One of the bodyguards stepped forward, attempting to pull the kneeling guard up. "Apologies, young master, this is Wang Dao. A recent addition after that fellow perished last night. He possesses immense strength but lacks mental acuity. Please do not hold it against him." The man desperately tugged at Wang Dao, yet he remained steadfast in his kneeling position. "Oh, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Li Haobo's gaze turned icy, sharp as a serpent's. "Young master, I dare not. It is my fault." The bodyguard quickly apologized, retreating to the ranks of his peers, no longer daring to intervene with Wang Dao. Meanwhile, Wang Dao remained resolute on his knees, his gaze unwavering as he murmured, "Please, young master, spare them. Ha ha ha. It has been quite some time since anyone dared to challenge my authority." Li Haobo trembled with fury, unleashing a terrifying laughter. "Wang Dao is it? Capable of fighting? Are you? Come, seize him," Li Haobo commanded. One of the members of the hunting mercenary corps swiftly stepped forward, filled with rage at Wang Dao's interference in their spectacle. He, known as Black Ape, was famed for his strength, capable of bearing the heavy firepower within the mercenary group. With a menacing visage, Black Ape swung a punch toward Wang Xiaohu's head. However, to his astonishment, the kneeling Wang Dao grasped Black Ape's fist and pushed him away. Oh, Rongzhan, who had been merely spectating, felt a flicker of surprise. The pushed-back Black Ape instantly felt his pride wounded. He had been bested in a contest of strength. Nevertheless, he recognized Wang Dao's immense power and refrained from advancing further. Instead, he called out to the hunting mercenary corps, "Bring me 2 men to assist in dealing with him." "Tell me, Black Ape, have you been preoccupied with women lately? How could an untrained bodyguard overpower you?" From the ranks of the mercenary group emerged 2 formidable figures: Vicious Bear, known for his volatile temperament and penchant for torturing enemies before delivering the final blow, and Crocodile, who excelled in hand-to-hand combat, relishing the act of biting into his foes and swallowing their flesh. Despite the jest, Vicious Bear and Crocodile stood ready. The members of the hunting mercenary corps possessed keen insight, recognizing that Wang Dao indeed bore formidable strength. Rongzhan sighed, believing that Wang Dao held great potential, albeit one that was likely to be extinguished soon. Yet, what does potential matter? The Li family has never been short of individuals brimming with promise. What they truly require are obedient hounds. The 3 men advanced towards Wang Dao, who continued to plead for mercy, begging the young master to spare them. Suddenly, they launched an assault, employing the unique grappling techniques of the battlefield to restrain Wang Dao's limbs and head. Despite his immense strength, he found himself utterly powerless against the 3 elite mercenaries. He was forcefully pinned to the ground, his struggles proving futile. Black Ape unleashed 3 brutal punches upon Wang Dao's face, each strike echoing with a dull thud, causing blood to flow freely and flesh to tear. "Do not kill him," Li Haobo interjected unexpectedly. The onlookers were taken aback. Such words did not seem fitting for the young master. Did he not wish to protect those women? Let him witness their demise before his very eyes. A grotesque smile spread across Li Haobo's face as he reveled in the chaos. Black Ape could not help but admire Li Haobo's cunning, remarking, "The young master certainly knows how to play the game." Then, Black Ape forcibly twisted Wang Dao's face towards the iron cage, using his fingers to prevent him from closing his eyes. Wang Dao emitted a mournful cry of anguish. Yet he could not shut his eyes, forced to watch the horrific events about to unfold within the cage. "Skinny Monkey, what are you waiting for? Close the door and unleash the zombies," Li Haobo urged. Prompted by the command, Skinny Monkey swiftly began to remove the shackles from the zombies. As the shackles were cast off, the zombies began to stir restlessly. Finally, upon the removal of their restraints, they lunged at the emaciated figure of the thin monkey. With a deft maneuver, the thin monkey evaded the onslaught and escaped from the iron cage, securely locking it behind. The zombies seethed with rage. Their pent-up fury from being confined, combined with the provocation of an entire day, erupted violently. They battered against the cage with wild abandon, yet the iron structure stood resolute, impervious to their assaults. With no way to vent their fury, the answer lay in the remaining dozen or so women trapped within the cage. Despite the terrifying presence of the ravenous zombies, these women remained utterly motionless, as if blind to the horror unfolding before them. One zombie lunged at the nearest woman, sinking its teeth into her neck. She offered no resistance, allowing the creature to feast upon her flesh. It seemed as though she had lost all sensation and awareness, utterly devoid of any regard for her own life. In no time, this unfortunate woman was reduced to nothing more than a torso. Wang Dahu watched in helpless horror as the woman was devoured. He let out a mournful wail, desperate to shut his eyes against the gruesome spectacle, but to no avail. The black ape held his eyelids open, compelling him to witness the atrocity. The zombies soon turned their attention to another woman, voraciously tearing into her with renewed fervor. 1, 2, 3. Each time a woman fell victim to their savage bite, the mercenaries surrounding them and Li Haobo lounging on the sofa erupted into cruel laughter. How exhilarating it was. This sanguinary scene thrilled them, to the point where Li Haobo trembled uncontrollably, losing control of his bladder after the last woman was slaughtered. With all the women dispatched, the zombies resumed their relentless assault on the iron cage, their fury unabated. It unleashed a tremendous force, causing the iron cage to creak ominously. Li Haobo was initially startled, but upon realizing that the zombies could not breach the cage, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, this incident sparked an idea within him. If they could confine this individual, known as Wang Dahu, in the iron cage, given his immense strength, he was eager to witness who would prevail, the man or the zombies. Chapter 37. The chime of 1 o'clock in the morning. Li Haobo's brilliant notion instantaneously ignited the atmosphere in the living room. It is said that Master Li is indeed a master. He possesses creativity far surpassing that of us mere roughnecks. None of us could have conceived such an ingenious idea. The lean monkey, half in admiration and half in flattery, addressed Li Haobo. The mercenaries of the hunting guild enthusiastically echoed his sentiments. Even Rongzhan, seated beside the sofa, gave Li Haobo a thumbs up. With the affirmation of the crowd, Li Haobo's face flushed with excitement. It was the first time he had received such praise. Meanwhile, Wang Dahu was being firmly restrained on the ground by 3 mercenaries. A gentle and kind-hearted man, he had just witnessed the horrific deaths of several women before his very eyes. The scene rendered him speechless, sapping him of the strength to resist. Tears of utter despair streamed from his eyes, tinged with a trace of blood. The black gorilla and the crocodile lifted Wang Dahu, while the lean monkey cautiously approached the iron cage. The zombies continued to batter the cage, oblivious to the lean monkey preparing to open the iron door on the opposite side. Rongzhan stood up to prevent the zombies from escaping. As the iron door swung open, Wang Dahu was ruthlessly thrown into the cage. Immediately, the slender monkey swiftly locked the iron gate once more. A sigh of relief escaped him. The thrill was palpable. The zombie, having devoured a dozen women, had significantly enhanced its strength. Even with its back turned to the slender monkey, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. It is easy to imagine the heightened terror experienced by Wang Dahu, who was in such close proximity to the zombie within the iron cage. The creature sensed the movement behind it and turned to see a bloodied man struggling to rise. Was this yet another morsel offered to it? Wang Dahu finally managed to scramble to his feet, his gaze fixed on the zombie barely 2 to 3 meters away. He beheld the creature's mouth stained with fresh blood and bits of flesh, as well as the mangled remains of the women within the cage. Fear gripped him. Yet it was not the horrific scene before him that terrified him, but rather the thought of his own demise. "Mother, I cannot return home to care for you." He wept, yet he did not succumb to despair. The image of his mother waiting for his return bolstered his resolve. He would survive. He must survive. With newfound determination, he charged at the zombie. To those watching from outside the cage, his audacious act appeared utterly absurd. Nevertheless, the crowd erupted in excited cheers, eager for the spectacle of such thrilling confrontation. The recent inaction of the women had left them feeling unfulfilled. The zombie, too, sprang into action, lunging directly at Wang Dahu. Thus commenced a fierce battle for survival within the confines of the iron cage, between man and monster. Regrettably, Wang Dahu was merely a newly appointed bodyguard. Lacking any combat skills, possessing only brute strength and a rather dull intellect. He audaciously chose to engage in a hand-to-hand combat with the zombie, trading blows in a brutal exchange. Wang Dahu's fist struck the zombie's head, distorting its face grotesquely. The zombie, impervious to pain, retaliated by plunging its claws deep into Wang Dahu's abdomen. Blood pooled on the ground, intensifying the already pungent aroma of carnage that filled the hall. One punch, two punches, three punches. Driven by sheer physical prowess and unwavering resolve, Wang Dahu relentlessly battered the zombie's skull with his fists. One claw, two claws, three claws. The zombie, disregarding its own injuries, continued to inflict deep gashes across Wang Dahu's body with its razor-sharp talons. At that moment, Wang Dahu's abdomen became a gruesome mess, with intestines and internal organs spilling forth. He appeared as though he had emerged from a sea of blood, drenched in crimson. What conviction fueled his actions? A zombie, cultivated by Li Haobo to the point where even Rong Zhan found it somewhat formidable, a creature that knew no fear of pain and understood only the instinct to kill, met its demise in the struggle against Wang Dahu. The lifeless body of the zombie collapsed onto the ground, landing amidst the remains of the numerous deceased women. Within the iron cage, only Wang Dahu, drenched in blood, remained standing. Outside the cage, the onlookers could scarcely contain their excitement, applauding this extraordinary clash. Had Wang Dahu emerged victorious? Not at all. His injuries were so severe that even a deity would lament his plight, even to the point of losing consciousness. He mechanically cried out, "I was wrong. I was wrong." He was not in error. His kindness was indeed virtuous. Yet, in this terrifying and dark apocalypse, that very kindness led to his demise. With a thunderous crash, Wang Dahua could no longer endure. His gaze gradually dulled, and he collapsed into the iron cage. The clock struck 1 in the morning, resonating as if to bid farewell to Wang Dahua, or perhaps tolling the final countdown to death for Li Haobo and the others. No one noticed that the fallen Wang Dahua's skin was slowly turning gray. He had not died. He was on the verge of transforming into a zombie. The chimes of 1 o'clock echoed into the forest beyond the manor. Lin Ziluo stirred. After lying in wait for 7 long hours, he finally moved. Between the hours of 1 and 2 in the morning, those who had stayed up late often felt the most fatigued, their focus waning. This was due to the secretion of a substance called melatonin by the pineal gland in the brain, especially prevalent in the dimmest hours of 1 to 2 o'clock, inducing a profound sense of drowsiness. In stark contrast, a competent assassin would maintain ample energy throughout the night. Lin Ziluo rose. The brilliance of his gear dimmed at his command. He had long since altered his equipment to a hue that seamlessly blended with the shadows of the night. After all, the equipment produced by the Apocalypse game possessed an automatic cleaning function. In the dark forest, Lin Ziluo's position resembled a mere wisp of shadow. The presence of others was utterly imperceptible. After a thorough examination of the current defensive layout of the estate, Lin Ziluo sprang into action. His body darted forth with the swiftness of a cheetah, the wind generated by his movement stirring the fallen leaves of the forest. Strangely, however, his feet made not a sound upon the earth. In no time, Lin Ziluo emerged from the woods, stealthily advancing towards the estate. Along the perimeter of the estate, a wall stood sentinel, with mercenaries stationed at intervals atop it, meticulously scanning the surroundings with tactical flashlights for any signs of movement. The beams of light danced about, appearing to have thoroughly surveyed every corner outside the estate. Lin Ziluo, undeterred, continued his approach to the wall, moving as if he were merely strolling in his own backyard. His steps were light and assured, his demeanor exuding elegance and ease. Remarkably, however, his path remained untouched by the beams of light, as if the flashlights were instinctively avoiding him. This was a testament to Lin Ziluo's formidable perceptiveness. In the preceding hours, he had meticulously observed the every move of the mercenaries surrounding him. Each individual possessed certain inescapable habits, and mercenaries were no exception. While they utilized their flashlights to survey the area, the positions from which they observed and the angles of illumination followed a discernible pattern. Lin Ziluo had astutely grasped these patterns and calculated the optimal route in his mind, enabling him to traverse such an extraordinary path towards the wall. A mercenary perched atop the wall was blissfully unaware of the impending arrival of death. In fact, fatigue had overtaken him to the extent that he stifled a yawn. It was this very moment of distraction that Lin Ziluo seized, deftly pressing himself against the wall to begin his ascent. His movements were remarkably agile, producing not a whisper of sound. In the blink of an eye, he had scaled the wall. As the mercenary, still recovering from his yawn, opened his eyes. He was met with the sight of Lin Ziluo, clad in black and masked, standing before him. Could it be that he was witnessing a ghost in the dead of night? Just as the mercenary prepared to shout, a dagger swiftly sliced across his throat, silencing him forever. This dagger was one Lin Ziluo had pilfered from a shop selling knives en route. Not only did he possess this single dagger, but also a dozen others of varied designs, including one particularly unique blade. Lin Ziluo retracted the dagger, and to prevent the scent of blood from pervading the air, he clamped down on the blood vessels, stanching the flow as he made the incision. He then applied a prepared piece of plastic wrap to the wound, effectively addressing the issue. At that moment, the mercenary's lifeless body remained propped up, not yet collapsed. The flashlight in his hand continued to sway as if conducting its usual patrol, oblivious to the chaos that had just unfolded. Using the mercenary's corpse as a shield, Lin Ziluo began to meticulously survey the interior of the estate. The lights in the smaller buildings surrounding the manor had all been extinguished, leaving only the grand villa at the center aglow with illumination. Moreover, from his vantage point, he could hear the occasional loud roars and howls emanating from the first floor of the villa. It was as if a multitude of individuals were venting their emotions within the confines of the estate. Lin Ziluo paid no heed to their actions for today. His singular objective was to leave no one unscathed. Their raucous clamor conveniently facilitated his stealthy infiltration. He placed the mercenary's lifeless body upon the ground and secured his flashlight. With a deft movement, he grasped the edge of the wall and leaped into the estate, stealthily advancing towards a nearby mercenary. Setting aside Lin Ziluo's unparalleled stealth skills, one must ponder which mercenary, while intently observing the surroundings of the estate, would anticipate the silent arrival of a lethal specter behind them. Under the cloak of night, Lin Ziluo relentlessly reaped lives along the wall. With a swift strike from behind, a cut to the throat, he would lower the body, adjust the flashlight, and move on to the next target. He exhibited the essence of assassination with exquisite precision. In a mere 2 minutes, he had eradicated nearly half of the mercenaries stationed along the wall. At this juncture, one mercenary finally registered a sense of alarm. "What is happening, old pig? Why isn't your flashlight moving?" he inquired with curiosity. Unbeknownst to him, this very utterance hastened his demise by several critical seconds. As he moved to investigate what had befallen his comrade, a dagger swiftly sliced through his neck, extinguishing his life. Though that mercenary was now deceased, the momentary drowsiness that had lingered among the others was abruptly dispelled by his words. "What is going on, Audie? What is wrong with old pig?" Another mercenary inquired from a different position. "Nothing much. That kid was about to doze off, so I just gave him a nudge." Audie spoke up. "Well, it is what it is. Damn it, it's frustrating. The captain and the leader are reveling in the hall while we are left here to merely watch the door." Upon hearing Audie's words, the mercenary harbored no suspicion. Instead, he began to lament. It was not that he did not wish to doubt, but rather the voice mimicked by Lin Ziluo was indistinguishable from Audie's. The statement made by this mercenary served as a catalyst. Others around them began to chime in. "Indeed, after a long day clearing out zombies, we are now expected to stand guard at night. They truly do not regard us as human. I've been awake for nearly 24 hours now. It's absurd. If they truly want to ensure our safety, why don't those captains come out and see for themselves?" Lin Ziluo smiled faintly and continued in Audie's accent. "To put it plainly, they simply do not see us as human. We are merely cannon fodder." His words were not intended to sow discord among the mercenaries. As diehard warriors, they would not be swayed that easily. However, complaints were inevitable, which could incite grievances among the mercenaries, directing their focus toward venting frustrations and reflecting on their own grievances. As anticipated, after Lin Ziluo set the tone, the mercenaries erupted into a frenzy of complaints. "What a joke. Today, I found a beautiful female university student at that college, but before I could even make my move, that crocodile guy swooped in and practically killed her, not even leaving a drop of soup for me. Who is not? The zombie I dispatched dropped a piece of bronze tier equipment, marking the first such acquisition for our mercenary group, yet it was swiftly seized by them. This, however, is merely the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps it is the pent-up resentment accumulated over time, or perhaps it is simply a means to dispel the current drowsiness." An increasing number of mercenaries joined the discussion, while Lin Ziluo seized the moment to resume his clandestine assassinations. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ziluo specifically targeted those who had just spoken. Individuals who had recently engaged in conversation and then fell silent were unlikely to raise suspicions among others. Thus, he continued to execute judgment upon the mercenaries present. Eventually, as only a few mercenaries remained, the veil of secrecy began to unravel. Isn't your experience similar to mine? Xiaoxi, am I right? One mercenary inquired of the last speaker. Unfortunately, his quest for Xiaoxi's response would lead him only to the depths of hell. Xiaoxi? Xiaoxi. The mercenary called out twice, only to suddenly realize the gravity of the situation. Alarmed, he produced a rectangular object. Lin Ziluo recognized it instantly. It was a signal flare unique to the hunting mercenary corps. In an apocalyptic world where communication is frail, signaling proves to be remarkably effective. The mercenary, acting with resolve, launched the flare the moment it was in his grasp. In the next instant, a dagger sliced through his neck. By that time, the signal flare had already been dispatched. Lin Ziluo held his breath momentarily, focusing intently as he forcefully hurled the dagger from his hand. Was he attempting to sever the signal flare before its time? How could that be possible? Chapter 39. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Is he human or divine? Lin Ziluo proved it. In his grasp, nothing was impossible. The dagger soared through the air at a velocity far surpassing that of the signal flare. When the flare had traversed halfway, the dagger struck true, embedding itself into the body of the flare. This seemingly inconspicuous dagger executed a flawless division of the signal flare, rendering it a mute shell, which subsequently fell to the ground, rebounding twice. How could this be? The last surviving mercenary atop the wall witnessed the entire spectacle in its entirety. No one responded to his inquiries. In a flash, the blade glinted, and the mercenary's head tumbled to the earth. Thus, all the guards outside the Li family manor met their demise. Lin Ziluo approached the fallen signal flare, withdrawing the dagger from its casing. He was confident in his ability to prevent the flare from detonating. Who could fathom the number of times he had encountered this signal flare in the past? Certainly no fewer than 100. Later, he even studied numerous finished signal flares from the Li family, obsessively examining their internal structures, which ultimately honed his knife-throwing technique to flawlessly neutralize signal flares. Beep. Detection confirms the complete incapacitation of external security forces at the Li family manor. Beep. The host's path of vengeance has commenced. Beep. Task. Revenge is a dish best served cold, initiated. Retribution must be exacted. The grievances of the slightest affront shall be avenged. None can provoke the host and live to tell the tale. Tonight, the host shall transform into the harbinger of death, claiming all lives within the Li family manor. Task requirement. Eliminate the remaining 269 individuals in the Li family manor. 269. Task reward. A random ordinary enhancement and 1 piece of bronze-level equipment. Task duration. 12 hours. Ding. May I inquire if the host accepts the task? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Ziluo's cold visage, yet tranquility swiftly reclaimed its place. Splendid. Li Haobo, you have provided yet another compelling reason for your demise. I accept the task, Lin Ziluo declared. Ding. The task, retribution must be exacted, has been accepted. The vengeance barrier is now activated. Should any of the 269 individuals within the Li family manor attempt to flee beyond its confines, the host will be able to ascertain their location. Ding. Wishing the host a successful completion of the task, Lin Ziluo felt a surge of elation. The vengeance barrier, a highly coveted advanced item, with which Lin Ziluo had not previously engaged, only aware of its general effects. As the golden finger system elucidated, it serves to prevent foes from escaping the confines of the barrier. Once they evade it, the host gains the right to track the locations of those who have fled. For a minimum duration of 1 month. What does this entail? For an entire month, no matter how far one may run, evasion from pursuit is futile. The psychological torment alone could be lethal. This mechanism first emerged during the Dragon Kingdom's war with the Wokou, implemented when the Dragon Kingdom unleashed a vengeance barrier upon the capital of the Wokou. The people of the Dragon Kingdom relentlessly pursued the fleeing individuals from the Yamato nation for several days, leaving them in a state of despair. Now, Lin Ziluo would also experience this sensation. He rummaged through the bodies of the mercenaries, casually taking some items before stealthily infiltrating deeper into the estate. The villa at the heart of the manor still exuded an atmosphere of joy, completely oblivious to the fact that the estate's security personnel had already been eliminated by Lin Ziluo. However, as he crept towards a smaller building adjacent to the main structure, Lin Ziluo felt a sense of bewilderment. He observed the numbers on the mission panel continuously escalating. 7,269, 8,269, 9,269. What on earth is happening? I haven't even made a move, and people are already dying? Ah, Crocodile, what are you doing? You've killed the last woman too. The enraged black ape exclaimed. The hall of the villa was already littered with the corpses of several women. After Wang Dahu and the zombies perished together, the remaining individuals lost their source of amusement. One by one, they sat in their seats, sighing in boredom. How could the ever-hospitable Li Haobo disappoint his guests? With a grand flourish, he gathered all the women in his estate, sparing even the cleaning lady in her 40s. He intended to host an extravagant multi-person revelry. However, he underestimated the ferocity of the mercenaries. These women were no match for the brutish men attacking them. In no time, they succumbed to the agonizing torment. Apologies. I exerted too much force and inadvertently fractured her spine, the crocodile admitted with a hint of embarrassment. However, his sense of embarrassment was solely directed towards the destruction of his companion's plaything, rather than the demise of the woman. With her absence, what shall we entertain ourselves with now? The chimpanzee lamented. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the villa's grand hall, emanating from at least 4 different directions. Who is it? Rongzhan, who had been feigning sleep on the sofa, abruptly rose to his feet. At the moment the voice spoke, a chill ran down his spine, and his body was enveloped in a cold sweat. A palpable aura of murder permeated the air. Rongzhan was certain that describing it as a murderous intent was not an exaggeration. Over the years on the battlefield, he had taken countless lives. Yet this overwhelming aura of hostility made his past experiences seem trivial in comparison. Not only Rongzhan, but the other members of the hunting mercenary corps also became acutely aware. They were seasoned killers themselves and could not be oblivious to the ominous presence. Li Haobo had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. However, his silver-haired butler swiftly positioned himself in front of him, providing steadfast protection. After the voice fell silent, it dawned on Li Haobo with a jolt. It's here, it has truly arrived. Someone genuinely intends to kill me, he exclaimed in terror. Young master, remain calm, the silver-haired butler urged. At that moment, Li Haobo managed to silence his cries, though his eyes were filled with dread, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to him, the identity and intentions of this formidable figure remained a mystery. He pondered whether a discussion could be arranged. Rongzhan shouted loudly, his voice tinged with a growing sense of dread. The presence of this expert, who had stealthily infiltrated the vicinity of the villa, signified that all the guards stationed outside the manor had been dealt with. These individuals were members of a mercenary hunting squad, though not the elite. They were capable of facing 10 opponents on the battlefield. Yet, without so much as a sound, they had been utterly annihilated. Who, or what, lurked outside? A mere mortal? Or perhaps a deity? Chapter 40. A second bloom. I may be human, but in this moment, I am the harbinger of your demise. The voice that resonated was none other than Lin Ziluo's. After eliminating all those within the smaller buildings surrounding the villa, he ascended to the 2nd floor and beheld the diabolical scene unfolding in the central hall. Yet, Lin Ziluo merely observed with a detached gaze. For what transpired before him was but a trivial matter. In the decade following the apocalypse, everyone had experienced varying degrees of psychological turmoil. Instances of grotesque and abhorrent behavior had become commonplace. As for feeling sympathy for these women, as Lin Ziluo had previously articulated, meeting death in such a manner could indeed be viewed as a form of bliss. The true horror lay in the inability to escape death, even when one wished for it. Seizing the moment while they indulged in their depravity, Lin Ziluo proceeded to install 4 speakers he had prepared in various locations on the 2nd floor. He meticulously set the parameters and activated them simultaneously. This was not a mere ruse to startle the unsuspecting. Rather, it was a deliberate measure to heighten their alertness in advance. In a state of heightened alertness, any slight disturbance would undoubtedly capture their attention. This was the objective of Lin Ziluo. He arrived at the corner of the villa's entrance and produced a small, obsidian-colored sphere. It was a single-use, bronze-grade item, super flash bomb. He then hurled it directly into the interior of the villa. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall was charged with tension. Each individual was vigilantly scanning their surroundings in an attempt to detect Lin Ziluo's presence. When they observed the small sphere soaring into the room, all eyes were drawn to it. It was hardly surprising that they were caught off guard. After all, they had never encountered such a device before. As the small sphere remained in their collective gaze, it suddenly erupted into a blinding flash of white light. The brilliance surged forth with astonishing speed, leaving no time for anyone to react. In an instant, the hall was filled with anguished cries. Ah, my eyes! Am I blinded? The once-prepared hall descended into chaos, primarily due to the confusion instigated by Li Haobua's bodyguards and servants. However, the well-trained mercenaries maintained their vigilance. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo boldly entered through the villa's grand entrance, activating the swift movement ability of his windstorm boots. With terrifying speed, he rapidly approached the center of the hall. While only a few managed to regain their senses, the majority remained in a state of blindness. Now was the moment. Upon reaching the predetermined location, the spiked bracelet in Lin Ziluo's hand emanated a dusty yellow glow. Spike Assault. The terrifying destructive power of Spike Assault, which wreaked havoc in the ping-pong hall just 2 nights prior, was about to be unleashed once more. Previously, it had successfully dispatched a dozen zombies. This time, however, it faced individuals unaware of how to evade, possessing physical attributes significantly inferior to that of the undead. How many lives would it claim? The ground of the villa began to fracture, as expensive marble slabs and rare carpets were torn asunder by the emerging spikes. Those who had been merely shielding their eyes were unable to comprehend the unfolding carnage. They were impaled from below, their bodies rendered into a grotesque state of disarray. Not a single person in the vertical line of spikes was spared. A deluge of blood and shattered flesh littered the center of the hall, transforming the already corpse-laden space into a veritable hell on earth. Li Haobua, paralyzed with fear, screamed in terror, his mouth agape. At that moment, an eyeball, its origin unknown, bounced into his mouth. Instinctively, he closed his lips and bit down hard. Instantly, the fluid within the eyeball burst forth, and he swallowed it down. Lin Ziluo observed as several individuals began to recover from their temporary blindness. He retrieved the second and final super flash bomb from his storage space. Tossing it high into the air, the Tang Dao materialized in Lin Ziluo's grasp. With a commanding shout, he executed a circular slash. He hurled the Tang Dao forcefully towards the position of the mercenary team, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Immediately, Lin Ziluo dashed towards the entrance of the villa. The Tang Dao sliced through the necks of the black ape and the crocodile with the swiftness of death's scythe. On his return, he dispatched 2 more mercenaries. At that moment, many who had just regained their vision instinctively glanced towards the spot where Lin Ziluo had spoken of the spinning strike. The super flash grenade that had just been launched was now in free fall, approximately 1.8 meters above the ground, coincidentally locking eyes with the onlookers. Goodness, it's back again. Those individuals internally lamented in disbelief. Who would have anticipated such a remarkable encore? The blinding white light erupted once more. The relentless flashes caused numerous onlookers to shed tears from the agony inflicted upon their eyes, while others experienced severe swelling, rendering them unable to recover for several hours at the very least. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ziluo, now at the villa's entrance, caught the returning Tang Dao and vanished into the night. The chaos within the villa's hall subsided only minutes later. Rongzhan's face was ashen with fury. A seasoned warrior like himself had failed to even glimpse the enemy, resulting in significant losses among his subordinates. The thin monkey, trembling with fear, approached Rongzhan. "Boss, we have compiled the death toll," he murmured, his head bowed. "How many? Speak." Rongzhan inquired with urgency. That earth spike of his, akin to sorcery, had nearly obliterated the security and servants of young Master Li. The knife that continually whirled behind us claimed the lives of our mercenary brothers, including Black Bear, Crocodile, and White Wolf. Before Shouho could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by Rongzhan. "Enough. Just tell me how many of us are left," Rongzhan commanded. "Aside from the young master, the boss, and Uncle Zhao, there are 66 brothers remaining, 10 of whom are gravely injured, and several others have yet to regain their eyesight." Shouho hesitated briefly before articulating the grim figures. Damn it. When have we ever suffered such significant losses in our hunting brigade? We didn't even catch a glimpse of that person's appearance." Rongzhan exclaimed furiously, hurling the cup in his hand against the wall, shattering it into fragments. At that moment, Li Haobua, who had fainted after accidentally swallowing a marble, began to regain consciousness. "Who is this? Who did this? It disgusts me," he cried out. "Uncle Rong, Uncle Zhao, you must avenge me. I want to see him torn to pieces." Rage clouded Li Haobua's judgment as he shouted vehemently. "Rest assured, young master. Whoever he may be, I will ensure he pays the price." Rongzhan gritted his teeth in determination. Chapter 41. The Hidden Master. Steward Zhao Mission Requirement. Eliminate the remaining 269 individuals in the Li family manor. 269. Surprisingly, this figure is rather precise. Lin Ziluo mused as he closed the mission panel. At that moment, he was concealed on the second floor of the villa. Indeed, after racing out through the villa's front door, he executed a swift return, stealthily infiltrating back to the second floor. As the saying goes, the most perilous places are often the safest. How could the group downstairs fathom that the very harbinger of death who had just claimed the life of their comrade was now residing directly above them? The words just uttered by the emaciated monkey, Rongzhan, and Li Haobo were distinctly heard by Lin Ziluo from the upper floor. "I will shred you into pieces and make you pay a price for this," they had proclaimed. These were precisely the sentiments Lin Ziluo had intended to express. However, he harbored a sense of disdain within. Nonetheless, Lin Ziluo remained vigilant. This was the rationale behind his earlier retreat. Regardless of the circumstances, the individuals within the hall possessed considerable combat experience and outnumbered him significantly. They were not akin to zombies. In combating zombies, Lin Ziluo merely needed to focus on the intricacies of the fight. Yet humans are capricious, capable of treachery. To avert an unforeseen mishap, particularly amidst a collective assault, Lin Ziluo prudently opted for a timely withdrawal. Moreover, he made an astute decision not to succumb to the burning desire for vengeance by immediately eliminating Li Haobo. Undoubtedly, Li Haobo represented the weakest link within the entire team. As long as Li Haobo existed, Rongzhan and the others would be compelled to center their attention on him, potentially dispatching a portion of their forces to ensure his safe evacuation. This was precisely Lin Ziluo's intent. If facing over 60 adversaries posed a certain risk, confronting merely 30 would allow Lin Ziluo to maneuver with ease. As anticipated, the individuals downstairs behaved precisely as Lin Ziluo had predicted. Although their voices were subdued, Lin Ziluo, shrouded in the darkness, managed to suppress all traces of his presence. Through lip reading, he discerned the content of their dialogue. "Uncle Zhao, take the young master and the thin monkey into the secret passage. I will remain outside to confront the assassin." This was Rongzhan discussing matters with the silver-haired butler. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but glance at the silver-haired butler, for in his recollections of the Li family, this butler did not exist. Consequently, Lin Ziluo chose to examine the attribute panels of Rongzhan and the silver-haired butler. Just as he obtained the attribute panel, the butler suddenly glanced around warily and remarked, "That person hasn't left. I sense he may be observing us." Upon witnessing this, Lin Ziluo promptly withdrew his gaze. This revelation was indeed unexpected. He had not anticipated that the silver-haired butler was a formidable individual, one whose prowess surpassed that of Rongzhan. After all, Lin Ziluo had managed to read Rongzhan's lips without detection, while the butler, also known as Uncle Zhao, had immediately sensed his scrutiny. Despite their heightened awareness, they remained oblivious to Lin Ziluo's position. Once concealed again, Lin Ziluo leisurely began to review the information of the two individuals. Basic information: nickname, leader of the hunting mercenary group. Title, zombie hunter. Level 5. Basic information: nickname, Zhao Qiguang. Title, none. Level 2. The above is Rongzhan's basic information, while the latter pertains to Uncle Zhao. Rongzhan's level is quite high, certainly in comparison to ordinary individuals. However, when juxtaposed with Lin Ziluo, who had reached level 8 by the third day of the apocalypse, it was evidently lacking. Zhao Bo, whose true name is Zhao Qiguang, has reached only the second level due to his unwavering dedication to protecting Li Haobo at the Li family estate. However, to gauge the potential of these two individuals merely by their levels would be a grave oversight. Similar to Lin Ziluo, who initially possessed a significant advantage in spiritual attributes, these two have their own formidable strengths. One has fought valiantly on the battlefield for many years, while the other has diligently honed ancient martial arts over an extended period. Their physical attributes are undoubtedly several points higher than those of an ordinary person, perhaps even surpassing what some may achieve at the 10th level. Recently, Lin Ziluo noticed that Rongzhan was adorned with 3 pieces of bronze-tier equipment, suggesting that he had consolidated the entire mercenary group's gear for himself. In stark contrast, Zhao Qiguang bore no equipment at all. After Lin Ziluo assessed their attributes, a commotion arose downstairs. This was part of a prearranged strategy to confront Lin Ziluo. Shifting his position, Lin Ziluo peered out once more. In the center of the grand hall, both Zhao Bo and Li Haobo had vanished, along with a significant number of mercenaries. Only Rongzhan and a small contingent of mercenaries remained, which included those severely injured and still unable to regain their sight. Alas, Rongzhan had overestimated himself. This arrangement was, in fact, the most convenient for Lin Ziluo. At that moment, Rongzhan plopped down onto the sofa. Although he was uncertain of Lin Ziluo's whereabouts, he called out, "Why not show yourself? Hiding in the shadows hardly befits your stature." Lin Ziluo could only curl his lips in exasperation at such a crude provocation, yet he understood Rongzhan's true intentions. It was merely a delay, allowing Li Haobo and his companions to depart first. "Apologies, but if that is your intention, I shall not grant you your wish." Lin Ziluo drew a dagger and hurled it towards the grand chandelier, suspended in the center of the hall. The swift blade struck true, severing the cord and cutting through the electrical wiring. In an instant, the brilliance of the chandelier extinguished, plunging the once illuminated hall into a dim twilight. Amidst this obscurity, a dull horn resonated. A white zombie cat, the size of a cheetah, materialized beside Lin Ziluo. The silver-tiered item, Horn of the Zombie Cat, was activated. The zombie cat exhibited a vacant stare, devoid of independent thought. To control it, one could either assign a specific target or manipulate it through one's own consciousness. Assigning a target rendered the zombie cat overly rigid. True versatility could only be achieved through direct control. Naturally, Lin Ziluo opted to wield his consciousness to guide the creature. Moreover, he intended to multitask. As he commanded the zombie cat to leap from the second floor, Lin Ziluo also sprang into action. The chandelier, now severed from its tether, plummeted swiftly. Its trajectory was aimed precisely at the sofa where Rongzhan was seated. Realizing the impending darkness that enveloped the hall, Rongzhan reacted swiftly, rising to evade the chandelier's descent. However, those who had been gravely injured and blinded were situated around the sofa, and they were far less fortunate. Immobilized in the face of the chandelier's fall, the heavy fixture crashed down upon them, pinning their bodies beneath its weight. This exquisitely luxurious chandelier was originally procured by the Li family at a staggering cost of 10 million yuan. The enormous bulbs lay shattered, their fragments strewn across the ground, inflicting grievous wounds upon numerous mercenaries. Several sharp, ornamental pieces from the chandelier pierced through the bodies of those below. Countless mercenaries succumbed to their torment in this manner. Chapter 42. The death of the god of hunting. As the chandelier crashed to the ground, claiming the lives of the gravely injured mercenaries, piercing screams filled the hall. The zombie cat and Lin Ziluo split their forces, one advancing from the left, the other from the right, both charging towards the mercenaries. Lin Ziluo's tang knife danced through the air, while the zombie cat's claws slashed with deadly precision, simultaneously claiming the lives of two mercenaries. At this moment, Rongzhan finally beheld the true visage of death. Clad in a cloak of black, his face obscured by a mask that appeared both enigmatic and utterly mundane. The eyes behind the mask shone brightly, yet revealed no emotion. As he harvested the lives of the mercenaries, he seemed to do so with an air of nonchalance. Rongzhan attempted to assess the attributes of this enigmatic figure. Basic information: nickname, title, level. Why was he unable to discern any information about this individual? Rongzhan stood bewildered. This was an unprecedented situation for him. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ziluo had long activated the concealment effect of his hidden mask. In that fleeting moment, Rongzhan's subordinates fell like stalks of wheat, succumbing to Lin Ziluo's lethal strikes without even a cry. The mercenaries attacked by the zombie cat, however, screamed in terror, for the zombie cat had inherited only 60 of Lin Ziluo's basic attributes. In terms of attributes, it was merely slightly superior to the mercenaries. It is not an absolute crushing defeat. Thus, the only recourse is to utilize the clawed prowess of the zombie cat to inflict a deep gash upon the mercenary's neck, leading to a fatal loss of blood. This process is agonizing, as the wounds inflicted by the zombie cat bleed uncontrollably, leaving the victim to helplessly witness their own life force ebbing away, ultimately succumbing to death. Enough. Who are you truly? Rongzhan is on the brink of madness. His subordinates are falling one after another, and he is incessantly mocked, still unaware of his adversary's identity. Desperately, Rongzhan pursues the direction of Lin Ziluo. However, Lin Ziluo shows no inclination to acknowledge him at this moment. After his recent observations, Lin Ziluo has lost all expectations of Rongzhan. With his poor skills, meager attributes, and a personality that has yet to mature to the steadiness of a few years hence, it would be far more advantageous to eliminate these mercenaries first. Lin Ziluo fails to consider his own current state. With 2 global announcements and an increase of 6 attribute points, he has ascended 3 levels, fully armored in divine regalia. Even at the height of the apocalypse, Rongzhan could not possibly match Lin Ziluo. Rongzhan has succumbed to despair. He cannot keep pace with Lin Ziluo's speed. He can only watch helplessly as Lin Ziluo strikes again and again, while he trails behind in the dust. Even if he wishes to alert his subordinates to Lin Ziluo's position, the words barely form before his men have their throats slit. At last, through the combined efforts of Lin Ziluo and the zombie cat, all the mercenaries in the hall have met their demise. The few who still breathe are writhing in agony on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Rongzhan is utterly despondent, collapsing to his knees in a state of utter dismay. This sense of helplessness could not deter Lin Ziluo, leaving him devoid of all thoughts. He understood that with his current strength, he could not impede Lin Ziluo's bloody massacre. Lin Ziluo first withdrew his consciousness from the zombie cat, then commanded it to pursue Li Haobo and his companions. Observing the situation, it appeared that Li Haobo and his group had opted not to flee from the Li family estate, as the vengeance barrier had not yet been activated. Upon receiving Lin Ziluo's orders, the zombie cat swiftly darted away. Although transformed into a zombie, it retained its feline abilities, effortlessly tracing their retreating path. Lin Ziluo then approached Rongzhan, who knelt on the ground. "Move, O leader of the hunting mercenary group," Lin Ziluo spoke. Rongzhan raised his head, gazing at Lin Ziluo before suddenly erupting into a frenzied laugh, his voice raspy. "Ha! The hunting mercenary group has nearly been annihilated. How can I still be called its leader?" Lin Ziluo felt a surge of satisfaction, even though he had not directly engaged with Rongzhan. The sight of him in such despair brought Lin Ziluo immense pleasure. In front of Rongzhan, he slaughtered all of his subordinates, obliterating years of Rongzhan's hard work in an instant, leaving him utterly devoid of any will to resist, as if his soul had been stripped away. This was the pinnacle of vengeance. The torment of the body pales in comparison to the agony of the spirit. Lin Ziluo was convinced that even if he refrained from killing Rongzhan, the latter would never regain his composure in this lifetime. That being said, the act of killing was still imperative. If taking Rongzhan's life would bring him greater satisfaction, why not proceed with the deed? Rongzhan gazed at Lin Ziluo before him, despair etched upon his features, yet a glimmer of yearning flickered in his eyes. He hastily inquired, "Who are you? Who on earth are you? Tell me, or I shall depart this world with unfulfilled desires." Lin Ziluo's eyes brightened at the phrase "depart with unfulfilled desires." What a delightful notion! The Tang Dao sliced through the air, and a head tumbled to the ground. Rongzhan's severed head rolled a few times, his eyes wide with disbelief, astonished that Lin Ziluo chose to act without uttering a single word. Moreover, he remained blissfully unaware of Lin Ziluo's identity until his last breath, truly embodying the essence of departing with unfulfilled desires. Lin Ziluo approached Rongzhan's head and gave it a gentle kick, turning the face to gaze upon him. Then he spoke, "To this day, I vividly recall that moment when you looked down upon me. You trampled me into the dirt, declaring that I, a mere insect, was unworthy of your attention. You branded me as an orphan, a worthless wretch. How dare I possess the audacity to challenge the supremacy of the Li family? You likened me to a foul creature dwelling in the sewers, stating that killing me would soil your hands. In truth, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your arrogance back then. It provided me with the opportunity to escape, and in the process, I severed 2 of your fingers. I also appreciate your actions for imparting a vital lesson. Before taking a life, refrain from prattling on. If you can act, do so without hesitation. You see, I have severed your head and now engage in conversation with you. Is it not rather delightful?" As Lin Ziluo reached the conclusion of his words, he could not help but chuckle. Yet he reminded himself to temper his joy. Li Haobo awaited him. Lin Ziluo raised his foot and stomped down with great force. In an instant, Rongzhan's head burst open like a watermelon, splattering blood and brain matter, staining Lin Ziluo's shoes with a mix of red and white. The formidable god of hunting, Rongzhan, one of the 3 guardians of the Li family, one of the 10 divine warriors of the Dragon Nation, a figure revered by thousands in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Thus, he met his demise. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply, feeling the invisible shackles upon him loosen significantly. He swiftly looted the 3 bronze tier pieces of equipment from Rongzhan's lifeless body. Just as he was about to examine their attributes, a soft meow echoed in his mind. It was the zombie cat informing Lin Ziluo that it had located Li Haobo and his companions. Without further delay, Lin Ziluo sensed the position of the zombie cat and meticulously inspected the corpses he had just slain. Once he confirmed that everyone was indeed dead, he felt assured and ventured forth. Chapter 43. One is enough. Lin Ziluo merely needed to focus his consciousness on the zombie cat to accurately trace the path it had previously taken. Now, he comprehended the location of the Li family's secret passage. It must be said that they were quite cunning. Those who had fled earlier were merely a diversion to mislead Lin Ziluo. The zombie cat had initially chosen to follow them, only to discover that there was no trace of Li Haobo among them. Thus, it turned back to pursue Li Haobo instead. Ultimately, the zombie cat discerned that Li Haobo and Butler Zhao were hiding in the basement of the villa. Unbeknownst to Li Haobo, the zombie cat had completely grasped their location, all the while hoping fervently that he would not be discovered by Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo did not seek out Li Haobo and Butler Zhao first. For the moment, the zombie cat was fixated on them. What he needed to do was to resolve the situation with the remaining 20 or so individuals in the secret passage. In a safe house within the Li family's basement, Li Haobo exclaimed in a state of panic, "Uncle Zhao, what shall we do?" A distinct odor emanated from him, suggesting that the young master of the Li family had been so frightened that he had lost control of himself. "Young master, do not panic," Butler Zhao reassured him. "Rong Zhan and his hunting mercenaries are more than capable of fending off that assassin. Furthermore, we have dispatched others to the secret passage. He would not suspect our presence here." However, despite his words, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Could matters truly be resolved so simply? Would this enigmatic intruder who had breached the Li family estate really be deceived by such trivial tactics? Surely, it was Lin Ziluo who had orchestrated this. Absolutely him. He was the one who first arranged for Yao Jing'an's demise, and now he sought to eliminate me as well. Li Haobo was adamant that Lin Ziluo had hired the assassin. Yet, he could not fathom how Lin Ziluo had acquired such formidable information or where he had found such a powerful assassin. Could it be that Lin Jian left a contingency plan for Lin Ziluo? Butler Zhao speculated. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When we eliminated Lin Jian, the Li family nearly uprooted the entire Lin clan. There was no way Lin Jian could have left a backup. Li Haobo retorted vehemently. Had it not been for the insistence of that superior to preserve a single bloodline of the Lin family, Lin Ziluo would have long since met his demise. Otherwise, I would not have exploited that wretched Yao Jing'an to plunge Lin Ziluo into despair. I had long since dispatched someone to eliminate him, Li Haobo continued. This revelation was indeed unexpected. Lin Ziluo had always believed that the Li family had targeted him due to a previous affront to Li Haobo and Yao Jing'an, which had intensified their animosity, leading to relentless pursuits by the Li family. Little did he know that this entire scheme was orchestrated by Li Haobo, including the romance between Yao Jing'an and Lin Ziluo, as well as the subsequent infidelity that was intended solely to devastate Lin Ziluo's psyche, aiming to bring him to utter ruin. So that was it. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo's voice echoed from beyond the metallic door of the safe house. Lin Ziluo indeed. That was his voice. Li Haobo shrieked. "So, I have been under your scrutiny all along. It seems there are countless tales woven into my existence." Lin Ziluo's voice persisted. "Lin Ziluo, let me tell you, you should have perished at my hands. I should have arranged for your demise from the very beginning." Fear gripped Li Haobo, compelling him to resort to threats as a means to dispel his terror. The metallic door of the safe house was emitting a grating sound, indicative of Lin Ziluo's efforts to force it open from the outside. "I am rather curious. Who is Lin Jian? What do you mean by the Li family uprooting the Lin family?" Lin Ziluo inquired calmly while prying at the iron door. "Ha, you orphan. You don't even know your father's name. This is your just dessert." Lin Jian had the audacity to report my father just as he was on the cusp of a promotion. The long-standing plans of the Li family have been utterly disrupted. And for this alone, the entirety of your Lin family deserves to perish. You ought to consider yourself fortunate. You are the sole survivor of the Lin lineage. I am merely curious as to which ally would dare to assist you, for without such aid, I could dispatch any bodyguard to eliminate you effortlessly. Listening to the sounds of excavation from outside, Li Haobo grew increasingly anxious. He resorted to incessant curses and loud shouts, attempting to vent his inner terror. Moreover, he was convinced that Lin Ziluo had secured assistance. "Your words are of little consequence, for regardless of what you say, I shall ensure the complete obliteration of the Li family, the entirety of your clan," Lin Ziluo calmly replied. What had merely been a casual inquiry from Lin Ziluo about the unfolding events was now of no significance to him. As he articulated, the details of his transformation into an orphan, or whether his parents had indeed fallen victim to the Li family, had become irrelevant. His personal vendetta against the Li family was profound. Who could have anticipated that upon Lin Ziluo's utterance, Li Haobo would burst into laughter. Even the ever-loyal steward Zhao, who had remained by Li Haobo's side, exhibited a disdainful expression. How absurd it was. The notion that Lin Ziluo alone could topple the Li family, a behemoth that has reigned over the dragon country for over a millennium, simply because of an unknown ally, even in the face of their impending doom. Neither Li Haobo nor steward Zhao considered for a moment that Lin Ziluo possessed even the slightest chance of dismantling the Li family. And it was at this moment the metallic door of the safe house finally emitted a creaking sound, unable to bear the strain any longer. Subsequently, Lin Ziluo slowly pulled the door open. At that moment, Butler Zhao sprang into action. He had been patiently awaiting this opportunity for Lin Ziluo to unlock the door. The instant the metallic door began to move, Butler Zhao surged forward with the swiftness of a released arrow, his speed so remarkable that it was difficult to discern that he was a man in his 60s or 70s. As he charged, a radiant golden light emanated from his hands. However, Lin Ziluo had long anticipated this maneuver. He observed Butler Zhao's advance with unwavering calmness. Suddenly, a zombie cat, the size of a cheetah, sprang forth from behind Lin Ziluo, positioning itself to absorb Butler Zhao's powerful punch. After withstanding the blow, the zombie cat dissipated into thin air. Butler Zhao, momentarily taken aback, failed to comprehend what had transpired. In truth, the summoning time for the zombie cat had reached its 30-minute limit. Adhering to his principle of resourcefulness, Lin Ziluo allowed the zombie cat to absorb a hit before it vanished precisely on cue. At that moment, the metallic door had been forcefully pried open wide enough for Lin Ziluo to slip through. He decisively stepped inside and stood before Butler Zhao. Regaining his composure from the earlier confusion, Butler Zhao scrutinized the masked figure before him and compared it to Lin Ziluo, realizing that their physiques and characteristics were identical. Shocked, Butler Zhao exclaimed, "You are Lin Ziluo. The assassin before was you. It has been you all along." In the shadows, Li Haobo seized his trembling form and incredulously uttered, "It's impossible. It cannot be him alone. How could Lin Ziluo have become this powerful? One individual is more than sufficient." Chapter 44. Obsolescence. How can one survive in the apocalypse? Impossible. The strength required to vanquish Rongzhan and infiltrate the manor is certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere child. Steward Zhao remained incredulous. 50 years of martial arts experience informed him that this was utterly inconceivable. "Ah, you old-fashioned fool, I understand now why you couldn't survive," Lin Ziluo remarked, having discerned the truth. Individuals like Steward Zhao, who had dedicated themselves to martial arts, were wholly unwilling to accept the reality that a system could enhance attributes in the face of the apocalypse. Some were even obstinate enough to refuse to allocate their attribute points. To them, such notions were mere heresy. As a result, once the 7-day novice protection period of the apocalyptic game concluded, the skills they had painstakingly honed over decades fell woefully short, proving less effective than a random zombie encountered on the street. This led to their unfortunate fates. Logically, those with a foundation in martial arts should have thrived in the apocalypse. Yet Lin Ziluo had seen but a handful of true practitioners of Dragon Country's martial arts even into the later stages of the apocalypse. Lin Ziluo, unwilling to engage in further dialogue with Steward Zhao, unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at him. After decades of martial training, Steward Zhao quickly reacted to Lin Ziluo's forceful blow. He grounded himself in a horse stance and crossed his arms, opting to block the impending strike. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao, the steward, took 3 steps back to dissipate the force of Lin Ziluo's strike. Impressive, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but regard Zhao with newfound respect. Had that punch landed on Rongzhan, it would have brought him to his knees. A flicker of fear danced in Zhao's eyes. He realized that with just this one blow, he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. It seemed he would have to fight for his very life. With this thought, Zhao's gaze turned icy. Employing an unknown technique, his body began to swell unexpectedly. Although Lin Ziluo could not discern the method Zhao was using, it was evident that a normal person would not simply stand by while their opponent prepared to unleash a powerful attack. Drawing his Tang Dao, Lin Ziluo charged forward, aiming a strike at Zhao's chest. Left with no choice, Zhao was forced to momentarily halt his buildup of energy and staggered backwards several steps, narrowly evading Lin Ziluo's blade. "You lack martial ethics," Zhao exclaimed in anger. "What do I care about your martial ethics? It has nothing to do with me." Lin Ziluo replied with a hint of exasperation. "Come on, the Qing dynasty has long fallen. Why cling to martial ethics? Why not discuss them with a zombie instead? Truly a relic of the past. Seizing Zhao's moment of fury, Lin Ziluo swung his blade once more. Zhao, unwilling to confront the Tang Dao head-on, had no choice but to retreat another 2 steps. Damn it. I should have learned about weaponry when I was training in martial arts. Just mastering fists and kicks is insufficient, Zhao lamented inwardly. Lin Ziluo was precisely waiting for Zhao to back away. With a sudden burst of speed, he brought the Tang Dao crashing down toward Zhao's unguarded right hand, executing a devastating double strike. In the air, the Tang Dao sliced through with a haunting afterimage, striking directly upon the right arm of Steward Zhao. This blow severed the radius bone with unerring precision, before one could even comprehend the first strike. A second blow landed with exactitude at the same point. This time, the radius could no longer withstand the onslaught. It shattered completely, and the entirety of his forearm fell to the ground. Steward Zhao stood bewildered, gazing at the severed limb that lay before him, a testament to 50 years of arduous training in martial arts, lost in a single encounter. He raised his remaining arm, watching helplessly as blood gushed from the jagged wound, a torrent of anguish flooding his heart with no outlet for expression. In that moment, he noticed a mark resembling an X at the site of the severance. What could this be? The explosion imprint of the dual strike. As the explosive mark activated, Zhao was still fixated on his injury. Suddenly, the explosion erupted. Zhao could not react in time, merely witnessing the obliteration of his remaining arm. Moreover, due to the proximity of his face, he suffered grievous injuries from the blast. The explosion rendered his visage a bloody mess, obscuring his eyes with gore, leaving him unable to see ahead. After the tumult had subsided, Lin Ziluo raised the Tang Dao, his gaze piercing. With a swift motion, he struck, and Zhao felt a chilling sensation in his throat before consciousness slipped away entirely. What a pitiable and obstinate soul. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, he still clung to the archaic belief that martial prowess lay solely in the precision of techniques. Agonizing over the ethics of combat, the stark reality proved that one must not only possess formidable strength, but also possess an acute awareness of the circumstances. Adapting to the relentless march of time, Lin Ziluo paid no further attention to the corpse of the steward Zhao, instead directing his gaze towards Li Haobo, who was cowering in the corner of the safe house. Li Haobo had fainted from fear at some point, lying motionless in the corner. Lin Ziluo strode forward decisively, plunging a knife into Li Haobo's thigh. Instantly, the excruciating pain jolted Li Haobo awake, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, you are awake, no longer pretending to be dead?" Lin Ziluo removed his mask, yet his hand did not cease its motion. The dagger trembled visibly as it continued to drive into Li Haobo's thigh. This was Lin Ziluo's self-invented technique of vibrating the blade, reminiscent of the horrific knife wounds that Rong Zhan had described concerning Yao Jinghan. This particular method, employed as the blade penetrated, inflicted a unique vibrational torment that shredded the surrounding muscle tissue, thereby amplifying the agony of the wound. Li Haobo, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, had been pampered throughout his life. He could hardly endure such suffering. After a soul-piercing wail, tears streaming down his face, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Lin Ziluo withdrew the dagger and plunged it into Li Haobo's other thigh. A fresh wave of agony surged through Li Haobo, prompting another scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "I beg you, kill me, please, end my misery." Li Haobo could no longer bear it, his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. "Kill you? Rest assured, I certainly intend to do so. Had you not reminded me, I might have forgotten." Lin Ziluo's face bore an expression of feigned regret, seemingly apologetic for neglecting to entertain Li Haobo. Continuing, Lin Ziluo retrieved an exceptionally peculiar dagger from his storage space. What made it so unique, you may ask? It was remarkable in that it was utterly abandoned. The blade was riddled with nicks, and the surface was encrusted with rust. At that moment, Lin Ziluo was instantly captivated by this treasure. Was this not the fabled tetanus dagger? As the saying goes, the duller the blade, the harder it is to cut. Lin Ziluo raised the tetanus dagger and plunged it towards the wound on Li Haobo's thigh. Li Haobo's body convulsed violently. "Oh, my apologies. This knife is far too dull to penetrate. My mistake," Lin Ziluo hastily apologized. It turned out the blade had not penetrated at all. Instead, Lin Ziluo had merely forced the dull edge to split the wound open. To atone for his error, Lin Ziluo lifted the blunt knife once more. This time, he summoned all his strength and drove it forcefully into Li Haobo's palm. "This stab is for myself," he calmly declared. With a decisive thrust, Lin Ziluo continued. The path this knife traverses is a testament to my 10 years of evasion and perilous existence. Alas, your suffering pales in comparison to even 1% of mine. A smile graced Lin Ziluo's lips, a smile that, to Li Haobo, resembled that of a demon. 10 years, you say? I only conceived the notion of tormenting you 3 years ago, after learning of that incident. Li Haobo struggled to comprehend Lin Ziluo's meaning, yearning to defend himself. However, in the next moment, his confusion and protests became futile. The dagger inexplicably began to move. After a prolonged struggle, Lin Ziluo finally extracted the dagger. This thrust was executed on my behalf. Upon uttering those words, the dagger plunged once more. Yet, Li Haobo could no longer emit a cry, for his voice had been utterly rendered useless. This strike was born from my joy. A faint smile graced Lin Ziluo's lips, devoid of warmth, leaving Li Haobo feeling an icy chill enveloping him. This blow was delivered for the Lin family, although I have never encountered them. It is only just that my son avenges his father. Lin Ziluo's exquisite knife technique found its purpose at last. Regardless of who this strike was intended for, it mattered little. With the dagger withdrawn, Lin Ziluo produced a card and chose to activate it. A highly functional pair of tweezers, he cast a meaningful smile at Li Haobo. What do you intend to do? Li Haobo stammered in fear, struggling to articulate through the rasp of his throat. The physical pain, having been subjected to relentless torment, had rendered him numb. Yet, Lin Ziluo's smile pushed his psyche to the brink of collapse. I must express my gratitude. This is indeed a method of punishment you devised, one that has undoubtedly caused the suffering of countless souls. I must commend you. You possess a remarkable talent for inflicting torment. With that, Lin Ziluo forcibly pried open Li Haobo's mouth. Li Haobo seemed to recall something, an idea he once entertained. He began to struggle desperately, his movements more frantic than when he had experienced pain earlier. Yet, it was utterly futile. No. Alas, it was too late. Li Haobo's spirit had completely shattered. In that moment, his self-esteem and pride collapsed entirely. He ceased to resist, becoming as still as a dead pig. His eyes lost their luster, turning a dull gray. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, he would have seemed entirely lifeless. Is this all you can withstand? I have merely inflicted upon you a fraction of what you have done to others, and yet you crumble so easily. The torturous methods you devised still hold considerable merit. Lin Ziluo felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had only begun to torment Li Haobo, and yet he had completely broken down. In such a state of mental disarray, ignoring pain and suffering, continuing the torment would serve no purpose. Surely, this cannot be an act. Lin Ziluo once again plunged the dagger into Li Haobo in a series of swift stabs. However, Li Haobo exhibited not the slightest reaction. It seems he had underestimated his resilience. Such performance could not possibly be feigned. Perhaps it was best to accept that having driven Li Haobo to this mental collapse was sufficient evidence that the process had reached its zenith. After all, this was a culmination of Lin Ziluo's decade of honed expertise. Observing Li Haobo lying on the ground, Lin Ziluo rose to his feet, grasping the rusty blade in his hand, and initiated the skill of explosive dual slash. The dagger descended upon Li Haobo's head with a swift double strike. Due to the lack of force, it failed to inflict any significant damage. However, in the next moment, the mark erupted. Li Haobo's head was instantaneously detonated by the mark. Had it not been for Lin Ziluo's timely deployment of an umbrella to shield himself, he would undoubtedly have been drenched in the aftermath. Simultaneously with the explosion, the antique clock of the Li Manor chimed 3 times, signifying the arrival of 3 o'clock in the morning. It also heralded the demise of all individuals within the Li family estate that night. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. His relentless pursuit of strength before the apocalypse had been aimed at this very moment of vengeance. The heavy burden that had weighed down on him was finally lifted. Detected a change in the player's vengeful mindset, successfully activating the innate talent of revengeful heart. Chapter 46, The Heart of Vengeance. The second ordinary golden finger detected a change in the player's vengeful mindset, successfully activating the innate talent of revengeful heart. The system's prompt echoed in his ears, and Lin Ziluo was taken aback. Was the activation of the talent this swift? In the realm of apocalyptic games, talents and skills are distinct concepts. Skills can be acquired through skill books, while talents can only be activated when certain attributes, emotions, states of mind, experiences, and abilities align harmoniously. This activation process cannot be achieved through skill books. It relies solely on fortune and strength, much like Lin Ziluo's universal mastery talent, which was a culmination of various skills he had mastered over a decade in his previous life during the apocalypse. Upon acquiring this talent, one shall never forget the abilities it encompasses. By a fortunate twist of fate, Lin Ziluo has once again obtained a new gift, Heart of Vengeance. With a deep-seated desire for retribution, one shall repay any grievances. Against foes, you shall possess an augmented strength attribute. Once you designate someone as an enemy, your inherent attributes will be enhanced according to the intensity of your hatred. The greater the enmity, the higher the basic attribute enhancement, with a maximum increase of 20. Lin Ziluo beamed with delight, pleasantly surprised by the utility of this Heart of Vengeance. The potential to elevate one's fundamental attributes by as much as May 20th seem modest at present, yet as one's base attributes continue to grow, the enhancements afforded by this talent will likewise amplify. It is indeed a gift that possesses the capacity for continuous development. Naturally, beyond the rewards from within the game, one must not overlook the benefits from the Golden Finger system. Ding! The host has successfully slain the remaining 269 individuals of the Li family estate, thus completing the task. Revenge must be served. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a task reward, a random selection of one ordinary golden finger and one piece of bronze-level equipment. Ding! Would the host like to draw now? With vengeance avenged and spirits lifted, Lin Ziluo wasted no time, decisively declaring, "Draw. Let us begin with the equipment." Ding! A piece of bronze-level equipment is currently being drawn. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the bronze-level equipment, Little Magic Wand. Little Magic Wand, a bronze-level piece of equipment exclusive to mage professions. A staff capable of enhancing magical power and accelerating casting speed. Attributes: skill power increased by 5, skill casting speed elevated by 5, and mental recovery rate improved by 20. Well, it appears that fortune has not favored me this time. I have drawn a piece of equipment suited for a mage, which I cannot utilize myself. However, it would be remiss to entirely dismiss this item. Compared to other mage gear, it is undoubtedly a fine treasure, possessing sufficiently comprehensive attributes. It would serve as a splendid choice for sale in the future. Lin Ziluo contentedly stored the little magic staff in his inventory. He then retrieved 3 pieces of bronze-level equipment that he had stripped from Rongzhan. It is pertinent to mention the killing mechanism within the apocalyptic game. While murder does not incur the notorious red name issues typical in online games, once a player is slain, the deceased storage space will vanish permanently. Consequently, one cannot acquire any items from that storage. One can merely loot the corpse in hopes of discovering some valuable goods. Presently, there exists an opportunity to scavenge. After some time, once everyone becomes aware of the death mechanism, players will often choose to engage in mutual destruction. In such cases, they will ensure that all their treasures are securely stashed away, denying any potential benefit to their assailants. At that juncture, barring a swift kill, murder may yield little advantage. This serves as a deterrent against killing within the apocalyptic game. Lin Ziluo held the 3 pieces of equipment in his hands. Having briefly inspected them earlier, he noted that they comprised a bracer, a necklace, and a ring. The leather wristbands, the blue recovery ring, and the purification necklace. One cannot help but acknowledge the fortuitous luck of these individuals who have acquired such a plethora of jewelry-type equipment. Among them, Lin Ziluo merely glanced at the attributes of the leather wristbands and the blue recovery ring before consigning them to storage. His own blood-sucking ring and lion's wristband far surpassed these 2 trinkets in value. Only the purification necklace could be considered a minor masterpiece. Purification necklace, a bronze-level piece of equipment endowed with purification capabilities. Attributes: 1 spirit. Additional skill: purification, capable of instantly removing 1 negative status effect, such as petrification, dizziness, blindness, etc., with a cooldown of 12 hours. Although the attributes of this necklace do not eclipse those of Lin Ziluo's current meditation necklace, the additional skill is indeed formidable. The ability to dispel a control effect could very well save his life in practical combat scenarios. Thus, Lin Ziluo promptly stored the meditation necklace and equipped the purification necklace. With the spoils organized, it was time for Lin Ziluo to indulge in his most exhilarating moment, the drawing of a common golden finger. To his astonishment, he could draw twice within a 24-hour period. His excitement from drawing an automatic pickup LV1 earlier in the day was still fresh. What delightful surprise would the next common golden finger bestow upon him? System, let me draw a common golden finger. Lin Ziluo uttered, his excitement palpable. Ding. Drawing a common golden finger. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a common golden finger. Absolute domination LV1. Lin Ziluo was left in a state of confusion. What does this mean, absolute domination? Whom shall I enslave? Contemplating this, Lin Ziluo swiftly examined his new golden finger attribute. Absolute enslavement LV1. This ability allows the host to enslave a single zombie, whose strength does not exceed that of the host, and command it to be an unwavering servant. The enslaved zombie will obey any command from the host, prioritizing the host's safety above all, even at the cost of its own demise. The zombie will possess a portion of the player's panel, capable of growing alongside the zombie, and may also inherit certain privileges of the player. Should the bound zombie perish, this golden finger will vanish. Incredible. This is akin to a cow and 10 bulls passing the night together, utterly astonishing. Even with Lin Ziluo's extensive experience, he felt somewhat dizzy and overwhelmed, struggling to comprehend this. The ability to subjugate zombies. Moreover, to grant them a player panel. Throughout a decade of experience, Lin Ziluo had encountered items or abilities that allowed the enslavement of animals, plants, and even humans. Ahem, interpretations may vary here. Yet, the notion of enslaving zombies was beyond the realm of imagination, something no one dared to pursue or achieve. But now, this is utterly absurd. It defies all reason. I am astounded, truly astounded. The golden finger system is remarkable. Chapter 47. The zombie in the cage. Lin Ziluo gazed at this golden finger with immense satisfaction. After experiencing the betrayal of Yao Jing'an, he had grown wary of anyone. It is only natural to be cautious, considering that even those deemed closest to you may betray your trust. Can one still enjoy carefree moments with others? Thus, Lin Ziluo initially intended to tread the same solitary path as in his previous life. Now, the system has informed him that he can possess an absolutely loyal zombie slave, one that will diligently assist him in his endeavors. With this, the burdensome and laborious tasks need no longer fall upon his shoulders. Contemplating this, Lin Ziluo inquired, what effects will the enhancement of the absolute domination ability yield? Ding. Upon elevating the absolute domination level, the number of zombies that can be enslaved will increase, one additional zombie per level. The prospect of commanding thousands of zombies as they advance towards Li's city vividly materialized in Lin Ziluo's mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. After all, to reach such a magnitude, how many times would absolute domination need to be upgraded? Such aspirations are best left for dreams. However, which zombie should he choose to enslave? He was uncertain about the whereabouts of those few individuals who could potentially evolve into the Zombie King later on. Among the zombies he could recall, each possessed significant potential, yet none seemed entirely flawless. Furthermore, he was unaware if they could develop to the level they had achieved in his past life after being enslaved. Ultimately, all the successful individuals or zombies had encountered certain fortuitous events to attain their success. Never mind, there is no need to overthink. It is already past 3 o'clock. He must rest soon. With this thought, Lin Ziluo cast one last glance at the mangled corpse of Li Haobo on the ground and unleashed his cooled explosive dual strike once more. This time, both strikes of the Tang Dao struck true to the abdomen. The explosion had effectively reduced Li Haobo's body to a mere heap of flesh. Lin Ziluo believed that even Li Haobo's own parents would be unable to recognize the mangled remains. Subsequently, Lin Ziluo whistled cheerfully as he exited the safe house. Outside lay the basement of the Li family estate, filled with an array of valuable treasures. Ancient calligraphic works, paintings, gold and silver jewelry, and exquisite gemstones were all stacked within. However, Lin Ziluo disregarded the jewelry entirely. In a post-apocalyptic world, such items held no real value, barely worth the discomfort of carrying them. Yet, he made an effort to collect the calligraphy and paintings, recognizing their potential utility later on. He vaguely recalled that they might serve as currency for exchanges. In any case, rolled up, they occupied little space, and thus he decided to keep them. Upon further inspection, he discovered several finely crafted daggers, albeit adorned with gemstones that detracted from their functionality. Their blades were disappointingly dull, prompting him to discard them. Indeed, those tools were far inferior to his trusty blunt knife. After thoroughly scavenging the basement, Lin Ziluo hummed a tune as he made his way out. Arriving at the first floor of the villa, since he was there, he figured he might as well enjoy a night's rest. To be honest, He had never experienced such opulence in a villa before. To reach the bedroom on the third floor, he would need to traverse the grand hall on the first floor to access the elevator, so he proceeded directly towards the hall. However, as Lin Ziluo continued on his path, he sensed something amiss. The interior of the hall, devoid of chandeliers, appeared shrouded in an oppressive darkness. It was amidst this dimness that he discerned a solitary figure standing there. This was inconceivable. Every member of the Li family had perished. Even the system acknowledged this fact, and surely it would not err. The silhouette before him was imposing, its muscular form suggesting an almost beastly human presence. This figure remained utterly still, resembling a statue, devoid of the need to breathe. Indeed, it was breathless. Lin Ziluo scrutinized this entity. From the moment he laid eyes on it, he noted that it had not drawn a single breath. Its abdomen and chest exhibited no rise or fall. The only entity that could match such characteristics in Lin Ziluo's mind was a zombie. He recalled the scene he had previously observed in the hall, vividly reconstructing it in his mind. The location of the figure was none other than a large iron cage. He remembered that within the cage lay a deceased zombie alongside a dozen dismembered female bodies and a robust man, whose form was gruesomely mangled. At that time, the man exhibited slight signs of zombification. Therefore, the figure now standing in the hall's cage must be that very man transformed into a zombie. Upon realizing this was indeed a zombie, Lin Ziluo's curiosity intensified. This undead creature was peculiar. Its body appeared to have healed. Moreover, the floor of the hall was littered with blood and flesh. Typically, one would expect a zombie to be drawn to such carnage, becoming agitated by the abundance of blood and gore. Even if it cannot break free from its cage, it will continue to batter against it. Consequently, the zombie stood there in eerie silence. Lin Ziluo, bold and audacious, strode directly to the front of the cage, retrieving a flashlight to illuminate the zombie. At that moment, he finally discerned the visage of the creature. Could it truly be a zombie? Doubt began to creep into Lin Ziluo's mind, prompting him to examine the zombie's attributes. Zombie, level, 4 basic attributes: strength, 25 mentality, 3 constitution, 26 agility, 18 nighttime enhanced attributes, talent, innate might, an epic talent that amplifies your strength with each level gained. All items and equipment related to strength will yield enhanced effects in your hands. The skills you employ will consume stamina rather than mental energy. Skill, full power strike, concentrates all your strength into your fist, dealing 150 of your strength attribute as damage. Chapter 48. The Fool Indeed, it is a zombie. Yet, why does it not exhibit the typical gray skin of its kind? Furthermore, it possesses few characteristics commonly associated with zombies. Aside from its crimson eyes, its fangs and claws are not as elongated as those of other zombies. Nonetheless, this detail pales in comparison to the pressing matter at hand. This zombie is exceptionally formidable. Although its attributes are currently augmented by the night, they are sufficient to classify it as a bronze-level boss. No, even a bronze-level boss would find it challenging to possess an epic talent. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo experienced a moment of clarity. I pondered how I had drawn the absolute enslavement ability. This zombie was clearly prepared for me, right? At that moment, the zombie, which had been illuminated by the flashlight, stirred. It glanced at Lin Ziluo, yet remained stationary. Lin Ziluo was dumbfounded. What was happening? Goodness, I am human, and you are a zombie. Shouldn't you be trying to bite me upon seeing me? Lin Ziluo tapped on the cage, attempting to attract the zombie's attention. The zombie looked at Lin Ziluo once more, scratched its head, and resumed its stillness. What an oddity. Is this zombie truly exhibiting a personality, or is it simply dim-witted? It was then that Lin Ziluo noticed the zombie's mental capacity was a pitiful 3 points. 3 points. It seemed that only an infant of 2 or 3 years would possess such attributes in this apocalyptic setting. No wonder. I thought you had a personality. But it turns out you are genuinely foolish. System, given this zombie's current attributes, can I choose to enslave it? Lin Ziluo inquired with curiosity. Ding. Yes. Due to the deficiency in this zombie's mental faculties, its overall attributes do not surpass those of the host. Remarkably, it is indeed possible. Lin Ziluo found himself in a state of hesitation. I must admit, this zombie is rather impressive. Its strength and physique are high, and its agility is commendable. The talent is undeniable, and Lin Ziluo felt a twinge of envy. However, the mental aspect was somewhat concerning. Perhaps being a bit dim is advantageous. It would be obedient. Very well, system, I shall enslave this zombie. After considerable contemplation, Lin Ziluo ultimately resolved to proceed with enslaving the zombie. After all, with such talent, its potential for growth and strength was sufficiently assured. Apart from those sovereign zombies, the only ones of commendable caliber that I could procure were of this level. Beep. Does the host confirm the use of absolute domination LV1 to enslave this zombie? Confirmed. Lin Ziluo's response was resolute and unwavering. He was the type who, once he had made a decision, would not hesitate. Beep. Commencing the enslavement of the zombie. During this process, the zombie may exhibit some resistance. But the host need not worry. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo felt a faint crimson glow emanating from his forehead. The red light shot directly towards the zombie before him, making contact and beginning to envelop it entirely. The zombie lowered its head, gazing at the crimson light that cloaked its form. Is it going to struggle? Lin Ziluo felt a twinge of curiosity about how the zombie would resist. In an unexpected moment, the zombie abruptly lifted its head, only to remain utterly still thereafter. What on earth? How could it be so foolish? Lin Ziluo began to regret his decision. Could he truly manage a creature with such a low intellect? Despite the zombie's complete lack of resistance, the enslavement proceeded smoothly. As the crimson glow gradually faded, Lin Ziluo sensed a connection established between himself and the zombie. He realized he could manipulate it with his mind, directing its every action while also perceiving its general emotions. Beep. Successful enslavement of the zombie. The host is requested to name their newly acquired servant. A name as well? Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. Since this individual is so towering and formidable, possessing immense strength and the extraordinary talent of innate giant strength, let us name him Big Fool, Lin Ziluo finally proclaimed. It is splendid that he articulated a lengthy discourse. Yet the conclusion was utterly unrelated. Ding. The zombie has been successfully named Big Fool. Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing Big Fool. You shall unwaveringly obey any command from the host, prioritizing the host's safety above all, even at the cost of his own life. Ding. Absolute servitude LV1 foot has been bound to Big Fool. Ding. The player panel for Big Fool is being created. Soon, Big Fool's player panel appeared before Lin Ziluo. Player, Big Fool level. 4 experience. 3250 reputation. Data corrupted. Unable to access gold. 0 storage space. Data corrupted. Unable to access base attributes. Strength, 25 spirit. 3 constitution. 26 agility. 18 title. None talent. Innate giant strength skill. Full force strike. Equipment. None ding. A friendly reminder to the host. Big Fool's player panel, being forcibly implanted by the system, cannot inherit reputation or storage space functionalities, and is incapable of enjoying experience rewards from tasks or gaining experience from slaying zombies. Big Fool's leveling method and progress align with that of zombies. Ding. However, Big Fool is entitled to the gold that a regular player would acquire from defeating zombies, alongside a 1-drop rate for equipment and items. Lin Ziluo attentively absorbed the system's exposition. Indeed, as anticipated, Lin Ziluo found it astonishing to possess such remarkable abilities. You fool! Lin Ziluo exclaimed. The fool immediately turned his gaze towards Lin Ziluo. Come, prove yourself. I do not believe this cage can contain your current attributes, Lin Ziluo commanded. The fool understood the task at hand. He raised his extraordinarily large arms, gripping the 2 alloy pillars of the cage. Then, he exerted his strength. The alloy pillars emitted a sound that was grating to the teeth, visibly bending before their eyes. 1 pillar, 2 pillars, 3. The cage was forcefully pried open, creating a gap sufficient for the fool to escape. He stepped out and gazed at Lin Ziluo, scratching his head and breaking into a smile. Chapter 49. The Fool's Peculiar Preferences. Lin Ziluo was quite satisfied. A bit foolishness was permissible. It did not matter if he was somewhat brainless, as long as he was obedient and possessed some abilities. Conveniently, Lin Ziluo had an unnecessary leather wristband to bestow upon the fool. The blue recovery necklace and the small magic staff could be disregarded, for the inherently powerful fool had no need for mental strength or its recovery speed. It is important to note that additional mental strength does not enhance the fool's intelligence. Leather wristband, a bronze-tier piece of equipment crafted from fur. Attributes, 1 constitution, 1 strength. A rather ordinary piece of gear. Lin Ziluo took a moment to inspect the fool's attributes after equipping the leather wristband and discovered that the attribute increase did not benefit from the unique nocturnal enhancements of a zombie. Fortunately, if one could indeed harness the powers of the night, it would be utterly absurd. Lin Ziluo stifled a yawn. No, this is too exhausting. I must retire to sleep promptly. Lin Ziluo hurriedly led the simple-minded Desha to the elevator, ascending to the third floor, where he selected an unoccupied bedroom. This room bore the unmistakable signs of having been untouched. The life of the affluent is truly simple yet monotonous. Zombies, as it happens, do not require slumber. Thus, Lin Ziluo instructed, Desha, just keep watch at the door, ensure nothing disturbs my rest. Though he was aware that the zombies in the vicinity had been eradicated, it was wise to remain vigilant against unforeseen circumstances. Desha nodded resolutely, signaling his commitment to the task. He then turned, his towering physique blocking the entrance to the bedroom. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but give a thumbs up, appreciating his reliability. He subsequently closed the door, placing a surveillance eye at the threshold. Despite having Desha as a safeguard, exercising caution was prudent. Most importantly, he had accumulated an excess of surveillance eyes. Now, more than 10 resided within his storage space. Lin Ziluo, disinterested in contemplating other matters, donned his gear and reclined on the soft bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. It was now the early hours of day 4 in the apocalypse, precisely 4:00 a.m. When Lin Ziluo awoke, the clock indicated it was noon. 12:00 p.m. He once again employed his instantaneous awakening technique. After a brief wash-up, Lin Ziluo opened the door to find Desha still dutifully stationed at the threshold. Upon hearing the sound of a door creaking open behind him, the simple-minded Desha turned to glance back. Well done, young man, Lin Ziluo praised Desha, who immediately broke into a goofy grin. Together, they descended the stairs, and the harrowing scene of the early morning unfolded before them. The air in the grand hall was thick with the pungent scent of blood. The ground was littered with bodies, leaving Lin Ziluo with little room to place his feet. Not to mention the copious amounts of blood that had transformed the once pristine white carpet into a deep crimson. Step by step, Lin Ziluo treaded upon the corpses, with Desha following closely behind. However, due to Desha's considerable weight, he crushed several bodies underfoot. Upon reaching the large table in the living room, Lin Ziluo discarded a severed finger that had been resting on a chair and plopped down onto the seat. He then retrieved a selection of food categorization cards from his storage space and casually activated a few. A sumptuous lunch materialized upon the table, a veritable feast that tantalized the senses. As Lin Ziluo indulged in his meal, he surveyed the gruesome and bloody tableau of the hall. Desha, why not partake in their remains? He suggested, gesturing towards the lifeless forms strewn about. Although zombies do not require sustenance to replenish their energy, they do possess a peculiar penchant for consuming human flesh. Surprisingly, Desha defied expectations. After glancing at the corpses, he shook his head vigorously, as if to the rhythm of a rattle drum. Lin Ziluo regarded him with astonishment. You truly are an extraordinary zombie. Not only that, Desha cast a furtive glance at the lavish spread before Lin Ziluo, swallowing audibly. Lin Ziluo's keen perceptiveness undoubtedly caught this subtle gesture. With a tentative attitude, he gestured towards the dishes and proposed, how about you try some? Little did he know, as soon as Lin Ziluo's words fell, the seemingly foolish eyes of the big fool sparkled with life, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Lin Ziluo touched his forehead, astonished by this peculiar zombie who eschewed human flesh in favor of cooked food. He had never encountered such a culinary enthusiast among zombies in his first decade. Not one to be stingy, Lin Ziluo decided to treat his comrade generously. With a grand wave of his hand, he summoned 5 or 6 cards, activating them instantly. Suddenly, the dining table was adorned with an array of dishes. Help yourself, Lin Ziluo indicated the spread. The big fool chuckled heartily, immediately rising to serve himself, tipping the food into his mouth. Sit down and eat, Lin Ziluo sighed in exasperation. By this time, he had finished his own meal, merely observing the big fool devour his feast. The big fool promptly complied, sitting down and indulging heartily. Lin Ziluo observed carefully, confirming his hypothesis. Indeed, the big fool's intelligence seemed to elevate significantly while eating. His eyes sparkled, and his movements became much more agile. Astonishingly, a food-loving zombie could grow stronger with nourishment. Lin Ziluo further tested the big fool's capabilities, and as expected, he had become considerably more astute. However, once the last morsel was consumed, the big fool reverted to his endearing, simple-minded self. Well then, Lin Ziluo thought, what had once troubled him, the surplus of resource cards, was now alleviated, as the big fool could assist him in managing them. With a shrug, Lin Ziluo concluded their meal and retrieved a map from his storage space. This map was discovered yesterday in a shop. It meticulously details the overall layout of the magical city. Moreover, Lin Ziluo has adorned it with numerous markings, indicating various significant locations. As Lin Ziluo gazed upon the map, he began to search intently. After some time, his eyes brightened, and pointing to a specific spot, he declared, "Let us go there now." Chapter 50. The scroll within the Museum of the Magical City. As the saying goes, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. Lin Ziluo's original intention was to seek vengeance against Li Haobo when he reached levels 5 or 6. However, this notion of revenge merely entailed the assassination of Li Haobo alone. Due to a series of unexpected encounters, by the time Lin Ziluo embarked on his quest for retribution, he had already attained level 8, his strength sufficient to annihilate all within the Li family estate. Following his act of vengeance, Lin Ziluo had initially intended to venture to a familiar dungeon in the heart of the magical city to expedite his level progression. Now, however, with his level 8 status, an array of luxurious equipment, and the formidable assistance of Desha, he could bypass this rapid leveling phase entirely. He could directly pursue the objective he had set from the very beginning, the hidden class, Phantom. To transition into this class, one must journey to the Museum of the Magical City, where an ancient scroll is preserved. This scroll serves as the key to the class transition. Once activated, it transports the individual to a transition space. To successfully transition, one must complete 3 trials. Upon success, they will receive the scroll for the Phantom class. Failure to complete these trials or to meet the designated time frame results in the player being obliterated. Indeed, it was only after Lin Ziluo's transition that he fully comprehended these matters. In reality, in his previous life, Lin Ziluo was thrust into the transition space under a guise of half coercion and half deception. Initially, the entire Magic City was abuzz with rumors of treasures hidden within the Magic City Museum. Lin Ziluo, along with his 3 ostensibly friendly roommates, was drawn to the museum by this allure. It was there that Lin Ziluo encountered Li Haobo, Yao Jinghan, and their entourage of bodyguards. In the previous life, since Yu Jinghan had not perished, Li Haobo did not initiate a hunt for the mercenary group. They had arrived a day prior and learned that anyone who activated the scroll would meet an untimely demise. Upon Lin Ziluo's arrival, due to a misunderstanding, he engaged in a dispute with Li Haobo, causing Li Haobo to lose considerable face in front of others. Given the overwhelming crowd at the museum, Li Haobo refrained from confronting Lin Ziluo directly. Instead, he discreetly approached Lin Ziluo's 3 roommates, offering them sufficient incentives to betray him. Their betrayal was quite straightforward. They persuaded Lin Ziluo to activate the scroll. Unaware of the fatal consequences of activating the scroll, Lin Ziluo was led astray by his well-meaning roommates, who claimed that doing so would enhance his abilities. Overcome by anger, Lin Ziluo failed to discern the falsehoods being presented. Coupled with the threats from Li Haobo's associates, he ultimately chose to activate the scroll. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Ziluo successfully underwent the transition, acquiring the illusionist transition scroll. Although during the process of changing professions, Lin Ziluo's entire face was disfigured by the boss that emerged in the 3rd trial, this encapsulates the essence of the incident. This occurrence transpired on the 8th day of the apocalyptic game. As it is only the 4th day now, there are certainly no individuals present at the Museum of Magic City. Lin Ziluo resolved to take the initiative. The target was clear. He vividly recalled the trial process. What was there to hesitate about? Off he went. Lin Ziluo tidied himself up a bit and revisited the basement safe house to admire the remnants of Li Haobo, now reduced to a ghastly pulp. He also took the opportunity to disguise the brutish Desha. From the floor where the bodyguards resided, he procured a tailored bodyguard suit that fit Desha's physique. With a pair of sunglasses donned, Desha's zombie-like red eyes and fangs were completely concealed. To the casual observer, he appeared to be a fearsome and imposing bodyguard, exuding a sense of security. Furthermore, Lin Ziluo retrieved some weapons from the mercenary group he had been hunting. He took a few daggers for himself, while Desha wielded a hefty cleaver. The duo then strode confidently away from the Li residence. It is now the 4th day of the apocalypse. Most players have begun to acclimatize to the harsh environment. The supplies typically found in households have been largely depleted over these 3 days. Driven by these 2 factors, a multitude of players have started to venture outside their homes, actively hunting zombies. Among them are those fortunate enough to acquire 1 or 2 pieces of equipment or items. Many others, however, have merely obtained resource cards. Additionally, the thrill of slaying zombies, gaining experience, and enhancing attributes has become an exhilarating pursuit. This prompted a select group of players to embark on a frenzied hunt for zombies. It is not accurate to say they cannot defeat the undead. Much like the warnings issued at the onset of apocalyptic games, the initial 7 days serve as a protective period for novices. During this time, the intelligence, attributes, abilities, and leveling speed of zombies are considerably suppressed. An average adult is entirely capable of taking on a solitary zombie. Moreover, it is worth noting that most contemporary youth have either engaged with online games or perused apocalyptic novels. Confronted with such a tangible end-of-the-world scenario, they drew upon their acquired knowledge from literature and gaming, showcasing the remarkable adaptability of humanity. Soon, methods of collaboration, such as forming teams, began to emerge, uniting players in their efforts. Whether genuine solidarity exists in such a dire backdrop remains a matter for debate. Naturally, a myriad of strategies for luring zombies, setting traps, and isolating them proliferated. As their strength increased, more players began to take notice of a particular location in the heart of the city, the Museum of Magic City. Typically, this museum attracts a significant number of visitors. However, following the onset of the apocalyptic game, it devolved into a veritable hell on Earth. A multitude of zombies ensnared those who were unable to escape in time. Aside from consuming a handful of individuals, the remainder were transformed into their companions, resulting in an overwhelming number of zombies both inside and outside the museum. This presented an excellent opportunity for leveling up and gaining experience. Players soon began to devise strategies around the Museum of Magic City. Chapter 51. How to enter the Museum of Magic City. Lin Ziluo, too, found himself grappling with this dilemma. At this juncture, Lin Ziluo and the simple-minded Desha had arrived at the heart of the magical city. Although they had yet to approach the Museum of Magic, they could already observe the veritable mountain of corpses at its entrance. Their swift journey had taken over 3 hours, during which they had scarcely managed to slay a handful of the undead. Nevertheless, fortune favored Lin Ziluo, who had acquired a useful item, the Fireball spell scroll. This bronze-level, single-use artifact, upon activation, unleashed a fireball of fixed energy, allowing the player to control its trajectory towards adversaries or choose to detonate it for explosive damage. While it may appear unimpressive at first glance, Lin Ziluo understood the formidable potential of such single-use scrolls. Along the way, Lin Ziluo conducted an intriguing experiment. He sought to determine whether Desha, who possessed a player panel, could still be considered a zombie. The answer filled him with elation. Indeed, he could. Desha's approach towards the undead did not attract their attention unless he opted to strike first. This revelation held profound implications. Firstly, it meant that Desha could stealthily approach zombies and launch surprise attacks, catching them off guard. Even those with attributes superior to his might find it challenging to contend with him. Secondly, it meant that Desha could venture forth to open wild treasure chests. Just imagine the wild treasure chests nestled within the throngs of zombies. Normal players would need to vanquish numerous undead or defeat formidable bosses to access these treasures. But Desha required no such effort. With a mere wiggle of his rear, he could effortlessly navigate through the sea of corpses. Then, nonchalantly utilizing the player panel to open treasure chests, a glaring bug indeed. Ordinarily, Lin Ziluo would not permit Desha to engage in such an act. If Desha were to open a treasure chest, he would forfeit rewards such as experience, reputation, and inventory space. This would be a sheer waste. Lin Ziluo set down his binoculars. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, the zombies near the museum had been largely cleared by players, allowing them to congregate at the museum entrance to discuss the scroll. However, with so many zombies now surrounding the entrance, it was indeed challenging for just the two of us to clear them out. Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. It was a pity that this scroll represented a fixed teleportation point, immovable as it was. Otherwise, it would have been so much easier to have Desha enter the museum to retrieve the scroll, then hide in a corner to activate it. Currently, Lin Ziluo found himself atop an unfinished building. Due to its incomplete state and the surrounding walls, the zombies within were notably sparse. He and Desha effortlessly reached the rooftop. From this vantage point, one could clearly observe the external circumstances of the Magic City Museum. Lin Ziluo sat upon a wooden plank, beginning to contemplate strategies. A direct assault would undeniably fail, with so many zombies. It would be impossible to eliminate them without exhausting oneself. Stealth was equally implausible, no matter how agile he might be. Traversing a museum with a zombie lurking every 2 steps was unfeasible. Perhaps, using a throwing device to launch raw meat soaked in zombie virus? Yet, that would not suffice, for the throwing distance was limited. If he got too close, he wouldn't even be able to divert their attention. Why did Big Fool attempt to entice the zombies? He could lure a significant number of them away with raw meat, allowing himself to confront a smaller group, thus providing an opportunity to access the scroll. Lin Ziluo cast a glance at Big Fool, who was still lost in thought, suddenly shivering. He absent-mindedly touched his head, puzzled. How strange, he mused. I am clearly a zombie. Why am I shivering? Lin Ziluo quickly withdrew his gaze. It was one thing to ponder whether he could activate the zombies, but the fact remained that with so many zombies pursuing Big Fool, his demise was surely a foregone conclusion. What should be done then? Lin Ziluo glanced furtively towards the museum. Suddenly, he noticed a location, a shopping mall situated 2 streets away from the museum. Through the glass of the mall's top floor, he observed signs of considerable activity. Seizing his binoculars, he began to scrutinize the scene. It appeared that a substantial number of individuals had gathered on the top floor, predominantly young and robust. The aura and demeanor of these individuals suggested that each had encountered zombies before. Notably, at the floor-to-ceiling windows facing the museum, Lin Ziluo could clearly see 4 or 5 people peering down, observing the Magic City Museum. While they were watching, they engaged in animated discussions, gesturing as if orchestrating a plan. Due to the distance and angle, Lin Ziluo was unable to fully decipher their conversation. However, several words that floated through the air captured his attention. In the heart of the museum, a decisive confrontation with the horde of the undead loomed. Yet our manpower was woefully insufficient. The individuals engaged in earnest discussion eventually faded from view, likely retreating to confer with those clustered nearby. Lin Ziluo set aside the binoculars, piecing together the fragments of their conversation and discerning the course of action. He realized that the zombies at the museum's entrance were likely those the group had previously eradicated. The unfortunate demise of all who had interacted with the scroll meant that no benefits could be gleaned, prompting them to disseminate this information. In light of this revelation, why not ally with them? By joining their ranks, Lin Ziluo could streamline the task of exterminating the undead, thereby sparing the life of his companion, the simple-minded Dasha. As for concerns regarding others getting to the scroll first, such fears were unfounded. If anyone were capable of passing the trial, they would not have awaited Lin Ziluo's arrival to activate the scroll 2 days later. The notion of forming temporary alliances is commonplace in apocalyptic scenarios, though such coalitions rarely yield favorable outcomes. When faced with the allure of gain, who adheres to the rules? Especially in a dystopian game where power reigns supreme. Lin Ziluo sheathed his tang knife and stowed away the binoculars, calling out to Dasha. Together, they began their descent, eager to converge with the individuals atop the shopping mall and perhaps incite an early offensive. Chapter 52. The Reapers Club at the pinnacle of the Xuanfa Mall. Nearly 100 players congregated within the warehouse, which overflowed with supplies. These provisions had originally been intended to replenish the stock of the mall's shops. With the advent of the apocalyptic game, this place has become a hub for players seeking supplies. Generally speaking, locations with high foot traffic, like shopping malls, are teeming with zombies, and few would dare to venture inside. However, the back freight elevator of the Xuanfa Mall conveniently leads to the warehouse, allowing access without encountering the undead lurking within. Thus, players familiar with Xuanfa opt to take the freight elevator to the top floor to procure essential provisions like food. A visionary individual, upon observing this scenario, decided to establish a gathering point here. Those who come to collect supplies are brave souls willing to step outside their homes and confront the zombies. By uniting these exceptional individuals, one could form a formidable organization. With this noble aspiration in mind, the gathering point quickly attracted a multitude of participants, leading the founder to name it the Grim Reaper Club. In his eyes, the members of this assembly were indeed harbingers of death, capable of delivering demise to the zombies. Within a mere 3 days, the Grim Reaper Club amassed 100 members. Through the collective efforts of these players, they successfully eradicated several small zombie clusters, such as tiny supermarkets, shops, and residential buildings. The thrill of victory, accompanied by the spoils of war and the exhilaration of leveling up, inflated the egos of the Grim Reaper Club members. They began to bicker about undertaking a grand heist. At this juncture, the founder of the club realized that the situation was spiraling out of control as the number of members grew. He found himself unable to rein them in. Though reluctant, he felt compelled to acquiesce to the desires of his fellow members. This illustrated the perils of lacking personal strength and authority. Where should the ire of the Death God Club be directed? The zombies below were unequivocally out of the question. Not only were they numerous, but their proximity posed an imminent threat. Should they provoke those creatures and find themselves unable to fend them off, their very club would be jeopardized, along with the supplies housed in the warehouse. The founder, along with several esteemed leaders within the club, conferred and ultimately decided upon the Museum of Magic City as their target. Its location was neither too distant nor too close, and the spacious entrance was deemed suitable for combat. Naturally, they did not harbor the hubris to believe that a mere 100 members could launch an assault there. Rather, they settled on a tentative plan, awaiting the day they could muster 200 members before taking action. Well then, it is settled. Everyone should prepare their own weapons, Gao Dong declared, the founder of the Death God Club. The members rose, erupting in cheers. In my opinion, waiting for 200 members is an affront to our strength. We should charge forth immediately. Indeed, it would be splendid to unearth another resource card for a roasted whole lamb. Yesterday's feast was simply delectable. Damn it, I can hardly contain my anticipation. I must go fetch another bag of ham. Gao Dong opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. He wished to persuade the members to conserve their resources and to act with greater discretion to avoid attracting the attention of the zombies below. Yet, he understood that even if he voiced his concerns, none would heed his words. Who does not relish the opportunity to indulge freely in a world teetering on the brink of destruction? Who does not delight in a raucous revelry devoid of restrictions and order? Gao Dong often felt that he had wandered astray. Yet he could not bear to abandon the club he had founded. To put it plainly, he reveled in the faude of authority, basking in the adulation of his members as the esteemed founder. Thus, under his indulgence, the members grew increasingly audacious. Damn it, you the blonde. Keep your hands to yourself. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. A woman wielding an iron rod pointed accusingly at a man with dyed yellow hair. Behind her, a comely young woman cowered. Gao Dong did not need to look to know that the blonde had once again inappropriately approached the girl. The blonde, however, showed no sign of intimidation in the face of the woman with the iron rod. I say, Tianjing, do not presume to threaten me just because you were brandishing some bronze-level iron stick, he spat disdainfully. What do you understand? It would be better for everyone if this lovely lady surrendered to me sooner rather than later. How long do you think you can protect her? He sneered at Tianjing. Tianjing trembled with rage and retorted, I know your intentions, you blonde fool. Surrender to you? Huh, you think you are worthy? The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, and the expression on the blonde's face darkened. He sensed the sting of humiliation before the onlookers. Filthy wench, do not be hasty. I am currently maintaining a semblance of gentlemanly decorum, but mark my words, when the opportunity arises, I will make you regret ever crossing me. The golden-haired boy was acutely aware that he was no match for the well-equipped Tianjing at that moment. All he could do was utter some harsh words. Are you still playing with me? Take a good look at your own toothpick of a figure. It's utterly laughable. Upon witnessing the golden-haired boy's concession, Tianjing pressed her advantage. Laughter erupted once more from the crowd, causing the golden-haired boy's countenance to darken even further. He stepped aside and pulled out a large wooden stick. Gao Dong, unable to remain passive any longer, felt that if the situation continued to escalate, a significant conflict was imminent. Enough. Gao Dong rose and spoke, though his voice was too faint to penetrate the cacophony of laughter surrounding him. As the commotion intensified, an ever-growing throng gathered, reveling in the spectacle. Fight! Don't be afraid, golden hair. How could you back down against a girl? Shouted the onlookers. Tianyo, give it your all. I want to see how you twist that fine figure of yours in a brawl. Amidst this revelry, none noticed the freight elevator quietly opening. A masked man stepped inside, followed closely by an imposing bodyguard clad in sunglasses. Chapter 53. The Great Deceiver. Lin Ziluo the newcomer was, of course, our protagonist. The dashing Lin Ziluo, who resembled the readers themselves. At that moment, he had stowed away all his combat gear and donned a casual set of male attire. Even so, the garments fit him impeccably, accentuating his charm and poise. Lin Ziluo had always preferred to remain inconspicuous, having learned from his past life that drawing attention could easily attract the ire of the Li family. Initially, Lin Ziluo intended to disguise himself, but upon reflection, he questioned why he should continue to be so timid. Was he truly afraid that the grotesque figure of Li Haobo would return to trouble him? Thus, he boldly opted to ascend the freight elevator to the top floor of the Zairanfa Mall. Typically, there would be a guard at the elevator entrance. Yet upon noticing the commotion unfolding nearby, the guards were all drawn away to witness the spectacle. Consequently, Lin Ziluo and Dashin entered the Death God Club with unabashed confidence. Simultaneously, they observed a crowd gathered, intrigued by the unfolding events. Among the throng, the anxious figure of Gao Dong caught Lin Ziluo's attention. This individual appeared familiar. Lin Ziluo recalled having seen him during the activation of the scroll not long ago. Although the memory felt distant and recognition proved challenging, a glimmer of familiarity lingered. For Gao Dong seemed to possess a certain charisma, likely being the leader of an organization. It became evident that this was indeed the group in question. As Lin Ziluo's gaze remained fixed on Gao Dong, he and Dashin inadvertently attracted the attention of others. The masked Lin Ziluo was already a figure of intrigue, further accentuated by the towering presence of his bodyguard, who stood over 2 meters tall and donned the attire of a protector. Who wouldn't feel intimidated by such a sight? One individual, upon noticing Lin Ziluo and his companion, instantly quieted, fearful that any excessive movement might provoke Lin Ziluo's displeasure. This silence sparked curiosity in another, prompting them to glance over. Upon recognizing Lin Ziluo and Dashin, they too fell silent. Thus, the ripple effect ensued, spreading from one person to another, until the entire top floor was enveloped in an unexpected hush. Even the originally heated argument between Tian Ningjing and De Huangmao fell into silence. All eyes were apprehensively fixed on Lin Ziluo, creating an atmosphere that was undeniably peculiar. Gao Dong was the first to regain his composure. He assumed a commanding presence and approached with purpose. "I am uncertain how to address you, but what brings you to our Death God Club?" Gao Dong inquired politely. "Oh, I simply came with my brother. We noticed a considerable gathering here and thought we might see if we could join you," Lin Ziluo replied candidly. It became clear that the imposing figure behind him was not a bodyguard, but rather a companion. Instantly, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. This was the weight of social status. Initially, everyone had presumed that Desha was Lin Ziluo's bodyguard, implying that Lin Ziluo held a significant position. Now, realizing they were merely brothers, their demeanor shifted to one of condescension. Gao Dong, however, was filled with delight. "Ah, so you are brothers. That is splendid. If I can bring you two into my circle, my influence will surely be amplified. We would be more than happy to welcome you into our Death God Club. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gao Dong, the president of the club," he declared, showcasing his authority. "Oh, so you are the president," Lin Ziluo responded, a look of understanding dawning on his face. "May I ask how to address you, brother?" Gao Dong continued, only to then remember to examine Lin Ziluo's attributes. Upon doing so, he was met with a screen filled with question marks. "What is this?" Gao Dong, undeterred, glanced at Desha's panel behind Lin Ziluo. Basic information, nickname, Desha title, none level. For how could anyone choose to name themselves Big Fool? Gao Dong was utterly bewildered by these two individuals. "I am Lin Luo, and this is my brother, Big Fool. He may be a bit dim-witted and mute, but he serves as a bodyguard for the affluent," Lin Ziluo introduced. Gao Dong's heart swelled with joy. This man's simplicity suggested he could easily be deceived. "Excellent. Lin Luo, my dear brother. On behalf of the Reapers Club, I warmly welcome your affiliation." Gao Dong extended his hand, and Lin Ziluo shook it amicably. With Lin Ziluo's arrival, the previously tense atmosphere began to dissipate. After a few mutual insults exchanged between Tian Ningjing and the yellow-haired individual, the confrontation came to an end. Of course, the conflict's resolution depended on the internal sentiments of both parties. The rooftop of Shao Run FA once again descended into a sea of merriment. Lin Ziluo and Big Fool were then ushered into Gao Dong's office. "Lin Luo, Big Fool, I feel an instant camaraderie with you both. I am curious about your preferences. As brothers, I would like to accommodate you," Gao Dong said, barely concealing his fondness for Big Fool, though his gaze remained fixed on him. Lin Ziluo began to question Gao Dong's orientation. "Ah, well, you see, Brother Gao, my brother and I are the fighting type. Our primary goal is to grow stronger. We enjoy venturing out to slay zombies and level up. We came here mainly to get acquainted," Lin Ziluo remarked, laying the groundwork for his future actions. By expressing an affinity for zombie slaying, he aimed to expedite their decision-making when discussing an assault on the museum, leveraging his combative nature to propel them forward. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo could never choose to remain in the company of this group all day long. Caution and prudence had always been Lin Ziluo's guiding principles. Those who are arrogant, believing themselves to possess a modicum of strength, often meet their demise easily in the apocalyptic game. Furthermore, once the time limit on the concealment mask expires, One's true identity as a vengeful spirit is laid bare. This formidable identity can instill fear in most, yet it cannot guarantee immunity from those with less than adequate intellect who might harbor ill intentions. It is not that Lin Ziluo fears these individuals. Should anyone provoke him, he would undoubtedly ensure they regret ever entering this world. However, these people currently serve as valuable allies in his entrance into the museum, so how could he afford to expend them frivolously? The desire to grow stronger. Gao Dong interjected. He bore no doubt that many shared this sentiment within the Death God Club. A slight grimace of pain crossed Gao Dong's face as he continued. If you wish to grow stronger, I happen to possess an extra skill book, and I am willing to part with it for my brother's sake. Chapter 54. A Fool Slap, a Skill Book? Lin Ziluo was momentarily taken aback. Oh my goodness, what a delightful surprise. Had it not been for Lin Ziluo's remarkable composure, he might have burst into laughter. Is Gao Dong truly unaware of the value of a skill book? Or is he simply offering such a significant sacrifice to curry favor with us? Amused, Lin Ziluo hesitated before speaking. A skill book? This must be quite precious indeed. Such an attitude. This demeanor is most likely to entice others. Indeed, Gao Dong promptly exclaimed with great enthusiasm. We are all brothers here. What is precious and what is not? Come, brother Lin Luo, take this. With that, he produced a tome from his storage space and thrust it into Lin Ziluo's hands. Astonishingly, it was indeed a skill book. Lin Ziluo was taken aback. Was it perhaps that I had approached it incorrectly? Are players in this apocalyptic game truly so generous? As he opened the book, he found the following inscription: Frenzied Rage, a warrior class skill that, once activated, plunges the user into a state of uncontrollable fury, devoid of all awareness, transforming them into a mindless berserker focused solely on attacking nearby living beings. Attributes will increase between 20 to 50, depending on the intensity of the rage, lasting for 2 minutes. After this duration, the user will descend into chaos, with the duration of confusion correlating with the degree of enhancement. This skill bears significant side effects. Use with caution. Use with caution. Lin Ziluo's expression turned peculiar. Although Gao Dong could not see Lin Ziluo's face, the latter's prolonged stillness revealed that his clever ruse had been uncovered. Gao Dong awkwardly elaborated. While this skill does have considerable side effects, and one loses consciousness upon activation, it serves as a vital lifeline in dire situations. He added, do you think I am foolish enough to disregard a skill book? This skill is meant for others, is it not? In those 2 minutes of total unconsciousness, one must consider whether it might lead to harming one's own comrades. It is well known that even with augmented attributes, a fighter devoid of awareness may possess less combat prowess than one who is fully conscious. Let us draw a comparison between zombies and humans with equivalent attributes. Humans often succeed in vanquishing zombies, primarily due to the latter's lack of consciousness. Players are not foolish. Upon acquiring a particular skill book, one promptly exchanged it with Gao Dong for a piece of bronze-level equipment. Gao Dong, rather perplexed, agreed to the exchange. Each time he reflects upon this incident, he is consumed by regret. Oh, it's nothing, it's nothing. I have sensed Brother Gao's good intentions. I truly appreciate this skill book. Lin Ziluo remarked with a calm demeanor, subsequently stowing the skill book into his storage space. If you truly cherish it, why not learn the skill yourself beforehand? Gao Dong assumed Lin Ziluo was merely offering him a way out. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he hastily replied, I apologize, Brother Lin. How about this? I have a voucher for a family bucket of fried chicken. Let us enjoy it together, my brothers. This illustrates the allure of both words and actions. Having gratuitously obtained another skill book, he somehow instilled a sense of guilt within them. No. I must accompany Decisive to hunt zombies for experience. Lin Ziluo declined. Upon hearing this, Gao Dong responded, very well, we are good friends. Your growth brings me joy. Go on, my brothers, and if you require provisions, feel free to take from the warehouse without hesitation. Gao Dong spoke with generous exuberance. Lin Ziluo nodded in acknowledgement, but did not actually procure any supplies, instead opting to exit the office. Decisive had been observing the camaraderie between the two throughout this exchange. Though unable to comprehend their conversation, Lin Ziluo immediately followed suit upon noticing their departure. Meanwhile, Gao Dong reveled in his solitude within the office, reflecting, my brother Lin Luo is truly remarkable. I gifted him that meager skill book, and he showed no disdain. What a good brother, Gao Dong mused. However, Lin Ziluo, just stepping out, sensed an unsettling shift. His keen intuition informed him that from the moment he crossed the threshold of the office door, 3 or 4 individuals had fixated their gaze upon him, as if they had been awaiting his emergence. Alas, it appears trouble seeks me, Lin Ziluo lamented. I am but a kind-hearted, honest person. Why must they torment the virtuous? Sure enough, as Lin Ziluo approached the freight elevator, he found his path obstructed by several individuals. A man, clad in fur and smoking a cigarette, emerged from the throng. This individual posed a significant headache for Gao Dong, possessing considerable influence and harboring ambitions to usurp Gao Dong as the leader of the Death God Club, frequently undermining him both overtly and covertly. With an arrogant demeanor, the man regarded Lin Ziluo and proclaimed, "Brother, I'm not here to threaten you. Merely to advise you, keep your distance from Gao Dong. Otherwise, even if your brother possesses remarkable fighting prowess." Lin Ziluo, growing impatient with the inadequacy of his training, interjected, "You fool, why are you standing there? Get to work." The man, incensed by the interruption, bristled with rage, and the imposing figure of the fool stepped forward. "Ah, is being large a claim to fame? However, it was merely a level 4. I must inform you, behind me are several individuals of the same caliber." A sharp crack echoed as the man's words fell silent, never to be uttered again. For just moments ago, the simpleton had utilized all his strength to deliver a resounding slap. The impact was so forceful that it spun the man's head a full 180 degrees clockwise. The burly men, who had been standing behind him, were left in utter shock as they witnessed their leader's face contorted grotesquely towards his back. Panic ensued, with 2 of them so frightened they crumpled to the ground. The revelers in the hall, upon hearing the sound of the slap, turned their curious gazes towards the unfolding chaos. With a thud, the man's lifeless body collapsed to the floor. Lin Ziluo, unfazed, calmly applauded and stepped over the corpse, making his way to the service elevator. He pressed the button, departing the top floor with the simpleton as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 55. The bewildered fury of the Bug silence. An overwhelming silence enveloped the room. The once vibrant hall had descended into a stillness. All eyes fixated on the lifeless form sprawled upon the floor, rendered speechless by terror. Even Gao Dong in the office sensed that something was amiss. He had been reprimanding himself for neglecting to escort Lin Luo downstairs when he noticed the cacophony that once filled the air had vanished. Opening the office door, he was met with a shocking sight, the body lying on the ground. This isn't Jia Tai, is it? How did he meet his end?" Gao Dong exclaimed, his words shattering the profound silence that had settled over the gathering. Many people finally reacted, emitting screams and murmurs. "A murder? Oh my." A single slap turned his head halfway around. "Oh dear. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to be sick. It's revolting." The hall soon returned to its previous cacophony, even devolving into further chaos. A loyal subordinate of Gao Dong approached proactively, relaying the events that had just transpired. Upon learning that it was Lin Ziluo who had caused the Shah to strike Jia Tai to death, Gao Dong nearly burst into laughter. His formidable adversary had met such a sudden demise. Lin Luo and Shah are truly my good brothers. I must invest more to curry their favor next time. Gao Dong surveyed his surroundings, instructing his men to dispose of the body. He then retreated to his office, exhilarated, exclaiming, "This brother Lin Luo has presented me with a splendid gift. Indeed, I have bestowed a significant favor upon Gao Dong. However, this also served to establish his own authority, alleviating numerous complications. During the assault on the museum, he would undoubtedly possess considerable influence." Deep within the freight elevator, Lin Ziluo contemplated. "Yet, Gao Dong has also granted me a precious gift." The thought of mindless fury brought him delight. A valuable skill book obtained without cost. Indeed, while others may perceive it as worthless, even a skill book meant for self-destruction, in Lin Ziluo's hands, it was a treasure. This treasure was not intended for Lin Ziluo himself, but rather for Desha. Mindless fury would indeed drive players to madness, potentially causing them to turn against their allies. However, Desha had no need for such a concern. Lin Ziluo had already inquired with the Golden Finger system. Regardless of whether Desha was in a rational state, he would never harm Lin Ziluo. This instinct was rigorously instilled by the Golden Finger system and was entirely independent of rationality. In fact, Lin Ziluo could even manipulate Desha's actions herself. This indicated that once Desha entered a state of berserk rage, he could greatly enhance his attributes without cost. He would either attack all creatures except Lin Ziluo or be completely controlled by her. Yet again, this presented a flaw in the game mechanics. The apocalyptic game had never anticipated that such a seemingly useless skill as the Berserk Rage could be wielded creatively by Lin Ziluo. She pulled out the skill book for Berserk Rage and handed it to Desha. Understanding the situation, Desha promptly learned the skill. Observing the newly added skill on Desha's panel, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but sigh at how fortunate Desha was, despite his foolishness. During the day, she might be able to keep Desha at bay, but by nightfall, with the support of the darkness and the dual enhancement of Berserk Rage, she would have to retreat from his brilliance for those 2 minutes. No, she must strive to level up quickly, aiming to reach level 10. Her strength would at least double after the job transfer at level 10. The elevator came to a halt, arriving at the back corridor of the shopping mall. The entire corridor had long been cleared by the members of the Reaper Club. Lin Ziluo and Desha strode out confidently. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, with 2 hours remaining until nightfall. Thus, she decided to find a place to grind for experience and see if she could obtain the missing pants, gloves, or chest armor. But wait, what does the night have to do with me? Both I and the fool can easily overpower the zombies enhanced by the night. Lin Ziluo came to realize that he was still influenced by the thoughts of his past life. If that is the case, then why not indulge in the thrill of the moment? While others are confined to their homes, timidly waiting for dawn, he revels in slaughtering the undead, experiencing a surge in his prowess. What a delightful endeavor it is. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo wasted no time and quickly pulled out a map to search for a location where he could continuously vanquish zombies without the risk of being encircled. Ideally, it should also be a place with wild treasure chests or other gaming items. Raids could be disregarded, as there were none nearby. However, there was one promising location. Lin Ziluo set his gaze upon the magical capital library on the map. The library, situated merely 4 kilometers from the Zyrunfa shopping mall, is expansive, yet its corridors are rather narrow. Each genre of books is segregated into its own enclosed room. Most importantly, the rooftop of the library houses a game shop. Lin Ziluo currently boasts nearly 6,000 gold coins in his account. Calculating at 2,000 coins for a piece of quality bronze-level equipment, he could easily purchase trousers, gloves, and a chest plate. The magical capital library it is. Lin Ziluo and the fool set off without delay. The 3-kilometer journey was not particularly daunting, and along the way, numerous zombies gathered. However, under the combined efforts of Lin Ziluo and the fool, these zombies were utterly crushed. Lin Ziluo specifically instructed the fool to merely injure the zombies, leaving the finishing blows for himself. Though this meant he would not gain experience, his 100% drop rate was not to be underestimated. With the continuous activation of auto pickup, Lin Ziluo merely needed to strike the hulking zombie with precise, calculated blows and an abundance of cards, items, and even equipment would fill his storage space. It was utterly terrifying. The seamless synergy of the guaranteed drop rate, absolute enslavement, and auto pickup created a relentless cycle, transforming Lin Ziluo into a merciless monster-slaying machine. He only paused when he reached the vicinity of the Magic City Library. In Chapter 56, Decapitating Demon Blade, Lin Ziluo sheathed his Tang Dao. At this moment, he and the hulking zombie had fought their way into his small convenience store outside the Magic City Library. After dispatching the zombie shopkeeper, Lin Ziluo plopped down onto a chair, casually grabbed a bag of spicy strips from the shelf, and began to savor his snack. He pondered the treasures he had previously acquired. Throughout his journey, Lin Ziluo had vanquished over 100 zombies. Adding the previous kills, he had successfully filled half of the 800 experience points required to reach level 9. The cards he had obtained were overwhelming, thick bundles stacked aside. Apart from the tool-related cards that might prove useful in the future, he couldn't be bothered to glance at the others. The items and equipment were paramount. This time, he had acquired 5 items and 2 pieces of equipment. Besides the items he already possessed, there was a new addition, Tattered Scarecrow. This one-time use bronze-level item, when placed on the ground, could redirect the hostility of creatures that bore ill will towards the player, shifting their target to the Scarecrow. Only upon the complete destruction of the Scarecrow would they resume their assault on the player. This Scarecrow was indeed a valuable asset, a guaranteed life-saving item. The creatures mentioned herein include players as well. Even when a player is fully aware of the necessity to attack you, their body will instinctively strike the Scarecrow. Such is the marvel of this phenomenon. Safeguarding this remarkable item, Lin Ziluo produced 2 pieces of equipment that had just been acquired. Combo Gloves, a bronze-tier piece of equipment, which offers a chance to execute consecutive strikes when worn. Attributes: 1 Strength, 1 constitution, with a 5 probability of delivering an additional attack following a primary strike. Ring-hilted blade, a bronze-tier weapon, forged from steel through repeated folding, hammering, and quenching, resulting in a straight-edged longsword. Attributes: 3 strength. What a splendid fortune. Lin Ziluo donned the combo gloves with great satisfaction. The attribute enhancements were already substantial, complemented by an additional combo effect. Once triggered, the combo would parallel Lin Ziluo's explosive dual slash, capable of delivering 2 swift strikes. While its power may be lesser than that of the explosive dual slash and devoid of the explosive effect, the added attribute rendered it utterly invaluable. As for the ring-hilted blade, Lin Ziluo could only commend its unparalleled ability to amplify strength to its utmost potential. It forsook all supplementary effects to wholly enhance power, marking it as one of the most elite pieces among bronze equipment. With a thought, Lin Ziluo acknowledged that his Tang Hung knife was equally extraordinary. This realization indicated that the fusion stone he had been preserving could now be utilized. The fusion stone materialized in Lin Ziluo's hand in an instant, a reward obtained from vanquishing the conjoined zombies within the arena. Its purpose is to amalgamate 2 bronze-tier, like-kind pieces of equipment into a singular item. Moreover, if the quality of the 2 pieces of equipment is sufficiently high, it is quite likely that they will synthesize into silver-grade gear. Lin Ziluo, without any hesitation, placed the Tang horizontal blade 1 and ringed sword upon the table. He then opted to employ the fusion stone. Player Yazi activates the fusion stone, preparing to merge the ringed sword with the Tang horizontal blade 1. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the fusion? Upon completion, both pieces of equipment will be permanently lost. Fusion, Lin Ziluo declared. Fusion commencing, estimated duration, 30 minutes. The fusion stone in Lin Ziluo's hand immediately emitted a radiant white light. The luminescence gradually enveloped the 2 blades entirely, entering a state of fusion. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ziluo and Dashin resolved their dinner arrangements. Just as Lin Ziluo set down his bowl and chopsticks, a melodious system notification chimed in his ear. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the player for acquiring silver-grade equipment. Decapitating Demon Blade. A silver-grade weapon. Splendid. His attacking prowess would be significantly enhanced. Lin Ziluo eagerly examined his new weapon, the decapitating demon blade. The once pristine, gleaming blade had transformed into a profound ebony hue, with only a glimmer of light visible at its sharpest edge. The shape of the decapitating demon blade bore no distinction from the Tang knife, except that elegant and intricate patterns adorned both sides of the blade. As Lin Ziluo grasped the decapitating demon blade, he could distinctly sense an increase in weight by approximately 30. It posed no challenge, and after a brief acclimatization, he comfortably adapted to its heft. Beheading Demon Blade 1, a silver-grade weapon, forged from the Tang horizontal blade and the ringed hilt sword, combined with the previous tools often used for beheading, resulting in this formidable blade that enhances beheading abilities. Attributes: for strength, 1 constitution. It possesses the ability to gradually heal its scars after disengaging from battle. Passive skill: beheading. During the beheading process, speed is increased by 20. Upon a successful beheading, the player gains an additional point of strength for 3 minutes, stacking up to a maximum of 2 layers. Astonishment. An overwhelming surprise. Lin Ziluo could scarcely believe that 2 top-tier bronze-grade items could be synthesized into such an exceptional silver-grade weapon. This beheading demon blade is truly deserving of the term superlative. With its inherent attribute of force strength, coupled with the passive stacking effects of beheading, it can reach a staggering maximum enhancement of 6 strength points. Lin Ziluo eagerly examined the attributes of his newly acquired beheading demon blade. Base attributes: strength, 27, spirit, 19, constitution, 18, agility, 23. This was indeed a display of extraordinary prowess. With his new weapon in hand, Lin Ziluo felt invigorated. However, upon noticing that Big Fool was still engrossed in his meal, Lin Ziluo was filled with exasperation. "What are you eating, Big Fool? We must set off. Our destination is the Library of Magic City." Chapter 57. A bold infiltration of the library. Reluctantly, Big Fool set down his roasted chicken, rising to grasp the large iron rod he had just discovered. Yet, a sullen expression lingered on his face. Lin Ziluo chuckled, helplessly stating, "Tonight, give it your all, and I'll prepare 2 roasted chickens for you tomorrow." The Big Fool instantly perked up, raising the heavy iron rod high in his hands, his eyes sparkling with a different kind of brilliance. "Ah, the world of Germans is so unadorned and monotonous. The library in the Magic City is a circular edifice, featuring two arched doors at the front and back. As the apocalyptic game commenced at 7 in the evening, the number of individuals still reading within the library was scant. Consequently, the zombies gathered at the entrance were far fewer than those at the gymnasium initially. It is now the 4th day of the apocalypse. Some zombies have reached level 3, while a few have attained level 4, showing an increase of about 5 points in their basic attributes. This poses a greater challenge for ordinary people below level 4. However, does this make a difference to Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool? Following the usual protocol, Lin Ziluo first located a detailed schematic of the library's internal layout in front of the main entrance, plotting his route. He then charged fiercely towards the horde of zombies congregated at the entrance, with only half an hour remaining before nightfall. It was imperative to breach the library within that time frame to avoid being surrounded by the undead. With an itch for action, Lin Ziluo took the lead. Wielding his enchanted blade which carved a black silhouette through the air, he struck decisively at the neck of the foremost zombie. Decapitation with the magic blade was non-negotiable. The blade glided smoothly through the zombie's neck, making the task feel significantly less laborious. Thus, an increase in decapitation speed by 20 translates to a more effortless and convenient execution. The zombie's head tumbled to the ground. The enchanted blade in Lin Ziluo's grasp emanated a gentle warmth through his palm, enhancing his strength. How delightful, Lin Ziluo mused. This beheading blade far surpassed ordinary silver-grade equipment in its efficacy. The surrounding zombies, clearly aware of the unexpected intruders Lin Ziluo and Desha, began to converge upon them. Desha, this time there's no need to hold back, and let me finish them off. Charge ahead. We must breach the library first. Lin Ziluo instructed Desha with a glance over his shoulder. Without hesitation, he surged forward into the horde of zombies. Receiving his master's command, Desha raised the hefty iron rod in his hands and brought it crashing down onto the skull of the nearest zombie. The sheer force behind his swing shattered the zombie's head, sending blood and brain matter splattering forth. Unfazed, Desha welcomed the crimson spray, allowing it to coat his form. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo remained vigilant, deftly avoiding the zombies' clawing talons and gnashing teeth, a necessity that Desha did not share. After all, they were merely zombies. Could they truly mutate him? With a robust physique and formidable strength, Desha resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus, rampaging through the throng of undead. In contrast, Lin Ziluo moved with an elegant grace. Each arc of the enchanted blade found its mark, severing the necks of the zombies with precision, transforming them into experience points and gold that would eternally accompany him. With a fluid twist of his body, he evaded 2 claw strikes from behind, dispatching yet another zombie in the process. As he faced a blockade of numerous zombies ahead, Lin Ziluo lifted the beheading blade high. He calculated the angle carefully and, with a determined throw, launched it forward. The spinning slash technique, when first combined with the silver tier beheading blade, achieved an unprecedented velocity. During its flight, the blade's edge and hilt became indistinguishable, appearing as a mere blur. All that could be perceived was the beheading blade whirling to form a dark ring, incessantly reaping the lives of the undead. 1, 2, 3. The returning beheading blade was deftly caught by Lin Ziluo. This singular skill had ruthlessly vanquished 7 zombies. Seizing the opportunity created by the cleared path, Lin Ziluo surged forward significantly. The entrance to the library loomed ever closer, and he stole a glance at the clumsy figure of Dashin, who was lagging behind. Lin Ziluo swung his blade once more, fortuitously triggering the combo effect of his gauntlets. A single strike dispatched 1 zombie, while the unfortunate one met with a second blow. In truth, the intimidating effect of Lin Ziluo's lion-esque gauntlet frequently activated. Yet for these zombies, the outcome remained the same. They were swiftly dispatched regardless. After annihilating the last zombie before him with a devastating double strike, Lin Ziluo successfully reached the library's entrance. Fortunately, the door remained ajar. He charged inside, encountering only a handful of zombies at the entrance. With casual precision, he dispatched 2 of them and arrived at his favored location, the lengthy corridor leading to the public restroom. Ahem, his fondness for this spot stemmed primarily from its defensibility. Firmly establishing himself in the corridor's center, Lin Ziluo resumed his battle against the zombies that had followed him into the library. During this period of intense physical discomfort, Lin Ziluo boldly retrieved a stamina potion to replenish his energy. At that moment, Dashin finally burst into the library, immediately charging towards Lin Ziluo's position. Before long, A man and a corpse successfully converged. What on earth have you done? Lin Ziluo exclaimed in astonishment. Dashin's once exquisite suit had been torn to shreds by the zombies, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from a beggar. Lin Ziluo then glanced down at Dashin's feet. Indeed, he was a veritable beast of a man. Chapter 58, Dashin. Your roast chicken is gone, Dashin. Hold your ground for a moment. I will scour the restroom, Lin Ziluo instructed. Dashin nodded, having misplaced his hefty iron rod somewhere. Therefore, he picked up 2 zombie corpses from the ground, wielding them as makeshift weapons to smash into the approaching zombies. The passageway was inherently narrow, and the 2 corpses effectively knocked down a cluster of zombies. Dashin, surprised, thought to himself, this is surprisingly effective. He then picked up 2 zombie heads and hurled them at the remaining undead. Seeing that Dashin could manage the situation, Lin Ziluo wasted no time and dashed into the restroom to check for any lurking zombies. Only after clearing the restroom could he fight freely in the corridor. This time, Lin Ziluo adopted a rather aggressive approach. Upon entering the restroom, he did not bother to open each door to inspect for zombies. Instead, he thrust his magical blade through the door panels indiscriminately. And should there be any living souls inside? Apologies, but that would simply be collateral damage. After thoroughly stabbing through the entirety of the men's restroom, he found not a single zombie. Unwilling to relent, he charged into the women's restroom. Having thoroughly searched both rows of the restroom, Lin Ziluo was met with utter disappointment upon discovering the absence of any zombies. Just look at it. The restrooms in the Magic City Sports Arena provided me with a bronze treasure chest, not to mention the fusion stones gifted by the zombie couple. Yet, the library's restroom was pathetically barren. With no time to lament, Lin Ziluo hastily returned to the corridor, where Dashin was struggling to maintain the original defensive line. He could only fend off the zombies while retreating. Lin Ziluo quickly stepped in to assist. With his arrival, Dashin found it considerably easier to manage the situation. Together, they deftly controlled the battlefield, one wielding a knife, the other delivering punches, effectively keeping the zombies firmly beyond the defensive line. As the corpses of the zombies began to accumulate in the corridor, Lin Ziluo intentionally piled them together, successfully obstructing part of the passageway. This significantly alleviated the pressure of the oncoming horde. Gasping for breath, Lin Ziluo reflected on the relentless and intense battles that had drained much of his stamina since he charged into the library and engaged in the defensive fight within the restroom corridor. Were it not for that bottle of stamina potion, he would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. Even Dashin, whose physique was as robust as an ox, was beginning to falter. Although zombies were incapable of feeling fatigue, their physical attributes had limits. After enduring a certain level of strain, such as overexerting their limbs, complications inevitably arose. Lin Ziluo noticed that Dashin's movements had started to slow. The good news was that only a handful of zombies remained, just over 20 at most. Lin Ziluo realized that the effects of his stamina potion were still on cooldown, leaving the remaining combat to Dashin. With a piercing howl, a zombie emerged before him, its attributes visibly increasing with each guttural cry. The night had fallen. Lin Ziluo understood that he could no longer delay. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he hurled the Executioner's blade into the fray. Subsequently, he retrieved a cushion and settled himself upon the ground. The zombies before him were nowhere near as numerous as before. Even with Lin Ziluo finding the optimal angle, he could only reap 5 of them. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 3 experience points and 4 gold coins. Congratulations. Player has leveled up to level 9, earning 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi requires 1,000 experience points to reach the next level. Finally, he had leveled up. Sitting on the ground, Lin Ziluo caught the Executioner's blade and exhaled a sigh of relief. The experience he had accrued allowed him to calculate that he had vanquished nearly 150 zombies during this time. What does that signify? It equates to the total number of zombies slain by the entire Grim Reaper Club over the course of nearly 6 hours. As he observed the remaining dozen or so zombies, now fully bolstered by the darkness, charging towards him, Lin Ziluo remained composed, unfazed. He calmly commanded, "Big Fool, activate Frenzied Rage." Without a moment's hesitation, Big Fool complied with Lin Ziluo's request and activated the skill. In an instant, an overwhelming tide of fury surged through Big Fool's mind, completely enveloping his scant awareness. A roar erupted from him. With a furious roar, the colossal creature tore apart the last remnants of fabric clinging to its form. In a rare display, its formidable fangs and claws were revealed. It was those zombies you see before you that devoured your roasted chicken, leaving you with nothing for tomorrow. Lin Ziluo decided to administer another potent provocation. It is essential to understand that the enhancement of attributes during a state of rage is contingent upon the intensity of one's anger. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Ziluo uttered those words, the creature's fury intensified. Its skin, tinged with a gray hue, flushed a deep crimson from rage, and its muscles bulged with prominent veins. Without pausing to ponder why these zombies had pilfered its roasted chicken, the irrational beast charged forward, shattering the makeshift barricade of zombie corpses in its path. Seizing the nearest zombie, it gripped its arms with ferocious strength. With a thunderous roar, the creature wrenched both arms from the zombie's body, blood splattering against the walls in a gruesome display of violence and gore. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo sat on the ground, sipping from a freshly brewed cup of Longjing tea. Witnessing the creature's ferocity, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaim, "Excellent." He took another sip of tea. Upon hearing its master's praise, the creature became even more exhilarated, twisting the zombie's head in a full 360-degree motion before yanking it off, leaving several blood vessels still attached at the neck. Chapter 59. Energy Restoration. The duration of the Berserk Fury was a mere 2 minutes. Just moments ago, Decisive had taken 10 seconds to eliminate a single zombie. This pace was unacceptable. At this rate, he might not be able to dispatch the remaining zombies. Decisive, your movements were too sluggish, which allowed them to snatch away my beloved pig trotter. Lin Ziluo fueled Decisive's anger further. Upon hearing this, Decisive exclaimed, "What? You dare to steal my cherished pig trotter?" Rage surged to fill Decisive's mind completely. The enhancement from Berserk Fury had reached its maximum potential of 50. This was an almost unattainable figure. One could hardly imagine that a player could truly amplify their attributes to such an extent through sheer anger. It seemed that only someone as naively pure as Decisive could achieve this. With a 50 increase from both Berserk Fury and the Night, Decisive's attributes had doubled under their combined influence. A doubling of attributes meant a significant escalation in combat prowess. Decisive no longer considered using his fists to resolve the situation. With bloodshot eyes and labored breaths, he charged directly into the horde of zombies in the passage. The 3 zombies blocking his path were sent soaring through the air upon impact. The sound of shattering bones echoed as they were launched. Blood gushed from their mouths, and their innards spilled forth without restraint. Eventually, they crashed heavily to the ground. Fortunately, the zombies' tenacious vitality allowed them to cling to life. They struggled to rise, only to be mercilessly crushed under Decisive's feet as he barreled through them, as if they were nothing more than roadkill beneath a steamroller. The areas where they were trampled sank deeply, pressed tightly against the ground, impervious to any attempts to pry them loose. The remaining zombies met a similarly grim fate, their bodies nearly disintegrating under Big Fool's savage onslaught. They succumbed within less than a minute, collapsing without resistance. Confronting the last zombie standing at the end of the passage, Big Fool raised his fist. A crimson glow coalesced around his knuckles. This was his skill, a full-force strike. As the red light reached its zenith, Big Fool unleashed his punch. A deep, resonant sound echoed as his fist collided heavily with the zombie's chest, the sound of fractured ribs resonating through the air. Simultaneously, the zombie's back suddenly bulged, and in an instant, the protrusion ruptured, a massive fist emerging, accompanied by a gory spray of blood. Remarkably, Big Fool's punch had penetrated the zombie's chest. Lin Ziluo, seated and sipping tea, couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly the gift of innate strength." He fully recognized the immense challenge of piercing through the chest of an adult male. The zombie's corpse crashed to the ground, and the effects of the frenzied rage were nearing their end. Big Fool had reached his limit and plopped down onto the recently fallen zombie. What is going on here? Aren't zombies supposed to be tireless? Lin Ziluo pondered, only to have a moment of clarity the next second. It must be the side effect of frenzied rage. The confusion effect had activated. "Big Fool," Lin Ziluo called out, and upon hearing the voice, Big Fool immediately turned his head. However, the direction of the twist led to the other end of the passage. Well, it was confusing, and his sense of direction was completely lost. Lin Ziluo chose not to disturb the dim-witted giant. A man and a corpse sat quietly in the passage in such a posture. Beneath their feet, even under their backsides, lay a vast pool of fresh blood. Numerous dismembered limbs of zombies and round, severed heads. At this moment, there was not a single zombie left at the entrance of the library, except for the dim-witted giant. After resting for a while, Lin Ziluo finally had the opportunity to inspect the spoils of this battle. The automatic pickup range still seemed somewhat limited. For instance, the zombies Lin Ziluo had dispatched with his spinning slash had not been collected, as they had perished too far away from him. A few items were missing, but it was of little consequence. Delighted, Lin Ziluo began to examine his gains from this encounter. First, he spotted the cards, including the roast chicken and pig trotter that the dim-witted giant adored. Without hesitation, he chose to activate them and then approached the giant, presenting the food to him. The dim-witted giant remained oblivious in his state of confusion. Yet, even in his disoriented condition, he flawlessly accepted the roast chicken and pig trotter from Lin Ziluo. How astonishing! Lin Ziluo could not help but exclaim. The giant's talent for consuming food seemed to rival his innate strength. Soon, the dim-witted giant proved Lin Ziluo's assessment to be correct. As he eagerly munched away, to Lin Ziluo's amazement, he observed that the scratches and bite marks on the giant's body were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. This prompted Lin Ziluo to open the giant's status panel. As expected, a new talent appeared in Decisive's talent bar, Energy Supplement. This ability enhances your eating speed by 30, and while consuming food, the nourishment will swiftly convert into energy to heal your wounds and replenish your stamina. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim. Although Decisive may seem foolish, in certain respects, he is undoubtedly a genius, with his innate strength talent already in place. The addition of the energy supplement talent marks a significant evolution on the path of becoming a tank. How delightful! Decisive is my subordinate, and his increased strength directly correlates to my own empowerment. As my strength grows, I feel joy. Is there anything wrong with that? Absolutely not. Moreover, my own strength is set to increase as well. Lin Ziluo gazed into his storage space, excitement bubbling within him. Chapter 60. Protective Breastplate. Few things could stir Lin Ziluo's excitement, but equipment enhancement scrolls were certainly among them. And now, he possessed not one, but two equipment enhancement scrolls. They lay quietly within his storage space. Yet, the bounty did not end there. The breastplate he had longed for finally surfaced. A truly bountiful harvest. As he watched Decisive contentedly indulging in his meal, Lin Ziluo began to tally up his spoils: 3 bottles of stamina potions and 2 bottles of mental potions. Mental potion, a single-use bronze-level item that, when consumed, instantly restores 10 of mental strength, followed by a recovery of 5 every minute for a duration of 4 minutes. After use, there will be a 30-minute cooldown. A short-range launcher and a super flash bomb have each emerged, and even a concealed mask has made its debut. Thus, Lin Ziluo can now switch between 2 masks at will. Lin Ziluo took out the breastplate and began to scrutinize it carefully. This breastplate, forged from metal, appeared heavy, yet felt remarkably light in hand. At the center of the breastplate, there was a prominent bulge designed to protect the heart. Aegis breastplate, bronze-level equipment. This lightweight metal breastplate possesses protective powers. Attributes: 1 constitution, 1 agility. Skill: Aegis, allows the user to conjure a transparent shield in proximity to the body, lasting 3 seconds. Should it endure an attack surpassing a specified threshold, it shatters prematurely. Skill cooldown is 1 hour, upon breaking. The cooldown extends to 12 hours. This breastplate is indeed rather unique, as it enhances agility, and its weight aligns perfectly with Lin Ziluo's specifications. Initially, believing it to belong to the heavy armor category, Lin Ziluo had intended for the clumsy giant to wear it. As for now, Lin Ziluo delightfully donned the Aegis breastplate. His constitution and agility surged by a point instantly. Lin Ziluo then allocated the attribute point acquired from reaching level 9 to agility. But that was not the end. The equipment enhancement scrolls remained unutilized. Lin Ziluo retrieved 2 enhancement scrolls simultaneously. Given that the currently available enhancement scrolls were all bronze level, he would not consider enhancing his silver-level cloak or magical dagger. What, then, should he enhance? Lin Ziluo swiftly surveyed the equipment adorning his form. Discarding those items that had seen excessive use, he ultimately opted for the vampiric ring. The vitality absorbed by the vampiric ring was still insufficient. In the recent skirmish, the life force siphoned from adversaries could not keep pace with Lin Ziluo's consumption during battle. Furthermore, he remained in the novice stage, predominantly confronted by low-level zombie onslaughts. Sustaining sufficient endurance was of paramount importance. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo hesitated no longer and promptly placed an equipment enhancement scroll upon the vampiric ring. A flash of green light ensued. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to player Yazi for acquiring Vampiric Ring 1. Yet, this was not the end. Lin Ziluo applied another enhancement scroll to the Vampiric Ring. The higher the enhancement level of the equipment, the greater the likelihood of failure. However, the success rate for 2 was still quite favorable. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to player Yazi for acquiring Vampiric Ring 2. He chuckled to himself. How could I, blessed with the fortune of a true champion, as Lin Ziluo had dubbed himself, possibly fail? Lin Ziluo grasped the vampiric ring. Its once intricate patterns now rendered even more elaborate, and its crimson exterior grew ever more vibrant. Vampiric Ring 2, a bronze-grade artifact. This malevolent ring siphons vitality from foes during combat. Attributes: Strength 2, Constitution 2. 12% of the damage inflicted upon enemies is converted into vitality and transferred through the weapon into his being. Excellent. His attributes had multiplied significantly. After enhancing the vampiric ring, Lin Ziluo's stats ascended to a new pinnacle. Basic attributes: Strength 28, Spirit 19, Constitution 20, Agility 24. The influx of newfound strength invigorated Lin Ziluo. He rose to his feet and ventured along the path he and the fool had taken to enter. There were still some items left to scavenge that had not been automatically collected. Perhaps his luck had run dry. After a thorough search, Lin Ziluo merely acquired a handful of cards, including one that the fool had dropped. This particular card could not be automatically collected, prompting Lin Ziluo to ponder the reason behind it. It dawned on him that it was a reward from the fool's one-drop rate, thus rendering it uncollectible by automatic means. Upon returning from his exploration, the fool had finally regained his composure amidst the chaos. After a brief rest, Lin Ziluo called out, "Let us head upstairs." The Library of Magic City was indeed commendable, equipped with a direct elevator. They could ride it straight to the 5th floor, which housed the store, avoiding the tedious ascent through each level as in the sports hall. The fool stood up, closely trailing behind Lin Ziluo. Together, the living and the dead navigated through the corridor littered with corpses, arriving at the observation elevator. True to its name, the observation elevator featured a transparent casing, allowing them to glimpse the situation in the rear hall as they rode. Ding! The elevator doors slid open. Inside, there were numerous bloodstains, yet no signs of life or zombies. Lin Ziluo and the fool entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor. As the elevator ascended slowly, Lin Ziluo took the opportunity to survey the conditions in the rear hall. The number of zombies there was no fewer than those at the front. It appeared there were still around 200 or so. They all gathered at the imposing iron gate of the entrance hall, previously drawn by the sounds of combat between Lin Ziluo and the zombies. They had attempted to approach, but were thwarted by the formidable gate. Moreover, during the slow ascent of the elevator, Lin Ziluo managed to observe several suspicious areas. Chapter 61. Oh, it turns out I am too affluent. These so-called suspicious areas were, in fact, places that had suffered significant damage. For instance, the shattered tables and chairs within the library, the bookshelves that had been smashed open, and the iron door that had been forcibly torn apart. All these locations bore the scars of destruction, which could not have been inflicted by mere zombies or humans. The capability to cause such havoc indicated a singular answer: a boss. Another boss. Although Lin Ziluo had visited this place in his previous life, his understanding of the boss within the Magic City Library was rather limited. In his past existence, by the time he had truly gained strength, most of the boss entities in the Magic City had already been eradicated. As for now, this boss, I shall graciously accept. Lin Ziluo did not rush to seek out the boss. What he needed to do at present was to visit the shop on the top floor to procure some useful items and equipment. He glanced at the large fool beside him. Just before entering the elevator, Lin Ziluo had retrieved a set of clothing from his storage and handed it to the large fool. He had now changed into the new attire. Ding! The panoramic elevator had reached the 5th floor. The doors of the elevator slowly opened, and the noise attracted the attention of the zombies on that floor, who began to converge towards the elevator. To Lin Ziluo's surprise, there were not many zombies on the 5th floor, merely around 30. Admittedly, he had the right to say merely. For Lin Ziluo and the simple-minded Desha, 30 zombies were hardly a challenge. With ease, they dispatched the entire horde, leaving no trace behind. During their endeavor, a piece of equipment, strength gloves, was revealed. However, its attributes were rather mediocre, falling short of Lin Ziluo's superior combo gloves. Thus, he bestowed it upon Desha. Having eliminated all the zombies on the 5th floor, Lin Ziluo made his way directly to an office nestled in the corner. The door was firmly shut, bearing a sign that once indicated a manager's office, now altered by the omnipotent apocalyptic game to read Magic City Store. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo gently turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Congratulations, player. You have successfully located the Magic City Store and gained 10 points of reputation. Chimed the game's notification sound. The familiar layout of the store materialized before him. The once ordinary office had now been enveloped in a peculiar metallic substance. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all shrouded in a silvery metal. One should not underestimate this unknown material. Its hardness was beyond imagination, capable of resisting even the mightiest of warriors, leaving only scratches in its wake. Inside the room, aside from the metal, were 3 chairs intended for those waiting to make purchases. At the very center of the room stood a small metallic pod, wherein individuals could stand to conduct their transactions. This is to prevent customers from being ambushed while engrossed in their purchases. It is essential to note that the use of force within the store is not prohibited. However, should you engage in a brawl and your fist or spell strikes the metallic walls, be prepared to pay exorbitant repair fees, regardless of whether the metal is left unscathed. If your punch causes someone to bleed or splatters blood upon the ground, you will incur substantial cleaning charges. Do not inquire about how culpability is determined. Does the apocalypse game concern itself with reason? There is a possibility of unfortunate circumstances where both parties may be fined. A single fine could be sufficient to bankrupt even the wealthiest of players. Thus, the shop is universally regarded as a sanctuary for all players. However, one must not linger in the store for more than 30 minutes each day. Exceeding this limit will also result in hefty fines. This rule effectively deters those being hunted by enemies from taking refuge indefinitely within the shop. What? You claim you lack funds? Unable to pay the fine? Intending to evade responsibility? Then you may simply be obliterated. Lin Ziluo was well acquainted with the store's regulations and wasted no time in decisively entering the metallic chamber. As the door sealed shut, a panel appeared before him, emblazoned with the welcoming words of the Magic City shop. Simultaneously, an emotionless mechanical synthesized voice resonated in his ear. Dear player Yazai, welcome to the Magic City shop. As you are the first customer welcomed by the Magic City shop, you are entitled to a 50% discount on your purchases. Ah, what a delightful surprise. This was an experience he had yet to encounter. Originally, Lin Ziluo possessed just over 6,000 gold coins. After vanquishing a multitude of zombies downstairs, his current gold tally had ascended to 6,545 coins. Skillfully bypassing the welcome message, Lin Ziluo commenced his operations. Initially, he intended to procure a pair of trousers. However, with the enticing half-price offer on the first item, it would be unwise to limit his choices to merely trousers. How could he justify not acquiring a more expensive item with such a discount? He considered 3 options: equipment, items, and resource cards. Lin Ziluo proceeded to open the items section, where a dazzling array of products instantly captivated his attention. Super Flash Grenade. Price: 1,000 gold coins. Stock: 100 Short-Range Launcher. Price: 500 gold coins. Stock: 100 Ice Spike Scroll. Price: 3,000 gold coins. Stock: 3 Power Pill. Price: 1,000 gold coins. Stock: 20. As he perused the offerings, disappointment washed over Lin Ziluo. What was amiss? The merchandise in the shop remained unchanged, yet he felt devoid of the excitement and joy he had once experienced while shopping in his previous life. It dawned on him. He had become too affluent. No wonder he found these items beneath his notice. Ding! The system detected that the host was dissatisfied with the items in the Magic Capital shop, and has now unlocked the purchasing privileges for hidden items within the Magic Capital shop. Chapter 62. Exclusive equipment of the Magic Capital. Just as Lin Ziluo pondered what to purchase next, the sound of the golden finger system resonated like celestial music. What does this mean? Lin Ziluo acknowledged his awareness of the existence of hidden merchants within the city. However, he had never heard of hidden items within stores. Ding! Each shop in the city possesses exclusive hidden merchandise. Ding! These concealed items can only be purchased by players who have made significant contributions to the city. The purchasing privilege has now been granted to the host. Astonishing, indeed. Reflecting upon it, he realized he had not made considerable contributions to any city thus far. Let me explore what hidden treasures lie within the Shanghai store. Lin Ziluo navigated the interface and successfully discovered the newly unveiled Hidden Items button for the Shanghai store. Upon opening it, he found only 3 solitary items. Shanghai Honorary Badge, price 200,000 gold coin stock. 1 Shanghai Order Uniform, price 12,000 gold coin stock. 10 Shanghai Guardian Emblem, price 10,000 gold coin stock. 20 While shopping in the store, he could view the images of the products. Upon seeing the image of the Shanghai Order uniform, Lin Ziluo finally recalled something significant. He had seen it before, and it left a deep impression. It was worn by a war god from the Dragon Kingdom. However, the version he had seen was pure gold in color, with more intricate details and additional inscriptions. An item that could be worn continuously by a war god must surely be a remarkable treasure. Regrettably, the items in the mall could not have their attributes examined. One must make a purchase to truly comprehend the genuine attributes of an item. Even with identical products, variations in attributes can occur. However, these discrepancies are generally minimal, with only slight fluctuations. As for the honor badge of the Magic City, Lin Ziluo did not even consider it for a moment. In the context of a doomsday game, products that come with such stringent purchasing conditions have already undergone significant markdowns. Given the steep discounts available, the exorbitant price remains unfathomable for Lin Ziluo at this stage. He pondered briefly between the uniform of the Order of the Magic City and the emblem of the Guardians of the Magic City, ultimately opting for the former. With a discount in play, it was only prudent to choose the more expensive option. After all, the shop was not going anywhere. In time, the requisite 10,000 gold coins for the emblem of the Guardians of the Magic City would be within his reach. The player Yazai confirmed the purchase of the uniform of the Order of the Magic City, taking advantage of a one-time 50% discount, requiring a payment of 6,000 gold coins. A mechanical voice echoed, "Purchase confirmed." Lin Ziluo spoke, and the transaction was completed. 6,000 gold coins were deducted, leaving him with 545 coins. The uniform of the Order of the Magic City has now been packaged into a card, which can be activated to obtain the item. A card materialized in Lin Ziluo's hand, a feature of the store's mechanism. Regardless of the item purchased, it ultimately transforms into a card to prevent issues related to storage space for larger items. Would the player Yazai like to purchase any additional items? That's enough, Lin Ziluo remarked. There remain 545 gold coins. It is best to save them for the purchase of the Guardian's emblem. Expressing his gratitude, he added, "Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you to visit again." With that courteous remark, the metallic door of the chamber gradually swung open. Lin Ziluo stepped out, stretching his limbs, while Dasha sat quietly in his chair. Indeed, Dasha must possess some gold coins as well. Although Dasha's encounters with zombies do not yield experience, he can still accumulate gold. Lin Ziluo glanced at Dasha's panel. Well, it amounts to just over 700 gold coins. This is understandable, as Dasha has truly only vanquished a handful of zombies. The rest were eliminated by Lin Ziluo himself. With merely 10 minutes remaining for both him and Dasha in the shop, Lin Ziluo produced the card for the Orderer's uniform of the Magic Capital and chose to activate it. A set of black attire materialized in his hands, its fabric exquisitely soft, akin to silk. Lin Ziluo examined the attributes. Orderer's uniform of the Magic Capital, diamond-level special equipment. Description: an exceedingly precious uniform, crafted with extraordinary precision, exhibiting remarkable effects, exclusively granted to those who have made significant contributions to the Magic Capital. Abilities: 1. Transformation. Upon wearing the Orderer's uniform, all clothing-type equipment can be concealed by the uniform, effects still trigger. 2. Comfort. The uniform possesses self-cleaning properties, can regulate temperature to some extent, and features automatic repair and blood isolation functions. 3. Authority. While in the Magic Capital, any player whose reputation does not exceed yours will experience a 10 reduction in their attributes for a duration of 5 minutes if they attempt to engage you. Order. You have the power to establish the Order of the Magic City. Each day, you may assign a task to one player, excluding yourself, which can be verified by the system. The rewards and penalties for the task will be determined by your reputation and the difficulty of the task, without requiring you to pay any rewards. It must be said, the exclusive equipment of the city that Lin Ziluo has yet to encounter is truly remarkable and rare. However, what captivates Lin Ziluo the most is undoubtedly the phrase special equipment. This implies that the item will not occupy his equipment slots. The attribute of transformation. Though Lin Ziluo has not witnessed its specific effects, he has surmised its purpose based on the description. It is undoubtedly a coveted effect. Chapter 63. The Uniform of the Orderer of the Magic City. Lin Ziluo unfurled the uniform, which was a black robe with a hood, complemented by pure black trousers and shoes. The garment was adorned with silver stripes, and on the chest, there was a distinctive emblem recognizable to anyone who had spent time in the Magic City. This emblem depicted the iconic landmark of the Magic City, the Oriental Pearl Tower. Apart from that, there was nothing particularly unique about it. Lin Ziluo removed all his equipment and donned the uniform. The fabric was exceptionally soft and immensely comfortable against his skin. Moreover, sensing Lin Ziluo's slight warmth, the clothing emanated a refreshing coolness. Marvelous. Truly. It deserved its reputation for comfort. Next, Lin Ziluo took out a full-length mirror. Gazing at his reflection, his eyes widened in astonishment. In the mirror, Lin Ziluo's reflection bore a striking resemblance to the Grim Reaper clad in a black robe, complete with a hood draping behind. He mused contentedly that he could now embody the persona of the Reaper. With a sense of satisfaction, he discarded the full-length mirror outside the shop, officially embarking on a journey to validate his conjecture regarding the transformation attribute. He grasped the Aegis chest plate and activated the effect of the magical orderer's uniform. Detecting impending equipping of the Aegis chest plate, shall the transformation effect of the magical orderer's uniform be initiated? Lin Ziluo inquired. Suddenly, the chest plate vanished from his hands, yet he distinctly felt an augmentation in his attributes. Indeed, this transformation function aligned perfectly with his expectations. By merely donning this uniform, all other equipment would be absorbed, with their effects inherited by the uniform itself. This meant he only needed to wear a single garment, thereby maximizing his agility, lightness, and stealth. After several attempts, he discovered that once an item was removed, it reappeared in his possession. Furthermore, upon equipping the chest plate, the area over his uniform's chest inherited the chest plate's sturdiness and defensive qualities, alleviating any concerns about the uniform's ability to withstand attacks. Such a feature could only be aptly described as extraordinary. If further elaboration were necessary, it could be likened to a young cow lamenting for its mother. Truly phenomenal. As the time in the shop drew to a close, Lin Ziluo exited with the simple-minded Desha. He prepared to utilize the uniform's order function on Desha. With a daily allowance for its use, he intended to explore the potential of this capability. The world was on the verge of destruction. Lin Ziluo experimented for a while and gradually grasped the situation. Absurd, unrealistic, and illogical tasks were unable to pass even the system's review. Peeking at girls changing clothes. Task pass system review. Would you like to publish? Cough. I was merely speaking in jest, not to be taken seriously. Lin Ziluo hurriedly canceled this task. As a principled individual, one must not engage in such activities. After considerable contemplation, Lin Ziluo decided to publish a more credible task, to defeat the boss within the Magic City Library. Task pass system review. Would you like to publish? Certainly. Lin Ziluo promptly chose to publish it. He also discerned a hidden feature of this function, which allowed one to ascertain whether a boss truly existed based on the system's judgment. However, one should not place complete trust in this. For instance, if a boss in a certain area was excessively powerful, the publication would not succeed, yet it would be unreasonable to claim there was no boss at all. Desha also successfully accepted the task. Lin Ziluo briefly reviewed the task details. The rewards consisted of 200 gold coins, 50 experience points, and 2 resource cards. The rewards were modest, likely due to Lin Ziluo's insufficient reputation. He did not dwell on this, as receiving rewards was already a positive outcome. It was fortuitous that he could continually utilize Desha to earn task rewards. The shopping phase had drawn to a close. The next objective was to level up and eliminate the boss within the library. Lin Ziluo had been keenly aware that upon reaching level 10, he could obtain a super cheat code. With determination, he resolved to slay 200 to 300 zombies in the library. If fortune favored him, he might even vanquish a boss and level up sooner. The mere thought of this spurred Lin Ziluo into action. After calling out to his companion, Dashin, he made his way to the elevator. Once inside, he pressed the button for the 4th floor, ready to sweep through each level. He was determined to uncover the elusive boss hiding away. In a small cubicle within the library of the Demon City, a girl trembled as she spoke to her boyfriend. Away, away, I'm scared. Away quickly covered her mouth, whispering urgently, Xiaomei, keep your voice down. We mustn't let that creature hear us. Xiaomei nodded. though tears streamed down her face in fear. Away, too, felt a deep sense of dread, his body shaking uncontrollably. He cautiously reached for the wall and flipped the light switch. Suddenly, the previously bright cubicle was engulfed in darkness. Without light, that thing should be unable to find us. Let's remain quiet for a while, Away suggested. Yes, we will be all right, the girl replied softly, snuggling closer to Away. They huddled together in the corner, offering each other comfort. Deep down, Away understood that their reassurances were mere illusions. Even if they managed to evade detection by the monster, the prolonged absence of food and water would inevitably lead them toward their demise. Away. Xiaomei trembled once more, her voice quivering as she spoke. What's wrong? Away gently caressed Xiaomei, offering her comfort. Look, beneath the doorframe of the partition, is there not a pair of eyes? Chapter 64. Crawling zombie boss. When Away heard Xiaomei utter those words, his body became rigid with an overwhelming sense of dread. A profound fear engulfed his heart. He cautiously turned his head to peer beneath the partition's doorframe. The darkness within the room allowed the light from outside to filter in beneath the door, illuminating a pair of blood-red eyes that were fixed intently upon him. In that instant, Away's mind went blank, and his breathing became labored. The blood-red eyes narrowed, seemingly mocking both Away and Xiaomei for their foolishness. Suddenly, the iron door of the partition emitted a grating sound, revealing that the owner of those ominous eyes was attempting to force it open. As he realized they were cornered, the once panicked Away found a surprising calm. Xiaomei, once it opens the door, you must run with all your might, he instructed. No, I can't. What about you? Xiaomei exclaimed, her realization dawning upon her. Fear not, be brave. Just run outside. I will hold it back, Away replied, rising to his feet. He groped around in the darkness until he found a broom. He grasped it tightly against his chest, seeking courage from the makeshift weapon. A hint of disdain flickered in the blood-red eyes. In the next moment, the clang of the iron gate echoed as it swung open. Run! Away shouted loudly, charging forward with unwavering bravery. The figure that had been clinging to the door finally revealed itself in full, a grotesque zombie. Its emaciated form exposed the stark outlines of its skeletal structure. Its head was shaped like an inverted triangle, with a long, crimson tongue flicking about. The creature clung to the door in a lizard-like manner. As Away rushed towards it, the zombie chose not to end his life immediately. Instead, it turned away, climbing up to the ceiling of the adjoining room. Away's broom struck nothing but air. He gazed up at the zombie perched above, despair flickering in his eyes. The courage he had so painstakingly mustered was extinguished in an instant. Was this creature truly something humanity could confront? The zombie, observing Away's lost resolve, saw the mockery fade from its eyes. Another plaything was gone. Disappointment washed over it as it shifted its focus towards Xiaomei, who was still huddled in the corner. Xiaomei struggled desperately, yet fear rendered her unable to rise. Xiaomei, run! Away's senses snapped back to reality upon seeing the zombie fixate on her. Alas, it was too late. The zombie's claws lunged towards Xiaomei's head, crushing it instantly. Blood and brain matter spilled forth in a gruesome torrent. The zombie eagerly approached, extending its foul, elongated tongue to savor the brain matter. Thud! Away sank to his knees, the brutal death of his girlfriend extinguishing all hope within him. You repulsive creature, I will fight you. Awake struggled to rise, grasping the broom as he valiantly charged once more at the relentless zombies. The undead, indulging in their feast, expressed their displeasure at Awaken's interruption. With a swipe of its claws, Awaken, alongside Xiaomei, departed from the realm of the living. The zombie, now utterly satisfied, gleefully seized Awaken's head to savor its meal. The compartment remained shrouded in darkness. The external light barely illuminated the entrance, leaving the corners, where the zombie feasted, in obscurity. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the compartment, and the zombie's expression turned to one of irritation. Another plaything dared to disrupt its dining experience? This time, the zombie took the initiative, relinquishing Awaken's head and crawling toward the wall to peer outside. Just as its head emerged from the compartment, a voice of surprise rang out. Finally found you, Lin Ziluo exclaimed breathlessly, pointing at the zombie's head. He had been fervently clearing out zombies alongside Dashin, successfully eliminating an entire floor of the undead. With his experience nearly sufficient to reach level 10, Lin Ziluo had heard Awaken's earlier cry signifying the emergence of a boss. Without taking a moment to rest, he hurriedly descended the stairs, following the sound. At last, he beheld the zombie's head outside the compartment. A zombie in its assassination form. Lin Ziluo instantly recognized the type of zombie before him. Just as humans undergo job advancements, zombies, too, exhibit distinct developmental paths during their evolution. The boss evolves at an unparalleled pace, displaying variations even in the early days of the apocalypse. The assassination form Lin Ziluo referred to bore resemblance to an assassin among humans, possessing an extraordinary speed of movement and formidable offensive capabilities. This type of zombie is particularly adept at consuming human brains, as it can enhance its own intelligence through this act. This particular zombie evidently exhibits a higher level of intellect. As Lin Ziluo cautiously observed the blood-red eyes of the creature fixated upon him, he meticulously examined its attributes. Crawling zombie, bronze level boss, level 10 basic attributes, strength, 23 mentality, 15 constitution, 8 agility, 23 talent. Crawling. You possess the ability to traverse the surfaces of walls and other non-smooth objects with ease. Skills. Backstab. You can unleash a claw strike, inflicting 110 of your strength attribute as damage. If the targeted area is the enemy's back, the damage will be doubled. Phantom ambush. You can briefly meld into the ground or wall to evade attacks or move towards your opponent. Upon emergence, you will execute a forward assault, dealing 80 of your strength attribute as damage. Lin Ziluo averted his gaze after merely a glance, for although each assassination-type zombie possesses distinct talents and specialties, their skills generally adhere to a common pattern. A single look at the skill names sufficed for Lin Ziluo to discern their functions. It must be said that this particular zombie boss is indeed formidable, as its talents and skills form an exquisite synergy. Today's inquiry pertains to the differences in communication styles between the post-apocalyptic game and the cheat system. All information contained within the brackets pertains to the post-apocalyptic game. Ding. This type of information pertains to the Golden Finger system. The two should never be confused. Chapter 65. The method of ascending to heaven by treading the left wall and the right wall. The foolish Shan Shan arrives belatedly. Just moments ago, Lin Ziluo had moved ahead, leaving behind the task of eliminating the last few zombies. The crawling zombie gazed at Lin Ziluo and the foolish one before it, its blood-red eyes revealing a hint of confusion. It could not comprehend why these two toys were not fleeing. In the past, whenever it appeared, the toys would scream and scatter in terror. The fearful expressions and shrill cries of the toys were the sources of joy for the crawling zombie. Detected that player Yazi has encountered a bronze-level boss, crawling zombie. Task the grievance of the crawling zombie triggered. Ding. The Golden Finger system has detected that the host has activated the task the grievance of the crawling zombie and is currently optimizing related task issues. The grievance of the crawling zombie, task description. The librarian was wrongfully accused of stealing books from the library. As he faced scorn from his superiors during the apocalypse, he transformed into a zombie and exacted revenge upon them. He seeks vengeance. He aims to eradicate all who cherish reading. Task requirements. Eliminate the crawling zombie. Task rewards. 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, and 1 piece of bronze-level equipment. Task rewards have been optimized. Task duration. 12 hours. Task penalty. None. No penalties will be imposed for abandoning or failing the task. It has arrived. It has arrived. Lin Ziluo had been eagerly anticipating the emergence of this task. Why not take advantage of a free opportunity? Deschamps, just go and block it. Lin Ziluo instructed. In truth, the attributes of this crawling zombie could be easily matched by either Lin Ziluo or the simpleton Deschamps. However, given the considerable number of zombies still present on this level, a swift resolution was imperative. The congregation of over 100 ordinary zombies alongside the zombie boss could pose significant trouble. Upon hearing this, Deschamps charged forward without hesitation. The corridor where the small compartment was located was even narrower than the one leading to the restroom. As Deschamps entered the passage, he nearly blocked it entirely. The crawling zombie, perceiving the advancing Deschamps as a provocation, began to swiftly ascend along the walls of the corridor. Deschamps raised his hefty iron rod and swung it towards the crawling zombie. The zombie, unperturbed by the impending strike, did not attempt to evade. Just as the iron rod was about to make contact, the zombie seemed to melt away, rapidly merging into the wall. It was a phantom ambush. Suddenly, a shadow manifested on the wall, moving with great speed. Deschamps' mighty blow struck the wall, creating a deep dent, yet it had no effect on the shadow. The shadow swiftly darted away, soon reappearing on the wall behind Deschamps. Before he could even turn around, the shadow lunged forth from the wall, swiftly coalescing into the form of the crawling zombie. With a mocking glint in its eyes, the crawling zombie observed the clumsy Dasha before it. A foolish and unwieldy plaything. The claws of the crawling zombie gleamed with a sinister black light, and with Dasha's defenseless back exposed. It was the perfect moment to strike with a backstab. A dark light flashed, followed by a heart-wrenching wail. The crawling zombie, gazing at its shattered claws, was filled with dread. Just moments ago, it was on the verge of striking the foolish toy, when suddenly, a black long knife sliced through the air from behind. Reacting swiftly, it turned its body and raised its claws in defense, barely managing to block the deadly blow at the cost of several of its sharp talons. The crawling zombie swiftly ascended to the ceiling and turned to face the master of the black blade, Lin Ziluo, who bore an expression of innocence. Everything that had transpired was meticulously calculated by him. At first glance, the skill phantom infiltration appeared to be a miraculous technique, capable of merging into walls and rendering one immune to harm. In truth, however, this skill bore a hidden drawback. Utilizing it without circling behind the opponent would leave one with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction, akin to a form of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Thus, Lin Ziluo had deliberately sent the clumsy fool forward, compelling the crawling zombie to reveal its phantom infiltration. As the zombie eagerly approached to launch a surprise attack from behind the fool, Lin Ziluo, lying in wait, swiftly struck with his knife. As anticipated, the outcome was profound. That single blow nearly incapacitated half of the crawling zombie's offensive capabilities, plunging both of its skills into a cooldown state, leaving it no opportunity to flee. Though seething with rage, the crawling zombie, perched on the ceiling, ultimately succumbed to fear. It twisted its body in the opposite direction, preparing to escape. Would Lin Ziluo allow the crawling zombie to flee? With a powerful push against the wall, leaving a dent in its wake, he leapt to the opposite wall. The passage was sufficiently narrow, and this distance was entirely adequate for such a maneuver. With a vigorous push, he surged upward for a considerable distance. This was the fabled technique of ascending to the heavens by stepping from the left foot to the right. Now evolved into the advanced version, ascending from the left wall to the right wall. After executing this maneuver twice, Lin Ziluo had reached a sufficient altitude. He decisively activated the brief, hovering skill of the White Wing Cloak. With this ability, Lin Ziluo could momentarily disregard the peril of falling, propelling himself forward in a sprint. During this dash, the swiftness of the gale boots was also unleashed. The crawling zombie, which had turned to flee, was utterly oblivious to Lin Ziluo's extraordinary display of skill, fixated solely on its own desperate advance. However, its speed paled in comparison to Lin Ziluo, who was empowered by both skills. Gradually, he closed the distance. The crawling zombie, sensing an impending threat, slowed its pace and glanced back. In that fleeting moment, a flash of black blade light caught its eye. Explosive double slash. The demonic blade severed the zombie's hind leg. The intimidating effect of the lion's bracer was activated. The crawling zombie's body abruptly halted, plummeting towards the ground. At this moment, the second strike of the explosive double slash was unleashed, striking true against the triangular head of the crawling zombie. Chapter 66, A Stunning Display. The second super golden finger, the head of the crawling zombie, was sent soaring, and its body was marked by the imprint of the explosive double slash. Upon activation, the zombie was shattered into countless pieces. In an instant, a deluge of blood and gore surged towards Lin Ziluo. With a flourish of his robe, he shielded himself, deflecting all the blood upon its fabric. Strangely, despite being crafted from fabric, the long robe remarkably repelled blood and flesh upon contact, causing them to slide off without leaving a single drop of stain. Lin Ziluo elegantly adjusted his robe before slowly descending from the ceiling. The system's notifications rang out in a rapid succession. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully defeating the level 10 bronze tier boss, Crawling Zombie, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazi for completing the quest Revenge of the Crawling Zombie. Congratulations to player Yazi for receiving quest rewards: 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a bronze tier equipment. Congratulations to player Yazi for leveling up to level 10, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi has now reached level 10 without a class change. Further leveling is not possible, and all experience will accumulate. Please patiently await the opening of the class change channel. The acquisition of 350 experience points propelled Lin Ziluo to level 10, leaving him with a surplus of experience, as indicated by the prompts, without undergoing a class change. Leveling up is unattainable, yet experience will continue to accumulate. The class change channel will only open after the 7-day novice protection period in the city. With hidden class transitions excluded from this provision, Lin Ziluo planned to complete the class change trial during this novice protection period, thereby positioning himself as the first player to successfully transition, earning a global announcement. There was no need for haste, as the first successful transition had occurred on the morning of the 9th day of the apocalypse. Before this moment, even if one had acquired a job transfer scroll, it was of no use until reaching level 10. Now, on the early morning of the 5th day of the apocalypse, he had just over 3 days remaining. With keen eyes, Lin Ziluo spotted a white treasure chest that had fallen from beneath a crawling zombie. It was a silver chest. Yet Lin Ziluo did not approach to open it, for more pressing matters awaited him. System, where is my super cheat? Lin Ziluo inquired happily, standing still. The cheat system promptly appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reached level 10 and have obtained an opportunity to draw a super cheat. Would you like to draw now? Draw, Lin Ziluo thought to himself, filled with excitement. Last time, he had drawn an absolute drop rate, elevating his odds to an extraordinary level and allowing him to surpass all other players by a significant margin. What kind of super cheat would he draw this time? Ding. The second super cheat is currently being drawn. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have drawn the super cheat, Yin-Yang Duality. Ding. Yin-Yang Duality. The host can possess 2 professions. Lin Ziluo swallowed hard. His powerful mental fortitude was momentarily shaken, leaving him feeling somewhat dazed. No, utterly bewildered. Could you repeat that? He stammered, a quiver evident in his voice. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have drawn the super cheat, Yin-Yang Duality, allowing you to possess 2 professions. The cheat system obediently reported. Is this real? This is truly happening. The prospect of transitioning into 2 professions is something Lin Ziluo scarcely dared to contemplate. What does this entail? The ability to possess the skills of 2 distinct vocations. With each level gained, one would receive double the attribute points. If one were to assume the role of a warrior and subsequently take on that of a mage, they could truly achieve the harmonious balance of physical and magical prowess. This is astonishingly extraordinary, truly deserving of the title super cheat. Each ability is overwhelming enough to leave one breathless. In an instant, a myriad of possibilities surged through Lin Ziluo's mind. However, as fortune would have it, the nearby zombies, alerted by the recent commotion, approached. In a state of excitement, Lin Ziluo showed no mercy. After instructing the dim-witted companion to step aside, he utilized the narrow corridor to unleash the recently cooled-down spike assault. Dozens of spikes erupted from the ground, impaling a multitude of zombies. The notifications of zombie kills flooded the screen once more. Lin Ziluo hurried forward to claim the silver treasure chest dropped by the crawling zombie. This type of silver treasure chest can be moved, unlike wild treasure chests. Desha. Retreat. Let us head upstairs. With a swift call to his companion, Lin Ziluo dashed up the safety passage. Desha followed closely behind. After a brief sprint, the duo successfully evaded the zombies and reached the already cleared 5th floor. Lin Ziluo set down the silver chest and eagerly began to examine the details of the Yin-Yang Dual Birth ability. Yin-Yang Dual Birth. The host can possess 2 professions. Note: 1. Among the host's 2 professions, the first acquired will be displayed as the external profession. The content pertaining to the 2 professions is entirely unrestricted. However, if the fixed attributes are of the same type, only the highest value will be considered. Upon reviewing the notes, Lin Ziluo finally comprehended the specific application of this advantageous mechanism. Although it was not as outrageous as initially imagined, with proper execution, it could still prove formidable. Lin Ziluo pondered. For instance, the second point indicates that when the fixed attributes are the same, the highest value is taken, which implies that seeking professions of the same type would be rather foolish. Would it not be wiser to select 2 professions that enhance different fixed attributes? Warrior classes augment strength and constitution, while mage classes enhance spirit and agility. In this manner, the second note effectively imposes no restrictions, allowing for a diverse array of professions. The third note is also quite favorable. If both professions grant 3 points of free attributes, calculated by rounding up, one could actually obtain 5 points in total. Chapter 67. Post-War Rewards. A plethora of profession combinations began to materialize in Lin Ziluo's mind. Wait, the Phantom class enhances strength and agility. Does that mean he must also seek a profession that boosts constitution and spirit? There are indeed options available. However, The most elite among them would be the hidden class of Holy Sword Knight across the ocean. It seems that within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, there are no particularly outstanding professions of this type. Should he abandon the Phantom class and opt for another profession? Lin Ziluo felt a sense of turmoil as his meticulously crafted development plan had been disrupted by the possibility of dual classing. What a delightful dilemma this is. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo is determined to pursue the Phantom's class change, for it represents an unparalleled hidden vocation that is truly invaluable. Even if he chooses not to undergo the transition himself, he can retain it or engage in trade. With this thought, Lin Ziluo temporarily set aside his musings on this matter. First, he would acquire the Phantom class change scroll, and only then would he contemplate other concerns. Lin Ziluo began to organize the rewards from his previous endeavors, which included sweeping through a layer of zombies, vanquishing crawling zombies, and completing various tasks. The first order of business was to collect the rewards for his mission, specifically the bronze tier equipment. Player Yazzie has obtained a bronze tier equipment, Bronze Great Hammer. Bronze Great Hammer, a colossal hammer forged from bronze. Its weight is quite formidable. It is advisable to ensure one can lift it before use. Attributes: 2 strength. Attacks possess a shattering effect, providing a notable advantage in terms of destruction. Oh, Lin Ziluo hefted the bronze great hammer that had materialized in his grasp. Indeed, it was no lightweight. Without further ado, Big Fool, you are in for a treat. Oh yes, Big Fool still has a dual-layered task reward awaiting him. However, the game tasks accepted by Big Fool cannot be optimized by the Golden Finger system. Glancing at the task rewards, aside from the conventional prestige, gold, and experience, there remained one reward: the acquisition of a bronze tier item. Lin Ziluo cast his eyes upon it and discovered that Big Fool's task reward item was Eye of Reconnaissance. Well, look at that. It seems fortune has favored him over me. Meanwhile, the task reward he had bestowed upon Big Fool was rather mundane, merely providing him with some additional gold. Excellent. He was now one step closer to the Guardian's mark of the Demon City. Lin Ziluo handed the bronze great hammer to Big Fool. Desha received the bronze giant hammer, and a smile unexpectedly graced his face, seemingly expressing satisfaction with this piece of equipment. Such a sight is rare indeed. Desha's smile typically only emerges when he indulges in roasted chicken. He then began to swing the enormous hammer with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo opted to open the silver treasure chest. In the apocalyptic game, there exists a monster that exclusively drops a single item upon defeat. When vanquishing a boss, one can either receive an item or a treasure chest. This treasure chest is not a wild one. It can be moved, and, in terms of the rewards it yields, it is somewhat inferior to wild treasure chests. Player Yazzie successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Player Yazzie, upon opening the silver treasure chest, received a boon from it, successfully expanding his storage space by 0.3 cubic meters. Player Yazzie, after opening the silver treasure chest, experienced a boost to his experience. Acquiring 50 points, Player Yazzie rummaged through the silver treasure chest for a while and successfully retrieved 270 gold coins as the white light dissipated. 2 items materialized before Lin Ziluo. One was a pair of shimmering white pants, and the other a resource card. It was a worthy haul indeed. The fact that this chest yielded silver-level trousers was more than sufficient. Lin Ziluo picked up the pants. Resilient battle pants, silver-level equipment. These trousers possess remarkable durability and can significantly aid the player during combat. Attributes: 3 to Constitution, 1 to Agility. Reduces the duration of negative effects experienced by the player by 20. The attributes of the pants are quite impressive, as they mitigate adverse effects such as blindness, dizziness, and armor penetration. Should the duration be reduced, it is highly likely to turn the tide in battle. Lin Ziluo, feeling quite pleased, donned his trousers with satisfaction. Having ascended to level 10, he found himself with a modicum of free attributes. Without hesitation, he allocated them to his mental prowess. Now, he possessed the rare ability to hold dual professions, necessitating a comprehensive development of all attributes. At this moment, Lin Ziluo's foundational attributes experienced notable changes: strength, 28, mind, 20, constitution, 23, agility, 25. Perfect. Furthermore, he had retained items obtained from previously vanquishing the undead, 2 pieces of equipment, and several miscellaneous items. The 2 pieces of equipment paled in comparison to what Lin Ziluo already possessed, and fortuitously, they were precisely the components lacking for Big Fool. Without a second thought, He bestowed all of them upon Big Fool, ensuring that his strength would not lag too far behind his own. Having concluded these matters, Lin Ziluo had no desire to continue hunting zombies. He instructed Big Fool to collect the items dropped by the zombies he had just dispatched with his spiked assault. Meanwhile, he sought refuge in a fifth-floor room equipped with a table. After placing his reconnaissance eye upon the ground, Lin Ziluo reclined on the table. Following an inquiry into several matters with the Golden Finger system, he solidified his intention. Should he fail to find a suitable profession before the 9th day of the apocalypse, he would temporarily transition to the Phantom class to secure a global announcement. As for the second profession, there was no rush. The Golden Finger system had previously assured him that upon successful transition to the second profession, any unallocated attribute points from prior levels would be restored. At that moment, Big Fool returned, grasping an assortment of items salvaged from downstairs. Lin Ziluo inspected them, only to discover that there was nothing of particular value. Having concluded his reflections, Lin Ziluo blissfully drifted into slumber. The time was the early hours of the 5th day of the apocalypse. Chapter 68. Ready for action on the 6th day of the apocalypse. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Ziluo awoke from his nap. It had been a full day since he returned from the library in the Magic City. Due to his late-night slumber, he had risen later than usual. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to dedicate the day to eradicating the remaining zombies within the library. It was apparent that even if he returned to the Death God Club now, gathering sufficient numbers would be uncertain. Thus, he deemed it more fruitful to engage in the pursuit of zombies during this time. While leveling up was not an option, accumulating some coins and acquiring items was certainly gratifying. Thus, Lin Ziluo and the simple-minded Dasha devoted an entire day to cleansing the Magic City library of approximately 600 remaining zombies. The experience accumulated in Lin Ziluo's experience pool was now sufficient for another level up. However, in terms of useful items, there were no significant finds, as his equipment was already quite extravagant. Nonetheless, he managed to fulfill a substantial portion of Dasha's equipment needs, with only pants and shoes remaining to be acquired. As for items, they discovered a new one, Healing Spell Scroll, a bronze level, one-time use item that, when activated, releases a healing spell to restore the injuries of a designated unit. The extent of recovery is determined by the mental strength of the individual activating the scroll. It can be regarded as quite an excellent therapeutic tool, proving to be of significant benefit to Lin Ziluo. After sweeping through the library of the Demon City, the evening had descended. Lin Ziluo chose to remain in the library for yet another night. That night, he retired early, and thus by 6 o'clock in the morning, he and the imposing Dashin set off towards the Zayarunfa shopping mall. Upon reaching the top floor of the mall, Lin Ziluo once again stirred a commotion among the crowd, this time due to his exceptionally striking appearance. Clad in a stunning black robe that exuded an aura of mystery, complemented by an enigmatic mask and the formidable presence of Dashin behind him, he was, quite simply, breathtakingly handsome. Had it not been for the haunting memory of Dashin's earlier display of brute force, which had left the veteran members in profound shock, there would have undoubtedly been a throng surrounding Lin Ziluo by now. However, some newcomers, emboldened by their recent acquisition of strength, seemed blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. As they beheld Lin Ziluo's awe-inspiring attire, a few dared to approach him, inquiring about the origin of his garb. Fortunately, they were intercepted by the seasoned members. Otherwise, Lin Ziluo would have had no qualms about asserting his authority over the newcomers. He strode confidently into Gao Dong's office. Ever since Lin Ziluo had effortlessly dealt with their most formidable rival, Gao Dong's life had become considerably more manageable. Upon pushing open the office door, Lin Ziluo was taken aback to find Gao Dong engaged in flirtatious banter with a young girl. Initially, Gao Dong intended to express his ire, eager to identify the intruder who dared disrupt his moment of pleasure. Upon seeing Lin Ziluo and the simpleton, a radiant smile blossomed on his face, akin to the splendor of a blooming flower, leaving the young girl beside him utterly astonished. Was this truly the president he had come to know? When Lin Ziluo inquired about the timing of their assault on the Magic City Museum, Gao Dong proudly thumped his chest, declaring that in the past few days he had dispatched individuals to recruit new members. The Death God Club was rapidly expanding, boasting over 200 members, and they were poised to launch their offensive on the museum that very afternoon. Lin Ziluo readily concurred. If they attacked in the afternoon, they would undoubtedly have the opportunity to vanquish all the zombies by nightfall, allowing him to directly enter the professional trial thereafter. This encapsulated Lin Ziluo's recent experiences. Fully rejuvenated, he rose from his bed and tidied his attire before stepping outside. He had sought refuge in a residence conveniently located near the Little Run FA, merely for a brief respite. Upon entering the living room, he spotted the simpleton, who was enthusiastically wielding his bronze warhammer. Ever since Lin Ziluo had gifted him the hammer, he had developed an unwavering passion for it, frequently practicing his swings whenever he had a moment to spare. Lin Ziluo noted that the simpleton appeared to possess a certain aptitude for this endeavor. In just 2 short days, he had begun to wield the hammer with commendable skill. As Lin Ziluo emerged from his quarters, the simpleton, displaying a commendable level of understanding, ceased his vigorous hammering. With a grand gesture, Lin Ziluo donned his mask, anticipation swelling within him at the thought of finally avenging himself against the individual who had marred his visage. This dwelling was conveniently situated in close proximity to the Little Run FA shopping center. The vicinity had been thoroughly purged of zombies by the Grim Reaper Syndicate. Consequently, Lin Ziluo arrived at the apex of the Zirunfa commercial plaza unimpeded. As the freight elevator doors parted, Lin Ziluo observed Gao Dong in the center of the hall, delivering an impassioned oration. "Esteemed members," he proclaimed, "today marks a momentous occasion for our Grim Reaper Syndicate, as we embark on a prodigious campaign. We shall mobilize in totality to besiege the legions of zombies within the Shanghai Museum, thereby reclaiming the cultural heritage of our Dragon Kingdom." Gao Dong's discourse was truncated, for he perceived in Lin Ziluo's masked gaze a deathly stare. Furthermore, the hulking figure of Decisive loomed behind Lin Ziluo, brandishing a formidable bronze hammer that inspired dread. It appeared that further elocution would invite the hammer's descent upon his cranium. "Ahem, in brief," Gao Dong expediently declared, "let us assemble and prepare to assault the Shanghai Museum." The assembly, previously lulled into a soporific state by the oration, was roused by Gao Dong's abrupt volte-face and regained their vigor. "Charge! I shall obliterate the zombies in the museum. I shall unearth a piece of bronze equipment. This is the day I have awaited. My time to rise has come. I dare say I shall ascend to level 5 this time. Indeed, I shall slay 10 zombies. Hey, pardon me, this is merely an expression of elation." Lin Ziluo surveyed the chaotic scene, a veritable cohort of players coddled by the novice protection mechanism. Following the pandemonium that ensued upon the advent of the apocalyptic game, an inflated sense of prowess began to take root. The gravity of the situation was underestimated, and the game was perceived as a trivial pursuit where adversaries were effortlessly vanquished, and power was readily augmented. "Come tomorrow at 7 in the evening. Once the probationary period for novices expires, a multitude of unfortunate souls will meet a gruesome demise." Under Gao Dong's repeated exhortations to maintain order, the members of the Grim Reaper Syndicate were eventually assembled. Although lacking in discipline, they were, fortunately, amenable to assaulting the Shanghai Museum, thus tentatively accepting leadership. The freight elevator on the top floor of the mall began to operate at a rapid pace, transporting members in batches to the assembly point below. "Brother Lin, what is your recommendation for our approach?" Gao Dong inquired, peering through binoculars at the dense throng of zombies outside the museum, seeking Lin Ziluo's counsel. Lin Ziluo articulated. At present, they were situated inside a CAF opposite the Shanghai Museum. The ground floor was designated for members to rest, while the upper level was occupied by Gao Dong, 2 other leaders, and Lin Ziluo and Decisive. They were in the process of formulating a strategic plan for the impending operation. Upon hearing Lin Ziluo's suggestion, Gao Dong's eyes lit up. He discerned potential in this tactic. The central predicament was the overwhelming number of zombies congregated at the entrance of the Shanghai Museum. If we charge head-on, our numbers are not yet advantageous, and we could easily be encircled. First, we should dispatch individuals with heightened agility, armed with zombie virus-soaked raw meat, to entice the zombies. Once the zombies are successfully lured, they should be led into our prearranged encirclement. Even if we manage to draw all the zombies away from the museum, we will not suffer any losses. After all, it extends the line of battle and facilitates our offensive. Lin Ziluo meticulously detailed the enticing strategy. Gao Dong and 2 other leaders gazed at him with expressions of profound admiration. "Brother Lin, your brilliance is truly remarkable. This plan is exquisite," Gao Dong exclaimed. "Indeed, Brother Lin's wisdom leaves me in awe," the other 2 leaders echoed in praise. Whether their flattery was sincere mattered little to Lin Ziluo, for he was preoccupied with another scheme. It is essential to grasp that once all the zombies are lured away from the museum, it will be devoid of any undead presence. At that moment, Lin Ziluo would be able to bypass the zombie obstacle entirely and straightforwardly enter the museum to access the scroll. Ahem. This maneuver is aptly termed drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. Gao Dong and the two leaders unanimously endorsed this proposal, which was promptly approved and finalized. Gao Dong descended to the first floor of the CAF to relay the operational plan to everyone present, who also readily accepted it. After all, it significantly reduced their risks while still offering the same rewards. Such a proposition would find agreement among any reasonable individuals. Soon, several Agile members were selected. The Death God Club still possessed a few pieces of raw meat. Ultimately, they decided to choose the two swiftest individuals to wield the raw meat to entice the zombies, while the remaining members would be responsible for the relay along the route. Once the individual holding the meat no longer had it in their possession, their allure would diminish substantially, alleviating concerns about potential complications. The ultimate destination for the alluring endeavor has been selected, a rather secluded park. The horde of zombies in that area had been meticulously cleared by the members of the Death Club the previous day. The environment is perfectly suited for an ambush. With everything in readiness, Lin Ziluo stepped forward. In truth, my agility is unparalleled. Allow me to take the lead in luring the zombies, Lin Ziluo declared with righteous fervor. Not only the veteran members, but even some of the newcomers gazed at him with admiration. Who among them was unaware that being the first to attract the zombies was the most perilous task? The very fact that brother Lin Ziluo was willing to embrace such danger to fulfill the mission rendered him a true warrior. As for doubts regarding Lin Ziluo's agility, none were entertained. If they were to learn that Lin Ziluo's true intention was merely to be closer to the museum, in hopes that the first leg of the relay would facilitate a seamless infiltration, they might very well choke on their astonishment. Lin Ziluo held the card handed to him by Gao Dong, which read, "Fresh meat infected by zombie virus." The primary reason for sending two individuals to lure the zombies was simply that the Death Club possessed only 2 cards of fresh meat. Lin Ziluo cast a glance at his storage space, where a thick stack of fresh meat stood out conspicuously. Ahem. The disparity seemed undeniably vast. As for the foolish one, Lin Ziluo decided against bringing him along. In the end, it would be futile for him to be teleported into the trial space alone. It would be far more beneficial for him to remain outside, farming gold coins and contributing to the Guardian's mark of Magic City. Just focus on killing the zombies. Aside from me, heed no one else's words. If anyone provokes you, eliminate them without hesitation, understood? Lin Ziluo instructed the foolish one. Desha nodded, indicating his understanding. Lin Ziluo was not entirely indifferent to Desha's well-being. Nevertheless, he could sense Desha's emotional state. Should any real issues arise, he could even exert direct control over Desha. Thus, there was no need for excessive concern. Desha accompanied Gao Dong and the others to the designated ambush location, while Lin Ziluo and several individuals responsible for luring remained in the CAF, awaiting the signal to proceed with their own actions. Acknowledging that the trial demanded significant energy, Lin Ziluo decisively closed his eyes to rest. Approximately 10 minutes later, he heard a voice say, "Linda Lao, we can move now." Chapter 70. The familiar scroll. Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. The one who had called him was Chao Yang, the individual who, like him, was required to take the first step. "All right, let's set off," Lin Ziluo replied. He stepped out first, with the others following closely behind. Soon, the rest of the group reached their predetermined positions. Lin Ziluo and Chao Yang each held a piece of raw meat card as they continued forward. "Linda Lao, do you think we might get ambushed and be unable to escape?" Chao Yang said, swallowing hard, a note of concern in his voice. Lin Ziluo did not want this fellow's trepidation to jeopardize his plan. "You run ahead when the time comes. I'll pause for a moment behind you," Lin Ziluo instructed. Chao Yang still seemed apprehensive. "But won't that put you in danger, Dalao?" "Danger? Staying behind is the best way to vanish. I intend to eliminate a few more zombies. Once the baton is passed, I shall divert a small portion of them along a different path, and you can simply follow in their wake. Do you understand?" Lin Ziluo spoke in a chilling tone. "Understood." Chao Yang nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. "All right, even if I were to vanish, it would pose no issue." Thus, the two arrived at the small square in front of the Magic City Museum, where a throng of zombies had gathered. "Activate in 30 seconds, Lin Ziluo instructed. Subsequently, Lin Ziluo and Chao Yang positioned themselves on opposite sides of the square. Chao Yang's location was considerably distant from the escape route they intended to take. necessitating a detour to lead the zombies away. As the countdown reached 0, Chaoyang trembled as he activated the card. A piece of raw meat materialized in his hand. Instantly, the zombies in closer proximity to him reacted, turning their heads in his direction. Moreover, even those beyond the immediate allure of the raw meat stirred in response to the commotion among their fellow undead. A zombie began to approach Chaoyang, gradually accelerating. Soon, all the zombies were hastily converging toward him. "Run," Lin Ziluo commanded. Chaoyang, clutching the raw meat, commenced his circuitous route. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo, emboldened by his skill, advanced a considerable distance forward, successfully drawing a portion of the zombies toward him. Subsequently, he activated the raw meat, amplifying its allure. And his position adeptly attracted both the remaining zombies in the square and a number from within the museum that were closer to the exterior. This is precisely why he activated the raw meat in the rear. Currently, he is the only one capable of accurately discerning how to attract the zombies on a larger scale. As the zombies approached within a mere 2 meters, Lin Ziluo began to retreat. A horde of zombies commenced their pursuit of him. At this moment, Chaoyang had also led a group of zombies in a circle. The two converged together, with Chaoyang in front and Lin Ziluo behind. They began to sprint towards their previously designated location. Behind them, a dense throng of zombies relentlessly chased after them, the commotion escalating. A significant number of zombies even emerged from the museum. Success. Lin Ziluo's agility was beyond reproach. Chaoyang had allocated all his points to agility as well. Thus, the two had no difficulty luring the zombies. Lin Ziluo frequently had to pause, allowing the zombies to catch up. Soon, Lin Ziluo spotted the individuals waiting ahead. The time to extricate himself had arrived. He decelerated, reaching Chaoyang's side, and stuffed the raw meat into his arms. "You continue running. I will slay the zombies," Lin Ziluo declared. "It's all right, Lin Daolao. You need not worry," Chaoyang began. But before he could finish, he witnessed Lin Ziluo suddenly accelerate, vanishing from his sight. Goodness, as expected of a master, he was merely slowing down before. Chaoyang's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. At this moment, he successfully reunited with the remaining members. Their next task was to take turns carrying the raw meat and escape in relay. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo was furiously accelerating. He did not directly retreat towards the museum. Of course, fleeing was not an option. The entire road was overwhelmingly filled with zombies, numbering at least 1,000, making it impossible to navigate through. Lin Ziluo opted for a detour along a narrow path, employing a strategy of circumvention. Sprinting with all his might, Lin Ziluo swiftly returned to the small plaza of the Magic City Museum. The plaza was still populated by a few scattered zombies. With a decisive stroke, he dispatched one that obstructed his path. He then entered the museum. The layout of the museum was etched firmly in Lin Ziluo's memory, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the familiar exhibition hall. After effortlessly slaying 2 more zombies, he finally laid eyes on the coveted scroll displayed on the pedestal. This ancient scroll was crafted from the hide of an unidentified creature, which rendered it unrecognizable and thus placed it within the confines of the Magic City Museum. The scroll was adorned with numerous enigmatic symbols and 2 distinct figures, one resembling a bull, the other a bird. In the wake of the apocalyptic game, a glowing hexagram, akin to those found beneath wild treasure chests, manifested beneath the scroll, continuously spinning. It was evident that this was no ordinary artifact, explaining why many had been misled to their doom in the previous life. Lin Ziluo approached the scroll with purpose. The protective casing that once shielded the scroll could not withstand Lin Ziluo's forceful strikes and shattered effortlessly. The piercing sound of an alarm erupted. Yet Lin Ziluo remained composed as he placed his hand gently upon the scroll. Chapter 71. The First Trial. The Blood Sea. The player, Yi, discovers a peculiar scroll, which seems to harbor immense secrets, granting the player an increase of 500 reputation. The scroll is summoning the player. Will Yi accept its call? Accepted. Lin Ziluo spoke. The player, Yi, has heeded the scroll's summons and is about to enter it. The scroll began to emit a blinding light, enveloping the entire exhibition hall. Lin Ziluo's vision was gradually obscured by the radiant glow, compelling him to shut his eyes. His body felt increasingly weightless. Suddenly, a sensation of weightlessness washed over him. This feeling began to dissipate as Lin Ziluo slowly regained his sight. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself within a completely sealed stone chamber. The walls of the chamber were adorned with clusters of floating flames that provided illumination, precisely as he had envisioned. Lin Ziluo had long suspected that the entire trial was conducted within a cavern, pondering the source of the air. He approached a stone wall and extended a hand. A wondrous spectacle unfolded as Lin Ziluo's arm effortlessly passed through the wall. Indeed, he was still in the same location. It had taken him considerable time to discover this place initially. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo advanced toward the stone wall and vanished within it. Congratulations to the player Yazi for successfully activating the trial. Mystical trial description. Within this scroll lies an array of secrets, patiently awaiting a worthy heir to its power. Trial requirements. Successfully complete 3 trials. Trial restrictions. All equipment and skills shall be rendered inoperative during this period. Trial rewards. Level increased by 1, and a special profession. Phantom. Trial duration. The flow of time here differs from the outside world. There is no need for concern. Trial penalty. In the event of failure, the player shall face immediate erasure. Ding. The Golden Finger system has detected that the host is undergoing a trial and is initiating the modification program. Ding. Should the host fail the task, no penalties shall be incurred, as the system will ensure the host's safe exit from the trial space. Ding. The system has confirmed that the host is engaged in a trial, successfully triggering the task Ancient Trial. Ancient Trial. This legacy has existed for millennia, awaiting a sufficiently powerful individual to inherit it. Task requirements. Surmount the trials presented by the scroll to claim the true essence of its power. Task rewards. A random ordinary golden finger and 1 piece of silver-grade equipment. Task duration. The flow of time here diverges from the external realm. There is no need for concern. The Apocalypse game and the Golden Finger system continued to relay information. Lin Ziluo felt somewhat bewildered. Although the message from the Apocalypse game mirrored his previous life's experiences, the assertions of the Golden Finger system appeared to be somewhat amiss. Millennia? Sufficiently powerful. While the Phantom profession could indeed be deemed elite, it hardly warranted such grandiloquent descriptions. Lin Ziluo was engulfed in confusion. The origins of the Phantom are understood only too well by itself. In truth, it hails from a legendary assassin of the Dragon Kingdom, with a history spanning merely a millennium. Moreover, the Phantom, at level 50, undergoes a second-class advancement to become the Phantom Assassin, and at level 80, a third transformation into the Phantom Deity. Yet, this does not seem to align with the narrative of the Golden Finger system. Lin Ziluo attempted to inquire with the Golden Finger system, but received no response. Something was amiss. Lin Ziluo quickly heightened his vigilance. Even though this trial was set in a familiar environment, he accepted 2 tasks and proceeded forward. Ahead lay a hollowed-out cave, at the center of which stood a stone platform. Upon this platform rested a yellowish orb. The objective of this trial was rather straightforward. One merely needed to place their hand upon the orb. The first trial commences. Player, please place your hand on the Li Zhu. Lin Ziluo walked directly to the yellow orb and placed his hand upon it. Upon contact, the originally yellow orb began to transform. Its surface gradually exhibited crimson lines, varying in length and continuously multiplying. Once a certain quantity of these red lines was reached, they began to intertwine, swiftly covering the orb's yellow surface entirely, transforming it into a blood-red sphere. Here it comes. Lin Ziluo tensed his nerves, becoming increasingly alert. A flash of red light compelled him to shut his eyes. After a moment of disorientation, the overwhelming scent of blood jolted Lin Ziluo back to full awareness. At this moment, the place he occupied was no longer the cave he had just been in, but rather an endless expanse of space. The entirety of this realm was suffused with a dark crimson hue, evoking a profound sense of oppression. Prolonged gazing upward brought about a stinging sensation in his eyes. Lin Ziluo stood upon a solitary rock, aptly named so, for aside from this stone, his line of sight was engulfed by an infinite sea of blood red. This diminutive rock was enveloped by the sanguine ocean, revealing merely enough space for Lin Ziluo to maintain his footing. Akin to a solitary vessel adrift upon an unbounded sea, he reached out to sample the crimson waters surrounding him, and an overwhelming stench of blood surged forth to greet him. Indeed, this so-called seawater was nothing but blood. It was unfathomable to conceive how such an extensive sea of crimson had come into existence. If this blood were derived from humanity, how many lives would need to be extinguished to amass such a vast quantity? Kill. A resounding cry echoed from above, reverberating through the space as if imbued with an arcane power, causing Lin Ziluo's blood to boil instantly. Kill. The voice rang out a second time, and the fervor in his veins intensified. His heartbeat quickened gradually. Kill. Lin Ziluo's countenance began to redden, and the muscles in his body began to ripple with visible veins. Yet, regardless of the transformations his body underwent, his expression remained unchanged, his gaze remarkably clear. Chapter 72, The Second Trial, Endless Darkness. Kill. 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 The voice continued to resonate incessantly. The ocean of blood began to undulate with the emergence of sound. Each time a cry of slaughter echoed, the crimson sea would surge forth in waves towards Lin Ziluo. He stood resolute, unflinching, allowing the monstrous tidal waves of blood to crash against his body. With the ceaseless onslaught of deathly cries, his form underwent a transformation. His skin was suffused with a vivid red hue, as though he had emerged from the very essence of blood. The thunderous beating of his heart and the labored gasps of his breath bore witness to the unimaginable torment his body was enduring. In his previous life, Lin Ziluo had persevered through this trial fueled by his hatred for Yao Jinghan. Countless times he had contemplated surrender, resorting to cowering on the rocks, covering his ears to block out the cacophony of sound and other desperate actions. Yet this time, regardless of the transformations afflicting his body or the relentless waves of blood crashing upon him, Lin Ziluo maintained his steadfast demeanor. He stood motionless upon the rocks, akin to a resilient pine tree. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of times, the cries of slaughter reverberated like thunder, and the blood waves continued their unending assault. Lin Ziluo remained unwavering, showing not a hint of retreat. After what felt like an eternity, the cries abruptly ceased, and the waves of blood halted their onslaught. A faint smile finally graced Lin Ziluo's face. He knew he had triumphed in this trial. Furthermore, the nightmares of his previous life dissipated with the conclusion of this ordeal. Good, good, good. Following the three affirmations, Lin Ziluo's consciousness once again wavered. When he eventually regained his clarity, his hand still rested upon the bead, which had reverted from its original blood-red hue to a muted earth tone. The cavern remained as tranquil as before. The blood that had once stained Lin Ziluo's body had vanished entirely, as if nothing had transpired. Congratulations, player, on successfully completing the first trial. Please proceed to the next trial. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply, beginning to recalibrate his state of being. Time was not of the essence here, for the flow of time within this realm differed from that of the outside world. Although he had spent a considerable duration, it was possible that only an hour had passed beyond the confines of this place. After a prolonged period of adjustment, Lin Ziluo finally regained his former composure. He cast a glance at the earthy bead, marveling at how such a small object could ensnare one in such a terrifying illusion. Withdrawing his hand, he straightened his attire and proceeded toward a newly emerged passage. This entrance was profoundly deep, devoid of the flickering flames that had previously illuminated the path. Lin Ziluo cast a lingering glance at the light within the cavern before resolutely advancing into the darkness. As he stepped into the tunnel, the second trial commenced. Please proceed forward without hesitation. After the apocalyptic game's notification concluded, Lin Ziluo turned to glance back, only to find an endless abyss behind him. He then faced forward, where darkness enveloped him entirely. There was not a glimmer of light, nor any obstacle in sight. This was the second trial. All he had to do was walk straight ahead, continuously, without pause. Disregarding the fatigue of the body, the need for sustenance or hydration, he pressed onward relentlessly. Lin Ziluo, in his previous life, was unaware of how long he persevered. Initially propelled by hatred, he continued until he could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground. Upon awakening, he found himself at the third checkpoint. In essence, it was a test of willpower. Once he met the threshold, he could advance. Lin Ziluo began his journey forward. The abyss of darkness stretched endlessly, filled only with blackness. His steps were resolute, striding confidently ahead. He had no notion of how long he had traversed this void. Perhaps a month, perhaps 3, perhaps a year, or even several years. The darkness was terrifying, instilling a profound sense of fear. It was fearsome enough to evoke despair. In this void, there was no direction, no objective, no life, no scenery, nothing at all. Only an interminable solitude remained. Lin Ziluo mechanically continued to march forward, step by step. Surrender, a voice within urged. After all, if one faints, they would reach the next stage. This thought echoed in his mind countless times. Yet, with each emergence of the notion, Lin Ziluo resolutely rejected it. Why should he give up? He had already endured it once in his past life. With a chance for renewal, why not persist? Gradually, Lin Ziluo's steps grew heavier, yet his gaze became ever more steadfast. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps, 100 steps. a million steps. In this darkness, time had lost all meaning. Gradually, Lin Ziluo was horrified to discover that his consciousness was blurring, his thoughts becoming dull. This was the terrifying aspect of time, allowing oneself to gradually succumb to this darkness. No, I have declared it. This time, I shall persist until the very last moment. Lin Ziluo began to struggle. He delved into his memories. A decade of experiences started to incessantly resurface in his mind. The equipment he had acquired, the tasks he had completed, the people he had encountered, the zombies he had vanquished, the perilous situations he had endured, and so forth 10 years upon 10 years. Everything replayed in his mind. He was still advancing. Always advancing. Was this an illusion? Lin Ziluo rubbed his eyes. Isn't it absurd? He was experiencing hallucinations. Yet within this space, there shone a brilliant white light. After rubbing his eyes, Lin Ziluo discovered that the white light ahead remained dazzling. Was this not an illusion? Suddenly, Lin Ziluo felt a surge of disbelief. Was this the end? It truly was the end. He had genuinely persevered until the conclusion. In that instant, Lin Ziluo nearly burst into tears from sheer exhilaration. Trembling, he approached the white light, gazing at the blinding radiance that lay so close. After a prolonged immersion in darkness, his eyes felt no discomfort, only an overwhelming warmth. Cautiously, he took a step forward. Lin Ziluo walked into the light. Chapter 73. The Third Trial. The Cat Demon with a Human Face. Stone house, stone walls, floating flames, and a wooden rack laden with numerous weapons. He had truly emerged. Time for one final check on his body. The exterior bore no discernible changes compared to before entering that passage, as if the long journey had never transpired. Lin Ziluo sank onto the ground, seeking respite. The stone chamber he now occupied resembled the one he had encountered prior to the trials. To advance to the next stage, he simply needed to pass through the stone wall. Congratulations, player, on successfully completing the second trial. Please proceed to the next trial. The long-awaited game notification echoed, and Lin Ziluo finally exhaled deeply. This path indeed had an end, and he had persevered until that conclusion. The initial trials were, as Lin Ziluo had previously stated, not requiring excessive effort. A mere demonstration of capability would suffice for progression. Yet, he was unwilling to yield so easily. In his past life, his unsatisfactory performance in the two trials left him with profound regrets. In this rebirth, he sought a true renaissance to rectify all previous shortcomings, including the encounter with that cat, the one that had left him with an indelible scar. The thought of facing that cat once more ignited Lin Ziluo's innate desire for vengeance, a surge of newfound strength enveloping him. While the trial's constraints prohibited the use of equipment and skills, they did not impede his innate talents. Thus, Lin Ziluo remained seated for an extended period, gradually liberating himself from the shadows of prior darkness. Rising to his feet, he approached the wooden rack of weapons. These armaments had been prepared for the impending challenge. As he could not retrieve his own, he was left to select from the array before him. Lin Ziluo finally grasped his most trusted great iron knife and proceeded towards the stone wall. Much like the first trial, upon passing through the barrier, he found himself within a vast stone cavern. The third trial commences. Players are advised to eliminate the guardian beast. As the notification resounded, Lin Ziluo brandished his long blade. The cavern appeared desolate, devoid of any peculiarities. Suddenly, a cat's cry echoed through the air, meow, yet this sound was not the soft mewl of a domestic feline. Instead, it was a chilling, piercing wail that sent shivers down one's spine. From the previously empty cavern, a ripple emerged upon one of the stone walls, and a cat emerged. This feline was somewhat larger than the average cat, though not as colossal as the zombie cat Lin Ziluo had encountered earlier. Its most terrifying feature was its face. If one were not attentive, they might mistake it for an elderly visage, marred by deep wrinkles. Lin Ziluo had dubbed it the human-faced cat. This creature possessed a pair of ethereal blue eyes, reminiscent of the spectral hues described in ancient Dragon Kingdom myths. Its body bore no distinguishing marks from that of an ordinary cat, cloaked in pure black fur. In the dimly lit cavern, illuminated only by flickering flames, it appeared particularly eerie. As the saying goes, when foes meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. Upon sighting the human-faced cat, Lin Ziluo became acutely vigilant. The cat's attributes were inscrutable, yet from his prior encounters, Lin Ziluo had a rough understanding of its capabilities. It was formidable, yet not overwhelmingly so. It is merely a slight enhancement over oneself without any equipment attribute bonuses. However, with an exceptionally high agility attribute, when dashing at full speed. One might even perceive an afterimage. Since its emergence, the human-faced cat has been fixated on Lin Ziluo with its hauntingly blue feline eyes, seemingly contemplating the most effective means of eliminating him. Under the weight of that unsettling gaze, Lin Ziluo exhibited no change in demeanor. He took a deep breath and then astonishingly closed his eyes. What on earth is this? The human-faced cat was momentarily bewildered. After all this time, had it merely waited for a lunatic? Lin Ziluo was not insane. He was simply reflecting on the wealth he had previously acquired as he prepared to confront battle. During the seemingly endless journey through that passage, in order to prevent his consciousness from becoming muddled, he began to reminisce about his decade-long experiences. Memories replayed in a continuous loop, scrutinizing every past battle in meticulous detail. Among these recollections, the most prominent were the moments where Lin Ziluo displayed remarkable cunning in each skirmish, analyzing the intricacies of his every action. It was now that Lin Ziluo fully grasped the magnitude of the correct decisions he had made. His combat prowess had reached an unparalleled pinnacle. Through the repeated retrospection of memories and the simulation of combat scenarios, Lin Ziluo's fighting ability experienced a monumental breakthrough. Detected player Yazi's ability has transcended into a new realm. The epic talent of omnipotent mastery has metamorphosed into the legendary talent of omniscient omnipotence, combat. Omniscient omnipotence, combat. A legendary level talent that grants you an unfathomable height of understanding regarding all matters of battle. You can effortlessly navigate various combat styles and weapon types with remarkable ease. Lin Ziluo did not pay attention to the ominous sounds of the Doomsday game, for he perceived the movement of the cat with a human face. Despite the cat's actions being exceedingly subtle and swift, Lin Ziluo, with his eyes closed, sensed its position through the fluctuations of the air. He raised the iron knife in his hand, an indescribable aura emanating from him. In the ancient Dragon Kingdom, throughout its extensive history, there existed a mystical technique known as the sword cultivation method. This involved concealing a sword within its sheath, carried closely from childhood to adulthood. One would concentrate all their vital essence upon this sword, nurturing it with their spirit. Over decades of meticulous cultivation, this sword would embody a terrifying essence. Those who practiced the sword cultivation method had but a single opportunity to draw their sword in their lifetime. At a moment of peril or significance, they would choose to unsheath it. Upon drawing the sword, their life would be drawing to a close. The sword, nurtured for decades, would unleash cataclysmic power upon its release. The sword drawn, the person perishes, leaving behind this awe-inspiring strike to eternally flow through the world. This story is purely a work of fiction by the author. Readers are advised against imitation. Chapter 74. The Phantom in Hand. Trial reveals a bug? If the sword cultivation method derives its formidable power from decades of a single person's essence, what then of Lin Ziluo? In a sea of blood, steeped in an unimaginable multitude of murderous intent, he remained utterly unyielding. In the darkness, his spirit will seem to endure the tempering of hundreds or even thousands of years, persistently forging ahead. The focus and perseverance exhibited far surpassed the mere decades of swordsmanship practice. Now, the moment has arrived for Lin Ziluo to unsheath his blade. As he sensed the movement of the humanoid feline, mere inches away, Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. In an instant, the blade in his hand was unleashed. This strike appeared unremarkable, as if Lin Ziluo had swung it without purpose, casually and carelessly. Yet, it was this very strike that unveiled a visage of terror, panic, astonishment, shock, and despair on the face of the humanoid cat. It realized that its body had been entirely ensnared by this blow. The sensation was akin to being bound by invisible shackles, rendering it utterly immobile, forced to witness its own surrender to the blade. Furthermore, as its body inched ever closer to the edge of the blade, an immense dread surged within its heart. This fear tormented its spirit, as if the humanoid feline were compelled to relive the agony Lin Ziluo endured during the two trials. The blade glided smoothly across the feline's abdomen, neck, and finally its forehead. Strangely, no wounds were visible where the blade had passed. Only when the humanoid cat crashed heavily to the ground could one observe the emergence of tiny droplets of blood from the wound. A creature that had once plagued Lin Ziluo in his previous life was vanquished in an instant. Its face remained etched with an unending terror, distorting its features beyond recognition. It was truly astonishing. Lin Ziluo sheathed his iron blade. At this moment, his emotions could only be described as euphoric. After a long period of contemplation, He severed the negative emotions accumulated from those two experiences. One could deeply empathize with the tormenting emotions that could drive an ordinary person to the brink of collapse, ultimately leading to despair and demise. Player Yazzie has successfully slain the guardian beast. Congratulations to player Yazzie for successfully passing the third trial. Congratulations to player Yazzie for completing the mysterious trial. Congratulations to player Yazzie for receiving the trial reward, 1 level increase, and an illusion class change scroll. As the player has not yet completed the class change, the level increase reward will be applied upon the completion of the class change. The notifications from the Doomsday game continue to appear. A scroll materialized in Lin Ziluo's hand. By simply opening this scroll, Lin Ziluo would successfully transition into the hidden class of illusionist. However, he did not hasten to unveil it. To his astonishment, he realized he had not left the cave. What could this mean? The last time he had exerted great effort to slay the cat-faced beast, he was teleported out of the trial. Yet this time, there was no sign of movement whatsoever. Could it be that he was trapped within the trial? No. The Doomsday game system clearly indicated that he had completed the task. Why then had the ancient trial rewards not been dispensed by the Golden Finger system? Lin Ziluo noticed the anomaly. He quickly called up the Golden Finger system panel. Behind the task requirement to pass the trial from the scroll and inherit its true power, it was clearly marked as incomplete. This indicated that he had not yet inherited the scroll's genuine power. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo had an epiphany. The Phantom Class Transition Scroll is, in essence, a reward for completing the Doomsday game quest, and it bears no intrinsic connection to the scroll itself. This implies that I have never truly inherited the scroll's genuine power. Unbelievable! Lin Ziluo expressed that the sheer volume of information was overwhelming, leaving him somewhat flabbergasted. Ding! The voice of the long-absent Golden Finger system resonated, announcing that the host had successfully passed the trial and urging him to proceed forward to accept the true power of the scroll. Lin Ziluo sighed in relief. Thankfully, he had not encountered a bug that trapped him in the cave. How should I proceed? Lin Ziluo inquired of the Golden Finger system, yet it remained unresponsive. Much like when he first entered, it feigned silence once more. Curiosity began to stir within Lin Ziluo. What kind of scroll could render the Golden Finger system mute? Or perhaps this system and the scroll were old acquaintances. Lin Ziluo stowed the Phantom Class Transition Scroll back into his storage space and began to walk forward, following the guidance of the Golden Finger system. Before long, he reached the cave's end. Only upon approaching quite closely did he notice tiny fissures on the stone wall. These cracks were exceedingly minuscule. Had it not been for Lin Ziluo's keen observation, one would struggle to detect them even when pressing their face against the wall. Goodness! Had it not been for the reminder from the Golden Finger system, I would never have imagined this twist. But what purpose do these fine fissures serve? They seem to form a pattern when viewed collectively. Lin Ziluo cautiously extended his hand to touch the fissures. The moment his hand made contact, a transformation occurred. The yellow luminescence began to emanate from the crevices, which also appeared to shift, as if constructing something. Lin Ziluo patiently awaited the unfolding. After a considerable interval, the fissures finally completed their intricate assembly. To his astonishment, Lin Ziluo discovered that these gaps, accompanied by the yellow glow, ultimately outlined two images, one of a bull and the other of a bird. Were these not the very illustrations recorded on the ancient scroll? Lin Ziluo realized that the truth of this venerable parchment was on the verge of revealing itself. As the patterns crystallized, the wall began to tremble. With the quaking of the wall, an archaic stone door emerged. Chapter 75. A hidden profession from antiquity. Once the stone door appeared, the stone wall ceased its tremors and regained its tranquility. Lin Ziluo approached and attempted to push the stone door, which yielded effortlessly to his touch. The scene beyond the door materialized before Lin Ziluo's eyes, a stone chamber, reminiscent of the one encountered upon entering the trial space. However, this chamber housed a stone platform upon which lay several objects. The first was a familiar item, the earthy yellow orb that had manifested during the initial trial, known in the apocalyptic game as the Dawn Pearl. The other item was also known to Lin Ziluo. It was the scroll displayed in the museum. The walls of the chamber were adorned with the familiar carvings of a bull and a bird. Beyond these, there was nothing else. Lin Ziluo stepped into the stone chamber and approached the stone platform. He had no desire to touch the Dawn Pearl, so he first picked up the scroll. The designs and inscriptions on the scroll were identical to those in the museum. Lin Ziluo was utterly perplexed. Just as he was lost in thought, a warm current flowed from the scroll into his hand. To his astonishment, he realized he could comprehend the words inscribed upon it. The first two characters on the scroll struck Lin Ziluo with profound shock. Qiyu. How could this scroll be connected to Qiyu? The revelation left him astounded. A notion he had never anticipated. Qiyu, the legendary tribal leader from the ancient era of the Dragon Nation, was revered as the god of war by his followers and reviled as the source of calamity by his detractors. He led the Jiuli tribe in agricultural pursuits, metallurgy, the crafting of weapons, the establishment of various arts, and the elucidation of natural laws, while also engaging in monumental battles against the ancestors of the Dragon Nation, Emperor Xinyuan and Emperor Shino. Although the Jiuli tribe was ultimately vanquished by a coalition of the two opposing tribes, even Emperor Xinyuan could not help but admire Qiyu's formidable martial prowess, bestowing upon him the title of Lord of Arms. Thus, Qiyu was immortalized in the annals of the Dragon Nation's history as a warrior deity. Lin Ziluo swallowed hard. This was indeed a significant revelation. At the same time, he finally grasped the meaning behind the recurring symbols of the bull and the bird. The totem of the Jiuli tribe was, in fact, the totem of the bull and the bird. Lin Ziluo had unraveled these mysteries at last. He hurriedly continued to read, and the subsequent content was even more astonishing. Historical records stated that Qiyu was slain by the Yellow Emperor, who decapitated him and buried his head, which transformed into the blood maple forest. This was indeed accurate. However, Qiyu's soul was preserved, having encountered the legendary cat demon, known for retaining souls. The cat he had slain in the third trial was, in fact, a creature of the cat demon lineage. The soul of Qiyu, after all, is destined to dissipate. Before his essence fades away, he crafted this trial scroll. The scroll tests the indomitable will, the enduring perseverance, and the perfection in combat. Only by excelling in all three trials can one inherit the mightiest power of the Jiuli tribe. It is evident that Lin Ziluo has succeeded. He is poised to inherit the power of Qiyu. Lin Ziluo's breath grew somewhat labored. The scroll's contents reached their conclusion here, instructing Lin Ziluo to place his hands upon the totems of the ox and bird depicted on the scroll. This act would fully activate the scroll and allow him to inherit the supreme strength of the Jiuli tribe. With determination, Lin Ziluo placed the scroll upon the stone pedestal. He then pressed each hand upon one of the totemic designs. In an instant, radiance erupted forth. Boundless energy began to flow through Lin Ziluo's hands. A torrent of energy surged into his being, initiating a profound transformation that purged his very essence. The agony of this purification caused Lin Ziluo's body to tremble involuntarily. Yet, he remained steadfast, resolutely standing his ground. Detected player Yazi is undergoing an unknown energy inheritance. The system is currently detecting the unknown energy. The system has successfully identified the unknown power originates from Blue Star. Matching the unknown power with Blue Star culture and the Apocalypse game system. Match successful. Gamification successful. Player Yazi is undergoing job transition. Congratulations to player Yazi on successfully transitioning, based on Blue Star culture. The Apocalypse game has designated this profession as Warlord. Player Yazi is advised to conclude the trial promptly. As the Warlord profession requires further data assimilation, as the final prompt from the Apocalypse game faded, the power of the scroll was finally transmitted. Lin Ziluo, drenched in sweat, collapsed onto the ground. Exhaustion aside, Lin Ziluo was undeniably exhilarated. The job transition was a success. Truly, one might labor earnestly for a flower that fails to bloom, yet inadvertently nurture a willow that flourishes. Originally, he had sought merely the phantom job transition scroll. To his astonishment, he had ultimately triumphed through Qiyu's trial, acquiring the might of the Jiuli tribe, the very profession designated as Warlord by the Apocalypse game. Throughout the millennia of Longwa's history, aside from Qiyu, none have attained such a prestigious title. Yet now it existed. Player Lin Ziluo, profession Warlord. Simultaneously, Lin Ziluo comprehended the function of the orb resting on the stone platform. The orb's true name was the Jiuli Pearl, an essential artifact for the Warlord. The purpose of the Jiuli Pearl resembles the fabled innate magical tools described in cultivation novels. It serves as the Warlord's weapon. The Master of Soldiers must continually allow the Nine-Li Pearl to absorb energy, thereby enhancing its capabilities. In this manner, the Nine-Li Pearl can synergize with the Master to unleash terrifying powers. Lin Ziluo rose to his feet and grasped the Nine-Li Pearl. This particular pearl had already acknowledged him as its master after Lin Ziluo inherited the powers of the Soldier Master. With a mere thought, the Nine-Li Pearl vanished from his hand, reappearing within his consciousness. Chapter 76. Transformed into a terrifying profession by the apocalypse game. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task Ancient Heritage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the task reward. A random selection of 1 ordinary golden finger and 1 piece of silver-grade equipment. The notification from the golden finger system chimed in. The task had been accomplished. However, Lin Ziluo currently lacked the inclination to make a selection. It seemed far more pressing to comprehend the nature of the soldier master profession. Previously, when the apocalypse game advised Lin Ziluo to return sooner, a button to conclude the trial appeared on his interface. Lin Ziluo pressed the button, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself back in the museum exhibition hall from which he had come. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, while the moonlight streaming through the window indicated that it was night in the real world. The location where Lin Ziluo stood mirrored the very spot he had occupied upon entering the trial. The difference, however, was that the exhibition hall was now littered with the bodies of zombies, all attracted by the earlier alarm. Subsequently, the members of the Grim Reaper Club had entered and exterminated these zombies, retreating only as night began to fall. The scroll on the display stand remained intact. However, it is merely an ordinary scroll intended for admiration. The player, Yazi, has concluded the trial, and the data regarding the player's class is undergoing further analysis. Without any equipment or title enhancements, the player's foundational attributes are as follows: Strength, 18, Spirit, 16, Constitution, 12, Agility, 19. The attributes are being augmented according to the class of the player. The player's current foundational attributes are now Strength, 30, Spirit, 20, Constitution, 25, Agility, 30. The data analysis for the class has been completed. For each level gained, the player will receive an increase of 3 points in Strength, 3 points in Constitution, and 3 points in free attributes. Based on the experience previously acquired by the player and the calculations of the task rewards upon leveling up, the player has successfully advanced to level 13. The information is overwhelming, and Lin Ziluo can only focus on the key points. He opened his panel, and the cumulative attributes, taking into account his level up, equipment, and titles, are astonishingly exceptional. Foundational attributes: Strength, 49, Spirit, 24, Constitution, 46, Agility, 36. Terrifying. This is without utilizing the additional 9 points in free attributes. Compared to before, the increase in attributes is monumental. This is the stark contrast experienced after transitioning in the apocalyptic game. Such a difference can only be described as astronomical. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first to successfully transition in the apocalyptic game, earning the globally unique achievement, Pioneer. An announcement for the entire server is imminent. However, Lin Ziluo was too preoccupied to contemplate the announcement. He eagerly opened his profession panel. Profession, Warlord. Description: Warlord, Master of Armies, God of War. This terrifying profession is forged from the unimaginable prowess of Chi-Yu and the treasured relics of the ancient Nine-Li tribe. A mastery attainable only by those who have endured brutal trials. Attributes: for each level gained, you will receive 3 points in Strength, 3 points in Constitution, and 3 points in free attributes. Abilities: 1. Master of Armies. You can manipulate the Nine-Li Pearl to transform into any warrior class weapon, thus acquiring the abilities and skills of that warrior class. 2. Nine-Li Pearl. You can enhance the attributes and rank of the Nine-Li Pearl by infusing it with energy. 3. Specific abilities yet to be activated. Lin Ziluo could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Shocked. No, it was beyond mere shock. This was a profound revelation. Such overwhelming astonishment could not be adequately described by anything less than a mature cow. In his decade-long existence in the apocalypse, Lin Ziluo had never encountered any description from the apocalypse game that employed the term terrifying to such an extent. Yet, the warlord profession was indeed deserving of such a description. Lin Ziluo summoned the Nine-Li Pearl. Nine-Li Pearl, a bronze-level item. The treasured relic of the Nine-Li tribe. 1. It can freely morph according to the player's desires, endowing them with the abilities of the corresponding form. Secondly, it possesses the ability to devour energy, thereby enhancing the attributes and capabilities of the equipment. Lin Ziluo drew forth the executioner's demon blade and unhesitatingly chose to consume it. The blade swiftly transformed into a swirling mass of black energy, ultimately merging into the Nine-Li Pearl. The Nine-Li Pearl, having absorbed sufficient energy, successfully evolved into a silver-grade artifact. An infinitely evolving item. How terrifying. Lin Ziluo inhaled deeply. Now, it was time to unveil the true potential of the Ninely Pearl. Under Lin Ziluo's intent, the Ninely Pearl began to gradually alter its form, eventually resembling the Executioner's Demon Blade. Ninely Blade, silver-grade equipment. Attributes: for strength, 2 constitution, with a 10 armor-piercing attack property. Attached skills: Ninely Slash. Releases a blade aura forward, inflicting 130 of strength attribute damage upon impact, with a pain effect reaching 200. Ninely Heavy Slash. A single strike directed at the enemy, capable of delivering 200 strength attribute damage, but inflicting a 2-second immobilization on oneself. Indeed, the reason Lin Ziluo could not acquire skills through the Weapon Master profession was precisely because these skills would evolve alongside the transformation of the Ninely Pearl. Lin Ziluo began to once again channel his intent into the Ninely Blade. Before long, the appearance of the Ninely Blade began to shift once more, ultimately transforming into the shape of a bow. Ninely Bow silver-grade equipment. Attributes: for strength, 2 agility, capable of condensing mental energy to form arrows. Accompanying skills: Flame Arrow. Launches a fiery arrow forward, with a power equal to 120 of one's strength attribute. Upon striking an enemy, it inflicts a persistent burning status. Ice Arrow. Sends forth a chilling arrow, also with a power equal to 120 of one's strength attribute. Upon impact, it induces a brief slowing effect on the foe. Lin Ziluo was taken aback, overwhelmed by the realization that this meant he essentially possessed the abilities of a full-fledged warrior class. Ninely's Stab corresponds to the Assassin class. Ninely's Shield corresponds to the Tank class. Ninely's Sword corresponds to the Swordsman class. No, I mustn't dwell on this any longer. Merely contemplating it filled him with a euphoric dizziness. Regaining his composure, Lin Ziluo eagerly attempted to condense the bow and arrow. However, he was met with failure. To his astonishment, he discovered that his mental energy had been utterly depleted. The transformation had consumed an astonishing amount of mental power. No wonder I felt dizzy. Chapter 77. A New Golden Finger. Limitation Breakthrough. World Announcement. Congratulations to player Yezi for becoming the first player in the post-apocalyptic game to reach level 10 and successfully change classes. Achieving this remarkable feat at an astonishing speed. Awarded a globally unique achievement. Pioneer, along with numerous rewards. Other players are encouraged to strive diligently. While Lin Ziluo was engrossed in studying the warrior class within the museum's exhibition hall, the serene night of Blue Star was abruptly interrupted. It was late at night, and most players were already in slumber. Yet, the clarion call of the world announcement resonated accurately in their ears. Except for a few players who were impervious to the clamor of the storm, the vast majority were roused from their slumber. What on earth is happening? What world announcement? Will it never end? Exclaimed a sleep-deprived individual who had just managed to drift into sleep. Damn it, I was dreaming of collecting a dozen supply cards. And now I've been awakened. Return my sweet dream, cried out another player, famished and distraught. Yaji, that name sounds so familiar. Good grief. It's him again. Will it never cease? A groggy player suddenly awakened. What does class change mean? They clearly spoke in the language of the Dragon Kingdom, yet I cannot comprehend, lamented a player, feeling as though they were not participating in the same apocalyptic game as others. 10. Level 10. The player gazed at their own panel displaying level 6, recalling how they had boasted about their progress earlier in the day, and they were instantly overcome with embarrassment. So that's it. After reaching level 10, one can change classes. Truly, Yaji is remarkable. I must catch up with you, declared a burly man from the land of beauty. Almost forgotten, the little dog remained alive, though it was so deeply asleep that it had not been disturbed by the uproar. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the global announcement of the Pioneer. Congratulations to the player for receiving this reward. 1,000 prestige points, 2,000 gold coins, 3 free attributes, and an increase of 2 cubic meters in storage capacity. At this moment, Lin Ziluo was seated on the ground, adorned with a meditation necklace around his neck, clutching a small magic wand, having just consumed a small blue potion to swiftly restore his mental energy. Alas, the absence of mental energy indeed induced a disconcerting dizziness. Fortunately, after a while, Lin Ziluo managed to recover. The Ninely Bow had already been reverted to the Ninely Pearl and returned to his sea of consciousness. The process of reversion did not require any mental energy. Otherwise, Lin Ziluo would have truly struggled. As for the Ninely Stabs and Ninely Spears, cough. Those could be explored at a later time. First, let us claim the reward. The rewards from the world announcements have become a common topic. Alas, there is no helping it. Excellence often comes with such burdens. Thus far, all 3 world announcements have belonged to Lin Ziluo. He had grown accustomed to the rewards. Beyond himself and the charming readers, it is likely that no one else knows the true nature of the world announcement rewards. The only aspect that stirred some anticipation was the title, Pioneer. Pioneer, a unique title, awarded only to the first player to change classes in the apocalyptic game. Attributes. All attributes too. For players with classes, there will be a 5 attribute suppression. Lin Ziluo gazed at it, somewhat disheartened. What on earth? The Pioneer title possesses attributes inferior to those of the Bronze Sorrow. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo had a realization. It appears that the conventional order is to first change one's profession before being able to vanquish bronze-level bosses. It seems I had misunderstood the sequence. Moving forward, we arrive at the task rewards from the divine system, which had already been distributed during the trials. Thus, Lin Ziluo straightforwardly declared, "Please allow me to draw that silver-level equipment." Ding. A piece of silver-level equipment is currently being drawn. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the silver-level equipment, Mask of Evil. A black mask materialized in Lin Ziluo's hands. Viewed from the front, it resembled the visage of a demon, seemingly noble, yet brimming with malevolence. The exaggerated curve of its mouth, while dramatic, harmonized perfectly with the entirety of the mask. Lin Ziluo was quite pleased. He had always worn a hidden mask on his face, which was merely a prop and could not truly be considered equipment. Now, this Mask of Evil could serve as a worthy replacement. Mask of Evil, silver-level equipment imbued with the sinister powers of a demon. Beware not to become a servant of darkness. Attributes, Mentality 3. Skills, Illusion Mask. When equipped, it conceals the player's basic information. Unless the observer's level exceeds that of the player by 5 levels, they cannot gain insight. Demon's Gaze. Within 3 seconds of activation, those who gaze upon the mask will succumb to a state of fear. A fearful individual will have diminished attributes when engaging with the player, alongside reduced physical coordination. This is splendid. Lin Ziluo was enamored with this mask. Not only was its appearance to his liking, but its attributes were also precisely what he required. Lin Ziluo removed his concealment mask and donned the Mask of Malevolence, opting not to activate the transformation effect of his attire. Thus, an image clad in a black robe and adorned with a demonic mask emerged. Coupled with the dark ambience of the museum, it would undoubtedly send shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to gaze upon it at night. Lin Ziluo was thoroughly pleased with the equipment extraction. The forthcoming ordinary golden finger promised to be a grand affair. Now, let us extract the golden finger, Lin Ziluo declared with anticipation. Ding. The ordinary golden finger is currently being extracted. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have extracted the ordinary golden finger. Breakthrough limit LV1. Breakthrough limit? What limit? Upon realizing he had drawn a new type of ordinary golden finger, Lin Ziluo eagerly examined its attributes. Breakthrough limit LV1 breaks the limitation regarding equipment, allowing the wearer to equip more than 1 ring. Effect: increases the number of keepable rings by 1. Lin Ziluo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He had not misread. This meant he could wear 2 rings simultaneously, both of which would be effective? Incredible. This was equivalent to possessing an additional equipment slot compared to others. A truly outrageous advantage. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo envisioned himself adorning 10 gleaming rings on both hands, engaging in combat. The thought was so splendid that he could scarcely fathom it. Chapter 78. Lin Ziluo's astonishing entrance. At present, Lin Ziluo wore the vampiric ring too. The Nightfall ring had been bestowed upon the foolish one, leaving him without any spare rings. He would simply await the emergence of another ring. With all rewards claimed, Lin Ziluo delightfully contemplated how to allocate his 12 available attribute points. The spirit must indeed be enhanced, though not excessively. The primary attributes added by the soldier class are strength and constitution, which every warrior can attain through the Ninely Pearl. Thus, the counterpart profession will undoubtedly be that of a mage, focusing on the augmentation of spirit and agility. In due course, the attributes of spirit and agility shall not be lacking. After contemplation, Lin Ziluo allocated his attributes with 3 points in strength, 3 points in constitution, and 6 points in spirit. Coupled with the additional 3 points in spirit conferred by the evil phantom mask, Lin Ziluo's attributes experienced a remarkable surge once again. Base attributes: strength, 52, Spirit, 33, Constitution, 49, Agility, 36. As the Doomsday game reached its 7th day, at 1 o'clock a.m., the power system of the Magic City collapsed entirely 3 hours prior due to prolonged neglect. Except for certain self-generating areas, the vast and flourishing Magic City was engulfed in darkness. Fortunately, the Xironfa Mall was equipped with a diesel generator, illuminating the top floor and allowing the freight elevators to function normally. A multitude of supplies was hastily transported from the warehouse by the masses. Everyone celebrated today's victory with hearty feasts and copious libations, echoing Gao Dong's words about the momentous siege by the Grim Reaper Club on the Magic City Museum, destined to be inscribed in history. In the center of the hall, a throng of revelers danced exuberantly, accompanied by the melodious strains of a violin, performed by the renowned 19th-century musician Makabaka, salvaged from the museum. Amidst this tumultuous atmosphere, the scene unfolded. The greatest hero of this campaign, the one and only Desha, is engrossed in a feast in the corner of the hall. Desha, my brother, pause for a moment and come up to the stage. I would like to introduce you, our esteemed champion, Gao Dong said with a beaming smile, attempting to ingratiate himself. Such flattery was essential. Desha's valiant stance during the day had nearly left Gao Dong in awe. Not just Gao Dong, but everyone present gazed at Desha with admiration. A few daring young women even approached, eager to win his favor. Alas, Desha's sole focus remained on his food, ignoring their advances entirely. Gao Dong's words failed to captivate Desha, who continued to stuff his mouth with chicken legs. Brother Desha, perhaps you could set aside that vacuum-sealed chicken leg for a moment and showcase your prowess to the brothers, Gao Dong persisted, reaching to remove the chicken leg from Desha's grasp. At the very moment Gao Dong's hand was about to touch the chicken leg, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. He stiffly turned to glance at Desha, despite the sunglasses obscuring his eyes. He could sense that disturbing this meal could be perilous for him. He recalled how effortlessly Desha had dispatched zombies earlier, as if they were mere chicks. Gao Dong quickly withdrew his hand. Just a joke, he said awkwardly. Suddenly, Desha set down his chicken leg and stood up. Gao Dong was momentarily perplexed, thinking that Desha might be willing to step into the limelight. At that moment, the freight elevator emitted a chime, startling everyone. It was now 2 a.m. The zombies outside were in a frenzied state. How could anyone possibly be using the freight elevator at this hour? The elevator doors slid open. Dressed in a flowing black robe, Lin Ziluo made his entrance, truly a man who never fails to create a stir. His signature attire is well known to all, yet the blood-red demonic patterns adorning his mask evoked a shiver in everyone present, as if a demon had descended upon them. Well, just wow, he's stunning, exclaimed a nearby player, unable to contain his admiration. He is truly handsome. I refuse to believe anyone could surpass Lin Daolao in looks. Chao Yang remarked in awe. Lin Ziluo strode directly towards Gao Dong, with Desha swiftly positioning himself behind him. Brother Lin, I finally found you. You have no idea how long we searched for you. Those rascals thought something terrible had happened, Gao Dong said, a broad grin stretching across his face. This was no exaggeration. After dealing with the zombies in the Death God Club's museum, many had indeed sought Lin Ziluo, though they were unable to locate him. There was no belief that he had encountered any misfortune, as Lin Ziluo left an impression of unparalleled strength. Surveying the chaotic scene in the hall, Lin Ziluo stated, "Let us discuss some matters in your office." Although surprised, Gao Dong led Lin Ziluo to his office. I wonder what Brother Lin wishes to discuss. Gao Dong inquired with curiosity. How was the battle today? Lin Ziluo initiated the conversation. The battle? Today's outcome was exceptionally favorable, Gao Dong replied enthusiastically. Once we factor in the traps we utilized, we eliminated over 500 zombies. Gao Dong spoke proudly. So many? Lin Ziluo was somewhat astonished. Indeed. There is a small group near the park we chose. Witnessing our Death God Club's valiant efforts against the zombies, nearly 100 individuals joined us on the spot. Gao Dong elaborated. Of course, this is primarily due to the contributions of Big Fool Brother, who single-handedly vanquished over 100 zombies, he added, seeking to ingratiate himself. Lin Ziluo suddenly understood and began to ponder. Do you think he asked this question for no reason? Surely, there is an opportunity to seize. Chapter 79. Striking a deal. Previously, Lin Ziluo had been rather muddled, primarily due to the mentality instilled in him from a past life, which emphasized individual effort. He had been considering how he and Big Fool would work diligently together to amass gold coins. Reflecting upon it now, he realized he might have been the fool. What did he possess in his hands? He had an abundance of resource cards, hundreds, in fact. They were so plentiful that he had no use for them, even finding them cumbersome in his storage space. However, other players lacked such resources. While their drop rates were low, every player still had gold coins. He could easily exploit these resource cards to exchange for their gold coins, or even for equipment and items. There was no alternative. He possessed the 9-Li Pearl. The energy spoken of by the 9-Li Pearl required equipment and items for sustenance. To cultivate the 9-Li Pearl swiftly, Lin Ziluo needed to amass a significant quantity of equipment and items. As for why the Death God Club would still exchange for resource cards despite having so many supplies, the answer would unveil itself this afternoon. At precisely 7 o'clock p.m. on the 7th day of the apocalypse, the novice protection period would officially conclude. Lin Ziluo subtly inquired about various matters, gaining a general understanding of the equipment, items, and amount of gold present in the Reaper Club. Once he had gathered sufficient information, he spoke. Let us negotiate a transaction. Transaction? What do you mean? Haidong, alongside his companion, Desha, responded. Brother Lin and Brother Desha have made remarkable contributions during this siege. If you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Haidong earnestly declared, thumping his chest with conviction. I am in need of a considerable quantity of equipment. Gold would suffice as well, Lin Ziluo replied, clasping his hands in front of him as he gazed at Haidong. Ah, so you wish to play the affluent one with me? Haidong coughed awkwardly. Brother Lin, I can indeed provide you with one piece of equipment, but I am uncertain what you mean by a considerable quantity. Simply put, whatever amount you have. I desire it all, Lin Ziluo stated. Very well. By the way, Brother Lin, to express the Reaper Club's gratitude towards you, please accept this gift, Haidong suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead. He then opened the drawer of his desk and retrieved a ring. Lin Ziluo's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, Haidong is truly shrewd. While he claimed it was a gesture of appreciation from the Reaper Club, it was evident that Haidong had hastily decided to present it once Lin Ziluo expressed his need for equipment. If he were genuinely preparing a gift, would he have stowed it away in his private office drawer? Thus, this ring belongs solely to Gao Dong. However, Lin Ziluo did not point this out. Instead, he accepted the ring Gao Dong extended with a sense of rightful entitlement. This time, he had enlisted the help of the big fool, which proved invaluable. He had also taken the initiative to lure the zombies while successfully passing the trial, thereby sparing at least a dozen members of the Grim Reaper Club from certain death. Although his motivations may have been ulterior, the outcome was undeniably positive. Lin Ziluo did not rush to examine the attributes of the ring. Instead, he rose and stated, I shall accept the ring. I will return at 8 o'clock this evening. 8 o'clock this evening? Gao Dong inquired, somewhat perplexed. Isn't the novice protection period ending at 7 o'clock today? I need to first understand the new rules. Lin Ziluo replied, after familiarizing myself with the new regulations. I shall return around 8 o'clock to conduct the transaction with the members of the Grim Reaper Club. At that time, you will be responsible for gathering more people. On the surface, these remarks were merely Lin Ziluo's notification regarding today's trade. In reality, he was providing Gao Dong with an opportunity. Once the novice protection measures concluded at 7 o'clock p.m., the zombies' capabilities would significantly escalate. Players accustomed only to battling the weaker zombie infants would likely struggle to adapt. Many who ventured outside to confront the zombies would consequently meet their demise. By designating the trading location on this rooftop, Lin Ziluo ensured that Gao Dong would likely remain here until 8 o'clock, potentially saving his life. The novice protection period is ending? Gao Dong echoed in response. Oh, I've almost forgotten, but it should not matter. Our current strength far surpasses that of novices, Gao Dong remarked with a confident smile. Lin Ziluo shook his head and smiled in return. When one has not experienced certain events, no amount of persuasion will lead them to absolute belief. Only through enduring blows and pain will they come to understand the truth. Observing Gao Dong, who seemed to possess a sense of timing, served as a subtle reminder. Whether he heeds it is his own choice. Rest assured, Brother Lin, should you wish to engage in trade, I will certainly arrange everything for you. Ensuring the brothers prepare any surplus equipment and items, Gao Dong continued. But I wonder, what form of exchange do you intend to propose? He inquired. Resource cards. You might want to notify them in advance, Lin Ziluo replied. A flicker of disappointment crossed Gao Dong's eyes. The Death God Club is not lacking in supplies, after all. Very well, I shall inform the brothers. Gao Dong quickly masked his disappointment and continued to smile. Lin Ziluo nodded and led Desha out of the office. Resource cards. It may not be as simple as you anticipate. The revelry outside continued unabated. Members of the Death God Club were thoroughly enjoying themselves, believing their current circumstances to be quite joyous. The supplies in the warehouse were sufficient for their small number for an extended period. The hordes of zombies outside were continually being eradicated. Their strength steadily increased, which could be considered one of the greatest joys in this apocalyptic scenario. Yet, is the game of the apocalypse truly so straightforward? Lin Ziluo did not hesitate as he escorted the simpleton down the freight elevator from the top floor. Chapter 80, Golden Level Artifacts. Lin Ziluo arrived at the apartment where he had previously taken a nap. After placing the surveillance eye and assigning the simpleton to stand guard, Lin Ziluo entered the bedroom. He retrieved the ring given to him by Gao Dong. Ring of Gold Coins, a bronze-level artifact symbolizing strength. Attributes: 1 strength, with each zombie kill yielding an additional 10 gold coins, minimum of 1 coin. This is quite impressive, Lin Ziluo thought, his eyes gleaming. It exceeded his expectations. After all, truly exceptional items are seldom gifted. Though the additional gold coins may be modest, as the saying goes, many a little makes a mickle. Lin Ziluo slipped the ring of gold coins onto his finger. At that moment, with the breakthrough effect of both rings, their powers synergized. Lin Ziluo felt a slight increase in his strength. Next came the task of organizing his surplus items. Lin Ziluo began rummaging through his storage space. The concealment mask could retire now that he possessed the evil phantom mask. He decided to keep only 1 short-range launcher, discarding the rest. The super flash bomb. One by one, Lin Ziluo extracted the coveted items that had piqued the envy of other players. In his hands, these treasures appeared as commonplace as cabbage. The items were meticulously arranged until Lin Ziluo realized he had no more surplus artifacts to display. Gazing at the towering pile of dozens of items before him, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim, "This is my hard-won empire." From the onset of the apocalypse until now, under the certainty of a 100 drop rate, Lin Ziluo has managed to amass such a plethora of items. Without delay, he extracted the Jiuli Pearl and activated its devouring ability. One by one, the items were fed into the Jiuli Pearl, which began to manifest crimson threads upon its surface. Once these threads enveloped the pearl entirely, it would evolve and transcend into a golden-grade artifact. The items Lin Ziluo discarded were merely commonplace, containing minimal energy. He refrained from parting with more valuable items, such as the fireball scroll or the zombie cat's horn. Before long, the crimson threads progressively covered the surface of the Jiuli Pearl. However, at this juncture, dozens of items were on the brink of depletion, and Lin Ziluo felt somewhat overwhelmed. Could this object truly consume such an exorbitant amount of energy? Only someone of his affluent stature could afford to part with so many items, yet it still failed to satiate the Jiuli Pearl's appetite. He watched as the Jiuli Pearl came perilously close to being fully covered by the crimson threads. With a resolute heart, he cast aside the discarded equipment, the meditation necklace, into the mix. At last, the crimson threads enveloped the Jiuli Pearl completely. It emitted a radiant red glow. The Jiuli Pearl has absorbed sufficient energy and successfully evolved into a golden-grade artifact. Lin Ziluo exhaled in relief, astonished that he could access a golden-grade item so swiftly. Such an artifact typically required one to attain around level 30 and to vanquish silver-grade bosses, with only a slim chance of acquisition. The Jiuli Pearl transformed into the Jiuli Blade. Originally, the attributes were Strength 4, Constitution 2, and an attack with a 10 armor-piercing effect. Now, the attributes have been elevated to Strength 7, Constitution 3, with an attack boasting a 20 armor-piercing effect, along with a chance to inflict rapid bleeding. One could say the attributes have nearly doubled. As for skills, there have been no changes. It seems only a job change can bring forth new abilities. Satisfied, Lin Ziluo retracted the Jiuli Pearl and lay contentedly on the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Jiuli Slash. Lin Ziluo wielded the golden Jiuli blade and swung it forward with great force. A golden blade aura shimmered along the edge of the Jiuli blade. As Lin Ziluo swung, the blade aura detached from the sword, rapidly expanding as it sliced horizontally through the air. 5 zombies lunging toward Lin Ziluo were instantly cleaved in two by the blade aura. Blood, entrails, and intestines spilled onto the ground. However, the zombies behind quickly surged forward to fill the void. The severed bodies of the 5 zombies, along with their insides, were trampled into a gruesome pulp by the advancing horde. Lin Ziluo wiped the sweat from his brow. At that moment, he was on the 3rd floor of a large office building. Since arriving at 9 o'clock that morning, Lin Ziluo and Dashin had fought their way from the first floor to the third, pausing only for a meal and a brief hour of rest. The rest of the time spent in relentless combat. Were it not for the stamina replenishment from the blood-sucking ring, he would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. It was no wonder Lin Ziluo was so determined. This was the final revelry. Such a multitude of low-level, weak, and foolish zombies would be hard to come by in the future. Why not take advantage of one's current overwhelming attributes to amass some experience and gold? Under the relentless efforts of Lin Ziluo, the rewards have indeed been gratifying. He and the simple-minded Desha have jointly vanquished over 500 zombies, with nearly 400 of those dispatched solely by Lin Ziluo himself. Such remarkable achievements have yielded substantial rewards. They have garnered 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins. Not to mention Lin Ziluo's successful advancement to level 14. The plethora of items and equipment dropped is incalculable, unless particularly rare and of exceptional quality. Any other gear or items that come into Lin Ziluo's possession inevitably serve as nourishment for the 9-Li Pearl. However, the challenge of upgrading the Golden Tier 9-Li Pearl to Diamond Tier is exceedingly daunting. Despite his diligent efforts thus far, Lin Ziluo has merely succeeded in adding a few fine lines to the surface of the pearl. Time is slipping away. It's nearly 7 o'clock. Lin Ziluo casually dispatches another zombie while glancing at his watch. The time reads 6:50, and the hour approaches swiftly. Desha, retreat. Lin Ziluo calls out. Desha, amidst the throng of zombies, quickly makes his way out. The duo employs a strategy of striking while retreating, hastening towards the lower floors. Just before the clock strikes 7, they find refuge in a secure room. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm that Lin Ziluo had set earlier rings out. The apocalyptic game finally sheds its facade, revealing to the world the true despair of the end times. Chapter 81. The true apocalypse has arrived. On the 7th day of the apocalyptic game, as evening descends at 7 o'clock, many players have long forgotten the notion of a so-called beginner's protection period. Since it is not yet the onset of night at 8, they decide to continue their slaughter of zombies for a while longer. The sky was shrouded in a dim yellow hue as the sun gradually descended, heralding the imminent arrival of night. Yet, before darkness could fully envelop the world, a blood-red tint had already cast its ominous shadow across the heavens. Many gazed upward in astonishment, suddenly reminded that this crimson sky bore a striking resemblance to the day the apocalyptic game had begun. Had the period of novice protection truly come to an end? It was then that they recalled the novice protection long forgotten in the recesses of their minds. Alas, it was too late. This time, the blood-red sky was far from the gentle hue they had previously encountered. The intense scarlet was overwhelmingly provocative, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon without a sense of trepidation. Prolonged exposure elicited a sense of unease and agitation within their hearts. Numerous players felt an unsettling anxiety creep over them, prompting them to prepare for retreat. Just then, the familiar announcement panel appeared. However, it had transformed from its original blue to an alarming blood red. Welcome to the apocalyptic game. This game operates under the principle of absolute fairness. Once initiated, it will develop autonomously, with no means of interference. Time has swiftly reached its conclusion, and I trust you have all grown accustomed to this joyous and warm environment. Novices. Now, the apocalypse has truly arrived. The novice protection period has ended. The following updates have been implemented. 1. All zombie attributes have been significantly enhanced. Growth rates have been drastically increased. Senses of smell and hearing have been optimized. Some zombies will be endowed with various forms, such as hunting form, frenzied form, poisonous form, super heavy form, and cursed form. Zombies will be organized at random intervals to launch large-scale assaults, referred to as zombie tides. The infection attributes of zombies will only affect players whose total attributes are lower than that of the zombies themselves. Night will become synonymous with death, as the enhancement of attributes for zombies will increase during this period. Zombies will actively seek out the presence of players, and during the night, players' attributes will experience a decline. The geological structure, buildings, construction materials, and natural environment of Blue Star will be reinforced in various aspects, such as hardness, to ensure a pleasant gaming experience. All non-game produced food will significantly accelerate deterioration, decay, and mold growth. Prolonged consumption of non-game produced food and water will gradually diminish players' base attributes, which will be permanently unrecoverable. Resource cards will be comprehensively upgraded. The higher the zombie level, the greater the satiety of food produced by the resource cards. the environment and climate will undergo severe deterioration, with higher-level equipment offering better resistance to climatic challenges. The job transfer channels have been fully opened, organized by city. Each city will have a transfer station for warriors and mages. Players assigned to that city must visit the transfer station to change their class. The national leaderboard function has been launched, currently featuring rankings for levels, reputation, and equipment. All listed individuals will enjoy generous rewards and can participate in the upcoming regional competitions. The dungeon system has undergone a comprehensive adjustment, allowing nationwide players to match simultaneously with upgraded dungeon content. Each city will be distinctly partitioned, and movement between cities will be completely restricted. Future updates will be activated upon meeting specific conditions. The true apocalypse has arrived. Please strive to survive. A blood red panel, accompanied by chilling text. The previous comfort of the blue panel has vanished, along with the teasing tone it once held. Now it coldly conveys these brutal truths. The moment the announcement was made, the entire world began to undergo a cataclysmic transformation. A multitude of zombies manifested, exhibiting drastic changes in both size and abilities. Many of the formerly diminutive zombies rapidly shrank, metamorphosing into a predatory form. In contrast, the taller zombies predominantly transitioned into a frenzied state, their bodies riddled with festering sores and toxic attributes. Some expanded into an overweight form, while others took on a cursed appearance, enveloped in black mist. There were also those that became encased in a viscous substance. At this moment, in cities, villages, mountains, and within structures, everywhere zombies existed, their mournful howls echoed. They seemed to break free from all constraints, truly becoming terrifying entities. As time progressed, a notable disparity in levels began to emerge among the zombies. Concurrently, the ground, rocks, mountains, and buildings also underwent an upgrade. Walls and floors that could once be pierced by sharp blades now only bore shallow scratches when met with the same force. Buildings that would have crumbled under severe tremors now stood resilient, even against earthquakes of magnitude 8. Furthermore, these structures would only grow more robust with the passage of time. The remaining aspect directly affecting the players was the shift in circumstances. Previously, those players who had gathered food felt a sense of triumph, believing they could enjoy a prolonged period of stability. However, they are now despairingly realizing that the food they collected is rapidly vanishing before their very eyes. The bread is becoming moldy, the meat is gradually rotting, the vegetables are wilting, and the fruits are shriveling. Even the vacuum-sealed provisions are deteriorating, emitting the foul odor of spoilage. It appears that within a couple of days, all native food resources on Blue Star will be rendered utterly useless. Conversely, the natural water sources have not undergone such drastic changes. Yet, whether it be rivers, lakes, seas, tap water, bottled mineral water, beverages, or alcoholic drinks, all items deemed potable now exude an abominable stench. Unless one pinches their nose to swallow, it would undoubtedly induce retching. Even if swallowed, one's attributes would suffer a permanent decline, with a decrease occurring roughly every 2 days. Essentially, it would be akin to losing a level before reaching the 10th tier. Fortunately, the food within the resource cards has been enhanced. Previously, Lin Ziluo needed to consume food from 4 cards to feel satiated, but now, merely 2 cards suffice. This is largely due to Lin Ziluo's elevated attributes. For an ordinary player at levels 5 or 6, 1 card would be adequate. Moreover, as the zombies grow stronger, the satiation provided by food will also increase. A single bun dropped by a level 50 zombie could sustain 10 normal level 20 players, providing enough energy for an entire day from just a small morsel. The climate, too, is beginning to turn harsh. At the precise moment of 7 o'clock, players in the Magic City can distinctly feel the temperature plummeting several degrees. Were it not for the sweltering summer, many would likely be shivering in the cold. As time progresses, the climate will only become more severe. Without equipment of sufficient quality, players may indeed perish due to the extreme cold or heat. The myriad changes that have occurred serve to convey a singular message: hasten to slay the zombies. To survive, one must eradicate the undead. The once blissful solitude of hiding within one's abode has vanished. Should you fail to take the initiative in exterminating zombies, just a few days could suffice to seal your fate. Nevertheless, the apocalyptic game does not entirely extinguish the flicker of hope. The subsequent updates introducing the class transfer station, leaderboards, and dungeon features are designed to empower players to enhance their abilities, equipping them to confront these impending challenges. The adjustment that the zombie virus will only infect those whose attributes are inferior to that of the zombies is a welcome one. This implies that one must continually augment their attributes to evade the grim fate of becoming a zombie. It also signifies that players with higher attributes can engage in combat with zombies with reckless abandon, striking them down with confidence. Chapter 82. Ascending the 3 rankings within the confines of his shelter, Lin Ziluo closed the announcement panel, deeming its contents unnecessary. For a decade, he had endured this very environment. Outside, the cacophony of zombie wails echoed relentlessly, occasionally punctuated by the anguished cries of players who had disregarded the novice protection period. After the zombies underwent their evolution, those players would despairingly realize that the once easily dispatched foes could now easily rend their bodies apart. Furthermore, the various types of zombies began to wield distinct powers. The highly toxic zombie suddenly spat a mouthful of lethal phlegm towards you. Players who have not experienced such an event would undoubtedly find their bodies or faces corroded by the venom. Presently, Lin Ziluo's concern lies with the fact that Dasha's mutation remains unresolved. There seems to be no rationale for this. The mutations of the zombies outside transpire within mere seconds. Yet, Dasha's transformation is still ongoing. Moreover, Dasha is currently kneeling on the ground, frantically pounding the earth, his entire body trembling incessantly. And he emits continuous howls from his mouth. Fortunately, the connection between Dasha and Lin Ziluo has not been severed. Lin Ziluo can still sense Dasha's near-manic emotions, akin to the onset of a berserk rage. "What is happening, system?" Lin Ziluo inquired. Ding. Due to a conflict between Dasha's player panel and the zombie evolution, the system is currently modifying permissions. Very well, it appears I am truly unable to assist. I can only observe how the Golden Finger system alters these permissions. Thankfully, the Golden Finger system remains remarkably capable. After a short while, Dasha finally calmed down. Ding. Following the system's modifications, Dasha will not develop a new form, and the enhancement effect of zombie attributes will only increase by 50. Ding. As compensation, Dasha will no longer be compelled by the instincts bestowed by the apocalyptic game to participate in actions such as zombie tides. Simultaneously, Dasha's talents will merge with the berserk state that was meant to be transformed, resulting in a new talent, and he will also be able to change classes. Overall, it seems that there are no significant issues. The abilities originally acquired from the transformation have been integrated into the talents, and his body will not undergo any changes. Although the enhancement attributes for the zombie have dwindled to a mere 50, the prospect of a class change allows for the possibility of assigning him a formidable hidden profession, potentially surpassing the inheritance of 100. Lin Ziluo took great satisfaction in examining the talents of the Big Fool. Furious Might, Legendary Talent. 1. Your strength will receive an extraordinary amplification as your level increases. 2. The higher your rage, the greater the enhancement to your strength attributes. 3. Any items or equipment related to strength attributes will yield improved effects in your hands. 4. The skills you employ will consume stamina instead of mental energy, and you can accelerate stamina depletion to augment the potency of your abilities. Alas, a legendary talent has emerged, just as the names of these 2 tiers suggest. The epic level signifies capabilities worthy of being recorded in history, whether they be talents or equipment. The Big Fool's innate colossal strength resembles the talents possessed by formidable figures of ancient Longhua, such as Li Yuanba. The legendary level denotes that such a phenomenon exists solely in myth. Lin Ziluo's omniscient combat was attained through a decade of brutal battles, coupled with endless reincarnations and sufficient insight to transcend into the legendary tier. As a result, the Big Fool, with his inherently exceptional talent and the dual assistance of the apocalyptic game and the cheat system, ascended directly to the legendary level. Indeed, as the saying goes in Longhua, fools have their good fortune. No, in the case of the Big Fool, it is more aptly stated that foolish zombies enjoy their blessings. Despite possessing a legendary talent, the Big Fool has not altered his naive essence. Disregarding the recent events, he absent-mindedly touched his head, standing still as if nothing had transpired. At this moment, Lin Ziluo felt a sense of relief. He opened the panel to reveal the 3 newly appeared leaderboards. The instant he did, his screen was flooded with notifications. Congratulations to player Yazi for attaining level 14 and topping the Dragon Kingdom level leaderboard. Would you like to hide your game name? Congratulations to player Yazi for amassing 3,720 prestige points and securing the top position on the Dragon Kingdom prestige leaderboard. Would you like to hide your game name? Congratulations to player Yazi for his diamond level equipment, the Order S uniform of Modu, which has ascended to the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom equipment leaderboard. Would you like to hide your game name? Congratulations to player Yazi for his golden level equipment, the Knife of Jiuli, which ranks second on the Dragon Kingdom equipment leaderboard. Would you like to hide your game name? Simultaneously, notifications for 4 additional items emerged: Evil's Phantom Mask, White Wing Cloak, Resilient Battle Pants, and Vampiric Ring 2. This indicated that out of the 10 available slots on the equipment leaderboard, Lin Ziluo occupied a staggering 6 positions. He chose not to conceal any of them. I have successfully set the leaderboard name to be visible, Lin Ziluo declared. At long last, after absorbing all this information, he finally laid eyes on the 3 leaderboards. Rankings: First place, Yazi level, 14 class. Warlord second place, Zhang Yuanzhong level, 7 class. Nun third place, Dashu level, 7 class. Nun fourth place. Codename, Pajuan level, 7 class. Nun reputation rankings: First place, Yazi reputation, 3720 class. Warlord second place, Zhang reputation, 350 class. Nun third place. Codename, Pajuan reputation, 210 class. Nun fourth place, Zhang Yuanzhong reputation, 170 class. Nun equipment rankings: First place, Order Bearer uniform level, Diamond. Owner, Yazi second place. Knife of Jiuli level, Gold owner. Yazi third place. Mask of Evil illusion level, Silver owner. Yazi fourth place. White Wing Cloak level, Silver owner. Yazi fifth place. Resilient Battle Pants level, Silver owner. Yazi sixth place. Armor of War level, Silver owner. Zhang Yuanzhong seventh place. Bloodsucking Ring 2 level, Bronze owner. Yazi astoundingly. Yazi claims the top spot in all 3 major rankings. In the level rankings, Lin Ziluo's level is a full double that of the second place. Dashu has also managed to secure a playful third position. The reputation rankings are even more staggering, a 10-fold difference. The most outrageous aspect is the equipment rankings, where the top 5 positions are entirely monopolized by Yazi. After much anticipation, a different contender finally emerged in 6th place. Yet 7th place still belonged to the notorious Yazi. It was utterly absurd. Lin Ziluo gazed upon the magnificent spectacle of the leaderboard, envisioning the astonished expressions of others as they beheld it. However, he was indeed mistaken in this regard. Nearly all players in Long Nation, upon opening the leaderboard and seeing Yazi's name at the pinnacle, experienced a singular thought. Ah, so it is him, as expected. With 3 global announcements, who in Long Nation was unaware of Yazi, a name steeped in the mythos of the realm? The sentiments evoked were straightforward. Generally, one might feel admiration, reverence, envy, or even a desire to witness the downfall of those stronger than oneself. Yet, for those who far surpassed one's capabilities, those who seemed unattainable, there was only profound respect, devoid of any other thoughts. Yazi had merely claimed the top spot thrice. If his name dominated all 3 rankings, others would certainly believe it. Of course, Lin Ziluo's title as a commander and his Order of Magic uniform also captured the attention of the masses. The reputation of the commander was well known, especially when paired with the Ninely Pearl. It was not difficult to infer Yazi's connection to Chiyu. The Order of Magic uniform was even easier to deduce. The capital of magic. Yazi resided in the very heart of it. Chapter 83, Unmatched in the World. Lin Ziluo was fully aware that his information would be exposed through the leaderboard. Nevertheless, he felt no need for excessive concern. He had long wished to keep his identity concealed, merely aiming to act as a venomous serpent, steadily encroaching upon the Li family, as he still harbored reservations about them at that time. In the previous life, the Li family had instilled an overwhelming sense of oppression within him. However, when Lin Ziluo effortlessly confronted and hunted down the mercenary group single-handedly, he began to comprehend the futility of his fears. What was there to fear? A Li family that had yet to fully mature? The 2 formidable warriors he could now easily crush? Thus, Lin Ziluo chose to reveal his true identity without hesitation. What of exposing his identity? If not for the potential invasion of privacy, which could render him a spectacle akin to a giant panda. Wouldn't he even require the concealment of a mask? Lin Ziluo soon began to hear of the myriad benefits available to him for ranking on the leaderboard. Among these were prestigious titles. For instance, claiming the top spot on the level leaderboard granted him the title of Overwhelming Champion. Achieving first place on the reputation leaderboard awarded him the illustrious title of World Renowned. As for the equipment leaderboard, there were simply too many accolades to even consider. Alas, With such an abundance of titles, he found it difficult to choose the most fitting one. Of course, the rewards did not end there. As long as Lin Ziluo remained at his current rank for a full 24 hours, he would receive a substantial amount of experience, gold, and reputation. These figures were certainly not insignificant. Merely claiming these rewards could sustain a small team. Moreover, as time progressed, the rewards would gradually increase. Oh, the sensation of reclining at home while reaping substantial rewards was undeniably delightful. Just when Lin Ziluo believed the rewards had reached their zenith, the notification sound of the apocalyptic game resonated once more. Congratulations to player Yazi for achieving the remarkable feat of ranking first in the level, reputation, and equipment leaderboards, thus earning the hidden epic title of Peerless. Lin Ziluo was taken aback. This was a title he had never encountered before. In the previous life, it seems that no one truly achieved the remarkable feat of securing the top spot on all 3 rankings. He hastily examined his title. Peerless, an epic title, exclusively awarded to those who ascend to the pinnacle of the national leaderboards. Should any criteria fail to be met, the title will vanish. Attributes: a 10 enhancement to all attributes, and a 10 discount on purchases in all shops, hidden stores, and dungeons within the Dragon Kingdom. Additionally, a 1 increase in drop rate and a 10 boost in quest rewards. Skill: unmatched. Upon activation, immunity to any damage for 1 second. Skill cooldown: 24 hours. Excellent. Lin Ziluo was astonished. This was akin to a small cow riding a ghostly flame. Extraordinary indeed. The percentage-based attribute increase was already outrageous, coupled with shopping discounts and enhanced quest rewards. Most importantly, there was an attribute Lin Ziluo had never even glanced at before, a 1 increase in drop rate. What does this mean? My drop rate is already at 100, and with an additional boost, then, ding. Upon triggering the extra 1 chance, 2 items will drop. The golden finger system promptly provided the answer. Indeed, it was remarkable. Slaying a zombie would yield 2 items. As for the unmatched skill, need it be said? Immunity to all damage. For that fleeting second, even a level 90 war god could not harm a single hair on Lin Ziluo. This incredible title must remain with me. Therefore, I shall claim the top position on all 3 leaderboards. Without hesitation, he adorned himself with the Peerless title, which would take effect after 1 hour. Very well, this time with the version update. The existence of others has become increasingly arduous, while I have garnered an impressive title, and my companion, Decisive, has acquired a legendary talent. Truly, we have reaped abundant rewards. Lin Ziluo rose to his feet. Sensing that it was time to harvest the dear little leeks from the Grim Reaper's Club, he hoped they would not perish in excessive numbers. The modest dwelling stood before him as he opened the door and stepped outside. Just as Lin Ziluo crossed the threshold, a zombie lunged directly at him. Faced with this sudden assault, Lin Ziluo remained unperturbed, reacting swiftly. He summoned a transparent shield of protective armor at his chest. Though the shield shattered, it effectively thwarted the zombie's deadly claws. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ziluo drew the knife of Jiuli, targeting the creature's head. With a fierce double slash, the strikes landed, and the explosion of the mark successfully dispatched the zombie. It was indeed an unfortunate turn of events to encounter a zombie with the invisibility talent right upon exiting. Lin Ziluo glanced at the attributes of the fallen creature and remarked that, at this stage, the attributes of all zombies had essentially increased by 50. Coupled with the enhancements of their forms and talents, one could only imagine the extent of their power escalation. Moreover, the commotion from Lin Ziluo's recent kill had attracted the attention of these zombies, whose sensory capabilities had been heightened. The zombies in the street surged toward him. Among them a particularly conspicuous creature, covered in green pustules. By the heavens, a toxic zombie. Decisive, retreat. The sight of the toxic zombie sent Lin Ziluo into a state of alarm. This entity may lack formidable combat prowess, yet it possesses an uncanny ability to instill revulsion. Spitting casually is one thing, but the phlegm it emits is horrendously foul and corrosive. Naturally, the retreat is merely a tactical maneuver to distance oneself from the toxic zombie. The intention to slay remains steadfast. The Jiuli blade was deftly hurled by Lin Ziluo, traversing flawlessly through 2 or 3 zombies before delivering a decisive strike to the neck of the toxic zombie, which had only just completed its evolution before meeting its demise. Subsequently, the blade returned to Lin Ziluo's grasp. He inspected the Jiuli blade, relieved to find it untainted by the repulsive pus. The zombies continued their frenzied pursuit of Lin Ziluo, their numbers swelling ominously. They had grown increasingly animated. Lin Ziluo had no desire to linger in battle. The harvest awaited him. He led the dull-witted companion back indoors, then leapt through the window opposite the door. He successfully reached the secluded street behind the house. Thankfully, this street had been purged of zombies previously, eliciting a sigh of relief from Lin Ziluo. Just then, he heard the door of the earlier building being violently assaulted by zombies. Despite fortifications, the door could not withstand the onslaught. With a resounding crash, the door collapsed, and the zombies surged into the dwelling, meticulously searching for Lin Ziluo's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo had already departed with his companion. The house they occupied was not far from the Zhirumfa Plaza. Before long, Lin Ziluo arrived at the rear of the plaza, where the freight elevator awaited. However, before he could step into the elevator lobby, distant cries for help echoed from afar. Lin Ziluo turned around and discovered that at the street corner, a zombie was pursuing a woman. Although the distance was considerable, he recognized her, the woman who had been the most passionate singer and dancer in the rooftop hall during the early hours. Help, help! The woman was still several hundred meters away from the hall, but her pace had begun to falter. It was no surprise. She had indulged too much the previous night, and her condition throughout the day had suffered as a result. Just as she was about to cry out for help once more, a zombie lunged at her, bringing her crashing to the ground. The creature began to savagely gnaw at her flesh, 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. The woman soon found herself battered and bloodied. In despair, she cried and struggled, but her efforts were in vain. Before long, she was abandoned by the first zombie, left to lie quietly on the ground, awaiting her transformation into one of the undead. Chapter 84. Those bitten by zombies hidden among the crowd from a distance. Lin Ziluo witnessed this gruesome scene, feeling nothing. Such occurrences had been all too common on this journey. Many young souls had paid the ultimate price for their complacency and arrogance. Observing several zombies charging towards him, Lin Ziluo paid them no heed. Instead, he activated the freight elevator and ascended to the rooftop. As the elevator approached its destination, he heard the sounds of weeping and commotion from outside. It was evident that chaos had erupted on the roof. With a soft chime, the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing the somber state of the members of the Death Club. The hall was enveloped in an atmosphere of profound sorrow. The atmosphere in the hall stands in stark contrast to the celebratory mood just hours ago. In the corners, many individuals are weeping inconsolably, having just returned from the brink of despair. Witnessing those they held dear fall victim to the undead evokes profound guilt and sorrow within them. A significant portion remains seated in silence, enveloped in an oppressive stillness since receiving the apocalyptic game announcement. The harrowing words struck them like a thunderbolt, extinguishing any flicker of hope for survival. Meanwhile, others indulge in food, consuming it voraciously, oblivious to the futility of their actions. Everyone knows that whatever remains uneaten will inevitably rot into refuse. My brother was bitten on the neck by a zombie. I watched helplessly as he transformed before my eyes. It is all my fault. I suggested we venture further to hunt zombies today. Otherwise, he might still be alive. A hollow laugh escapes. What use is effort? After toiling endlessly, a mere announcement turns what was once easily vanquished into a threat that can annihilate us at will. Indeed, what is the point of striving? In a few days, when resources are depleted, we will all await our demise. Damn this apocalyptic game. I curse you, if you possess the courage, in my life now. Delicious. Come, everyone, partake. Soon, we shall have nothing left to savor. The hall is rife with cacophony. Lin Ziluo's arrival fails to incite the usual commotion. The collective numbness has consumed them all. In the brief span of merely an hour, they experienced the profound contrast between paradise and hell. At this moment, Lin Ziluo halted his steps, for he detected a familiar scent. His gaze began to scour the entirety of the hall. Those who felt the weight of his scrutiny were overcome with an unsettling chill, their bodies breaking out in goosebumps. Before long, Lin Ziluo's attention was fixed upon an individual in the corner who was huddled with legs drawn close, trembling incessantly. Lin Ziluo strode purposefully towards this person, drawing the gaze of many onlookers. The figure in the corner sensed Lin Ziluo's penetrating stare, causing their tremors to intensify. Upon reaching the individual, Lin Ziluo spoke. "What are you doing?" The person, still looking downward, responded first. "Lift your head. Let me see how many bites you have from the zombies." Lin Ziluo replied with an air of calm. This remark instantly stirred a tumult of panic among the crowd, who regarded the corner dweller with terror, as if anticipating an imminent transformation into a zombie. "You're talking nonsense. Who's been bitten by a zombie? Stop spreading lies. The individual protested, still refusing to look up. Indeed, how could you casually accuse someone of being bitten by a zombie? Your intentions are clearly malicious. Echoed another voice from the opposite side of the corner. Yes, we are perfectly fine. It's impossible for us to be bitten by zombies, chimed in the other spectators, lending their support to the trembling figure. Empowered by their backing, the individual proclaimed defiantly, I haven't been bitten by a zombie. I absolutely will not be bitten by one. Lin Ziluo surveyed the hall once more. In an instant, silence enveloped the hall as every individual ceased their chatter. The malevolent gaze emanating from Lin Ziluo was sufficient to instill profound terror in all present. Big fool, crush him, Lin Ziluo declared, weary of further delay. No sooner had the words left his lips than Big Fool raised the enormous bronze hammer in his grasp. The moment the unfortunate man glanced upon the imposing weapon, sheer fright overtook him. In a frantic plea, he exclaimed, I do not wish to be killed by a zombie. It is all Zhang Yi's fault, that wretched woman. I merely pushed her to deter the zombie, and she clung to me, resulting in my being bitten. As he raised his head, the crowd beheld the grotesque, deep bite mark marring his flesh. Yet it was too late. Big Fool had no interest in hearing excuses. He was solely intent on adhering to Lin Ziluo's command. With a swift motion, the colossal hammer descended upon the man's skull, crushing it and embedding his head into his shoulders, blood and brain matter splattering across the floor. The atmosphere of sorrow that had previously pervaded the hall was shattered, replaced by a palpable fear directed at Lin Ziluo. But the ordeal did not end there. Lin Ziluo approached the man who had just attempted to cast blame upon another. Why must you draw attention to yourself? Are you fearful that, once discovered, you will be the next victim? He remarked, his disdain evident. His words conveyed a stark truth. This man, too, had been bitten. In an instant, Big Fool swung again, resulting in another gruesome display. Lin Ziluo was not mistaken. Such individuals, who, after being bitten, attempt to conceal their condition, are indeed repugnant. Regrettably, they are far from rare. Frequent gatherings often fall prey to the dire consequences of individuals concealing their bites, ultimately transforming into zombies and inflicting severe losses upon the community. Lin Ziluo's stride remained unbroken. He moved like the Grim Reaper, approaching one individual, while Dashin swiftly delivered a decisive blow. In just a few fleeting minutes, he managed to identify 5 members from the Grim Reaper Club who had been bitten by zombies and were on the verge of transformation. A pungent scent of blood permeated the entire top floor of the Zyrunfa Mall. Fortunately, the zombies within the mall had already been significantly purged by the members. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly attracted more of the undead. However, it must be acknowledged that the initially sorrowful atmosphere had vanished entirely. Everyone was jolted into a state of acute awareness by the gruesome scene before them. Lin Ziluo nodded. It was time. The ambience had reached its peak. And it was my turn to take the stage. Look at you all, a mere assembly of muddle-headed wastrels. What is this? When the apocalypse first dawned, you felt no despair? Have you not endured suffering? After a brief respite of better days, you encounter such dire circumstances and are prepared to succumb to despondency, forsaking your efforts? Do you honor the brother who sacrificed himself for you? Do you respect the hard work you have put forth during these days? In truth, all we need is to strive a little harder, to be a tad braver, and to exercise more caution. We can undoubtedly survive in this apocalyptic world. In order to aid everyone in living better and to instill a glimmer of hope for survival, I have resolved to sell the precious supply cards I have painstakingly accumulated at a fair price. You heard correctly. With just a handful of coins, or perhaps some equipment and items, you could secure enough sustenance to last an entire day. Why hesitate to seize this opportunity? Chapter 85. Earning coins at an exponential rate. 299 coins. Very well. I shall take a slight loss and offer you 3 resource cards. This brings your total to 110 coins. Let us negotiate. I shall provide you with a Peking duck card, renowned for its exquisite flavor, for an additional 10 coins. Surely that is a fair deal. No. 80 coins is simply too meager. Go and borrow 20 coins from others before returning. As for this bronze tier equipment, let me examine the decayed dagger. Its effects are, well, it catches my eye. I shall accept 15 resource cards for it. Oh, you wish to haggle? Allow me to enlighten you. Regardless of the type of resource card, the energy replenished remains constant. The only variance lies in the quality of flavor and texture. If you desire something of superior taste, I shall require an extra 10 coins. Precisely. Stay strong. Though my brother is gone, it is noble to seek vengeance for him. What? You wish to purchase only 2 cards? Let me check your remaining balance. 300 coins, and you choose to buy merely 2? Without adequate nourishment. How will you muster the strength to avenge your brother? Here is what I propose. I will set aside 10 coins for you and provide you with 3 resource cards. Lin Ziluo was conducting a resource card sales event. After a round of motivational speeches to the members of the Grim Reaper Club, his sales event commenced with great success. He casually brought over a small table and placed a thick stack of food cards upon it. The members, who had previously lost all hope in life, were invigorated after a motivational talk, eagerly vying to purchase the resource cards. Suddenly, the towering figure of Big Fool appeared beside Lin Ziluo, brandishing a bronze hammer that dripped with the blood and brain matter of those he had just vanquished. Instantly, the purchasing scene transformed into a model of order. Yet, their fear of Big Fool's terrifying prowess was not the sole reason for their compliance. Upon becoming the 3rd on the leaderboard, he had undeniably achieved celebrity status, with the 3rd most formidable individual in the entire Dragon Kingdom standing there. Who would dare to act recklessly? Lin Ziluo, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed, was elatedly accumulating gold coins. At last, he had the opportunity to indulge his entrepreneurial spirit. However, he prided himself on being a conscientious merchant. The food cards sold in the Magic City shop were priced at 100 gold coins each, and so were his. This pricing was, as they say, fair and just, free from deceit. Moreover, it spared customers the time and dangers associated with purchasing from the Magic City shop. What? You claim he was engaging in coercive sales and not allowing card selection? Ahem, that was merely to cover the cost of potential escape. Was that excessive? Not at all. As Lin Ziluo continued to sell the cards, he watched his gold coins multiply, his grin widening with delight. In a short span, considering his savings of 6,000 gold coins, his total had soared to 15,000. This was wealth that would require arduous labor to earn from the zombies. Yet here it was, effortlessly acquired. No wonder it was said that engaging in commerce was a pathway to riches. As someone who has always walked alone, I have never truly experienced this sensation. This has led me to contemplate becoming a middleman in the future. After all, purchasing items from the store at a discount of 10% and reselling them at their original price allows me to enjoy a profit margin of 100%. Earning 10 gold coins from a single transaction means that 100 transactions would yield 1,000 gold coins, and a staggering 100,000 transactions. Well, that would be utterly exhausting. Enough of that. The priority lies in enhancing my own strength. Despite today's bountiful earnings, were it not for the imposing presence of Desha, the visibly 3rd strongest individual from the Dragon Kingdom, one can only imagine how many would resort to theft, not to mention the lurking threats in the shadows. Thus, strength is indeed the ultimate truth. With power comes the ability to maintain such a harmonious and idyllic scene. Finally, under Lin Ziluo's fervent salesmanship, the members of the Reaper Club were left as if swept away by the autumn winds, with all their gold coins thoroughly plundered by him. Even the few remaining coins each member possessed were encouraged by Lin Ziluo to be pooled together, resulting in a group of over 10 individuals collectively purchasing a resource card. Lin Ziluo glanced at his own gold coin balance, an impressive 16,000 gold coins. He had earned a full 10,000 gold coins, which, when calculated based on the average yield of 4 to 5 coins per zombie, equates to the demise of nearly 2,000 zombies. Alas, it is truly regrettable. The loss of life remains excessively high. In Lin Ziluo's estimation, over these past days, they have scavenged numerous locations, besieged the museum, and targeted a portion of the small retail complex. Surely, they must have eliminated 3 to 4,000 zombies by now. As for equipment and items, they remain scarce in terms of exchange. Indeed, it is universally understood that equipment and items are essential means for one to strengthen oneself in apocalyptic games. Thus, Lin Ziluo received a mere 2 pieces of equipment with particularly poor attributes, along with several useless items. The only item that caught Lin Ziluo's eye was the Decaying Dagger. Decaying Dagger, a bronze-grade weapon. This dagger has been rendered obsolete for an extended period. Its blade is uneven, and the surface is covered in rust. Attributes. This dagger inflicts a pain increase of 200. If the area struck by the dagger remains untreated for a prolonged duration, it will gradually rot. Well, it adds no attributes at all. No wonder others overlook this weapon. However, Lin Ziluo found it appealing. With this item, his rusty tetanus dagger could finally retire in glory. As for the resource cards, Lin Ziluo had expended fewer than 200 cards in total, while over 1,000 remained in his storage space. Such wealth truly exemplifies the status of a financial magnate. Realizing that there was nothing more to extract, Lin Ziluo rose and declared, "The sale has concluded successfully. Let us disperse. By the way, let's keep the noise to a minimum. It is already late at night. Anyone who creates a disturbance and attracts zombies shall not blame me if Big Fool comes and crushes you with a single blow." The crowd nodded vigorously, eager to express their determination, fearing that any delay in their response might provoke Big Fool's wrath. Satisfied, Lin Ziluo then entered Gao Dong's office. Gao Dong had just queued to purchase resource cards. It is worth noting that this fellow had concealed quite a trove of valuable items, trading 3 bronze-grade items and some gold coins to Lin Ziluo in exchange for 20 resource cards. As soon as Lin Ziluo entered, Gao Dong immediately donned a beaming smile. "Brother Lin, or rather, esteemed Lin, I am immensely grateful to you for offering your resource card to assist us," Gao Dong began. "Enough of that. You know my true identity, don't you?" Lin Ziluo casually took a seat, speaking with a relaxed demeanor. Gao Dong's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence that Lin Ziluo was indeed Yazi, especially in light of today's leaderboard. The name of the Great Fool emerged, and with it, the uniform of the Order of the Demon City. Considering Lin Ziluo's dark cloak and the fact that the Great Fool obediently followed him, coupled with the numerous resource cards in Lin Ziluo's possession, it was impossible not to deduce that Yaji was Lin Ziluo. "Ah, indeed. I was merely concerned that addressing you by your title might come off as disrespectful." Gao Dong quickly regained his composure, a smile returning to his face. "Why are you so tense?" "I have no intention of harming you," Lin Ziluo remarked, amusement evident in his voice. Although Gao Dong appeared jovial on the surface, it was clear that his leg was subtly shaking. "And no, it's just that I am uncertain what you mean by that, esteemed one," Gao Dong inquired. "It's nothing of great consequence. I merely find you to be quite agreeable and deserving of a fortuitous opportunity." Lin Ziluo feigned an air of mystery. "Esteemed one, spare me the riddles. If there is something you wish to discuss, I will certainly comply with whatever is within my capability," Gao Dong replied with a wry smile. It is quite simple within Gao Dong's office. Lin Ziluo continued to speak, while Gao Dong listened attentively. After conversing for quite a while, Lin Ziluo finally turned to leave. One can only hope that Gao Dong is a wise individual. However, even if this endeavor were to fail, or if he were to disregard the plan, Lin Ziluo would suffer no losses, remaining entirely unscathed. Thus concluded the very first day following the expiration of the novice protection period in the apocalyptic game. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, at noon, outside the library in the magical city, Lin Ziluo and Dashin had fought their way to this location. It is worth mentioning that the attributes of the zombies have been significantly enhanced, resulting in increased rewards. Each zombie slain yields approximately a 20 rise in both gold coins and experience points. Nevertheless, the act of exterminating zombies has become far from effortless. The newly evolved zombies are manageable. Typically, a solitary zombie can be dispatched with a single strike from Lin Ziluo. However, the ordinary zombies present a different challenge, as they tend to appear in hordes. This predicament is exacerbated by their presence in open areas such as the streets, where one can easily fall into a relentless encirclement by the advancing undead. Had it not been for the formidable strength of Lin Ziluo and Dashin, their passage would have been far more perilous. It is also unfortunate that current players are too frightened to venture outside, leaving the aimless zombies with no choice but to pursue only Lin Ziluo and Dashin. They swiftly entered the familiar entrance of the magical city library. Strangely enough, upon arrival, it felt akin to returning home, as Lin Ziluo had previously dispatched a significant number of the zombies within, rendering the place relatively safe. However, due to a power outage, they could not use the elevator and instead had to ascend to the 5th floor via the emergency stairwell. Just before pushing open the door, Lin Ziluo heard the voices of several individuals emanating from the other side. "Let us regard this place as our stronghold. With this remarkable shop at hand, it is certain that there will be individuals in need of purchases. At that time, we shall collect tolls, assured of our prosperity and peace of mind." Indeed, the zombies here have all perished, alleviating any concerns about large hordes. While this is true, I harbor a point of concern. What is there to worry about? Our sustenance is secure. Consider this. Who dispatched the zombies here? The bodies of those on the 3rd and 4th floors are piled high. Who could achieve such a feat? It must be a formidable team, and they surely cannot be oblivious to the existence of the shop in this magical city. If we have claimed this territory, what shall we do when they seek retribution? Creak. The door to the safe passage swung open. The individuals engaged in conversation instantly rose, directing their gazes towards the entrance. Lin Ziluo stepped inside. Who are you? Do you not see that this place is occupied? An irritable man with a full beard retorted. Brother, wait a moment. Check the person behind him. Could it be? A bald man immediately stood up, blocking the irritable man's path, while pointing at the large, foolish figure behind Lin Ziluo. The irritable man promptly examined the panel of the large fool and gasped, Goodness! This is none other than the second-ranked individual on the Dragon Kingdom leaderboard, a living person. Second on the leaderboard? Lin Ziluo suddenly realized. It appears that the large fool had spent the night accumulating experience from the zombies, successfully surpassing Zhang Yuanzhong in experience points. Upon discovering the identity of the large fool, the others instantly became much more docile. The lofty proclamations made moments ago were swiftly cast aside. My goodness, the ruthless individual ranked second in the national standings. How dare we even discuss Tolls in his presence? It would be a miracle if we emerged unscathed. Lin Ziluo paid them no heed. It was best for them to possess some self-awareness. Their ambition to claim this territory held no relevance to Lin Ziluo. Such is the nature of the apocalyptic game. Possessing sufficient strength grants one the ability to seize a point, be it a shop or a dungeon entrance. Controlling a location yields substantial rewards. Even a class change station can be commandeered. However, should one be countered while claiming territory, they cannot blame others for their misfortune. Ultimately, Lin Ziluo's next objective was to occupy a point as well. His visit to the library was solely to procure the coveted guardian of the Demon City emblem. Accompanied by the simpleton, Lin Ziluo entered the chamber housing the shop. As the door closed behind him, a subordinate hurriedly approached his leader. Boss, no plans. This simpleton, while formidable, is outnumbered. He clearly appears to be a wealthy individual. The subordinate whispered nervously. To hell with you, the leader retorted, delivering a swift slap to the subordinate's head. Are you foolish? Do you think a person ranked second in the entire dragon country would be an ordinary individual? And outnumbered? He has slain more zombies than we have ever encountered. He could easily dispose of you, as if you were one of them. Ah, I see now, truly. The boss is wise, the subordinate remarked, admiration evident on his face. Of course, otherwise, how could I be your leader? The boss declared with pride. Inside the store, Lin Ziluo was oblivious to the events transpiring outside. He had already immersed himself in the shopping pod. The inventory of the 3 hidden items remained unchanged. Lin Ziluo gazed longingly at the honorary badge of Magic Capital, his mouth watering at the sight. However, the staggering price of 200,000 was undeniably outrageous. No, merely 200,000. Surely, an item priced thus must be extraordinary. With a bit more effort, he might just gather the funds before the city opens. Having resolved this, he pressed the purchase button for the Guardian's emblem of Magic Capital. A mechanical voice inquired whether the player was certain about the purchase of the Guardian's emblem of Magic Capital. Thanks to the player's unparalleled 10% discount privilege, the cost would amount to 9,000 gold coins. The sound of machinery echoed. Purchase, Lin Ziluo uttered. The Guardian's emblem of Magic Capital has been successfully acquired, costing 9,000 gold coins. The player now has 7,544 gold coins remaining. The Guardian's emblem of Magic Capital has been packaged into a card. Activating the card will grant access to it. The emblem materialized in Lin Ziluo's hand. Curiosity piqued, he chose to activate it. The Guardian's emblem of Magic Capital is a diamond-grade special item. Upon activation, it will attach to equipment. Please select the activation location. Weapons are invalid. Special item? Lin Ziluo pondered briefly and decisively chose to activate the emblem on his Magic Capital Enforcer uniform. It perfectly completed the set, and the uniform's durability was assuredly superior to that of other gear. The Guardian's emblem of Magic Capital has been successfully activated. He watched as a circular insignia emerged on the uniform, inscribed with the same design as that on the previous apparel. Lin Ziluo finally departed from the shopping pod. Upon exiting, Lin Ziluo examined the effects of the Guardian's Mark of Magic City. Guardian's Mark of Magic City, a diamond-level special item. Description: an extraordinarily precious mark, only bestowed upon those who have made remarkable contributions to the Magic City. Attributes: 1. Restoration. The equipment bearing this mark will significantly enhance the speed of automatic restoration. Unless the damage rate of the equipment exceeds 40, it can be restored to its original state. 2. Dignity, while within the confines of the Magic City. Should any player whose total attributes do not exceed yours engage you, they will experience a 10 reduction in their attributes for a duration of 5 minutes. 3. Guardian. While within the Magic City, you may summon a Guardian robot to assist you in battle with a daily limit of 1 summon, each lasting 10 minutes. The attributes of the Guardian robot will fluctuate in accordance with your own attributes. Emphasizing, there is no female protagonist. Longtime readers will recall that I previously had a book that garnered substantial profit. However, due to complications concerning female characters, it was permanently banned and can never be released. The efforts of several months were ultimately in vain, leaving me with a lingering shadow of hesitation to delve into such themes again. Therefore, this book will not explore that aspect. Chapter 87. The Terror of the Clash Change Station. This Guardian's Mark of Magic City is genuinely impressive. Similar to the uniform of the Order of the Magic City, it possesses a dignified effect and can stack. This means that as long as one remains within the territory of the Magic City, all players who engage in manual actions will instantaneously experience a reduction of 20 in their attributes, a considerable percentage indeed. Regrettably, at the moment of activation, Lin Ziluo was informed that each player is permitted to purchase only 1 insignia. If only he had an ample amount of gold, he could have acquired all these insignias and summoned an army of Guardian robots. Furthermore, the information regarding these Guardian robots is rather incomplete. It is stated that their capabilities are calculated based on the player's attributes, yet no specific ratio is provided. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous that he will have the opportunity to utilize this in the afternoon, at which point the truth shall be revealed. With his shopping concluded, Lin Ziluo felt elated as he strolled out of the shop with his companion, the simple-minded one. The People's Square of the Magic City, geographically speaking, can be deemed the heart of the metropolis. It serves as the political, economic, cultural, and tourism hub of the Magic City, as well as a crucial transportation nexus, standing as one of the most significant architectural landmarks. Overall, it is an expansive open square, encompassing an area of 140,000 square meters. Since the update of the Doomsday game at 7 p.m. yesterday, a monumental transformation has taken place here. The buildings, pavement, greenery, and amenities that once graced the center of the square were instantaneously reduced to ashes, scattered by the winds. Even the players or zombies present at that moment could not escape the fate of becoming mere remnants. It can only be said that luck was not on their side. Surviving in such a cataclysmic world for more than a few days is indeed a rarity. After everything was laid to waste, the ground began to sink, forming a square-shaped deep pit. Shortly thereafter, 2 stone sculptures emerged from the earth. One of these sculptures is a massive cylindrical pillar, its surface intricately engraved with various weapon motifs. Swords, guns, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, bows. Nearly every conceivable weapon has been intricately engraved upon the stone pillar. Beneath this pillar lies a recessed area, designed for players to place their hands. Once they do so, players are able to undergo the warrior class transition process. Another stone sculpture manifests as a colossal sphere, its surface adorned with a myriad of vibrant colors. Surrounding this sphere are various elemental orbs, floating gracefully in the air. It is evident that such an extraordinary display could only be orchestrated by Newton's illustrious sibling, an impressive feat. Indeed, these elemental orbs include red flames, blue waters, and green foliage. Positioned before the sphere is a delicate crystal ball. Players must place their hands upon this crystal orb to commence the mage class transition process. In the expansive space between the 2 sculptures lies a swirling mass of black fog. Eerie sounds occasionally emanate from within, sending shivers down the spine. At the edge of the recessed ground, a circle of intricate runes has been etched, seemingly indicating that this area has been safeguarded. The significant changes in this region have inevitably drawn the attention of nearby players. Coupled with the update announcement from the previous night, it becomes clear that this is a newly established class transition station in the city. Some players immediately felt a surge of curiosity to explore further. With the surrounding zombies reduced to ashes, the area has become considerably safer. A few of the most daring players conferred and ultimately decided to descend into the abyss together. Upon their collective entry into the chasm, however, nothing seemed to occur. However, a player, attempting to touch the crystal orb before the stone sculpture, triggered a change. The black mist swiftly expanded between the 2 statues, accompanied by a piercing hissing sound. The players gazed at the ominous fog in terror, an overwhelming sense of oppression surging within them, rendering them breathless. Outside the deep pit, those too fearful to descend retreated hastily, anxious to avoid being caught in the chaos. As the feeling of dread intensified, several players could no longer endure it and began to flee towards the pit's edge. At that very moment, the runes surrounding the pit emitted a radiant glow. A translucent barrier arose at the edge of the pit, enveloping it entirely. The fastest among them reached the brink, attempting to climb out. Yet, the instant his hand made contact with the barrier, he was violently rebuffed. In despair, he beheld the ominous message from the Doomsday game. The teleportation area has been completely sealed. You must defeat the Guardian boss to escape. A quest prompt appeared simultaneously. But who had the presence of mind to heed such notifications? The remaining players soon reached the edge as well, striving to breach the barrier. Despite their efforts, the shield remained unyielding. "Look behind you," shouted a player from a distance outside the pit. The group quickly turned to see that where the black mist had once hovered, an immense creature had emerged. Standing nearly 4 meters tall, its pitch-black skin was terrifying in appearance. The blood-red eyes and white fangs stood out starkly against the dark hide. To their astonishment, they encountered a colossal zombie. A few players attempted to examine the attributes of this undead creature. Bronze level, boss level, 18 talents. Skills. Basic attributes. Outrageous. Due to the significant disparity in levels, the talents and attributes remained obscured. However, upon noting its level of 18 and classification as a bronze level boss, the players turned pale with despair. Could this truly be a challenge we are capable of undertaking? As soon as this gigantic zombie appeared, it charged towards the players. Its massive form shook the ground with each stride, leaving deep imprints in the earth. The players, panicked, abandoned any thoughts of escape and began to flee in every direction. Yet, how could they, mere level 5 or 6, outrun a level 18 zombie? Within mere seconds, the first player fell victim to the creature's grasp. With a brutal squeeze, the zombie crushed the player's waist, resulting in a swift demise. It then proceeded to tear the unfortunate soul apart, relishing the flesh as if it were a delicacy. As the zombie sank its teeth into the player's head, a sickening crunch echoed in the air. Blood and brain matter erupted like a gory explosion, causing the zombie to close its eyes in sheer ecstasy, savoring the grotesque feast. The remaining players, witnessing this horrific scene, were instantly paralyzed with terror. In a fit of despair, they wept and wailed, yearning for escape. But was that even possible? Once the zombie had feasted upon this player's remains, it immediately turned its attention to the next target. 1, 2, 3. During this time, there were indeed players who resisted, yet the disparity in strength against the zombies was insurmountable. In mere moments, they were brutally dispatched, reduced to mere sustenance for the undead. Once all players had succumbed to the onslaught, the zombies finally paused. Their ravenous gaze fell upon a player who had wisely distanced themselves from the abyss, and they charged forth. However, upon making contact with the protective barrier, they were repelled. It was then that the zombies comprehended their own entrapment. After a few furious roars, they retreated to their previous position shrouded in darkness, ultimately dissolving back into the very mist from whence they came, vanishing from the player's sight. At the instant the black fog dissipated, the protective shield at the edge of the pit also descended, restoring tranquility to the depths below. Only pools of blood and remnants of flesh bore witness to the horrors that had transpired, alongside 2 azure objects. Chapter 88. Activation of the class transfer station task. If my memory serves me correctly, the guardian boss of the class transfer station in Magic City should be a rampaging zombie. Interestingly, in my previous life, it was the hunting guild that vanquished that creature. Lin Ziluo pondered as he walked, currently making his way alongside the simpleton towards the People's Square of Magic City. Eager to reach his destination, Lin Ziluo opted for obscure paths, encountering few zombies along the way. His intentions were now crystal clear: to eliminate the guardian boss of the class transfer station. His understanding of the boss's capabilities was limited, as he had not faced it himself before. Even though he had transitioned to a phantom, he had seldom ventured there. He had, however, encountered the transfer platforms in other cities. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo was well acquainted with the procedure for activating the transfer platform, which merely entailed defeating the guardian boss. This guardian boss was under the protection of the Doomsday game. Upon engaging with the task to activate the transfer platform, a protective shield would arise. Within this shield, neither players nor zombies could escape, while outside players could enter until the number reached 30, at which point complete isolation would ensue. You might wonder if abstaining from touching the crystal ball or pressing the indentation would prevent the task from activating. There exists a hidden condition. Once the player count in the transfer platform area reaches 30, the protective shield will automatically rise. At that moment, the task will forcibly activate, and one must confront the Guardian boss. In essence, the Doomsday game conveys to you that attempting to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to defeat the Guardian boss is futile. The limit is set at 30 players. Furthermore, should a single attempt fail, the Guardian boss, after consuming the corpses of those players, would escalate in level and strength. Lin Ziluo recalled a Guardian boss from a small town with 4 lines, which had been artificially elevated to over level 40. The inhabitants of that city failed to successfully transition until the city's boundaries opened, allowing them to relocate to another city. Reflecting on this information, Lin Ziluo could already discern the outline of the People's Square in the distance. He took a moment to adjust his state, ensuring he would confront the Guardian boss in optimal condition. He also took a glance at the Jiuli Bao, preparing himself for the challenge ahead. This had long been settled, thus avoiding the excessive expenditure of mental energy due to last-minute alterations. Once all was prepared, Lin Ziluo proceeded directly towards the People's Square, with the hulking Dasha closely trailing behind, wielding a bronze giant hammer. As they approached the square, Lin Ziluo could distinctly sense numerous pairs of eyes scrutinizing him. It appeared that a significant number of players had congregated in this vicinity. A casual glance around confirmed his suspicion, revealing several players concealed in the shadows. Their methods of concealment were rather crude, easily discernible to Lin Ziluo. However, he chose not to dwell on them for long. Instead, he began to examine the sunken area within the People's Square. The class change platform bore no difference from what he had previously encountered. The black mist was a first for Lin Ziluo, yet it was evidently the lair of the zombie boss. The blood and remnants of flesh strewn across the ground did not escape his keen observation. He quickly deduced that 8 individuals had perished, and all within the previous hour. Furthermore, 2 pieces of bronze-grade equipment lay abandoned on the ground. A sly grin crept across Lin Ziluo's face. It seemed no one had claimed them, which would surely benefit him. He surmised that the haunting aftermath of those earlier players being slaughtered by the zombies had cast a significant shadow over the others. Moreover, they were entirely unaware that as long as they refrained from recklessly activating the quest and kept their numbers below 30, there would be no consequence in delving into the pit to retrieve these items. With the equipment laid out before him, it was illogical not to seize the opportunity. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo leaped into the pit, with Dasha promptly following suit. How dare they? In the shadows, a girl gasped in astonishment. Oh, look at those fools rushing to pick up the equipment, utterly oblivious to the fact that they are already dead, a man remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Indeed, just envisioning them being devoured by that colossal black zombie is quite exhilarating, chimed in his companion. As for that mysterious figure clad in black robes, let us set him aside. It's a pity about the player known as Big Fool. His gear appears quite extravagant, another lamented. Big Fool? That name rings a bell. The man furrowed his brow. Wait, isn't he one of the ferocious contenders on the Dragon Kingdom leaderboard? His friend suddenly realized. No way. Is Big Fool also one of our formidable players from Magic City? The man exclaimed in astonishment. Do you think Big Fool could possibly slay that zombie? A woman interjected, her brow knitted in confusion. Impossible. The 8 who just perished were all experts in our vicinity. They couldn't even shed a layer of the zombie-esque skin. No matter how strong Big Fool is, it's simply unfeasible, the man retorted immediately. Not so fast. It seems they have already collected the equipment. Why hasn't the zombie appeared yet? His friend observed, perplexed, as he watched Lin Ziluo happily examining the attributes of the gear. Damn it. Could it be that as long as he doesn't touch that orb, he's in the clear? This is outrageous. That lucky brat has struck gold. Or else those 2 pieces of equipment would have been mine. The man vented in anger. The woman beside him glanced at him, wanting to point out that when she initially urged him to collect the gear, he had hesitated, and now he was accusing others of luck. Lin Ziluo was blissfully unaware that a group of individuals hidden in the shadows had engaged in a rich dialogue, during which he had unwittingly become the subject of their conversation, a man destined for demise, feigning mystery, and ultimately stumbling upon unexpected fortune. At that moment, he was in high spirits, stowing away 2 pieces of equipment into his storage space. Although their attributes were rather unimpressive, they were, after all, free acquisitions. As the saying goes, a promising start, He could hardly believe his luck in finding 2 items simply while walking. Surely this boss would grant him a substantial reward. With purposeful strides, Lin Ziluo approached the crystal ball, casually placing his hand upon it. In the shadows, gasps of astonishment erupted, as everyone anxiously directed their gazes toward him. Unfazed, Lin Ziluo cast a glance at the swirling black mist, drawing forth the 9-li bow as he ventured toward the edge of the deep pit. As he progressed, a translucent protective shield materialized around him, and an enraged roar resonated from within the encroaching darkness. Decisive stood steadfastly at the position Lin Ziluo had previously designated, brandishing his bronze warhammer with fervor. Detected that the player Yazi has activated the Mage class transfer orb, forcibly accepting the task to activate the Magic City transfer station. Detected that the current player team consists of 2 individuals. Task rewards will be significantly enhanced. The guardian boss of the Magic City transfer station is about to awaken. Players are advised to prepare accordingly. Ding. The Golden Finger system has detected the host activating the task Activate Magic City transfer station and is currently optimizing related task parameters. Chapter 89. 2 Arrows. Activate the Magic City class transfer station. Quest description. In response to the impending onslaught of terrifying zombies, every city has established class transfer stations to enable players to acquire professions. However, to undertake a class transfer, one must demonstrate that the city possesses a sufficient number of skilled individuals. Please activate the Magic City class transfer station by defeating the Guardian boss. Quest requirements. Eliminate the Guardian boss. Quest rewards: 500 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, 1,000 experience points, and a random high-level hidden class scroll. Quest rewards have been optimized. Quest duration: 12 hours. Quest penalty: none. There will be no penalties for abandoning the quest or failing, even in the face of an impending battle. Lin Ziluo could not resist glancing once more at the quest rewards displayed on the panel. He was aware that completing the task of activating the class transfer station would grant him a hidden class scroll, which was precisely why he had chosen to participate. However, it is essential to recognize that the scrolls drawn are entirely random. With poor luck, some hidden classes might only boast slightly superior attributes compared to ordinary ones. Yet, the optimization from the system added the coveted high-level descriptor, ensuring that he would not draw from the pool of mundane hidden classes. This provided a compelling motivation. If he were to draw a mage class, he could utilize it himself. If he drew a warrior class, he would bestow it upon Decisive. Perfect. At that moment, from the enveloping black mist emerged a colossal zombie, entirely shrouded in darkness. Titan Zombie, Bronze level boss. Level: 19 base attributes. Strength: 56 Spirit, 30 Constitution, 55 Agility, 30 Talent. Pseudo Titan Physique, an epic level talent that enhances your strength and constitution attributes, reducing physical and magical damage taken by 10, while significantly increasing your recovery ability. All attacks that hit the enemy will inflict a brief stun effect. Skill: Titan's Fist, a powerful strike that impacts the ground, creating violent tremors, subsequently dealing 120 strength attribute damage to all enemies in contact with the ground within the vicinity. Titan's Roar. After a resounding roar, sound waves reverberate outward, enhancing your attributes by 20 while diminishing those of nearby enemies by 10. Such attributes are indeed impressive. Generally, other bronze-level bosses of the same rank cannot attain such prowess. This is undoubtedly a result of the epic talent enhancement. It stands to reason that anything associated with the name Titan is not ordinary. This also aligns with the strength expected of a gatekeeper boss. Although Lin Ziluo only needs to level up twice more for his attributes to completely surpass those of the Titan Zombie, understanding the Titan Zombie's attributes has brought him reassurance. Even without the assistance of Decisive, he is confident he can solo this adversary. Indeed, solo. A boss that typically requires a team of 30 to defeat can now be handled single-handedly by Lin Ziluo. It is not that the gatekeeper boss is too feeble. After all, it has only existed for a mere day and has claimed just 8 victims thus far. Where can one find a formidable entity like Lin Ziluo, the illustrious leader of rewards across the entire server? Ding. The system detects that the host is confronted by a Titan Zombie, successfully triggering the task Eliminate the Titan Zombie. Eliminate the Titan Zombie. Task requirements: defeat the Titan Zombie, the guardian boss of the class transition platform. Task rewards: obtain a random ordinary golden finger and 1 piece of silver-grade equipment. Task duration: 24 hours to accept. Lin Ziluo cast a glance and spoke. Simultaneously, he drew back the bowstring of the Jiuli bow. The Titan zombie, recently materialized, was in high spirits, blissfully unaware that in such a brief moment, it would soon feast again. Although the numbers were scant, with only 2 individuals present, the Titan zombie's gaze brightened as it beheld the hulking figure of Decisive. Such robust stature and muscular build. Surely this body must be incredibly delectable. This type of guardian boss cannot discern whether Decisive is a zombie, as their primordial directive is to eliminate all players. While the Titan zombie indulged in its daydreams, Lin Ziluo had already fully drawn the Jiuli bow at the edge of the deep pit. A fiery arrow materialized upon the string. Lin Ziluo held his breath, focusing intently, his gaze fixed upon the Titan zombie. In that fleeting moment of aiming at the Titan zombie, he resolutely released the bowstring. The flaming arrow soared directly toward the Titan zombie's head. In the blink of an eye, the arrow reached the Titan zombie, which had just returned from its yearning for Decisive's body, only to realize that an arrow was hurtling toward it. However, its response was not sluggish. Facing the incoming arrows, it raised its hands to block. The flaming arrow pierced directly into the left arm of the Titan zombie. The intense heat of the flames scorched the Titan zombie's arm, instantly charring the area of impact. Unfortunately, the Titan zombie's dark exterior made it difficult to discern the burned region. The Titan zombie let out a roar, although it felt no pain. This injury was an affront to its dignity. At this moment, the imposing figure of Decisive, who stood close to the Titan zombie, also sprang into action. He lifted his bronze warhammer and swung it down towards the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie had no choice but to raise its other hand to defend itself. Since it was daytime, Decisive did not benefit from the enhancements of the night, rendering him far inferior to the Titan zombie. Naturally, if it were night, the Titan zombie would receive even greater advantages. Thus, Decisive's strike was easily absorbed by the Titan zombie. Yet, this was precisely what Lin Ziluo desired. The moment the flaming arrow was released, Lin Ziluo had prepared an ice arrow. As the Titan zombie's right hand caught Decisive's hammer, the ice arrow was unleashed. The arrow, radiating a chilling aura, struck the Titan zombie's right arm, which was gripping the bronze hammer. The area where it was hit quickly became enveloped in frost. Indeed, the aim remained impeccable. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but praise himself, reveling in the precision of his shot. While he may not experience the exhilarating thrill of a warrior's fierce combat, he could deplete the enemy from a distance, continuously evading while employing a cunning strategy. At this moment, the Titan zombie's fury was utterly uncontainable. It raised its head, and a deep, resonant roar reverberated through the air. Invisible sound waves radiated outward. In the distance, Lin Ziluo, upon hearing the roar, found himself momentarily disoriented. Indeed, this extraordinary talent of his transformed sound waves into an assault. Triggering the stunning effect of titanic body, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but grumble. While his moment of dizziness was brief, the nearby Decisive was not so fortunate. Decisive was already exerting all his strength to contend with the right arm of the Titan zombie. Being so close to the Titan zombie, the duration of his disorientation was significantly prolonged. The Titan zombie, seemingly oblivious to the arrows embedded in its arms, swung its left arm with tremendous force, sending Decisive flying. Subsequently, the Titan zombie yanked the arrows from its arms with brutal force. It then turned its gaze toward Lin Ziluo and charged at him with wild intensity. Chapter 90, A Second Bloom. As the Titan zombie bore down upon him, Lin Ziluo remained utterly unperturbed. With a swift movement of his right hand, an arrow materialized from his mental energy and was released. Regrettably, the power of this arrow, lacking the enhancement of a skill, was insufficient. The rushing Titan zombie effortlessly grasped it. If one arrow could be caught, what of 10? Lin Ziluo began to channel a considerable amount of mental energy into the Qili bow. In the blink of an eye, the arrows were ultimately conjured. This time, Lin Ziluo did not even take aim. Relying solely on instinct, he unleashed a rapid barrage toward the Titan zombie. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. The projectiles flew forth in succession. Even without aiming, Lin Ziluo's shots found their mark with remarkable precision. After the Titan zombie intercepted 3 arrows, it began to exhibit signs of struggle in responding. The Titan zombie could only passively endure the insertion of arrows into its massive body. 1 arrow struck its thigh, another pierced its arm, and yet another lodged itself in its waist. The final arrow grazed the edge of its forehead, taking away a significant amount of hair. At that moment, the Titan zombie's head resembled a concave shape, bald in the center while lush on either side. A sense of trepidation washed over the Titan zombie as it realized it could not seem to touch this cunning human. After a brief chase, it had scarcely moved when the human had already rounded another corner, increasing the distance between them. Thus, the Titan zombie resolutely ceased its pursuit and began to dig into the ground. Digging? What was this creature doing in life? Was it a construction worker? Lin Ziluo once again drew his bow, aiming at the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie quickly revealed the purpose of its digging. It lifted a large, solid clump of earth to shield its chest, successfully blocking the arrow. This mound of dirt obscured Lin Ziluo's line of sight, instilling within him a sense of helplessness. Big Fool, activate Frenzied Rage. Lin Ziluo promptly called out to Big Fool, just as Big Fool had risen from the ground. It received Lin Ziluo's command and instantly entered a state of frenzied rage. With a thunderous roar, Big Fool's head flushed a deep crimson. The anger surged to its peak, fueled by the recent experience of being tossed aside by the Titan zombie. But that was not enough. Lin Ziluo delivered another blow to Big Fool's fury. Big Fool, while you were unconscious, that black fiend devoured 5 of your roasted chickens. 5 roasted chickens. That was my sustenance for the day. No, absolutely not. The attributes of forgiveness were utterly exhausted. With boundless fury, the fool rushed headlong towards the Titan zombie. His speed was so remarkable that Lin Ziluo believed it could rival that of a hunting form zombie. At this moment, the fool had reached the rear of the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie found itself in a predicament, while an archer loomed ahead. This reckless young lad behind was charging forth with the intent to strike. Empowered by a state of frenzied rage, the fool's attributes did not lag far behind the Titan zombie and posed a significant threat. Faced with this menace, the Titan zombie had no choice but to hurl a large clump of earth to the ground and turn to confront the fool. Splendid! This was the moment Lin Ziluo had been anticipating. The Jioli bow in his hands was drawn to its full tautness once more, and an arrow, engulfed in flames, materialized on the string. The cooldown for the flaming arrow had concluded. With the Titan zombie now facing away from Lin Ziluo, this arrow was destined to find its mark. He released the flaming arrow towards the Titan zombie. However, as fate would have it, unexpected events unfolded. First, the fool collided directly with the turning Titan zombie, which was caught completely off guard by the sudden turn. Consequently, the Titan zombie was forcefully pushed back 2 steps. Then, the Titan zombie began to exert its strength, adopting a stance reminiscent of a sumo wrestler, with its rear elevated. In this exchange, by sheer coincidence, the flaming arrow pierced straight into the back of the Titan zombie. Lin Ziluo, along with the spectators outside, watched in astonishment. At this very moment, everyone witnessing the scene felt a tightening sensation behind them. Hissus Lin Ziluo couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He exclaimed in disbelief. He certainly did not intend to shoot there. Indeed, it was the foolish Big Fool who had carelessly pushed the Titan zombie forward to intercept the arrow. At that moment, the rear half of the arrow was still engulfed in flames, as if it were scorching something. The Titan zombie unleashed an unprecedented strength, shaking off Big Fool and trembling as it pulled out the arrow. It did not hurt, but the purity it had preserved for decades was abruptly lost. At that instant, the Titan zombie felt an unexpected sense of grievance. Yes, grievance. Just look at Lin Ziluo, capable of evoking such an emotion even from a zombie, albeit one of a rather intelligent boss template. Truly a remarkable talent. After the feeling of grievance came an overwhelming fury. The Titan zombie snapped the flaming arrow in 2 and turned its gaze toward Lin Ziluo. At that moment, Lin Ziluo had already raised the ice arrow in his hand. The Titan zombie no longer cared for anything else. All it desired was to tear Lin Ziluo apart. However, in its moment of distraction, it forgot about the flung Big Fool. Big Fool quickly got back on his feet, witnessing the Titan zombie fixated on its master while ignoring him, which only fueled his rage. After all, one does not simply disregard the one who provided the roast chicken. In a fit of anger, Big Fool lunged toward the Titan zombie. As he charged, he stomped his foot and, seizing the opportunity while the Titan zombie was unprepared, leaped onto its neck. Harnessing the momentum, the foolish giant locked his legs around the neck of the Titan zombie, his muscles quivering violently. With a powerful heave, he managed to topple the Titan zombie, causing it to lose its balance and flip over completely. Seizing the moment, Lin Ziluo decisively released the ice arrow. The arrow, imbued with frost, flew forth. However, an unforeseen twist occurred. As the Titan zombie flipped, it found itself in a position with its backside facing up and head down. Lin Ziluo aimed precisely at the original head position. Consequently, The ice arrow unexpectedly pierced through the same spot once more, living up to expectations. Lin Ziluo felt a rush of embarrassment. This time, it was entirely unintentional. The sound of sharp intakes of breath filled the air, echoing in unison. Everyone was left in a state of shock. A remarkable repeat. One fire arrow and one ice arrow. An exquisite blend of ice and fire. How could that particular spot withstand such an onslaught? At that moment, the Titan zombie, having completed its tumble, crashed heavily onto the ground, face down, accentuating the protruding half of the ice arrow like a proud banner standing defiantly in the wind. The foolish giant, overwhelmed by a mix of confusion and rage, finally collapsed to the ground, succumbing to chaos. Chapter 91, Absurd. Boss Evolution. The Titan zombie lay trembling on the ground, its hands gripping the earth with fierce intensity. Taking advantage of its vulnerability, Lin Ziluo was far from finished. He remained steadfast in his position, unleashing arrow after arrow towards the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie remained with its head lowered, showing no intention of evading the onslaught. It allowed the arrows to embed themselves into its body, dozens of them piercing through flesh, causing wounds that bled profusely. Just when it seemed the Titan zombie was on the brink of demise, its form abruptly transformed, dispersing into a cloud of black mist within an astonishingly brief moment. The arrows that had once been lodged in its body fell to the ground, their tips stained with blood and bits of flesh, evidence of their prior connection to the Titan zombie. The reason for this transformation into black mist remained a mystery, even to Lin Ziluo, who had never encountered such a phenomenon. He had been certain of subduing the Titan zombie. Undeterred, Lin Ziluo shot several arrows into the black mist, all of which passed through without impediment, proving utterly ineffective. Attention, player Yazi. Attention, player Yazi. Suddenly, the system of the apocalyptic game emerged. Due to your despicable tactics, which are profoundly insulting to the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie's rage has successfully surpassed its limits and has fully activated the Titan bloodline. The Titan zombie has successfully evolved into a silver-level boss. Evolution. Lin Ziluo recalled a theory he had heard in his previous life. It was widely acknowledged that a boss's level could indeed be elevated. Upon meeting certain conditions or acquiring specific abilities, a boss could evolve and ascend in rank. Thus, a hypothesis had been proposed. Could there be bosses that evolve during combat? This theory had never been validated, as players had never encountered such a situation. Now, Lin Ziluo could affirm that it was indeed true. What a revelation! What have I done? I merely shot a few arrows at it. Just a couple of dozen, really. Although 2 of those shots may have been a tad excessive, it is certainly not my fault. I am a law-abiding citizen. Unfortunately, the Titan zombie was not inclined to heed Lin Ziluo's explanation. It had once again coalesced from the dark mist, originally towering over 3 meters. The Titan zombie expanded to nearly 5 meters, resembling a small mountain from afar. Its ebony skin remained unchanged, yet it was now adorned with numerous silver-white runes, each emanating a luminous glow. Titan zombie, silver tier boss, level, 19 base attributes, strength, 70 spirit, 30 constitution, 65 agility, 45 talent, true Titan body, 30 a legendary grade talent that significantly enhances your strength and constitution attributes, reducing physical and magical damage taken by 20, while astonishingly improving your recovery abilities. All attacks that strike the enemy will inflict a stunning and shattering effect. Skills, Titan's Fist, a powerful strike against the ground that generates violent tremors, dealing 140 strength attribute damage to all enemies in contact with the ground within the area. Titan's Roar. Following a deafening roar, sound waves resonate outward, amplifying its own attributes by 20 while diminishing surrounding enemies' attributes by 15. Titan's Fury. The Titan zombie relentlessly bombards its target, each assault escalating in power by 10 compared to the previous strike, with this effect capable of stacking up to 8 times. Should the target attempt to flee, the Titan zombie's pursuit speed will increase by 50. Legendary talent? The extent of this evolution is utterly outrageous. With such attributes, one might wonder how it is classified as merely a silver-level boss. Even gold-level bosses of the same tier seem comparable. Despite a torrent of frustration surging within, Lin Ziluo remained fixated on the Titan zombie, not daring to let his guard down. This is the apocalyptic game, where luck plays a crucial role. What? Faced with the absurdity of an evolved zombie in combat, would you still consider lodging a complaint about the apocalypse game? Is there even a channel for complaints? Ding. The Golden Finger system has detected the successful evolution of the Titan zombie, significantly increasing the difficulty of the tasks, while enhancing the rewards for activating the magic capital job change platform and defeating the Titan zombie. There truly is. Lin Ziluo had no time to ponder the extent of the reward enhancement. The freshly evolved Titan zombie, upon noticing him, charged forth like a mad bull. Its nearly 5-meter frame thundered across the ground, leaving deep imprints in the muddy earth with each stride. Lin Ziluo attempted to shoot 2 arrows. Although they struck the Titan zombie, it effortlessly dislodged the arrows while running. To his astonishment, the minor wounds inflicted by the arrows healed almost instantaneously. Is this the astonishing regenerative capability? A remarkable lineage indeed. It seems that the lethality of arrows is insufficient. Then, wield the blade. The bow of Jiuli swiftly absorbed a significant amount of Lin Ziluo's mental energy. In a mere second, it transformed into the Jiuli blade. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply. His mental energy was considerably depleted. The 4 attribute arrows, combined with numerous ordinary arrows, had already exhausted a substantial portion of his mental force. Now, with the transformation into the Jiuli Pearl's form, he would have struggled if not for the additional points he allocated to his mental attributes. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo maintained his peak condition. As he observed the Titan zombie charging towards him, he decisively swung the blade. The Titan zombie did not evade. Instead, it raised its fist to strike the blade head-on. The Jiuli blade clashed violently with the Titan zombie's fist, producing a resounding metallic sound. A small wound appeared on the Titan zombie's fist, leaving it perplexed. How could its punch, which possessed a shattering effect, fail to obliterate this blade? Lin Ziluo swiftly retreated a few steps. There remained a notable disparity in strength between him and the Titan zombie. He glanced at the distant figure of Big Fool, who remained in a dazed state. Clearly, he could not rely on Big Fool any longer. However, I have more than just Big Fool. The emblem of the Demon City Guardian on Lin Ziluo's chest illuminated brightly. A robot, brandishing a shield and radiating a silvery metallic sheen, materialized before him. This robot bore a striking resemblance to Ultron from the Avengers, with the distinction of holding a shield in its hands. Yet, this was not the end. Lin Ziluo retreated swiftly, evading the Titan zombie's powerful strike, and from his storage space, he summoned the horn of the zombie cat. Upon sounding the horn, a zombie cat, the size of a lion, materialized beside him. 10 minutes. The Guardian robot could only sustain its presence for that duration. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the Titan zombie within this limited time frame. Lin Ziluo raised the Jiuli blade in his hand. Chapter 92. A marvelous display. A stunning performance. Jiuli Heavy Slash. A brilliant white radiance converged successfully, pulsating upon the blade of the Jiuli, akin to a layer of white flames igniting along its edge. This was Lin Ziluo's inaugural use of this skill, which was accompanied by a 2-second period of vulnerability, an interval ample enough to execute numerous actions in battle. Fortunately, he had the Guardian robot and the zombie cat by his side. From the moment he summoned the Guardian robot, Lin Ziluo understood that it inherited 70 of his foundational attributes, with a significantly enhanced defensive capability, thus serving as a formidable shield. The Titan zombie also seemed to sense the extraordinary nature of this strike. A dark glow enveloped its fists as they barreled towards Lin Ziluo. As the energy reached its zenith, Lin Ziluo unleashed this terrifying blow. The dazzling blade collided with the Titan zombie's fists, causing the air at the point of contact to tremble violently, accompanied by a deep, resonating sound. This time, victory belonged to Lin Ziluo. Could the Jiuli Heavy Slash, imbued with 200 of his power attributes, be countered by the Titan zombie's capabilities? After a brief encounter, the once impenetrable fist of the Titan zombie was cleaved open by the 9-li blade, creating a massive wound. The Titan zombie was forcefully hurled backward, crashing to the ground not far away. Although Lin Ziluo momentarily froze in place, the guard robot and the zombie cat, entirely under his conscious control, decisively sprang into action. The guard robot raised its shield, channeling its energy into a collision with the Titan zombie, who was attempting to rise. This successful strike caused the Titan zombie, just regaining its footing, to lose balance once more. The agile zombie cat darted forth from behind the guard robot, its claws sinking simultaneously into the Titan zombie's hand, targeting precisely the area that had just been grievously wounded by the 9-li blade. The injury, which was in the process of healing, not only widened but also experienced a significant decrease in recovery speed. This was due to the zombie cat's claw ability, which effectively slowed the healing process and accelerated blood loss, thereby suppressing the Titan zombie's regenerative capabilities. At this moment, Lin Ziluo's state of rigidity finally dissipated. Observing the Titan zombie about to rise again, he decisively activated his sprint ability, swiftly positioning himself beside the Titan zombie. He aimed for the palm that was bracing against the ground and delivered a precise strike. Indeed, it was that very wound. Understanding that attacking a foe with formidable healing abilities required relentless focus on a single point, Lin Ziluo was determined. The blade struck true, exacerbating the already difficult-to-heal wound, which extended further up the arm. Blood gushed forth with renewed vigor from the injury. This was the activation of the bleeding effect from the 9-ly blade. The Titan zombie let out a mournful roar, overwhelmed by a succession of relentless assaults that left it in a state of passive torment. All of this was orchestrated by Lin Ziluo, who skillfully juggled multiple tasks, executing a series of exquisite maneuvers. Ordinary guardian robots and zombie cats could hardly achieve such seamless coordination. It was Lin Ziluo who, after the initial stiffness, seized control of their bodies. The shield strike from the guardian robot interrupted, while the zombie cat delivered a precise hit, and Lin Ziluo delivered the final blow, effectively dismantling one of the Titan zombie's arms. Your legendary talent enhances your attributes, while my legendary talent elevates my dexterity to its zenith. The Titan zombie, now desperate, concentrated all its remaining strength into its lone fist and struck the ground with tremendous force. The earth trembled violently. Lin Ziluo had anticipated this move and gracefully leaped into the air, momentarily suspending himself to evade the damage and disorientation caused by the tremors. The nimble zombie cat leapt onto Lin Ziluo's shoulders. Had it not been for the formidable strength of his brief suspension, the lion-sized zombie cat would have surely toppled him. The guardian robot, encumbered by its heavy frame, was unable to jump and could only endure the vibration's repercussions. Fortunately, being composed of mechanical parts, it remained robust enough to withstand the impact and immune to dizziness. The most unfortunate was the distant big fool, who, after finally recovering from the disorientation caused by the side effects of his furious rampage, was once again thrown into confusion by the tremors, losing his balance and collapsing onto the ground. As the tremors subsided, Lin Ziluo's brief moment of suspension was also released, and the zombie cat leaped down. Upon landing, Lin Ziluo immediately charged towards the Titan zombie, which had managed to rise during the recent upheaval. The Titan zombie, nearly deranged, regarded Lin Ziluo with a frenzied gaze. Ignoring the almost incapacitated state of its fist, it unleashed its newly acquired ability as a silver-tier creature, Titan's Fury. Dark mist emanated from the Titan zombie's body, causing its arms to swell. However, the injured arm bled profusely as it expanded. The Titan zombie swung its colossal arms down towards Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo did not choose to endure the blow, nor did he attempt to flee. To withstand the strike would lead to an escalating force, as described by the skill, soon becoming unbearable. Conversely, attempting to escape would enhance the Titan zombie's pursuit capability by 50, making true evasion exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, one of the Titan zombie's fists had sustained significant damage, diminishing its swinging speed from reaching its peak potential, rendering it far less intimidating. This was a calculation Lin Ziluo had made long before. It was terrifying indeed. Prior to engaging the Titan zombie, Lin Ziluo had meticulously analyzed all of its skills and attack patterns, orchestrating each of his movements with utmost precision. In response to Titan's fury, Lin Ziluo opted for a daring strategy, dancing upon the edge of a blade. As the massive fist descended upon him, Lin Ziluo swiftly contorted his body, evading the blow with an extraordinarily peculiar posture. A subsequent horizontal swing of the giant fist followed closely behind. Lin Ziluo gently leaned forward, rising at an angle, narrowly evading the punch that had been thrown. A few strands of hair were dislodged by the fierce gust generated by the punch. Another angled strike followed. Lin Ziluo once again displayed his uncanny and agile movements, sidestepping the blow with a precarious grace. Of course, what seemed perilous to others was merely a certainty for Lin Ziluo. The success rate of evading that punch was a resounding 100. The fourth, fifth, and sixth punches came in rapid succession. The Titan zombie, undeterred by previous failures, launched each attack from increasingly unconventional angles. Yet, with each strike, Lin Ziluo evaded with even more bewildering agility. Each time, the Titan zombie was left with the illusion that the next punch would surely connect. Alas, after 8 ferocious blows, Lin Ziluo remained unscathed, his stance unchanged aside from a few scattered hairs. Despair flickered in the eyes of the Titan zombie, It had succumbed completely to Lin Ziluo's rhythm. After exhausting all its attacking techniques, it had achieved nothing more than displacing a few strands of hair. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ziluo unleashed the ninely blade. With the first strike, a gash appeared on the Titan zombie's neck. With the second, the wound deepened, nearing a quarter of its depth. With the third strike poised to descend, the Titan zombie's demise was imminent. Lin Ziluo inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength as he swung the blade with determination. Detection indicates an increase of one player in the team. The rewards for completing tasks have diminished. Chapter 93. The gaze of the demon. The ominous chimes from the apocalyptic game echoed consecutively. The blade of the ninely knife, upon making contact with the neck of the Titan zombie, was deftly redirected by Lin Ziluo, striking instead at the creature's opposite shoulder. Rage. Unfathomable rage. He cast his gaze towards the edge of the pit, where two players had already descended, while several others were preparing to leap. Hurry in. It's truly possible to enter, and the task rewards are bountiful. Come in quickly. A voice, previously scoffing at Lin Ziluo's apparent recklessness, urged those outside the protective barrier. By activating the class transfer station first, I will undoubtedly make it to the world announcement. I shall achieve fame. His companion exclaimed. Is that true? Then I shall join as well. With that, a man crossed through the protective barrier and plunged into the pit. Come out quickly. The big shot is on the verge of vanquishing this terrifying zombie. The woman at the edge of the pit implored repeatedly. Silence, you wretched woman. I've tolerated you for far too long. In this apocalypse, you dawdle while I am ready to end you as soon as I emerge. A man spat in contempt. At this moment, Lin Ziluo approached, wielding the ninely knife. The guardian robots and the zombie cat were engaged in a standoff, seemingly restraining the Titan zombie. Though in reality, they merely prevented its swift demise, allowing the players to share in the rewards. The Titan zombie has been utterly incapacitated by Lin Ziluo, with both arms severed to prevent any further combat capability. The leading man observed Lin Ziluo approaching, his gaze beneath the mask chillingly cold, while he detected the overwhelming scent of blood emanating from Lin Ziluo. Suppressing his fear, the man stepped forward. You must be Yaji, right? You are truly formidable. I have always been a devoted fan of yours. Upon witnessing your prowess in battle, I hastily brought my brothers to assist you. Is there anything you need? Yes, indeed, I am also a fan. The two men behind him immediately echoed his sentiments. Fans. Assisting me? Lin Ziluo murmured softly, with the ninely blade in hand. He swung it with precision. The blade shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. The man opened his mouth but uttered no words, instead glancing down at his lower body. A conspicuous gash was visible at his waist, crimson blood oozing from the wound. Terrified, he reached to touch his waist. The moment he did, he realized it was dislocated. With a thunderous crash, his severed upper body collapsed to the ground, while his lower half could not remain upright and fell as well. Blood, intestines, and entrails spilled forth from the wound. Yet, the man continued to crawl in terror on the ground. Cut in half. This is a beheading. The once lively scene fell into an eerie silence. The two individuals who had been behind the man were now in a state of panic. Lin Ziluo seized the man's head from the ground, compelling him to face him. The gaze of the demon, that mask, reminiscent of a demon, bore an exaggerated curve at its corners that seemed to come alive in an instant. The man, along with those behind him, and the onlookers beyond the protective barrier, appeared to be witnessing an ocean of blood and mountains of dismembered limbs before their very eyes. The horrors they dreaded flickered before them in succession: agoraphobia, claustrophobia, thalassophobia. Every manifestation of their deepest fears was artfully rendered within this illusion. This profound and soul-piercing terror plunged them all into a state of despair. Some attempted to move, only to find their bodies trembling uncontrollably, rendered wholly ungovernable by fear. Others found themselves utterly drained of strength, collapsing to the ground, incapable of rising. The man's gaze lost its focus, consumed by anguish. Detected a reduction in the current player team by one. Task rewards have increased. To forcibly integrate oneself into a task in order to divide the spoils is among the most loathsome and unscrupulous tactics in this apocalyptic game. Such actions not only result in the division of substantial rewards, but also pose a grave threat to the remaining players, particularly in tasks that scale with the challenger's prowess, potentially leading to their untimely demise. Those who engage in such treachery, should they be exposed, would face the most brutal of penalties in this world of desolation. However, if perpetrated by the elite families or powerful factions, such behavior might be deemed unavoidable. Lin Ziluo cast aside the severed remains of the man. Had it not been for the imminent threat of the Titan zombie, he would never have allowed this individual to perish so easily for the sake of expediency. Lin Ziluo turned his gaze towards the remaining two individuals. A man, still dazed from the malevolent gaze of the demon, was acutely aware of the puddle he had unwittingly created. Only one among them remained relatively composed, gazing at Lin Ziluo as he approached. In a frantic plea, the man shouted, "Stop! I was mistaken. It was that wretched creature who summoned us here. We had no part in this." Lin Ziluo continued his advance, seemingly oblivious to the man's desperate words. The man retreated hastily until he reached the edge of a deep pit. Realizing his previous entreaties were futile, he quickly shifted tactics, saying, "Yaji, your reputation as a hero of our dragon kingdom precedes you. As a hero, it is your duty to assist us. We merely seek to follow in your wake for a mere taste of your favor, nothing more. You must think carefully. If you take our lives, the world will no longer see you as a great hero." The man was at a loss for words as he beheld Lin Ziluo hurl the blade of Julie. With a swift, spinning arc, the blade cleanly severed his head from his shoulders. In its return trajectory, it similarly dispatched another unfortunate soul. Two heads tumbled to the ground. Detected reduction of 1 player in the current team. Task rewards have increased. Detected reduction of 1 player in the current team. Task rewards have increased. The current task can accommodate 25 additional participants. Players are advised to allocate positions accordingly. Lin Ziluo caught the returning blade of Julie, casually flicking off the blood that stained its surface. His gaze fell upon the onlookers outside the pit, who were visibly shaken by the gruesome scene that had just unfolded. Moreover, there are those who lurk in the shadows. Under his piercing gaze, all averted their eyes, too fearful to meet Lin Ziluo's stare. "Remember, I am Yazi, the Yazi who demands retribution. Do not speak to me of grand heroes. Spare me the so-called moral coercion, or any nonsensical rhetoric about sacrificing for humanity. I live solely for myself. Anyone who provokes me, obstructs me, or disgusts me shall face annihilation." Chapter 94. A series of world announcements to discuss humanity with Lin Ziluo? A mouthful of hypocritical righteousness. When the Li family hunted me down, where were the voices advocating for humanity? When powerful factions trample lives and oppress players, who dares to step forward and speak of humanity? In essence, they are merely cowards, feigning bravery. To discuss reputation with Lin Ziluo? He yearns for his notorious reputation for slaughter to spread far and wide, as it would deter those who are deluded or dim-witted from provoking him. Enough with the pretense. After having the rare chance to be reborn, if I must live in fear and subservience, I might as well end my existence against a wall. Lin Ziluo's declaration resounded powerfully, plunging the entire crowd into silence. The few outside the pit, along with the dozens who were secretly observing, etched his words into their memories. It became evident that Yazi truly exacts vengeance. These words gradually spread among the onlookers, and from that moment, Yazi's distinctive approach to life was firmly established in the public consciousness. Certainly, these are mere afterthoughts. As Lin Ziluo uttered these words, the system's prompt resonated. "Congratulations. Player Yazi has successfully slain the level 19 silver tier boss, Titan Zombie, earning 400 experience points and 500 gold coins. Congratulations. Player has become the first in the apocalyptic game to defeat a silver tier boss, earning the globally unique achievement, Silver's Grief. A server-wide announcement will soon take place." Lin Ziluo exhaled in relief. Fortunately, his speed was sufficient, and he did not delay. Had the Titan zombie perished first, his task rewards would have been significantly diminished. Ding. "Congratulations, host has successfully defeated the Guardian boss, Silver Tier Titan Zombie, exceeding the task slay the Titan Zombie. Ding, congratulations. Host has received the enhanced task rewards, 2 random ordinary golden fingers and 2 pieces of random silver tier equipment." The notification from the golden finger system promptly chimed in, bringing Lin Ziluo a surge of delight. This reward enhancement had indeed doubled. As expected, the golden finger system proved to be the most reliable. Lin Ziluo cast a glance at the Titan zombie's corpse, where a resplendent golden treasure chest materialized. He swiftly stowed the golden chest into his storage space. Subsequently, he hurriedly made his way to the 2 job transfer platforms, the very locations where the Titan zombie could previously be conjured from the black mist. He needed to promptly complete the task of activate the magic capital job transfer platform, lest the 2 world announcements become disjointed. After the Titan zombie's demise, a pedestal approximately 1 meter in height emerged in that very spot. Upon the table lay a scroll crafted from an unknown animal hide, accompanied by a white feather quill. Lin Ziluo glanced over the contents of the scroll before lifting the quill to inscribe the name Yazai upon it. In an instant, the scroll vanished from sight. Both job change platforms emitted a dazzling radiance. Player Yazai has successfully defeated the job change platform Guardian boss, activating the job change platform. Congratulations to player Yazai for completing the task and activating the Magic City job change platform. Congratulations to player Yazai for earning 500 reputation points, 3,000 gold coins, 1,500 experience points, and the job change scroll, Overlord. Congratulations to player Yazai for advancing to level 15, gaining 3 points in strength, 3 points in constitution, and 3 points in free attributes. To reach level 16, player Yazai requires an additional 2,800 experience points. Congratulations to player Yazai for becoming the first player in Blue Star to activate a job change platform, earning the unique global achievement, Master of Job Change. An announcement to the entire server is imminent. Could this be the rewards amplified by the system? Lin Ziluo gazed at the dazzling array of rewards, his thoughts somewhat disordered. The substantial rewards from both game and system tasks, the agreement scroll for activating the job change platform, coupled with the golden treasure chest dropped by the Titan zombie. This was overwhelming. No, this place was not suitable for claiming such bounties. Lin Ziluo decided to seek a tranquil spot before carefully assessing his gains. As for the Titan zombie's corpse, after signing the agreement, it had already transformed into a wisp of black mist, ultimately dissipating into the air, as Lin Ziluo accompanied the restored Desha in search of a concealed refuge. The once luminous sky swiftly dulled. The dimness deepened gradually, until it resembled a night so profound that one could scarcely see their own hand before them. Although such scenes had been encountered numerous times before, a portion of the players gazing upward were astonished to discover that this darkness was more intense than ever experienced. What could be the reason for this? These individuals were filled with questions. Above, a deep, resonant yet unmistakably clear voice echoed. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yazai for becoming the first individual to independently vanquish a silver-tier boss in the apocalyptic game, astonishing the globe with formidable prowess. They have earned the unique global achievement, Silver's Morning, along with a multitude of rewards. Other players are encouraged to learn from this remarkable feat. Just as the crowd was poised to express their astonishment at Yazai's accomplishments once more, the deep, resonant voice resounded again. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yazai for becoming the first player to activate the class transfer station in the apocalyptic game, unlocking the shackles of the city magic capital and earning the unique global achievement, Master of Transference, along with substantial rewards. Other players are encouraged to take note of this achievement. Due to the early activation of the class transfer station in the city magic capital, players from this city will receive a collective city-level reward. The rewards include an increase of 1 level for all players within the magic capital, a doubling of zombie drop rates for kills within 24 hours, and a 10 boost in both experience and gold acquired. 3 consecutive announcements. 3 monumental proclamations to the world. As the final announcement concluded, a fervor erupted across the globe. The entire city of Magic Metropolis, along with its surrounding small towns encompassed within its borders, became the focal point of attention. The invisible barriers isolating the cities at the edge of Magic Metropolis shimmered with a golden hue. This resplendent golden barrier stood out brilliantly against the backdrop of darkness. Rising ever higher. From a distance, it resembled a radiant beam of golden light piercing the heavens and the earth. Simultaneously, every player within Magic Metropolis experienced a surge in their levels, each ascending by 1. The members of the Grim Reaper Club, the individuals in the Magic Metropolis Library, those gathered around the People's Square, and all others within the confines of Magic Metropolis were united in a moment of reverence for the illustrious name of Yazai. Even though Lin Ziluo had once cast a shadow over them, instilling fear that left them weak-kneed, such as the nature of humanity. When tangible benefits are gained, all grievances are swiftly forgotten. Indeed, when encountering individuals from other cities, they would proudly proclaim, "Have you heard of Yazai? He's from Magic Metropolis, utterly remarkable. He even elevated my level." Chapter 95. Hidden Profession. Overlord, who can explain to me why I have yet to encounter a bronze-level boss, while Yazai has effortlessly dispatched silver-level ones? A weary soul, tirelessly battling zombies in the apocalyptic game, began to succumb to a sense of despondency. He couldn't comprehend how, despite being of the same species, Such a vast chasm of disparity could exist. If I am not mistaken, the job transfer platform only appeared yesterday evening, and within it lies an exceptionally formidable bronze-level boss. We perished a full 30 times without conquering it, and yet it was activated this afternoon. A leader of a minor faction exclaimed incredulously. The subordinates before him fell silent, not uttering a word. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that the illustrious Yi was no longer content with the mundane world announcements. He directly issued 3 in total. 3 announcements, indeed. The legendary Yi is everlasting. A fervent admirer of Lin Ziluo cried out. Let me tell you, Yi actually belongs to the mythical beasts of our nation's ancient lore. Thus this player named Yi is, in fact, our hero. Merely trapped during his visit to the magical city, yet his heart still belongs to our homeland. A high-ranking official from a certain nation was passionately elaborating to his colleagues. The other leaders nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yi is one of us. The Dragon Nation was merely fortunate to have encountered Yi during his travels. Isn't the Dragon Nation also an evolution of our own country? Upon hearing this, all the leaders stared in astonishment at the speaker. After a brief moment of silence, they collectively exclaimed, Indeed. Woof, 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 woof. The little dog barked joyfully, its tail wagging exuberantly. Will it be 1 bone tonight? Or 2? Congratulations to the player for reaching level 16, receiving 3 points in strength, 3 points in constitution, and 3 points in free attributes. The player requires an additional 3,100 experience points to ascend to level 17. A global announcement has been made regarding the player's acquisition of the Silver Sorrow. The player has also received the following rewards: 1,000 reputation points, 1,500 gold coins, 3 points in free attributes, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage capacity. Furthermore, another global announcement has been made regarding the player's attainment of the Master of Clash transition. The rewards remain consistent: 1,000 reputation points, 1,500 gold coins, 3 points in free attributes, and an additional 1 cubic meter in storage capacity. Lin Ziluo stepped into a spacious room, while the clumsy guard remained stationed outside. Goodness. Level 16 already? The rate of advancement seems swifter than during the beginner's protection period, Lin Ziluo mused, feeling a blend of exasperation and joy. I wish to remain low-key, yet my prowess simply does not allow for it. Gazing at the lengthy list of rewards, Lin Ziluo was filled with a delightful dilemma. Adhering to the usual protocol, he began to claim his in-game rewards. Lin Ziluo commenced his examination of the system rewards. The experience points were self-evident, propelling him to a new level, augmented by the collective rewards from the 3rd announcement. His level precisely reached 16, with the experience bar still at 0. The gold coin reward was not to be underestimated. Totaling 6,500 coins, his savings had now soared to a remarkable 12,000 coins. As for reputation, Lin Ziluo glanced at the reputation leaderboard. Excellent. He had amassed 6,220 reputation points. Originally tenfold the 2nd place, it has now nearly reached a 20-fold disparity. The storage capacity has surged from 5.2 cubic meters to 7.2 cubic meters, successfully freeing up a substantial amount of space. With 6 points in free attributes, Lin Ziluo has yet to determine how to allocate them. He will decide after assessing the forthcoming rewards. Next, he eagerly anticipates the most coveted reward from the Apocalypse Games task, a class transfer scroll. Lin Ziluo had initially glimpsed the information revealing a class known as Overlord. Just the name alone has adequately prepared him psychologically. Class, Overlord description, with strength that can move mountains and an aura that commands the world. When fortune does not favor, the steed does not gallop. When the steed does not gallop, what can be done? Alas, what can be done? Attributes. Upon leveling up, one receives 4 points in strength, 3 points in constitution with no free attributes. Abilities. Strength that can move mountains. 1 force shatters myriad loss. Aura that commands the world. 1 force transmutes myriad loss. Indeed, Lin Ziluo's intuition was correct. It is indeed the Overlord, the legendary Overlord. Breaking the cauldrons and sinking the boats, the Hongmen banquet, the farewell to the concubine, watching from the sidelines. Traversing the night in splendid attire. These well-known tales are all associated with the Overlord. If one were to categorize jobs by level, the Overlord would undoubtedly rank among the pinnacle of epic classes. Moreover, this class aligns remarkably well with the character of Decisive. Lin Ziluo is exceedingly satisfied. It is truly the reward from the task, enhanced twice by the Golden Finger system. How exhilarating! Unfortunately, De Sha is currently at level 9 and cannot gain experience from completing tasks. He must wait until De Sha reaches level 10 to bestow the class upon him. At this moment, Lin Ziluo possessed 3 class change scrolls, including the Phantom Butcher scroll. This particular scroll was, of course, a reward from the quest completed by the clumsy fool. Lacking a golden finger system, the fool's quest reward consisted solely of a class change scroll and a modest sum of gold coins. The task Lin Ziluo had assigned to the fool, via the order of the Magic City, yielded little more than a handful of gold coins and a bronze-level item. All of these rewards had been examined during their journey. The hidden class of the Butcher was rather mundane, providing a mere 2 points in strength and 1 in constitution per level, along with 2 points in free attributes, making it an exceedingly ordinary profession. Nonetheless, for the average individual, it was a coveted opportunity, as such rewards could only be obtained by completing tasks as a duo. If one were to account for those who entered merely to seize the rewards, then at most, only one person would attain a few gold coins, items, or equipment. Lin Ziluo carefully stored the Butcher class change scroll, intending to use it for item exchange or sale in the future. With this, all tasks from the apocalyptic game had been meticulously organized. The next endeavor involved the golden treasure chest dropped by the Titan zombie. One could only hope for a piece of golden level equipment. Lin Ziluo retrieved the golden treasure chest and placed it on the ground. As usual, its overall shape remained unchanged. Yet it appeared more exquisite than the silver chest, its golden exterior gleaming brilliantly. Lin Ziluo proceeded to open the golden treasure chest. Player Yazi successfully opened the golden treasure chest. Upon opening the golden treasure chest, player Yazi received a boon from it, successfully expanding his storage space by 0.6 cubic meters. After opening the golden treasure chest, player Yazi's experience was enhanced, earning him 104 experience points. While exploring the contents of the golden treasure chest, player Yazi successfully retrieved 560 gold coins. As the golden light dissipated, 2 items materialized before Lin Ziluo. Chapter 96. Peculiar equipment. Before Lin Ziluo lay a watermelon knife and a potion in a white bottle. A watermelon knife? A golden-grade watermelon knife, no less. This is utterly absurd, Lin Ziluo remarked as he picked up the watermelon knife. To his surprise, it felt quite pleasant in his hand. Huaqiang watermelon knife, golden-grade equipment. Once wielded by a formidable individual named Huaqiang, exuding considerable intimidation. Attributes: Strength 3, Constitution 3, Agility 1. When targeting an opponent's head, it increases slashing speed by 20. Skill: Is your watermelon ripe? While wielding the watermelon knife, shouting "Is your watermelon ripe?" towards an opponent triggers a 2-second intimidation effect, reducing the enemy's attributes by 10. Skill cooldown, 1 hour. This. Lin Ziluo gazed at the watermelon knife, lost in thought. It is indeed a fine blade. However, uttering such a phrase during combat is rather peculiar. Never mind, I shall let Julie Zuz swallow it later. Lin Ziluo sheathed the Huqiang brand watermelon knife and turned his gaze toward the vial of potion. From its exterior, he discerned its nature. Stamina potion, a one-time silver-grade item. Consuming it restores 24 of stamina instantly, and subsequently, it replenishes an additional 5 every minute for a duration of 5 minutes. It has a cooldown time of 28 minutes post-use. This serves as an upgraded version of the bronze-grade stamina potion. At first glance, one might note that it only enhances attributes by a mere 4 while reducing the cooldown by 2 minutes. However, considering that similar potion types share a cooldown, one can comprehend that in evenly matched combat, this item could indeed sway the tide of battle. Yet, to be candid, the contents of this golden treasure chest are rather unremarkable. Let us examine the newly acquired titles. Silver's Lament, a unique title. Bestowed upon the first individual to vanquish a silver-grade boss in the apocalyptic game. Attributes: 3 to all attributes. And it inflicts an 8 reduction on the base attributes of bosses or ordinary entities below the silver grade. Master of Class Transition, a unique title. Awarded to the first player to activate the class transition station in the Doomsday game. Attributes: 3 to all attributes, and for players who undergo a class transition. The damage they inflict is diminished by 8. Both titles possess commendable attributes, albeit they still pale in comparison to the unparalleled. Thus, there is no need to exchange titles. Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. Was it possible that his acquisition of the Overlord class had depleted his luck, resulting in these rewards failing to bring him joy? Not at all. It was simply that Lin Ziluo's standards were set exceedingly high. The Huqiang brand watermelon knife is, after all, a weapon of golden caliber. Were it not for Lin Ziluo possessing the Ninely Pearl, it would undoubtedly have been his weapon of choice. Lin Ziluo even took the time to inquire whether the simpleton needed it, only to find him clinging tightly to his bronze giant hammer, refusing to part with it. Well then, if you do not desire a fine item, so be it. The two newly acquired titles are similarly remarkable. The effects of these titles are undoubtedly coveted by other players, yet they pale in comparison to the unparalleled title, which comes with extremely stringent conditions and could vanish at any moment. Of course, in his possession, this title will never fade away. Furthermore, Lin Ziluo has now obtained a promotion station that generates gold coins in a continuous flow. He recalled the agreement he had signed. Once activated, each promotion station in the cities would present that very agreement. By signing it, one could activate the promotion station and enjoy a wave of benefits. Lin Ziluo is privy to numerous advantages. Firstly, the promotion station would forge a statue of Lin Ziluo the following day, signifying his extraordinary contributions to the city. This is a permanent honor, ensuring that as long as the city does not fall into utter ruin, he will be eternally revered. Admittedly, Lin Ziluo does not place significant importance on this aspect. Secondly, in order to utilize the promotion station, players must complete a promotion task, which typically involves slaying a certain number of zombies or defeating specific forms of the undead. Moreover, each time a promotion task is accepted, a fee must be paid. For every player who submits a fee, Lin Ziluo will receive a portion of the proceeds. The commission may not be substantial, approximately 5 gold coins each time. However, one should not underestimate this income, for this is the illustrious city of Magic Capital, a vibrant metropolis of the Dragon Kingdom. Even with a mere 100,000 players reaching the point of needing to change their class, Lin Ziluo could amass 500,000 gold coins. Although this would require considerable time, it is inconceivable that such a vast city would be left with only 100,000 players. It goes without saying that the prestigious badge of a Magic Capital honorary has already been secured by Lin Ziluo. He merely awaits the moment when his gold coin count meets the requisite standard. The third feature may hold little significance for Lin Ziluo. It pertains to increasing his contribution value to the Magic Capital. The hidden items within the Magic Capital shop have already been deciphered by the system, rendering this feature unnecessary. He would rather see what further implications this contribution value might have. Lin Ziluo pondered why the rewards he received were rather mediocre. It dawned upon him. It must be due to the lack of divine invocation. Thus, Lin Ziluo once more employed his grand ritual of devotion to the myriad deities. Infinite Celestial Sovereign, Amitabha. May the Lord bless me. Amen. Now is the moment. System, bestow upon me those 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment. Lin Ziluo exclaimed with urgency. Ding. The system is currently extracting equipment for the host. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn silver-grade equipment, Shadowveil Battle Armor and Shadowveil Trousers. Ah, a set. I knew this prayer would yield results. Lin Ziluo retrieved the 2 pieces of equipment he had just drawn. Shadowveil Battle Armor, silver-grade equipment, crafted specifically to counter mages. It is a bane for every sorcerer. Attributes, Strength 2, Constitution 2. Magic Veil, reduces spell damage taken by 10. Magic Veil Pants, silver-grade equipment, crafted to counter mages, a source of great vexation for every sorcerer. Attributes, 2 Agility, 2 Spirit. Magic Veil, reduces spell damage taken by 5. This set of equipment is exceedingly rare, typically obtainable only from treasure chests. One might ponder the absurdity of acquiring a piece of said equipment from a zombie. What extraordinary luck would one require to obtain a subsequent piece from another? The individual attributes of said equipment are generally quite ordinary. It is the combined attributes of the complete set that truly bestow formidable power. Lin Ziluo hurriedly removed the protective chestplate and the sturdy battle pants from the Orderer's uniform. He then activated the transformation for these 2 new pieces of equipment. Congratulations. Player Yazai has successfully equipped the Magic Veil Battle Armor and Magic Veil Pants, activating the 2-piece effect of the Magic Veil set. Magic Veil set, 2-piece bonus, 1 to all attributes, able to reflect 10 of spell damage received. Chapter 97. Big Fool, time to work. Ah, this feels quite comfortable. Lin Ziluo examined his current attributes. Base attributes, Strength, 56, Spirit, 34, Constitution, 53, Agility, 36. This is without considering the unparalleled 10 boost to all attributes. As his level increased, both Agility and Spirit had noticeably lagged behind. Lin Ziluo currently had 12 free attribute points, 6 from the World Announcement, and 6 from leveling up twice. Therefore, he decided to allocate 6 points each to spirit and agility. Basic attributes: strength, 56, spirit, 40, constitution, 53, agility, 42. The current attributes, enhanced by 10, are already quite impressive. After admiring his own stats, Lin Ziluo spoke directly. System, please draw both ordinary golden fingers. He had begun to relish the bliss of obtaining all rewards in one go. Ding. Ordinary golden fingers are being drawn. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn automatic pickup LV1 and information breakthrough LV1. Ding. Since the host already possesses the golden finger automatic pickup LV1, the automatic pickup level has been upgraded to LV2. Automatic pickup LV2, capable of collecting items dropped by zombies killed by the host, which will then enter the storage space within a radius of 1.5 meters around the host. If the remaining capacity of the storage space is insufficient, collection will not be possible. Information breakthrough LV1, originally able to view the attributes of zombies no higher than level 5. Now capable of viewing the attributes of zombies no higher than level 10. The attributes of the 2 golden fingers were displayed before Lin Ziluo. He was left speechless, only able to marvel at the unwavering power of the golden finger system. The range of automatic pickup has increased by 1 meter. In the future, after defeating zombies with the Jiuli blade, Lin Ziluo will no longer need to take 2 extra steps to trigger the automatic pickup. The newly acquired golden finger, information breakthrough, is particularly useful. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. This was especially pertinent in his recent battle with the Titan zombie, which was precisely 5 levels above Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo possessed the knowledge to comprehend all attributes of the Titan zombie, including its skill effects. Consequently, he devised an impeccable strategy, effortlessly vanquishing the Titan zombie. Had the Titan zombie ascended another level, Lin Ziluo would have had to explore its skills while engaged in combat. At this juncture, all rewards had been fully claimed, resulting in a bountiful profit. Lin Ziluo meticulously organized the contents of his storage space and stowed the Huaqiang brand watermelon knife into the Jiuli Pearl. The energy of the Jiuli Pearl had accumulated to 1/3 of its capacity. Once it reached full capacity, it could be transformed into a diamond-level artifact. Subsequently, he inquired of the system, by the way, what was the deal with the announcement regarding the double drop rate? Is it an increase of 1 for everyone? Ding. Not exactly. The drop rate is directly doubled from its original value, plus an additional 1 from the host title. In other words, my current drop rate is 201. Lin Ziluo realized the implications. Goodness, there's no time to rest. It's only been 24 hours. I must seize this opportunity. Lin Ziluo promptly retrieved a bottle of bronze-level stamina potion from his storage space and gulped it down. After consuming the stamina potion, he kicked open the door. Desha, it's time to work. Injure all the zombies today and leave them for me. For every 20 zombies, I'll reward you with an extra roast chicken tonight. Lin Ziluo intentionally raised his voice, hoping to attract nearby zombies. Upon hearing the prospect of an additional roast chicken, Desha's eyes gleamed with excitement. He lifted the bronze giant hammer, roaring in fervent agreement. Lin Ziluo transformed the Jiuli Pearl into the Jiuli blade and charged forward with the big fool, scouring the vicinity for the lurking zombies, much like bandits storming into a town. Not far ahead stood a heavy zombie, rooted in place. This particular undead was entirely enveloped in fat, with the flab on its belly dragging along the ground. However, its head bore no difference from that of a typical zombie. A small cranium nestled within an enormous mass of flesh, creating an unsettling visual. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo paid no heed to its grotesque appearance and struck it down with a single blow. Explode for me, explode. Drop 2 pieces, no, 3 pieces of equipment. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a level 6 heavy zombie, earning 12 experience points and 13 gold coins. Continue. Big fool, quickly attract more zombies. 10 will suffice. Just smash the ground with your hammer to create some noise. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a level 6 hunting zombie, earning 12 experience points and 12 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a level 7 war zombie, earning 14 experience points and 15 gold coins. On this side, Lin Ziluo had plunged into a frenzy of zombie slaying, reveling in the continuous bounty of resources. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber, 3 individuals convened a meeting specifically for him. Equipment rankings: first place, Orderer of Magic City Uniform level, Diamond owner, Yazzie 2nd place. Knife of Julie level, Gold owner, Yazzie 3rd place. Phantom Mask of Evil level, Silver owner, Yazzie 4th place. White Wing Cloak level, Silver owner, Yazzie 5th place. Cloak of Magic Concealment level, Silver owner, Yazzie 6th place. Magic Concealment Pants level, Silver owner. Yazzie gazing at the equipment rankings. A gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit could not help but speak. It appears that this newly emerged equipment was obtained by Yazzie after vanquishing a silver-level boss. Is there any doubt? It is certain. I am merely curious about who this Yazzie truly is. Another young man, lounging comfortably in his chair with his legs crossed, remarked nonchalantly. Young man from the Yin family, show some respect. Were it not for your father's unfortunate transformation into a zombie, you would not even be worthy of being here. An elder, visibly displeased, retorted. Haha, masterly, don't try to impose your authority on me. Do you think I am like your 2 sons? The youth, referred to as the Yin family's young man, teased. Then, as if recalling something, he quickly added, oh, right. I remember that fellow Li Haobo seems to be in the Magic City. Just look, being so far away, you are of no assistance. Given his temperament, I genuinely doubt he will survive for much longer. The expression on the face of the Li Patriarch instantly darkened, yet it soon returned to normal. There is no need for you, the Yin Patriarch, to worry so much. Let us focus on our theme today, Yazzie. As soon as the subject was broached, a man in a Zhongshan suit promptly stepped in to mediate. Yazzie, a name previously unheard of in the Dragon Kingdom, seemed implausible for one who had lived in obscurity to possess such extraordinary strength. We must seek him out, given his current reputation and influence. He could significantly aid our 3 families' plans. Indeed, this apocalypse presents us with a tremendous opportunity. The world is in chaos. Why not seize our independence? Chapter 98. The surge of the sewers on the 8th day of the apocalypse in the Magic City, following the global announcement, a day of tranquility was abruptly shattered. This day promised doubled loot rates, experience points, and gold, benefits typically reserved for major holidays and online games. If not now, then when? Although the zombies had grown considerably stronger, a few individuals could easily besiege one, could they not? Moreover, at this stage, all players in the Magic City had leveled up. Thus, players who had previously remained sheltered began to form teams, employing their wits and cooperation to hunt the zombies. They experimented with enticing, surrounding, positioning, and controlling attack ranges. Among various new tactics, these strategies significantly enhanced the combat prowess among players. In fact, many tactics that would only later be developed made their debut on this very day. It must be said that Lin Ziluo single-handedly propelled the development of combat strength among the players in the City of Magic, enabling them to adapt to the apocalypse sooner. The ripple effect generated by Lin Ziluo extends far beyond this. Zhang Yuanzhong, that fellow, is now indeed putting in considerable effort, Lin Ziluo remarked. Simultaneously, he recognized the magnitude of his influence. Before his rebirth, Zhang Yuanzhong appeared to be at level 8 during this time, with level 9 attainable only the following day, and the completion of a hidden class transition slated for the day after. Yet now, he has already reached level 9. Furthermore, Lin Ziluo has monopolized all the world announcements in this life. This raises the question, will those formidable individuals who originally received world announcements be deprived of their corresponding rewards? Lacking the titles and attribute bonuses from the world announcements, will their progress be hindered? Even the individual scheduled to transition tomorrow may find the completion of his hidden class transition uncertain. In summary, the trajectory of events is increasingly diverging from its original path. It is believed that soon, discrepancies will arise from Lin Ziluo's previous memories. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo remains unperturbed, regardless of how swiftly circumstances may change. As long as he possesses sufficient strength, there is no cause for concern. Strength is the fundamental means of addressing all challenges. Lin Ziluo closed the level leaderboard. It was now 7 o'clock on the evening of the 8th day of the apocalypse. He had been engaged in combat with the Big Fool for over 2 hours, slaughtering his way from the People's Square in the City of Magic towards the northwest. To Lin Ziluo, ordinary zombies were merely a trivial matter to dispatch. Regarding the tangible zombies, Lin Ziluo only needed to exert a modicum of seriousness to dispatch them with a single blade. After all, in terms of attributes, aside from their specialized skills, their other characteristics were less than half of Lin Ziluo's. As for the total number of zombies he had slain, Lin Ziluo could no longer recall. He only knew that the spoils had filled his storage space to capacity. compelling him to pause and allow the excess equipment and items to be devoured by the Jioli Pearl, thereby advancing its evolution progress to the halfway mark. Concurrently, he was on the brink of leveling up, needing merely a few hundred experience points to reach level 18. It was peculiar to say again, yet indeed. Lin Ziluo's mental state was faltering. The fierce battle with the Titan zombie earlier that afternoon had drained a considerable amount of his energy. Coupled with several consecutive hours of intense combat, Lin Ziluo realized that his condition could no longer withstand the onslaught of the more ferocious zombies that night, not to mention the potential for being besieged. Thus, he, accompanied by the simple-minded Desha, sought refuge in a modestly sized inn that was still operational. The inn, though small, boasted a pleasant atmosphere, well, as pleasant as it could have been before the apocalypse. Now, however, the ground was stained with dried blood, and numerous corpses of both zombies and humans lay scattered about. Lin Ziluo surveyed the scene and surmised that these zombies and players had fallen victim to beasts turned zombie, as the bite marks on the corpses bore the marks of sharp teeth. After meticulously inspecting the inn, Lin Ziluo hoped there was nothing amiss. He chose a relatively clean room and activated his eye of reconnaissance. Taking out 2 resource cards for bottled water, Lin Ziluo treated himself to a refreshing cold shower, finally allowing himself to relax completely. Alas, how I've fallen, he sighed, reflecting on how he used to bathe once a month. This sentiment rang true in a post-apocalyptic world. Who has the luxury of time or sufficient water for bathing? Aside from those of high status, everyone carried an unpleasant odor, sweat, blood, and decay mingled together, creating a stench that defied description beyond the acrid. The environment mirrored this decay. Places where corpses piled high and battle-scarred lands were shrouded in a suffocating haze. Fortunately, players eventually grew accustomed to it, even developing an immunity to the noxious assault. Indeed, humans possess remarkable adaptability. After his musings, Lin Ziluo pondered the futility of change. His efforts to grow stronger were solely for the purpose of survival. One must never lose sight of the essentials. Draped in the cloak of the Order of Magic Capital, Lin Ziluo succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the silence within the sewers of Magic Capital. From a distance, a small, shadowy figure resembling a dog raced forward. Only when it reached a moonlit area could its true form be discerned, a creature the size of a small dog, yet unmistakably a rat. Goodness, have even the rats succumbed to zombification at such a size? The eyes of this undead rodent glowed a sinister red, reflecting an eerie luminescence under the moonlight. The enormous rodent in my mouth has become exceptionally sharp, evoking an involuntary shiver down one's spine. Yet, this is merely the beginning. With the emergence of the first zombie mouse, the sewers echoed with increasingly piercing cries. More and more zombie mice emerged from the shadows. Although the ratio of zombified animals is relatively low, the sheer number of mice is overwhelming. Their corpulent bodies quickly filled the sewer, and their numbers continued to swell. As if guided by an unseen force, they hurriedly surged toward a specific location, as if something alluring was drawing them in. Strangely, this destination appeared to be alarmingly close to the inn where Lin Ziluo resided. Chapter 99. The zombie mouse tied in the pitch-black night. Coupled with the power outage engulfing the city, the occasional chilling wails of zombies intermingled with the anguished screams of humans sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, in this unsettling environment, Lin Ziluo slept soundly, as if the cacophony of howls and cries served as a lullaby. Meanwhile, Dashin stood silently at the entrance, motionless like a guardian deity. However, around 2 or 3 in the morning, Dashin suddenly turned his gaze toward the far end of the corridor and maintained this posture. Approximately 2 minutes later, a faint tremor resonated within the inn. Lin Ziluo, lying in bed, opened his eyes less than a second after the tremor commenced. The 9-li blade materialized in his hand, and he was already fully dressed as he descended from the bed. Upon opening the door, he found Dashin fixated on a particular direction. Combining his own experience with Dashin's reaction, he understood the gravity of the situation. Lin Ziluo arrived at 2 conjectures. Either a horde of zombies had emerged, or a congregation of zombified animals had gathered. The occurrence of a zombie horde was implausible. At this juncture, such an event was not feasible. Furthermore, even if a zombie horde were to arise, there would undoubtedly be an apocalyptic game notification to herald its arrival. Thus, only one possibility remained: zombified animals. Moreover, there were only a few types of zombified animals capable of generating such a scale of commotion. Reflecting on the bite marks observed on the corpses earlier, Lin Ziluo swiftly deduced that the zombified creatures in question were zombie rats. What wretched luck! This area had turned out to be a breeding ground for zombie rats. Yet, there was a discrepancy. In his previous life, he had never heard of any reports regarding a congregation of zombie rats in the Magic City. To be precise, the number of zombified animals in the Magic City had been astoundingly scarce, as far as Lin Ziluo could recall, with only sporadic sightings. Could it be that the butterfly effect triggered by his reincarnation had already begun to influence the realm of the undead? Lin Ziluo then began to observe the situation outside through the window of the corridor leading to the furnace. The streets lay desolate, littered solely with the remains of zombies. For Lin Ziluo and the foolish giant had previously eradicated all the zombies in this vicinity. Yet, the ground continued to tremble, with the intensity of the vibrations increasing. It seemed to emanate from the sewers. However, why was it drawing nearer to their location? Was it approaching him? Lin Ziluo felt a sense of perplexity. Of course, this was merely his conjecture, with a likelihood bordering on zero. The tremors persisted, peaking after several minutes. The severed heads of the zombies that Lin Ziluo had dispatched began to roll across the street due to the high-frequency vibrations. However, Lin Ziluo was indeed mistaken. This horde of zombie mice was merely passing through. Their true objective lay beyond the street. Lin Ziluo glanced at the map and noted that there was nothing particularly remarkable about his vicinity, just an ordinary street with an unremarkable residential area behind it. Thus, what could possibly be the purpose of these zombie mice? Before Lin Ziluo could ponder this question further, he was startled by a sudden noise. He looked up to see the manhole cover on the adjacent street being forcefully dislodged. One by one, the zombie mice emerged from the sewer. Why did they emerge one by one? It was due to their considerable size. Even two together would obstruct the opening. The manholes along the street were incessantly being pushed aside, with each one releasing a stream of zombie mice. Observing their methodical movements, Lin Ziluo realized that there must be a boss-level zombie mouse with commanding abilities orchestrating them. After all, only the boss of zombie animals possessed such capabilities in the early stages. Terrifying. A boss capable of directing such a multitude of zombie mice. Why had he never heard of it before? Perhaps it was simply a matter of speed. The manhole covers on the street where the inn was located began to be dislodged in succession. A vast number of zombie mice emerged, and as they passed the corpses of fallen zombies on the ground, they did not hesitate to gnaw on them, quickly devouring the remains. Lin Ziluo suppressed his breath and concealed his presence. If given a choice, it would be best not to provoke this horde of zombie mice. From what he could observe, the number of zombie mice surging from the sewers had already exceeded 1,000. The number of zombie rats remaining in the sewer is uncertain, but it is at least not fewer than those above ground. A conservative estimate would suggest there are around 2,000 to 3,000, while a more liberal approximation could place the figure at 4,000 to 5,000. It appears that an entire district's worth of zombie rats has congregated here, 2,000 to 3,000 creatures the size of ordinary wild dogs. Even if one were to wield a blade tirelessly, it would be impossible to eliminate them all. Soon, the entire street was teeming with these zombie rats. Their dense numbers and writhing, foul-smelling bodies eliciting a visceral reaction from those afflicted with claustrophobia. As the situation escalated, the zombie rats began to burrow into the buildings lining the street. Lin Ziluo decisively led the simple-minded companion to the top floor of a nearby hotel. The door at the summit was locked, yet Lin Ziluo skillfully severed the lock with the 9-li blade and gained entrance. Feeling the cold wind sweep across the rooftop, he donned his mask and began to survey the scene below. With the increasing horde of zombie rats, even the distant wails of the undead had faded into silence. Whether they had been devoured by the rats or simply silenced by fear remained a mystery. After a 10-minute wait, the last of the zombie rats finally emerged from the sewer. By this time, the first 3 floors of the hotel were already brimming with the creatures. Standing atop the building, Lin Ziluo continued to observe, eager to discern the intentions of these zombie rats. Before long, he bore witness to a most astonishing sight. Amidst the swarm of zombie rats, 10 bronze-tier zombie rat bosses emerged. How intriguing. Initially, he had assumed that only one boss was orchestrating the horde, but it appeared there were 10. This revelation certainly illuminated the situation, though Lin Ziluo pondered what understanding truly meant in this context. From where could these 10 zombie rat bosses have emerged? Lin Ziluo felt a stirring in his heart as he gazed upon these formidable creatures. If he could manage to slay a few, his gains would be substantial. Yet, he pondered the purpose behind the gathering of these zombie rat bosses. Soon enough, the horde began its advance. A massive wave of undead rodents surging into the residential area behind Lin Ziluo. He discreetly relayed a command to his companion, Dasha, instructing him to remain on standby. His considerable size and weight would likely compromise Lin Ziluo's stealth if he followed closely. In addition, Lin Ziluo removed the Nightfall ring from Dasha and adorned it upon his own finger. This artifact would significantly diminish his presence in the darkness, an attribute he found essential. With that, Lin Ziluo set forth alone. Chapter 100. The unknown instance. The buildings surrounding Lin Ziluo's inn were not particularly tall, averaging 4 to 5 stories. The inn itself stood as the tallest structure in the vicinity. Lin Ziluo observed the direction in which the horde of zombie rats was headed and swiftly slid down the water pipe from the top floor of the inn. He descended to a neighboring building's rooftop, leaping gracefully from the edge. Upon landing, he rolled to mitigate sound, quietly arriving atop the residential building. His stealth skills proved comparable to those of his previous life, with any differences stemming solely from variations in attributes. The remaining row of townhouses were of similar height, allowing Lin Ziluo to navigate effortlessly by leaping between rooftops without expending excessive energy, as the gaps were minimal. The only thing to be mindful of is not to create excessive noise. At this moment, the horde of zombie mice was just about to infiltrate the community. Lin Ziluo also heard several player screams echoing from within the complex, likely the unfortunate souls who, hiding in their homes, had been discovered by the zombie mice and swiftly met their demise. Lin Ziluo hastened his pace. Before long, he encountered a minor obstacle. There was a considerable gap between the rooftops of the building and those within the community, making it impossible to traverse simply by jumping. Although Lin Ziluo could utilize his skills of sprinting and brief levitation to reach the opposite rooftop, he refrained from doing so. Both of these abilities were invaluable for survival, and employing them here would be rather wasteful. After observing the scene from the rooftop for a while, Lin Ziluo noticed that the zombie mice were surging into a solitary villa within the community. This seemingly modest villa, upon being inundated by the horde of zombie mice, remained eerily silent. This indicated that the creatures had vanished without a trace. A hidden instance. The thought sprang to Lin Ziluo's mind. There must be something akin to a portal within that villa. Otherwise, it would be impossible to accommodate such a multitude of zombie mice. What a delightful surprise this day held. Yet, he pondered what kind of portal could entice these zombie mice. However, now that he understood their objective was to enter the portal, Lin Ziluo no longer felt urgency. He summoned Big Fool with his thoughts, beckoning him to come forth. His intention was to wait for the number of zombie rats to diminish to a certain extent before striking, leaving behind the remnants. He planned to act when the Big Fool arrived downstairs where Lin Ziluo was situated. At this moment, only a few hundred zombie rats remained outside the villa. It was time to take action. Just as Lin Ziluo was preparing for a swift descent through the pipe, he suddenly heard a hoarse cry echoing from the distant sky. Following the sound, a shocking scene unfolded before his eyes. In the heavens above, thousands of zombie birds were flying toward the villa. Thousands of birds, transformed into the undead. Of various species, their flight could only be described as blotting out the sun and moon. What on earth was happening? Lin Ziluo halted his actions and instructed the Big Fool to find a concealed spot. As the zombie birds soared above the villa, they descended onto the open ground in front of it. Subsequently, they lined up obediently behind the zombie rats and entered the villa with the main force. Even though Lin Ziluo possessed a robust mental fortitude, he now found himself questioning the absurdity of existence. How could such an outrageous event transpire? Zombie rats and zombie birds coexisting peacefully. Moreover, they lined up docilely to enter the villa. Although his plan to hunt the zombie rats was disrupted, Lin Ziluo felt an increasing thrill. This scenario was truly extraordinary. If it weren't for the zombie birds blocking the entrance, he would have eagerly ventured inside to explore. Therefore, Lin Ziluo lay in wait once more, patiently observing as the zombie birds entered the villa. After a while, noticing that only a small portion of the zombie birds remained outside, Lin Ziluo steeled himself for action. At long last, nearly all the zombie birds had entered the instance. Now, however, could it be? More were coming. Lin Ziluo cast his gaze toward the far end of the street. The tremors and commotion emanating from that direction were even more intense than the previous tide of zombie rats. This was relentless, wasn't it? Soon, the creatures from the other end of the street came into Lin Ziluo's view. He had encountered zombie dogs, zombie cats, and zombie rabbits quite frequently. However, the sight of zombie chickens, zombie ducks, and zombie squirrels was rather uncommon. The presence of zombie monkeys was particularly rare. Following closely were zombie tigers, zombie lions, zombie wild boars, and zombie brown bears. Lin Ziluo noticed the tattered clothing draped over the brown bear bore the words Magic City Zoo. So, these zombie creatures had escaped from the zoo. As he watched the horde of zombie animals form a queue toward the villa's entrance, Lin Ziluo felt a sense of numbness wash over him. If someone were to claim that aliens were lining up next, he would believe it without hesitation. Due to the considerable size of the zombie brown bear, it damaged the villa's door upon entry. At last, Lin Ziluo beheld the scene within the villa. A portal radiating a golden glow floated at the center of the grand hall. All these zombie animals were making their way toward the portal, ultimately vanishing within it. No wonder the number of zombie creatures in the entire Magic City was so scarce. They had all entered this portal. Yet, the existence of this portal was something he had never heard of before. What was its purpose? Why did it attract these zombie animals? And why had no one ever mentioned its existence? The lengthy queue finally entered the portal, a process that could take considerable time. Lin Ziluo, apprehensive about any potential mishaps with the portal, decided against sleeping. He retrieved his phone, connected it to the power bank in his supply card, and immersed himself in a novel. Of course, he remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on the situation surrounding the portal. Time flew by. At last, around 5 in the morning, as the sky began to brighten, only a few zombie animals remained in the lengthy line. Lin Ziluo put away his phone and cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that no other zombie animals were lurking nearby. Satisfied, he slid down the pipe to the lower level, leading the simple-minded companion towards the portal. Once all the zombie animals had entered the portal, Lin Ziluo stepped forward decisively and placed his hand at the entrance. Congratulations. Player Yazai, you have discovered an unknown dungeon. Would you like to enter? Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. An unknown dungeon? No specific hints. Typically, in apocalyptic games, dungeons fall into two main categories. One involves player versus player confrontations, and truth be told, Lin Ziluo felt no fear regarding any form of competition. The other type involves teleportation to certain locations where tasks are assigned. Such dungeons usually provide hints based on one's capabilities before entry. However, this unknown dungeon was particularly peculiar, lacking any hints whatsoever. Chapter 101, The Despairing Labyrinth. To enter or not to enter. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Ziluo resolutely made his decision. Enter. Certainly, Lin Ziluo does not act recklessly. He possesses a wealth of experience regarding dungeons, and combined with his current overwhelming strength, he harbors ample confidence. However, his cautious and prudent nature remains unchanged. What allows him to proceed with assurance is, undoubtedly, the robust support of the Golden Finger system. Upon entering the apocalyptic games dungeon, he inquired whether there exists a protective mechanism akin to a mysterious trial. Ding. The essence of the Golden Finger system is to provide players with an enjoyable gaming experience. If players find the dungeon content unsatisfactory, they can terminate the mission at any time and return to the portal. The Golden Finger system promptly responded to Lin Ziluo's query. Why hesitate? Let us proceed. Lin Ziluo prepared to activate the dungeon. Player Yazi has successfully activated an unknown dungeon, about to enter. The current dungeon can accommodate one player. It can only accommodate one person? All the better, as Lin Ziluo had no intention of bringing along the simpleton. He issued the same command for the simpleton to remain in place. Lin Ziluo then stepped into the portal. The familiar sensations of dizziness and weightlessness washed over him once more. Lin Ziluo closed his eyes, oblivious to the sudden flicker of the emblem representing the Julie clan on the hilt of the Julie blade in his hand. The sensation of weightlessness dissipated. Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. Where's this? Lin Ziluo glanced around. Apart from two floating flames on the walls, there was no other source of light. Gazing upward, the sky was an expanse of inky blackness, devoid of any celestial light, as if it stretched into infinity, with stone walls encasing me on 3 sides. Only a solitary path lay ahead. These towering walls were so high that their summits were beyond sight, their imposing heights illuminated only by the flickering flames, revealing at least 100 meters of sheer stone. The pathway ahead, within the confines of my vision, revealed a bend. I attempted to strike the wall, only to find it remarkably unyielding. Subsequently, I wielded my Julie blade against the stone, leaving merely a faint scar, indicating that the structure was indeed formidable. After thoroughly surveying my surroundings, the Doomsday Game system finally issued a notification. Congratulations. Player Yazi has activated the special instance. Despair Labyrinth instance task has been released. Despair Labyrinth, legendary instance task description. This is a labyrinth that has instilled despair in countless souls. a realm that exists solely in legend. For millennia, no one has emerged alive from its depths. Have you noticed the skeletal remains scattered on the ground? Will you too become one of them? Task requirements. Locate the exit of the labyrinth. Task hints. 1. The labyrinth is rife with various types of zombie creatures. Slaying them will yield rewards, offering you a glimmer of hope for survival. 2. The labyrinth is fraught with traps. A moment's carelessness could lead to your demise. 3. The labyrinth's pathways are myriad, yet only one leads to the ultimate destination. Task restrictions. While within the labyrinth, the player's storage space will be entirely sealed, rendering all equipment, titles, and item effects ineffective. Task rewards. Task duration, 3,650 days. Task penalty. Upon exceeding the time limit, the player will be eliminated. Alert! Alert! A player has been detected entering a restricted dungeon through an unconventional method. Data is being recalibrated. Lin Ziluo had just perused the task details and had yet to ponder its implications when a new notification caught his attention. A restricted dungeon? Could this unconventional method refer to the resplendent golden portal? Lin Ziluo began to contemplate. Upon correlating the task with the dungeon's description, he formed a hypothesis. The portal he had accessed must serve as a means of replenishing the zombie creatures within the labyrinth. It was highly probable that once the replenishment was complete, the portal would be sealed, and he had inadvertently stumbled into the labyrinth. Ordinarily, there should be alternative entry points to the maze. The fact that it was not open suggested the dungeon's formidable difficulty, a challenge beyond the capabilities of players at this stage. However, there was a silver lining. The first piece of good news was that the majority of the zombie creatures within the maze were likely recently replenished. He had encountered them the previous night and felt no trepidation regarding their strength. The second piece of good news was that, although the task restrictions explicitly stated that equipment effects would be nullified, Lin Ziluo could still wield the Julie blade openly, ready to unleash its skills at any moment. What could this mean? Was it yet another glitch, or was it due to the Julie Pearl's spiritual bond with Lin Ziluo? The reason was inconsequential. Possessing the Julie Pearl was more than sufficient. The data debugging was successful, and the conditions within the instance have been adjusted according to the player's strength. At the moment the prompt appeared, the entire labyrinth began to tremble. Above the pitch-black sky, ripples of crimson emerged, continuously expanding outward. Within these waves, blood-red orbs of light descended upon various locations within the maze. Lin Ziluo faintly heard numerous roars. This apocalyptic game had become significantly more humane, even recognizing the need to alleviate the difficulty for me. Lin Ziluo could not help but exclaim, due to player Yazi's premature entry into the instance. The normal order of the instance has been disrupted, thus, the difficulty will increase by 50 as a punishment for the player. Ahem, I didn't say anything just now. Indeed, the apocalyptic game is untrustworthy. I must rely on my golden finger system. Ding, modifying the punishment for failing this task. The host may teleport away at any time should they wish to terminate the task. Ding, detecting that the host is currently undertaking an instance task, successfully triggering the task escape the labyrinth. Escape the labyrinth. This maze has witnessed far too much despair. Please exit the labyrinth, host. Task requirements. Exit the labyrinth. Task rewards. Draw 2 random, ordinary golden fingers. Task time limit. None. This time, the golden finger system's task panel was exceptionally concise. Lin Ziluo noticed that it did not contain the information he desired. Task accepted. Lin Ziluo declared, "It is time to embark on an exploration of just how despairing this so-called labyrinth truly is." Raising the 9-li blade in his hand, Lin Ziluo strode forward towards the corner ahead. Chapter 102. Traps, Stone Walls, Wooden Doors. As Lin Ziluo stepped a few paces from the origin, the floating flames behind him extinguished, while the flames on the walls beside him reignited. How considerate, he mused, for he had anticipated traversing in darkness. Observing the flames on either side, Lin Ziluo continued his advance. In the expansive corridor, the only sounds that graced the air were the subtle whisper of his footsteps and the extinguishing and rekindling of the flames upon the stone walls. Soon, Lin Ziluo arrived at a corner, yet he refrained from revealing himself. A keen instinct warned him of impending danger. Thus, he brandished the Jiuli blade and cautiously extended it forward. In an instant, he heard a dull thud, akin to an ancient mechanism being set into motion. Clang! A swiftly launched sharp arrow struck the blade of the Jiuli, producing a crisp sound. The arrow fell to the ground, and Lin Ziluo could sense its formidable power. equivalent to a full-force strike from a player with a strength attribute around 30. It must be said that the players outside in the present would scarcely withstand even a single arrow. After this arrow fell, a barrage of arrows swiftly followed. Lin Ziluo retracted the Jiuli blade, observing as the arrows embedded themselves into the wall at the corner before tumbling to the ground. Strangely, the arrows that landed soon transformed into a mist and vanished without a trace. I had intended to keep some arrows as tools. Once more, Lin Ziluo tentatively extended the Jiuli blade. This time, no arrows were released. It seemed the mechanism had come to an end. Lin Ziluo finally emerged from the corner, only to find before him a deep and shadowy passage. The mechanism that had just released the hardened arrows had vanished without a trace. He pressed onward, soon reaching the terminus of this corridor. Unlike the previous junction, two pathways now lay before him, one to the left and the other to the right. Is this the fabled maze of despair? After a careful observation, Lin Ziluo discerned no distinctions between the two passages. With no method to guide him, he relied solely on his intuition and memory. Ultimately, he opted for the rightward path, a decision made without particular reason, simply a matter of convenience. Once again, he traversed a dark corridor. However, this time, Lin Ziluo stumbled upon a shattered human skeleton lying upon the ground. It was enshrouded in a thick layer of dust, a testament to the many years since its demise. Surrounding the skeleton was an absence of any other remnants. Clothing and other belongings had long since succumbed to the relentless passage of time. Not finding anything of significance, Lin Ziluo chose not to linger over the skeleton and continued his forward journey. After what felt like an eternity of monotonous walking, the unvarying path finally took a turn. To his right, a wooden door materialized within the stone wall. Change at last. I was beginning to fear the absence of any alteration. Lin Ziluo approached and rapped gently on the wooden door. Creak! An angry howl erupted from behind it. A zombie rat. With a swift motion, Lin Ziluo flung open the door. Indeed, within the chamber, a zombie rat lay in wait at its center. The moment Lin Ziluo opened the door, the creature, as if freed from its shackles, lunged toward him with ferocity. Although Lin Ziluo lacked the enhancements of equipment and titles, he was by no means a mere zombie rat to be trifled with. As his blade struck down, a notification echoed, "Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying the zombie rat, earning 6 experience points and 8 gold coins." The rat's head rolled to the ground, and simultaneously, a resource card materialized, a bowl of beef fried rice. At last, a meal was at hand. However, due to the lack of storage space, automatic collection was not triggered, and he had to carry the resource card himself. Watching the rat's corpse dissipate into wisps of white mist, Lin Ziluo activated the card and began to savor the delicious dish. Since finishing dinner at 8 the previous evening, he had eaten nothing, and hunger was finally creeping in. After relishing the meal, the bowl and chopsticks in his hand transformed into a cloud of white mist and vanished. How absurd. Not even a scrap of paper to wipe his mouth. With a sense of resignation, Lin Ziluo wiped his lips with the sleeve of his Order of Magic uniform before stepping out of the hidden chamber and continuing onward. He found himself once again in a dark, winding corridor, destined for yet more tedious walking. For others, such monotonous traversing would feel like a torment, but for Lin Ziluo, it was as routine as breathing. After all, he had endured trials far more brutal during his advancement as a soldier. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived at a crossroads, offering him 3 distinct paths. Opting for the far right, he soon discovered that a massive stone wall barred his way. It turned out to be a dead end. Lin Ziluo had no choice but to retrace his steps back to the crossroads. Along this path, he marked an X with the 9-li blade. With each route proving to be distinct, he opted for a different way, choosing the central path this time. Unfortunately, it turned out to be even more disastrous. Not only did he encounter venomous traps, but the path also culminated in a stone wall. What misfortune! Shaking his head, Lin Ziluo once again retraced his steps. Now, only one route remained, leaving no room for choice. He simply advanced forward. This time, he was finally met not by a broad stone wall, but by the familiar sight of a small wooden door halfway down the path. As per the usual custom, Lin Ziluo forcefully entered. Instead of a zombie rat, 2 zombie cats awaited him. However, the outcome was hardly different, with just 2 swift strikes. Lin Ziluo dispatched the zombie cats and collected 2 cards, securing both his lunch and dinner. Thus, he continued on his journey. Once more, he faced 3 paths. This time fortune favored him, as he soon encountered a wooden door on his second attempt. After vanquishing the 3 zombie rats within, he acquired an item and 2 additional cards. The item, however, proved useless in this realm and was promptly devoured by the ninely pearl. Following this, he engaged in a repetitive routine, walking forward, effortlessly dodging traps, retracing his steps upon reaching dead ends, and boldly charging through any wooden doors encountered. When hunger struck, he would simply find a spot to sit and relish a sumptuous meal. Thirst was easily quenched with the ample water from his supply cards, sufficient even for a refreshing bath, though Lin Ziluo was too prudent to waste resources in such a manner. When fatigue set in, he would lie down on the ground and drift into slumber. Although theoretically, there are no other beings within this labyrinth of despair, Lin Ziluo remains in a state of vigilance even in slumber. After a period of exploration, Lin Ziluo gradually comprehends the reasons behind the despair induced by the labyrinth and begins to discern certain patterns within it.